Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 81 Volume 3 Chapter 81 Part 1 The next day. After quickly getting ready, Miyabi-san visited my room. Good morning, Ryuma-han. Miyabi, good morning, Miyabi-san. Ryuma, I thought I'd wake you up, but it looks like you're the early type. Anyway, breakfast is ready, so if you can eat, you should have some first. Miyabi, thank you. Ryuma, I ate at the same dining room last night. Everyone here eats at such a fast pace. But then again, so do I, I'll leave the rest to you, Miyabi. Puro, I'll do my best. Miyabi, good luck. Puro, what are they talking about? Ryuma-han, where are you going today? Ryuma-han, you haven't gotten used to this town yet, right? In that case, I'll be your guide. Miyabi, I'm grateful, but what about your work? Ryuma, don't mind. Don't mind. The president's daughter is still just 12 years old. It's normal for me not to be working. Tending to the store is just practice for the future. Miyabi, I guess that does make sense. Although there is a certain 11-year-old kid with a store who's even about to open a branch store. I wonder if that boy is an exception. Well, since she's going to be showing me around, I should put off the adventurer work and just make furniture today. All right. In that case, I want to make some furniture today. Can you show me to a store I can buy wood from? Ryuma, just leave it to me. I'll be sure to bring you to a good store. Miyabi, as she said that, she puffed out her chest and went outside. I followed her, but as soon as we got out, the Rimmel bird I'd sent out yesterday, Dre, returned. Oh. Ryuma, what's, Kaya? Miyabi, Dre perched himself atop my shoulders. He flew right between me and Miyabi, so it couldn't be helped that Miyabi was startled and ended up jumping aside. Oh, her tail is moving a lot. I feel like I've once heard that the foxes in my other world don't show their emotions much through their tail, but I wonder if that's not the case for the fox tribe here. But then again, it's only now that she's moving her tail a lot, so it might just be how she reacts when surprised. Like a spinal reflex of sort. Anyways, I should apologize for startling her. Sorry for startling you. This one here is my familiar. Ryuma, familiar. So, that's what it was. I don't believe I've seen such a beautiful monster before, though. Miyabi, it's called a Rimmel bird. I had it bring a letter to my store at Jimuru. Ryuma, while explaining, I took out the letter inside the pipe attached to Dre's leg. It was the response from Jimuru. Apparently, Dre reached them yesterday before closing time. Everyone will be departing early morning today for Renoff. They should arrive in 3 days. Just as planned. I passed that info on to Miyabi-san too, and we started walking again. After buying some wood at the store, I stored the wood in my dimension home, then we went our way to my store. I chose the storeroom as my workplace. The acid slimes began making components, while the sticky slimes and I put them together and reinforced them with sticky liquid and nails. Gradually, we produced chairs, desks, and shelves. Miyabi-san just quietly observed while we worked. I thought she didn't have much free time, but she's really just watching. Eventually, though, she asked me a question. Ryuma-han, what are these critters? Miyabi, you mean the slimes? Ryuma, no. That's definitely wrong. Definitely. There's no way slimes like these could exist. Why in the world are slimes making furniture? Miyabi, they can make them if you teach them. They can even learn martial arts and weapon arts. Ryuma, seriously? Miyabi, seriously? Ryuma. I made a rod with Polish wheel, then I handed it to a sticky slime and ordered it to show Miyabi its moves. It's using a staff. Miyabi, see. Ryuma, were slimes always so dexterous? Miyabi, at first, they were just normal slimes, but after a lot training, they became like this. Ryuma, I see. I had no idea they could turn out like this. Miyabi, most people don't. Everyone who's seen them for the first time were shocked. Ryuma, why don't you publicize this? It'll be a huge discovery, won't it? Miyabi, I wonder. People don't seem very fond of slimes, and I don't plan on announcing it just yet. That would be a waste, after all. As I muttered that to myself, Miyabi-san watched the slimes again. Volume 3 Chapter 81 Part 2 After that a few seconds of silence lingered, then Miyabi-san asked me this. Ryuma-han, what are you doing next year? Miyabi, what do you mean? Ryuma, you're 11 now, right? Are you going to the academy next year? After all, you'll be turning 12. Your store seems to be making a lot, so you can probably afford it. Are you going? Miyabi, school, huh? I don't really feel like it. Right now, I just want to train and adventure as I please. And from what I've heard, the social aspect of the academy is rather troublesome, so there's not a lot of opportunities to actually study. Ryuma, as I said that, Miyabi-san sighed deeply. Huh, so you knew. Miyabi, you know about it too. Ryuma, of course. I'll be going to the academy starting this year, so I've already gathered intel about it. Dad also taught me all sorts of stuff regarding it. Miyabi, I see. So, why did you bring this up all of a sudden? Ryuma, well, you seem to have a good personality, so I was thinking school would be easier if there was someone I knew. People there are probably stiff when it comes to relationships, but more than that, I'm good at magic. If I went to the academy and stood out, it wouldn't end with just some weird noble following me around. Miyabi, if it's that bad, why go? Ryuma, I'm going to be a merchant, so I need to make connections. The academy makes it a policy not to differentiate between nobles and commoners, so it's much easier to get close to nobles there than elsewhere. So, I was thinking it would be nice to have someone I could talk to without having to be so tense. Moreover, you're really good at magic, so it would put me at ease if you were going to school too. Miyabi, she's quite determined despite only being a child. Merchants sure are scary. Though it seems it's not really that strange for students to enroll with this goal in mind. Still, is she really that good at magic that other people would become envious of her? Are you good at magic? Ryuma, just enough to use an intermediate fire spell, but that's already enough to put you ahead in school. Miyabi, when I asked more about it, apparently, most students can only use beginner magic upon enrollment. And there are even students who will be learning magic for the first time. If those are her peers, then being able to use an intermediate spell is more than enough to put her ahead of others. Speaking of which, although the Fox tribe people are beast people too, I hear they have unusually greater mana than the others. I feel like I've talked about this with someone at the guild, but maybe that's why Miyabi is good at magic. This country doesn't discriminate against other races, so it doesn't matter even if one is a half. If someone tries to discriminate against someone in this country, they'll only end up being shunned. Apparently, there was quite a bit of discrimination in the past, but an otherworlder who came before me set things right. There's still some envy left when it comes to the advantages that races have over each other, though. I see. Ryuma, well, it can't be helped if you're not going. I'm not gonna try and force you. It's not like I was expecting anything in the first place. It's just that if you were going to school, I was planning to help you stay away from weird nobles and introduce some good ones to you. Miyabi, she was thinking of supporting me. What a determined child. Doesn't seem like a bad person too. She seems to have her work cut out for her, though. Still, I wish her the best. As I encouraged her internally, I continued working. I got her help on the simpler stuff too, and like that, we managed to complete the furniture and tools. After completing the furniture, I told Miyabi-san that I would be going to the Adventurers Guild, then go back to the store. Ryuma-han, there are no jobs in town for adventurers right now. At most, there will probably only be herb collection jobs or jobs that require one to hunt small animals. Miyabi, really? In Jimuru I heard that a strong monster appeared in this town. Ryuma, has it been hunted already? You heard about that? It's because of that only E rank and above can pass the north right now. Miyabi, is the monster then strong? Ryuma, no. AD rank part would be more than enough, but unfortunately, there are no such adventurers in this town. Miyabi, because of the presence of the Dragon Guild in this town, large monsters like the wyverns frequently fly at sky, scaring the nearby monsters, so there's usually not a whole lot of monsters that could be found nearby. As a result, the higher-ranked adventurers don't have any prey left to hunt, so they end up going elsewhere. It's only natural for a person to leave town if he can't make any money. The guards just patrol the gates and the streets, so the area the monster is lurking isn't under their jurisdiction. Without any adventurers to turn to, times like this are quite problematic. Anyway, that's why people aren't allowed to go to the northern part of town unless they're E rank or above. Fortunately, the requirement isn't above D rank. So as long as one is E rank, he can go, right? Ryuma, that's right. The guild will also request some lumber and herbs that can be gotten from the northern woods. Oh, right. You're an E ranker, right? I won't tell you not to go, but to be careful. You have make sure to run away if the monster finds you. Miyabi. I thanked Miyabi-san and headed to the guild. It's hard for a non-adventurer woman to approach the Adventurers Guild, so I didn't take Miyabi up on her offer to show me the way. I went to the reception desk as soon as I got to the guild and gathered some information. May Source was the male clerk tending to the reception. He was the sort of guy who just did his job without much care, so when I showed him my E-rank guild card, he didn't say anything and just brought me the available jobs for the north. I got some intel regarding the monster that appeared in the north too, and as it turns out, it's apparently a monster known as Smash Boar. The Smash Boar is a monster with short but sharp fangs. Its body is big and durable. Its skin is tough, so it's hard to hurt it without sufficient strength. After confirming the above details, I was sure that I had the right monster in mind. Only D rank and above could accept the subjugation job for it, so I just took a herb collection job and went back to Puro-san's store. Along the way, I thought back to the letter I got when I first got to this world. The grandparents the gods used to give me a credible background are actually real people. Gain and the others went out of their way to summon their souls and even got their permission to use their names for my sake. The place my grandparents lived at is a place called Kormi Village, located within the Great Shuris Forest. The Great Forest of Shuris is a treasure trove of medicinal ingredients, and many precious stones could be found within the caves that dotted it. Many villages were founded in it in hopes of gathering these precious resources. Kormi Village was one such village. But the Great Forest of Shuris was den to many monsters, and was renowned within the kingdom as a dangerous region. Even its shallowest areas are fraught with D-rank monsters and greater. To make things worse, the adventurers that died seeking precious resources continue to lurk the forest as zombies, skeletons, ghosts, or some other type of undead. The road to Kormi Village was fraught with danger on a level far beyond that of Renoff. It's not a place one should tamper with mindlessly. But not only did I receive permission to use their name, they even gave me ownership of their belongings. They didn't have a successor, they just hid their stuff, so they told me they would like me to inherit those things along with their will. It's just something they're hoping for, so it's not really something I have to do, but in order to get their things, I would have to go get them myself. As such, Gain advised me to go practice with a monster that moves similarly to those in the forest first before going. One such monster I could use is the Smash Boar. It actually wasn't impossible for me to reach the village as soon as I got to this world if I relied on my ki and my martial arts, but there wasn't any guarantee that I would be able to come back alive. As such, I just stayed in Ghana Forest. And before I knew it, because of my hobbies, 3 years had already passed. I've left the forest now, so I might as well go. There are strong monsters in the treasure trove of resources. They'll make for good training. And besides, although it's just in name, they're still my grandparents, so I'd like to fulfill their request. I'll have to make some preparations to go the Great Shuris Forest. I went back to Puro-san's store while thinking that to myself. I had supper at the store too. When I told them that during mealtime that I would be going to the north tomorrow, Puro-san asked me, "Won't you please get rid of that Smash Boar?" In the next moment, Miyabi-san rammed one into Puro-san and Kurana-san chided him with a terrifying smile. To me the Smash Boar is a training tool of sort, but to Puro-san, it's an obstruction to trade and something that could be good merchandise. Apparently, the Smash Boar's meat is soft, odorless, and delicious. If I do hunt one, I should bring it here. I might not have accepted a job, but it can't be helped if I were to accidentally meet it and end up killing it. After all, no one would just stand and watch himself get killed, so there's no way I can hold back if I do come across it. I'm sure no one will complain if I get rid of it after accidentally coming across it, right? Did I always have this sort of personality? See, could have I degenerated after fighting so many thugs? 2. No. I have to be careful. 1. Not sure if literal. 2. You know what they say about fighting pigs and becoming a pig yourself. Chapter 82 Volume 3 Chapter 82, Smash Boar Hunting, 1/2, the next day. Be careful. Miyabi sent me off, and I headed to the northern gate of the town. I watched the hustle and bustle along the way as I walked, and when I neared the gate, I braced myself. It's a gate, so naturally, the guards would stop me, but I was able to quickly deal with them by showing proof that I was an E-rank adventurer. Now it's time to gather some medicinal herbs near an area the smash boar is known to frequent. My equipment for today is a bow and a knife. I have a spear in my item box too, but I'm not planning to use it. Great swords and spears are effective against smash boars, but in order to make it look like I just came across it, I can't bring weapons that are effective against the smash boar. That would be just too coincidental. The bow is also listed as my main weapon owing to the time when I first registered at the adventurers, so if can't come too prepared, or they'll be suspicious of me. I gathered herbs for a while, but I couldn't find the smash boar. It's not really guaranteed to find a monster just because you know where it's frequently sighted. Monsters aren't herbs, after all, they do walk. Still, I feel like it's a first for me to have so much trouble finding a monster. Actually, there aren't any other monsters around either. It seems Miyabi-san really wasn't kidding. There really are few monsters around here. I started going around to areas other than those teeming with herbs to look for the smash boar while completing my herb collection job, but in the end, I still couldn't find the smash boar, but now my quota has been met. But then again, it's not like I have to find the smash boar today, since I still have another day before I meet up with the employees, so. But on second thought, since it's difficult to get permission to pass the northern gate, I'll probably be able to sell as much herbs as I have, so it shouldn't hurt to gather more than my quota. While I was thinking that to myself, a faint voice reached my ears. UAAAA. Is that a person's voice? Seems a bit far, though. Maybe I'm just hearing things. Save me, I heard it again. I'm not just imagining it. Someone was clearly asking for help just now. I readied my bow, hid my aura, and walked toward the direction of the voice, where I found 2 adventurers being chased by a monster that seemed to be a smash boar. I think calling it a pig would be more apt for its appearance, honestly. It might have some fangs, but they're small and they're not sharp. The only thing it really has going for it is that it's really big, about as big as a cow. Wait. This isn't the time to be thinking about that. I knocked an arrow and timed it with the movement of the boar. The arrow flew through the gaps between the trees and toward the smash boar. The smash boar was charging through the helpless slender trees when my arrow landed right in its right eye, causing it to let out a painful cry that resounded throughout the area. When the 2 adventurers heard that, they stopped and turned around. What are they doing? Keep running. Keep running. Ryuma, I told them, but when they saw me, they became flustered. I tried calling out to them again, but the smash boar had already noticed me and was looking at me with its left eye. This is going quite differently than what I expected, but, yeah. Let's do it. I unequipped my bow and put it on my back, then I reinforced my body with ki and glared at the boar. The smash boar had a body like that of a pig's, but it also had 2 small dull fangs growing from its lower jaw that extended toward the sides of its face. Its fangs aren't venomous, but they do pack a punch when rammed into someone, so I still need to watch out for it. But what I really need to look out for is its constitution. It might resemble a boar, but it's about 1.5 times bigger than the cows I'm familiar with, so it's clear as day that it's covered in a thick armor of meat. Countless scars could be seen all over it. Those 2 adventurers probably tried to hurt it, but those are probably all superficial. I doubt they managed to leave any internal damage to it with those shallow wounds. Attacks against its body seem like they wouldn't amount to much. In that case, I'll go for its head where there's not as much meat. G-U-O-O-O-O-O. Smash Bora, the smash boar bellowed out a cry and charged toward me, but the trees seemed to have hindered its movements, as it was easy to see despite moving so much. I dodged to the right, and the smash boar kept going and crashed into a tree. After mowing down the tree, the smash boar turned around and started charging toward me again. This time I dodged to the left, but unlike before, when we passed each other, I hit its right temple with a ki-reinforced palm strike. Pigii. Smash bore, it was quieter compared to before, but the smash bore definitely stopped moving and cried out in pain. Looks like that was effective. I can tell from that last attack too. The head definitely doesn't have as much meat to it. Alright. One more time. The smash boar shook its head, then it tried to strike me with its fangs, but I took a step back, causing it to miss. I used that opening to throw a kick toward its left temple. Smash boar, the attack this time was a lot more effective, as the smash boar's right foreleg gave way and the boar fell to its knees. I attacked again. This time I gave it a nice uppercut to the jaws, grabbed its fangs, then drove my right elbow into its head. Smash bore, a dull sound resounded as I clearly felt the feeling of crushing a bone. At the same time, the smash boar's legs shook and then it fainted. Did I kill it just like that? Huh. It seems it really is dead. Thank you for rescuing us. Oh, you're welcome. You're not hurt, are you? Ryuma, after confirming that the smash boar was dead, the two adventurers walked up to me. I didn't notice it before because of the distance in their armor, but apparently, one of them was a woman. If not for you, we would've, male adventurer, one of our friends is wounded. We can't thank you enough for saving us, but we need to go help him. Female adventurer, if they have a wounded friend, then maybe I should go too. If you don't mind, I can come along too. I can use healing magic. Ryuma, really? Male adventurer, thank you so much. Please come with us. Female adventurer, but we can't just leave this smash bore here without anyone watching it. Ryuma, I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name, male adventurer. Oh, excuse me. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma-kun, then. Ryuma-kun, you stay here. We'll bring our party member here. Male adventurer, there are some bad adventurers around these parts, so do be careful. Female adventurer, the two of them left after saying that. Bad adventurers. This is a flag, isn't it? I'm sure some real bad ones are gonna come around any moment now. I braced myself for the inevitable, but I couldn't sense anyone nearby. Anyway, let's go drain this thing's blood first. I had the bloody slime deal with the smash boar's blood, then I took out my heal slime. Done already. The bloody slime sure works fast. I waited for a while after that, but in the end, no bad adventurers showed up, and the two adventurers from before came back carrying a wounded female swordsman. TL note, changed the theme again. Still minimal, but with a warmer white and some margins. By the way, the theme you guys keep saying is broken was actually the new theme last time. It barely had any CSS, so it looked broken. The new theme is Susty by Jack Lennox. A dark mode has now been installed. Due to the way the caching works, you might get pages that are cached as dark mode or normal mode, so you'll just have to turn it back off or on. Fortunately, the button is placed right underneath the title, so it shouldn't be too much of an inconvenience. Also, for those suggesting to make dark theme default, there are more bright theme users than you think. They're just quiet, but the moment I make the default theme dark, they'll come out of the woodworks like a swarm of angry bees. I know since I've already tried it twice. Also, a sort of old change, but I didn't mention it, but we changed to Discuss for the comments, so the server doesn't need to manage it anymore and we can free up resources. It works perfectly well with the themes as long as you set your theme before scrolling all the way down, which is going to be the case for pretty much everyone. So in conclusion, the site lag has been fixed and you shouldn't get much resource limit warnings anymore. You'll still get them at certain times when the site is doing some self-care, but not as much as before. Not even close. Dark mode has been implemented. There are margins now and the white is now warmer. There are still some things that need to be readed like chat ango, probably just gonna switch to Discord, and the logo, but the site is basically back to shape. Now, we can focus on translating. This is the second regular release this week. 2 more to go. Volume 3 Chapter 82 Part 2 Bring her here. I'll heal her. Ryuma, her body appears to have been hit with significant force. Probably took one of that smash boar's charges head on. There are scratches and fractures all over her shoulders and legs. She's sweating a lot too. Fortunately, there's not much damage to her ribs or her body. Her internal organs will take a while to heal, but I should be able to heal her wounds now. High heel, high heel, high heel, high heel, Ryuma, thank you, female swordsman adventurer. After casting high heel many times on the wounded adventurer, her sweat finally stopped and she started groaning. She was even able to thank me. A huge change in a short period of time. Thank you so much. Male adventurer, thank you. We owe you a lot. Female adventurer, you're welcome. Her wounds are better now, but the fatigue remains, so please make sure she keeps resting. Ryuma, we introduced ourselves, and I found out that the wounded swordsman is called Fairai-san, while of the two adventurers being chased, the man was Ken-san and the woman was Ruri-san. This is nothing. Your healing spells really saved me. The slime too. Fairai, unfortunately, we don't have much to repay you with. Ruri, take this for now. If it's still not enough, I'll pay you when we get to town. Ken handed me a pouch full of money. They don't really have to, honestly. I'm not lacking any money and they're just E-rankers. That's a level where they should still be struggling to make ends meet. I'll just accept this pouch, but I won't ask for any more. Thank you. This will do. Instead of more coin, just tell me more about those bad adventurers you were talking about just now. Ryuma, are you sure about that? Ruri, you're losing a lot out in this, but all right. We normally go adventuring with us 3 party together, but today we had 2 more with us. Fairai, as the story goes. They hit it off at the bar with some C-rank adventurers from another town, who then told them that they wanted them to lead them to the Smash Boar. As compensation, they offered to teach them how to fight, help them accumulate experience, and give them a very small portion of the reward. They showed me their guild card and I was sure that they were C-rankers. You know how the guild lists at the back of the card all the problems that an adventurer has caused in his career, as well as the cases when they've breached any contract. Well, they didn't have any of those, so I thought I could trust them. Ken, the compensation was the right amount too. Ruri, but those guys just made us fight under the pretense of gaining experience, then when things got bad, they used us as decoys and abandoned us. When I got hit by the Smash Boar, these 2 used themselves as a decoy to protect me. The rest of the story is as you know it. Fairai, I see. Ryuma, were they tricked or were the C-rankers just too weak themselves? Either way, those adventurers aren't very nice. I don't think these 3 are lying since the Smash Boar was chasing 2 of them and one of them was heavily injured to the point of being unable to move. They're risking way too much for this to be a mere lie. Are you really sure you're okay with just this? We can pay more money if you want. Ruri, it's fine. I'm the one who suggested to use healing magic anyway. Consider it a free service this time. Ryuma, but, Ruri, I understand you feel sorry being unable to pay him back, but it's rude to keep refusing. At times like this, you should just gratefully accept. Fairai, while Fairai was saying that, an idea suddenly came to mind. I know. Why don't you help me carry the Smash Boar to town? It would also be great if you could help me explain to the guild that my encounter with the Smash Boar was really nothing more than an accident. Ryuma, the Smash Boar has already been drained of blood, so it's not that heavy anymore. It's at just the right weight where I can carry it after reinforcing my body with either ki or reinforcement magic. Unfortunately, my body is tiny, so even if I can carry it, I'll still end up dragging it along the ground. I also need some eyewitness to help me prove that meeting the Smash Boar was really nothing more than a coincidence. If you're okay with just that, then sure. Fairai, please allow us to help. Ken, thank you. Ruri, like this I got the help of the 3 adventurers and we carried the Smash Boar to town. The guards looked quite shocked, but after a short explanation, they let us through. As expected, all eyes were on us until we got to Puro-san's store. Yua. Customer 1, what is that? Customer 2, sorry, please let us through. Ryuma, the customers in front of the store were shocked when they saw us carrying the Smash Boar. Ryuma-han. What is with that big thing? Miyabi, oh, Miyabi-san. This is a Smash Boar. Ryuma, I can tell that just by looking, thank you. What I'm asking is why that big thing is here. Did you go fight it even though we told you it's dangerous? Miyabi-san was clearly furious as she approached me, but Puro-san calmed her down. After that the three adventurers explained what happened. So, it's our fault that he ended up fighting with the smash boar. Ken, if he hadn't helped us, who knows what could have happened to us. Fairai, please don't blame him. Ruri, you, Miyabi, seeing the three plead for me, Miyabi-san heaved a sigh of relief. So you were out saving some people, huh? Well, I guess it can't be helped then. And according to them, it doesn't seem like you were fighting a reckless battle either, so I guess it's fine. Miyabi, sorry to worry you. Ryuma, seriously. But, let's leave it at this for today. Dad, we need to process the smash boar immediately or the meat will spoil. Miyabi, right. We can't just leave it here. Take it to the store. Puro-san led us to the butchering room of their butcher. Shall we start? Employees, wait a minute. Kurana, just as the employees were about to begin, Kurana appeared and asked everyone to wait. Apparently, a person from the Adventurers Guild came. Can't it wait for a bit? We're at the good part right now. Puro, they need to inspect that smash boar first. It's the monster responsible for causing so much problem in the north recently, so they need to confirm that it's been dealt with. Kurana, oh, right. We told the guards that we would be selling it at the Sionji firm, so they probably passed that info to the Adventurers Guild. After a while, the male clerk I met yesterday entered the store. Puro-san greeted him. Welcome. Puro, sorry to disturb you. While you're in the middle of something. I've come here to confirm that the smash boar has been dealt with. Male clerk, as the male clerk said that, he walked around the smash boar, heaved a sigh, and then nodded. This is undoubtedly the same smash boar that has been causing us much problems. Thank you for your cooperation. With this we can lift the restriction on the northern gate. Male clerk, as he said that, he was about to leave, but before he could, the three adventurers hurriedly approached him. I see. I'll write a record for those two. Can you three accompany me to the guild? Take Bayashi-sama, you can come any time with the smash boar's trophy to claim your reward. Male clerk, thank you. Ryuma, the men took the three adventurers and left. The three adventurers thanked me again before leaving. After sending off the four, I went back to the butchering area, where the employees were waiting for the butchering to start. Someone got in the way there for a bit, but now that that's out of the way, let us begin. Commence the butchering. Puro, yes. Employees, Ryuma, you sure you're okay selling all of these meat to us? Puro, yes. I don't have anywhere else to sell it anyway. Oh, but can you spare some meat for me to eat too? I'll sell everything else. Ryuma, no problem. Right, everyone. Puro, the employees all nodded to his words and the butchering of the smash boar began. But when they started, they suddenly let out voices of inquiry. What's the matter? Puro, this smash boar doesn't have a single drop of blood. Employee, what do you mean? Has the blood coagulated? But even then, a drop should at least come out. Puro, no. There's really nothing. Employee, Puro-san checked the meat himself and found himself equally bewildered. Oh, yeah. I used the bloody slime to drain it of blood. Sorry, I forgot to mention that I'd already drained its blood. Ryuma, everyone turned to look at me. Without opening a wound. And can you really drain a beast of blood so thoroughly? Puro, I used a special method. Do you know about the slimes called bloody slime? Ryuma, as I asked that, one of the employees answered. That's a slime that sucks blood, right? I remember seeing one in the forest when I was a kid. Employee, that's right. Ryuma, you have a slime that could suck blood, I'm guessing you must have used that to suck the blood of the smash boar then. Puro, yes. I always have it suck the animals I hunt. Especially the smash bear since it's bigger than normal, so I wanted to make it lighter. The meat is still safe to eat, but will this in any way affect the selling of the meat? Ryuma, I used Identify on it and can confirm that there are no issues with the meat. In fact, its quality is even better than normal. So, no. This won't affect the price, but this does make me want your slime. Puro, after that I talked to Puro-san about the bloody slime. Right now, I only have one with me, so I refused him after telling him that it might run loose without an owner and might cause some problems. I am willing to lend him the bloody slime in the future, though, provided there are some trustworthy monster tamers under him. It's good to make the world know the value of slimes, and I'm sure I can entrust the slimes to his store. Also, unlike the cleaner slime and the scavenger slimes, the bloody slime can actually be found out in the wild. So, it's not like there's a lot of merit to monitoring them too much. While I was thinking that, they finished butchering the smash boar. They gave me a medium gold coin and some meat for me to eat. For the trophy, I took the tusks of the smash boar. I'm tired today already, so I'll just hand over the herbs I collected to the guild tomorrow. Chapter 83 Volume 3 Chapter 83 Part 1 The next day. In the morning, I got the miso, the soy sauce, and other seasonings from Puro-san. I was feeling good, so I decided to hand in the herbs I collected as well as the tusks of the smash boar to the guild. The clerk at the front desk told me that they would immediately prepare the reward. It seems the male clerk had properly informed them yesterday. I thought of all sorts of reasons to prove that it really was just a coincidence, but it seems it wasn't necessary. Well, I'm just saying that now because things turned out like this. But normally they would have pursued the matter to some extent. It's just that Ken-san and company were around that I don't have to deal with that anymore. While I was thinking that, the clerk came back with my reward and thanked me personally. When I asked him why he was thanking me, apparently, those three were his friends. I asked him about the other two adventurers, and it turns out that they've already been apprehended. The E-rank adventurers were having a party at the bar after work last night, and the guild got word that those two adventurers were there, so they swiftly went into action and caught them. The two admitted to their crimes, and it was also found out that their guild cards were fake. They were involved with other crimes too, so the guild decided to expel them from the guild. After a thorough investigation, it was decided that they would either end up working in the mines for 5 years minimum or be slaves for an indefinite period of time. You can fake the guild card. Ryuma, well, the guild itself does add and remove information to the card, so it's not impossible. But you'll need a special magic tool to do the job, so it's not something that a mere adventurer could do. In this case, the method they used was much simpler, and they simply used another person's card. They picked up another person's card and left one side as is while destroying the other side, then they connected that to the important part of another card. It's not unusual for the guild cards to end up damaged due to poor handling, and not that it's something praiseworthy, but they managed to make the combination of the two cards appear natural. It seems they learned from some workshop as apprentices, though they were also expelled from there due to again causing some trouble. Clerk, so they forged a card by combining two genuine products, huh? Their character aside, it seems they're rather skilled. It seems I need take better care of my card. Ryuma, foo. Please do. Clerk, thank you for the information. Ryuma, I thanked the clerk for the information and left the guild. Now then. What to do? I've already finished what I came here to do. I should go back to Puro-san's store for now. Take Bayashi-sama, the president was looking for you just now. Employee, when I got back, an employee told me that. I told him that I could meet him now and was brought to his office. I wonder what could possibly be so urgent. Puro-san and I talked over tea. Ryuma, can you think of any dish that uses smash boar meat and ingredients like soy sauce or miso? Puro, a dish. Ryuma, if you want to make Japanese cuisine using pork, then there's pork miso soup, pork shabu shabu with pork instead of beef, burudon, rice with pork and veggies, and pork fried with ginger. I know a few. Ryuma, could you teach me? Grilled fish and miso soup taste good, but it's tiresome eating the same thing over and over. I've always believed that ingredients like miso and soy sauce would sell more if there were more ways to sell them. Puro, I see. It would be great for me too if Japanese cuisine became more accessible, so I guess I'll teach him. Alright, how about pork fried with smash boar meat fried with jija? Ryuma, there's meat, soy sauce, and mirin, and as for the ginger, it can be bought from a pharmacy, so we can make a real pork fried with ginger. I know it's not right to ask this from a guest, but can you cook me that dish? You can use as much ingredients as you want. Puro, you sure? Ryuma, if anything, I'll be profiting since I get to learn a new dish. Puro, like that I ended up making our lunch. Surprisingly, though, Kurana-san and Miyabi-san were going to be cooking with me. I thought I would be teaching a servant, I told them, and they laughed. Mom often says that cooking is something that women should be interested in. I don't hate cooking myself, but not being able to cook when we sell food ingredients just ain't right. Miyabi, I'm looking forward to seeing the new dish and your skills, Ryuma-han. Kurana, as the two of them looked at me, I got the ingredients and tools prepared beforehand and started cooking. First was to wash the rice and cook it over fire. I never did cook rice on a stove back in my previous life, so this is a new experience for me. I have to make some pork miso soup too to eat alongside the pork fried with ginger, so I made dashi, stock soup, using kelp-like seaweed and some small fishes, then I added onions, great burdock, mushrooms, and smash boar meat with all sorts of vegetables to the soup. Ever since going out to town, I've noticed that there's a lot of vegetables with the same name or similar to those from Earth. This might be another one of the other worlders' influence. While I was making the pork miso soup, Miyabi-san was mostly taking care of the rice. She looked how I was doing. When I was about done with the pork miso soup, I made a little more than would be needed, so I took out a vial from my item box, and filled it with the excess stock soup. I then tuned its taste with a combination of soy sauce, mirin, and vinegar. Volume 3 Chapter 83 Part 2 When Kurana-san saw me add the ingredient in, she asked me a question. Ryuma-han, what is that? Kurana, flavoring made with soy sauce, mirin, and stock soup. The taste changes according to the ratio of the ingredients, so it's best to make it according to one's taste. If you want, you can also add some lemon juice to give it a refreshing taste. It works well for salads, meat, and fishes. Ryuma, to think there was something like that. Kurana-san stared at the vial for a bit, but then she quickly went back to the pork miso soup. After a while, the pork miso soup was done. Next, I should make the pork fried with ginger. I cut the meat into thin slices and fried it. At the same time, I grated the ginger and mixed it together with soy sauce and mirin to create a sauce. I put that over fire, and when its color changed, its fragrant smell filled me, causing me to exclaim. Kurana and Miyabi were focused on the meat, but all that's left now is to mix it with the sauce. And voila! The pork fried with ginger is done. Simple and delicious. There are various ways to make pork fried with ginger, some marinating the meat with the sauce, but this is how I make it. As for why, that's because in my previous life I preferred food that were quick and delicious. Although, I suppose I can try my hand at those other methods now, but let's leave that for another time. After that I cut the cabbage into fine thin strips and divided an oddly sized tomato, bigger than a cherry tomato but smaller than a normal tomato, into 4. Good. The rice is also done, so. When I approached the rice, I noticed a man with black hair at the corner of my vision. Puro-san. Since when were you there? Ryuma, Puro-san walked out from the shadow of the kitchen's entrance and revealed himself. It was strangely awkward. Forgive me, the smell was so good I couldn't help myself. Before I knew it, I was already standing here. Puro, the smell of cooked rice and pork fried with ginger must have whet his appetite. Dad, it's not good to sneak around. If you want to watch, just say so. Miyabi, I ignored the scene of the daughter scolding her dad as I served 4 portions for ourselves. All done. Ryuma, really? Then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Puro called for the servants to bring the food to the table. At the dining table. This is smash boar meat fried with ginger. Please enjoy. Ryuma, it looks so delicious. Don't mind if I dig in. Itadakimasu. Miyabi-san started eating. She skillfully took a piece of meat with her chopsticks and took a bite. In the next moment, her ears perked up and stretched themselves, then she exclaimed. Delicious. It's so delicious. Miyabi, oh my. You're not kidding. It's so good. I thought it would be delicious even while it was still being cooked, but having a taste of the real thing, I have to say it's even better than I'd thought. Kurana, the fried ginger is good, all right, but this soup is also something else. What do you call this? Pork miso soup. It's delicious. On top of that, it's healthy too with all these vegetables. If this dish were to gain popularity, soy sauce and miso will surely sell. Puro, looks like they like it. I'm glad they're enjoying themselves. Puro-san keeps looking at it from a merchant's perspective, but there's no doubt that he genuinely enjoys it too. While explaining the dish myself, I tasted the food I cooked and was filled with satisfaction. Puro-san liked the pork fried with jjija so much that he declared that he would have it made available in the delicatessen starting this evening. He sure works fast. The next day, after having breakfast, I went out the front door to go to the store, but then a carriage stopped right in front of the Sionji firm. Is that Carla-san? Ryuma, huh? Boss. Carla, so, it really was her. She had her back on me and was giving orders to some people, that's why she didn't notice. So, you've arrived. It was a long trip, wasn't it? Ryuma, sorry to keep you waiting, boss. Where's the store? Carla, it's across the street. That one. Ryuma, I pointed at the store and gave orders to people I don't know to bring the carriage to the store. They must be the new recruits. After that I took Carla-san and Kalkin-san's group to greet Puro-san, then we went ahead and began preparations to open the store. 4 days later. We took 2 days to decide the particulars of the store, then after checking everything and making sure everyone knew their roles, we opened the store on the 3rd day. There are 5 new recruits for the branch store. They had a short course of training previously, so they were able to work well. Of the 5, 1 was the chef, and the remaining 4 were the employees and bodyguards of the store. As for why they're also working as bodyguards, that's because they're former C-rank adventurers. When I asked them why they would want to work at my store, they said that they did just fine as adventurers, but when they were approaching their limits, a monster appeared and cost them 2 of their friends. At the time, they didn't know a thing about the monster that appeared, and they could do nothing more than run. The only reason they survived was because of luck and because their dead comrades got the monster's attention. Their 2 friends knew that they couldn't run anymore because of their injuries and that they wouldn't last long enough to reach town, so they used whatever remained of their lives to get the monster's attention. When they managed to reach town, they immediately went to the guild and told them about the monster. Fortunately, there was an A-rank party at the time, and the monster was easily dealt with. When they went to see the monster and the place where it died in order to sort out their feelings, they found out that it was a B-rank monster. A monster that was so strong that they couldn't do anything against it, but run was just 1 rank above theirs. To make things worse, there was a party that could easily hunt said monster. After that they gave up trying to become B-rankers. They could make enough money just working C-rank jobs, so they started saving up and looked for another job where they could settle down. That's when they found my store. They're former C-rankers. They might not be a match for B-rank monsters, but they're more than strong enough to deal with some ruffians. As such, the guild master gave a stamp approval, certifying that they're suitable to bodyguards. Knowing I'm an adventurer too, they gave me some advice, telling me to prioritize safety above all. They're definitely good guys. If it's them, I'm sure they'll be able to get along with other people. Speaking of which, a few days ago, when the store had just opened, Ken-san and the others came. There were barely any customers just yet, so I gave them a short explanation of the store, how it works, and asked them to become regulars, but the conversation very quickly turned to the smash bore. Their experience resonated with the experience of my adventurer employees, so as a result, my employees ended up giving them various advice and even told them their story of why they gave up being adventurers. Actually, this was when I first learned about their story. Anyway, with the store functional, there was no longer any reason for me to stay at Renoff. As such, I decided to leave the store to Carla-san and go back to Jimuru. Puro-san, Carla-san, and the others saw me off. Ryuma, do your best. It's a match from now on, you hear me? You have to keep building more stores. Puro, be careful. Kurana, boss, don't worry. I'll be sure to take good care of the store. Carla, we'll do our best to learn store management as quickly as possible. Tony, leave it to me. I won't waste money like before anymore. Just you wait, I'll show you a store overflowing with money. Kalkin, boss, please take care of your body. Robelia, you take care too. Ryuma-han, be sure not to push yourself too hard, alright? I don't know when we'll meet again, but please don't die. Miyabi, but of course. I don't plan on dying just yet. Ryuma, there were still a lot of things left to do. My grandparents' inheritance and research. My slimes. My promise with Elia. Oh, right. Miyabi did say she's going to the academy. In that case, she might meet Elia. Elia said she didn't have any friends and Miyabi is going there with the sole intention of making connections, so. Miyabi-san. Ryoma, what's up? Miyabi, you're going to the academy at the capital this year, right? Ryoma, that's right. What about it? Miyabi, in that case, there's something I'd like to ask you. Ryoma, oh. What is it? Miyabi, there's a girl who'll be enrolling this year. Her name is Elia. If you can, it would be great if you could get along with her. She's a good girl and she's also a noble, so you'll be able to make one of your connections with her. Also, can you pass her a message from me? Tell her good luck. Ryoma, as long as that girl isn't involved with some weird people, then sure. Miyabi, thanks. I wish you well too. Ryoma, of course. And you too. Miyabi, I thanked everyone for sending me off, then I went back to Jimuru. Chapter 84 Volume 3 Chapter 84 The next day. After arriving at Jimuru around noontime, I decided to show my face at the store. Welcome back, boss. It's been a while, Karm-san. After greeting each other, Karm-san gave me a report of the store's recent activities. There have been no impediments to the store's operation recently, but there was an incident a few days ago. Karm, an incident? What happened? Ryoma, you know that charcoal you left in the kitchen. You said it had the ability to absorb humidity from the air, so having it around could improve the air in the kitchen, right? Karm, yes, though the effects vary according to the amount and quality of the charcoal. Ryoma, actually, Fina-san and the others tried that charcoal thing out several times, but all of a sudden, the charcoal disappeared. A charcoal thief had appeared and caused a commotion for some time. Karm, a charcoal thief. Since you said, for some time, I take it you've already dealt with it. Ryoma, yes. It turns out the culprits are none other than the cleaner slimes. Karm, the cleaner slimes. Ryoma, don't tell me. It ate the charcoal. Ryoma, yep. They ate all of the charcoal we left at the slime waiting room. And according to Maria-san, those cleaner slimes stopped being able to eat the filth off the laundry. They might have gotten sick. Karm, it's probably something else. Anyway, can you show me those slimes? Ryoma, of course. Karm-san left the office. He'll probably be back with the slimes very soon. Charcoal-eating slimes. Charcoal, so carbon. Or maybe they'll evolve into something else again. Excuse me. I've brought Maria-san and the slimes. Karm, hi, boss, Maria. While I was thinking to myself, Karm had already returned. Behind him was a slightly uncomfortable Maria-san. The both of them each carried several cleaner slimes in their arms. Please. Over here. Ryoma, I listened to Maria's story while observing the slimes. Apparently, when she told the slimes, you can eat now, the slimes that ate charcoal left. I hear they can't eat anything else but charcoals. Ryoma, they prefer charcoals, so they're really half-hearted when it comes to laundry. As a result, the other slimes ate their portion. Maria, I see. Ryoma, the slimes can keep on working, but it's not really necessary to make them work when they don't want to. The slimes aren't sick. Most likely they've started to evolve. Upon evolution, a slime's diet and abilities will change. Please leave these two slimes to me. If something like this happens again in the future, please be sure to contact me. Depending on the situation, they might end up damaging the laundry, so at that time, Karm-san, you decide what to do. Maria-san, I'll leave the management of the next slimes to you. Should the laundry get damaged, we'll compensate the customers and quarantine the slimes. I'll do my best. Maria, I'm counting on you. Karm-san and I will help you too, so you don't have to think that hard about it. In fact, I even want to thank you. Ryoma, a new slime being born makes me really happy. So happy that I don't mind giving her a gift of money for this. I'll make a charcoal kiln as soon as I get back. While we were talking, Maria finally became relieved. After passing the contract of the two slimes to me, the slime incident was concluded. I sent Maria-san back to work, and this time I gave Karm a report of my own. the Renoff branch store was able to open without any problems. They'll send us a report regularly. Ryuma, it's good to hear that everything went well. Carm, yes. That's it for the reports regarding the stores. But there's actually a private matter I need to report too. Ryuma, I informed Carm that I won't be able to come back to town for a while in order to get my grandparents' inheritance. At first, he was just someone Surge-san introduced to me, but after everything we've been through, he's already someone that I trust. As such, I'm thinking of gradually increasing the number of adventurer jobs I take. Ryuma, I see. So you'll be going back to your original plans. Carm, sorry for troubling you. Ryuma, it's fine. Just leave the store to me. I'll be sure to let you know when we need you. Carm-san smiled with a face brimming with resolve. With this I can leave the store to him. By the way, where is your hometown? I don't think I've ever heard the name of your village. Carm, ever. Heard of the Great Shurus Forest? It's inside, why are you making that face? Ryuma, the moment I mentioned the name of the region, Carm made a face he's never shown before. Asterisk cough. Excuse me. I was just taken by surprise. I'm impressed you actually managed to survive, that's his reaction. I guess it really is a dangerous place. Ryuma, it's a dense and giant forest with countless monsters living in it. If you go deep inside, you're bound to meet an A-rank monster. I'm told that if not for all the bases that have been constructed there by people in the past, there wouldn't even be a way to refill one's supplies. Just being able to get out of that place is a miracle. Carm, ha ha ha. Well, to be honest, I want to get back through official channels, so I'll have to raise my adventurer rank first. I'll use that time to prepare myself sufficiently. Ryuma, in that case, please be talk to Surge-sama. I'm sure he can help you with the supplies. Moreover, the Morgan firm has many branch stores, so I'm sure his help will be invaluable. Carm, it looked as if Carm was worrying whether to try and stop me or not, but in the end, he just gave me some information and encouraged me. Afterwards, I dropped by the Morgan firm before going home, and it seemed to be more hectic than normal. I was considering just dropping by another time, but then the clerk greeted me and I was able to meet with Surge-san. When I talked to him about my plans, he gave a similar reaction. So you were from the Great Forest. It must have been difficult for you. Surge, I was desperate to get out at the time, so I don't really remember the details. Ryuma, I see. I suppose that makes sense. In any case, I'm not sure how to describe the place, but it's a harsh place that challenges the most tenacious adventurers. Or at least, that's what the adventurers say. It's not a place someone like me could enter. Still, why all of the sudden? Surge, a few days ago, I happened upon a monster similar to those of Shurus and was remembered some things. Also, I hear there's no more people left in the village. Ryuma, considering where the village is situated, it's possible. Surge, another reason I'm going is to confirm it. It's still some time way away before I actually get to it, but I'll be setting it as one of my goals as an adventurer. Ryuma, I see. You have my support, Ryuma-sama. If there's anything you need, please drop by our Morgan firm. Surge, thank you. By the way, is there something going on today? Ryuma, it really seems more hectic than usual. I wonder if I came at a bad time. No. In fact, it was good that you dropped by today, as I'll be going to the Magic Tools Fair in Carabin starting tomorrow. It'll be a week-long trip, so we're preparing for the trip. Surge, Magic Tools Fair. That sounds interesting. Ryuma, are you interested? Surge, The color of his eyes changed. Are these the eyes of an otaku? We haven't had a lot of opportunities to talk, but could it be that this is something you're very fond of? Ryuma, as a matter of fact I am actually known as a collector among my contemporaries, hence, my trip to the fair is half work and half hobby. Surge, I see. It does sound fun just taking a look around. Ryuma, indeed. After all, even magic tools of the same kind differ from each other depending on the artisan and workshop that made them. Moreover, the items that appear in the fair aren't your usual ones. The items that appear are either made by apprentices or are one-of-a-kind items. Finding interesting things or finding people with a promising future is also something worth looking forward to. Surge-san's eyes were on fire. I myself have tried to make a magic tool, but it really doesn't work unless one is a proper artisan. Surge-san, you can use enchantment magic. Ryoma, oh, no. Not at all. My mana pool is so small, I can't even use elemental magic. But some magic tools can be made even without mana. Give me a second. Surge, having already entered his otaku mode, Surge-san left the room and came back with a wooden box. Take a look. Surge-san took out a cog from inside the box. At first glance, nothing seemed strange about it, but it turned. Ryoma, when Surge-san allowed his mana to course through the gear started rotating atop the desk. This gear has been enchanted with the neutral magic, spin. As you can see, allowing mana to course through it causes the gear to rotate. This is usually included in bigger tools as a power source. Of the more popular ones that use it is the magic automobile. So, literally a magical version of the automobile. I've never seen one. Unfortunately, it's not very practical. Although the magic automobile can move using a person's mana and magic stones, after adding the weight of one's luggage on top of the weight of the people riding inside and the frame of the magic automobile itself, it ends up being a little slower than a horse. On top of that, it costs magic stones to run. As such, it's much more practical to just use a normal horse. That being said, a huge race is held in the capital once a year for these magic automobiles. In fact, I happen to have one myself as part of my hobbies. He's talking really calmly, but you can really feel the fire behind his words. Oh, dear. It seems we've gone off topic. Anyway, there are all sorts of types, but you can use a magic tool procured externally to create a new magic tool without being able to use mana at all. There are many artisans who specialize in this. Surge, I see. That's really interesting. Ryoma, if you'd like, you can have this. Surge, oh, I couldn't possibly, Ryoma. Surge handed the gear to Ryoma along with the box. Naturally, Ryoma thought it would be shameless for him to just take it, but Surge-san scratched his head and said, I bought it from last year's fair, but I couldn't figure out what to do with it. Surge, apparently he bought it because he liked it and because he wanted to invest in the young apprentice that made it. But the thing is that he didn't actually need the gear. It was just taking up space in his storage room, so in the end, I decided to accept his goodwill. Thank you. Sorry to disturb you so suddenly. I even got a present, Ryoma. I should be saying that for pushing my dead inventory to you. Surge, if I ever think of an interesting tool, I'll be sure to make it and show it you. Ryoma, oh. I look forward to that. Surge, like that we parted with a smile on our face. I feel like I got closer to Surge-san today. Now then, I guess it's about time I went back home and took care of the slimes. Chapter 85 Volume 3 Chapter 85 Part 1 I'm home, Ryoma. When I got back, all the Rimmel birds went out to greet me. The slimes were present too, but they couldn't say anything. As I let out a lifeless voice in the mines, I fed the slimes and arranged my luggage. Next is Ryoma. In order to feed the charcoal-eating cleaner slimes, I started building a kiln for them. Here should be good, Ryoma. The place I chose was the wall of rocks next to my house, in an area between a tunnel entrance and the entrance. I dug a hole right next to the existing tunnel, then gradually expanded it until it became a room shaped like an ellipse. It was good enough for me to just use rock to supplement the room from time to time, so it didn't take that much effort to make. By the time I was done, the room was high enough for a child to walk around and big enough to accommodate 1 or 2 adults as a tent. Next up are the slimes. I called an earth slime and a huge scavenger slime. As the earth slime rode the huge scavenger slime raised it up near the ceiling. When it was near the ceiling, it caused a part of the ceiling to turn into sand and collapse. Like that, the slimes were able to gradually bore a hole through the ceiling. Good job. Ryoma, after creating an entrance from the tunnel, we went a step further and created a path leading to the tunnels above. The slimes looked like they still had a lot of energy left, so I had them reinforce the walls as they came back. With this, the chimney was mostly completed, which meant that the charcoal kiln was also mostly complete. It was so easy that I couldn't help but wonder to myself if it was really okay like this, but the kiln works, so I guess that's that. There are other ways to make a kiln. There's the traditional method which involves digging a hole for the kiln, building a frame, stuffing it with wood, then burying it with wood and dirt. There's also the drum method which involves a drum and a fire. There's a lot of ways to make a kiln, but the key point is to prevent the heat from escaping and to maintain the air to bake the wood. In my case, I'm going to put a cover over the chimney to keep the heat from escaping. As for the maintenance of the air, red soil kneaded with stone and water will do. And that's that for the kiln. Next, I'll go and do some rounds around the mine. This part of the mine hasn't been reached by the management much, so the area around my house is full of weeds. But when you think about how all these weeds can be used for fuel, it's not so bad. The weeds have grown high enough for me to be able to hide in them, but if I trim them and place them under the sun, depending on the weather, I could use them to get material I can easily start a fire with. Of course, I could also use them to make charcoal. I did my rounds around the mine while trimming the weeds, but then, pirororo. Rimmel bird, piperororo. Rimmel bird, Ryuma, I suddenly heard the cries of the rimmel birds. When I looked up at the sky, my rimmel birds were flying together as usual, but something was different. A flock of birds. Ryuma, the light in the backdrop made it hard to see clearly, but it seemed like there were a lot of other small living creatures flying. The rimmel birds surrounded them in the air. They seemed to be using magic too, as the other flying creatures were. Ah. Kuka. 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 Ryuma, when the movement of the other flying creatures were restricted, Einz let out a shrill cry, and in the next moment, all of the other flying creatures fell at the same time. So they were hunting. Ryuma, they're like a pod of dolphins hunting. Even though they're supposed to be birds. Surround the enemy, then use the nightmare bird's special mine-type attack. I don't know if their targets all fainted or not, but they all fell into the ground as if they'd lost control. I saw some of the rimmel birds eating some of those other flying creatures while still in the air, though. Were they snitching food? I should take a look, Ryuma. As I thought that, I went to the area near the top of the mountains where those things fell. Found it. Hey. Ryuma, Piro. Rimmel bird, Piroro. Rimmel bird, never mind. Just eat. Ryuma, my timing was a bit bad when I called out to the rimmel birds. As a result, they ended up replying while their beaks were still full, creating a rather splattery sight. So, those other flying creatures were cave bats, huh? Where did you find these critters? Ryuma, Piro. Rimmel bird, when I asked that, one of the rimmel birds took off and came back after chirping in front of a tunnel. It seems they're in that tunnel. It's not to the same extent as before, but it seems some monsters have made a home for themselves again after I left for a while. Pirororo. Rimmel bird, you don't have to bring me any. Ryuma, does he think I want some because I was staring? Dre had brought one with him, but I don't really want to eat a bat. Still, if there are any leftovers, I'll be sure to preserve them. How much they want to eat, however, is completely up to them. It's their kill. It's a load off my back if they're hunting the bats, so I just wished them luck and left. Sure was a surprise to see the rimmel birds hunting together, though. In the past, whenever I saw them hunt, they hunted alone, so it's a bit unexpected to see them hunt together. Come to think of it, since they can use wind magic, I wonder if they can use sound bomb if I teach it to them. If they can, then that'll make it even easier for them to hunt. I'll try teaching them next time. Volume 3 Chapter 85 Part 2 The next day. Good morning. Ryuma, oh, Ryuma-kun. Are you working here today? Malin, when I dropped by the Adventurers Guild early in the morning, I happened into Malin-san who was sticking some jobs onto the bulletin board. Yes. There's not a lot of work to do at my store right now, so I'm thinking of going back to my adventurer work. Ryuma, oh. Really? That's good to hear. What kind of job are you looking for? Malin, actually, there's something I need to deal with and was hoping to get some advice. Ryuma, don't worry. Part of our duties is to support the adventurers. So if there's something you need to talk about, I'm all ears. I can't promise I'll be very helpful, though. It'll depend on the topic. Afterwards, Malin, why you can't? Receptionist, The reception area is getting noisy. Oh. Excuse me. Malin, can't be helped, Malin-san muttered as she approached the two men and the unfamiliar receptionist girl. Hey, you two. Can you please not tease our receptionist so much? Malin, oh, Malin-san. Male 1, sorry. We might have been pushing it. Male 2, the two men quickly apologized and left, and now the receptionist girl is apologizing to Malin-san. Why? While I was wondering what was going on, Malin-san called for me. Is something the matter? Ryuma, let me introduce you. This girl here is Paina-chan. She just started last week. Malin, hi. I'm Paina. It's nice to meet you. Paina, Ryuma Takebayashi. It's nice to meet you too. Ryuma, I think you get it already, but she's a really shy kid, so it's easy for young men to tease her. Malin, you. I'm sorry. Paina, I guess she's about the size of a high school student. She looks human to me, but her small stature gives her an aura that resembles that of a small animal. She doesn't stand out as much when lined up with Malin-san, but she's good-looking and she's also unsophisticated. She's the sort of person that's easy to get involved with. Oops. I started going down the gloomy road there. Let's change the topic. So, Malin-san, did you need me for something? Ryuma, as I've said before, it's part of our job to hear out adventurers. So I was wondering if you'd be okay having this girl hear you out instead. Of course, I'll be present too of course in case she needs help. Malin, oh, that's no problem at all. I'll be in your care, Paina-san. Ryuma, why yes. I'll do my best. Paina, after that I brought to another room. It wasn't particularly big, but there was a chair and a desk, so it was more than enough for a little talk. Didn't know there was a room like this here. Ryuma, it's often used to guide neophyte adventurers and interrogate adventurers that have committed a crime. Ah. Please. Take a seat. Also, tea, Paina, oh, it's all right. Ryuma, sorry to keep you waiting. I've brought drinks. Now. Let's start. Malin, after finishing sticking the jobs on the bulletin board, Malin-san came back with drinks for all three of us and urged us to start the counseling process. So, what did you want to seek advice about? Paina, it's about my future activities as an adventurer. I've managed to set a goal for myself, and although I'm only an E rank right now, in the future, I should be able to rank up to AC. So I was wondering if it would be possible to get a list of jobs related to the monsters in this list that I could do while working toward my promotions. Ryuma, can I see that, Trent? Mad Salamander. Karafu Monkey, Paina, when I handed her the list of monsters that could be found in the Great Shurus Forest, she started comparing the monsters in it with those in her documents. There are monsters here that are beyond an E-ranker's jurisdiction. Paina, that's all right. I'll just take those on when I've been promoted. Still, it would be nice if I could get some information on those monsters right now. I hear the guild also deals with information on geography and monsters. Would it be possible for me to get such information too? Ryuma, absolutely. It would cost you money and several days' worth of time if you're looking for much information, but it is definitely possible. How much information do you need? Paina, let's see. I'd like to at least know basic information of the monsters in the list, such as their habitat and ecology. The most up-to-date information would be great, but I'm sure that's impossible. Still, there's no point in knowing where the monsters have been spotted if a long time has already passed. I think I'll just ask them to provide whatever information they can. Also, if you can get the information on the Great Forest of Shurus and all of the monsters living in it, that would be great too. Ryuma, wait. Malin, is something the matter? Ryuma, the Great Forest of Shurus. And this list of monsters. Are you planning on going there? Malin, that's my goal. Ryuma, I gave her the same explanation I gave to Surge-san and the others. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, I see. Sorry for butting in. So long as you increase your rank and do the proper preparations, the guild has no right to stop you. Continue. Malin, this much information would take quite a while. Sorry, senpai. Paina, for the documents, the completed documents will require enough money to cover the costs of the paper used, as well as the ink, and then there's also the salary of the people that worked on the documents. The scope of the information you're looking for is fairly expansive, so it'll take more than 2 weeks but less than a month to gather everything. In the worst-case scenario, you're looking at 10 small gold coins in damages, or in the best-case scenario, just 1 small gold coin, is what she should have told you at a time like this. Malin, the costs won't be an issue. I would rather not try to haggle with the price, only to end up with insufficient information. I'll pay as much as necessary, so long as you can get me accurate information. Ryuma, the guild guarantees the accuracy of the data. After all, since it's you we're talking about, I'm sure you'll be able to pay. Well then, Paina-chan, can you please prepare the contract and the blank form for the exchange? I've taught you the process, right? Malin, yes. Paina, after she left the room, only Malin-san and I were left. I can't believe you're from that place. Malin, are you familiar with the Great Forest? Ryuma, Only because of work. But I do know that it's a dangerous place. But after finding out where you're from, it's all starting to make sense. Malin, what do you mean? Ryuma, your abilities are simply too great compared to normal children. Even back there at the mines, you were put in AB rank group, and you even fought hordes of goblins. You don't know about this, but you're actually a rather popular topic among the employees, Malin, are really. Ryuma, they were talking about me. Scary. Ufufu. We weren't talking about anything bad. It was all praises. Something along the lines of how skilled you are or how you got rid of the work that had been piling up in the dust. Malin, that's fine then. Ryuma, talking about skills, though. I guess if you were able to get out of that place alone. If you were skilled enough to leave. I guess it's only natural that you'd be strong, huh? I hear the monsters there are on a completely different level. Even if 2 monsters are the same type, their individual strength, the frequency of their attacks, and even the likes of goblins are different when they're at that place. Malin, sorry to keep you waiting. Paina-san is back. Did she forget something? No. Just now she said, sorry to keep you waiting. And she's also handing a document. Yup. Good job. This'll work. Malin, thank you very much. Please confirm the contents and sign here. Paina, sure, Ryuma, I don't see anything wrong with the contents. The things I mentioned earlier have also been included. Done. Ryuma, thank you, this is the proof of your exchange with the guild. You'll need to exchange it with the document when the time comes. Please don't lose it. Paina, understood. Item box. Ryuma, I doubt I'll lose it if I store it in here. This settles this case, and next. Oh, what job will you be taking today? Paina, let's see. I need to rank up. Do you know of any difficult jobs nearby? Preferably, one that doesn't take much time to do and something that could easily bring up my rank. Ryuma, if you want a hard job, I think there should be a couple, but... Oh. Please wait a bit. I have just the job for you. Paina left like the wind and came back with a sheet of paper. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here it is. Just to confirm, that spell you used earlier, that's dimension magic, right? So you can use dimension magic, right? Because if you can, this job might just be what you're looking for. Paina, a transport job. The destination, Carabin. I know this place. I heard a magic tools fair is meant to open in it soon. But the fixed date is, as quickly as possible. Ryuma, Apparently, after loading the transport carriage with the goods and sending it on its way, the client forgot to load this one package. The client wants this delivered on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow if possible, but you won't have to take responsibility even if you fail to make it. After all, the client was the one who made the mistake. So long as you don't lose it or break it along the way, the job won't be marked as failed. If someone had noticed the package when the next transport was being loaded, we wouldn't be in this predicament. So, anyway, I was thinking that since you can use dimension magic, you might be able to make it in time. So. I'm so sorry, Paina, you don't have to apologize. I won't fail and you're really doing a good job, so. Ryuma, she was frighteningly fast in preparing the documents, and she even brought a suitable job for me after seeing me using dimension magic nonchalantly. The documents were also properly formatted even though she worked on them so fast. It can't be helped if she doesn't fully understand the contents of the job, right? At first, I thought she was a clumsy girl, but considering how it's only been a week since she was recruited, isn't she actually really talented? When I turned to Malin-san, she made a troubled face and nodded her head while smiling. She can do her job well. It's just that she's really timid. That's why I keep telling her she should be more confident. Malin, sorry, Paina, what a difficult person. But the job she recommended is pretty good, so I think I'll take it. Chapter 86 Volume 3 Chapter 86 Part 1 2 days later. All clear. Guard, thank you. Ryuma, I was able to reach Karabin without any problems. Didn't even get attacked by bandits or anything. Would you happen to know where the Dynome Magic Tool Workshop is? It seems that's where I'm supposed to deliver the package. Ryuma, it should be in the eastern part. Go straight down this path, and on the 24th Street. Actually, the directions afterwards are a bit complicated. I don't think you'll get it even if I tell you. Guard, I see. That's all right. Thank you for telling me that much. Ryuma, well, be careful. Ah, right. If you use the stagecoach over there, your trip should go much faster. Guard, I thanked the guard watching the gate and went to the stagecoach stop. There was a stagecoach ready, but it had no curtains or seats. It was basically a giant wagon. There was only one person inside too, the driver. This is the right place, right? Excuse me. How much would a trip to the 24th Street cost? Ryuma, 24th. 2 copper coins. Driver, all right. Ryuma, get on then. It's about time to leave. Driver, okay. Ryuma, after confirming that I had entered the stagecoach, the driver whipped the horses and set off. Can't you sell this pot cheaper? Townswoman, give me a break, lady. Townsman, hey. Don't you stray away. Townsman, I watched the people in town as we passed them by. It feels like there's more people here than before, and the road is also that much more congested. Where you from, boy? Driver, Jimuru. Ryuma, not too far from here, You sightseeing by yourself? Driver, I'm an adventurer, so there's a job I need to complete first, but I might go sightseeing afterwards. I hear there's a fair that's opening soon. Ryuma, yeah. It opens tomorrow. This time it's for magic tools. Driver, there are other fairs. Ryuma, what? Didn't you come from Jimuru? I'm pretty sure the fairs are popular even there. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's popular all over the region. The fairs occur 6 times a year. The main products vary each time, but each time it would be held in the center plaza and stalls of all sorts would be seen here and there. It happens every year, so for us who live here, we've already gotten used to it. Driver, 6 times a year. That would mean a fair every 2 months. No wonder they're used to it already. Our income gets a boost each time too, so it's pretty nice. Hey, try to make yourselves fit. Driver, the stagecoach stopped and more customers got on. This town sure is quite dense population-wise. Grab onto something tight. This is going to get rough. Driver, at that, the customers grabbed onto the edge of the stagecoach. I imitated them and held onto the edge as well, but what's going? Is the road uneven or something? As I was thinking that, a small cart passed slowly on the right side of the road up ahead. Stop taking your time. Walk faster, you old fart. An old man was pulling a cart with barrels piled atop of it, when a bunch of carriages driven by youths overtook him one after another. Talk about dangerous, driver, the driver of the stagecoach knit his brows. Those young drivers certainly seemed quite reckless with their overtaking, but at the same time, you can't help but agree that the old man was really going too slow. Either group could be seen as an obstacle depending on the person. I wonder who the driver was referring to. You're kidding, fellow passenger 1, is she planning to ride? Fellow passenger 2, this time it was my fellow passengers who started making a fuss. When I glanced at the next stop, I noticed a woman with the body of a sumo wrestler standing by the stop. 24th Street. Whoops. Sumo wrestler. GUFU. Ryuma, she put too much strength when she tried to enter the stagecoach that she ended up falling in. Sorry. Sumo wrestler. It's okay, Ryuma. I told her that she just startled me and I wasn't hurt or anything, but because of that little incident, the woman ended up sitting beside me, and the already cramped carriage became even more cramped. This is the place. Sumo wrestler. Thank you. Ryuma, don't mention it. Good luck on your job. Sumo wrestler. I was able to get the woman who sat beside me to lead the way. Thanks to her I was able to safely reach the Dino Magic Tools workshop. If not for her, I might have gotten lost. I'm glad I asked for her help. Item box, Ryuma, I took out the package and the job form. Welcome. Oh, what a cute customer we have here. Receptionist. When I passed through the door, a counter was there to greet me. Behind the counter sat a woman with a nice body. The store was pretty small, though. Kind of like those stores that also doubled as one's residence. Never seen you around here. Are you a messenger? If you need a lamp, we have some over there. Receptionist. The woman pointed at the small magic tools lined up along the shelves. I'm not one of her customers, though, so I told her that I'm an adventurer and that I'm here to deliver a package. A package? Receptionist. Yes. Could you please sign here? Ryuma, wait. Dad. Receptionist. I'll be there. Give me a sec. Receptionist's dad. A few minutes later, a bearded man appeared. What's up? Receptionist's dad. A delivery, apparently. It's for you, so it's be best that you receive it. Receptionist. A delivery, a component. I thought it wouldn't make it anymore. Here you go. Receptionist's dad. With the form signed, the job was complete. All that's left is to report to the guild. Thank you. I'll take my leave then, Ryuma. Wait. You came all the way from Jimuru, right? At least have a cup of tea first. Nothing expensive, though. Hey, I'll leave him to you. Receptionist's dad. Sure. Receptionist. After the bearded man said that, he went back inside. Meanwhile, the daughter was already pouring a cup of tea. Well, might as well, I guess. Volume 3 Chapter 86 Part 2, here. Receptionist. Thanks. Ryuma. I took the tea and drank it at one corner of the counter. This tea. It tastes like coffee. Well. Do you like it? Receptionist. Yeah. It tastes great. Ryuma. That's good to hear. I was a little worried since it is rather odd for a tea. Receptionist. I've drank something like it before. Did you make it from roasted beans? Or maybe from the root of a flower? Ryuma. Supposedly, it's made from the root of a flower called Dante. I don't know the details, but it's supposed to be good for your health. Receptionist. I see. Dandelion, Dante, coffee, huh. That sure brings me back. When I was still employed at the company, I would always find the time to drink it every day. Where can I buy this? Ryuma, you like it that much. An old man from a nearby florist always gives me some of it, but it's not an actual product and just something he came up with himself. Receptionist. I see. Thank you. Ryuma, since I know the name of the flower already, I can just make it myself. From my earthly knowledge, dandelion coffee is made by washing the roots with water, drying it, and then roasting it. Doesn't sound too hard. Thank you for the tea. Ryuma, sorry it wasn't much. Are you going already? Receptionist. Yeah. I need to find a place to stay at. Ryuma. I thanked her and left the store. But in the same moment I tried to turn the doorknob, I felt it open from the other side. Oops. Ryuma. Oh, my bad. When the door opened, the person on the other side and I tried to avoid each other, so we stopped for a moment. But because of that we ended up realizing who the other party was, causing us to be even more shocked. Ryuma-sama. Surge-san. Ryuma, standing before me was none other than Surge-san. He called my name too, so it's not just someone who looks like him. Good afternoon. What a strange coincidence. I did hear that you'd be going to the Magic Tools Fair, but, Ryuma, indeed. Ryuma-sama, may I know what brought you here? Surge, I had a package to deliver. Adventurer work. It was urgent, so the decision was made in haste. Ryuma, what a surprise. I'm currently going around greeting some people I know. This workshop happens to be one of the workshops I'm friendly with. Surge, I had no idea. Ryuma, Master Surge. You've come at last. Receptionist's dad, oh. Excuse me. Dino, it's been too long. Surge, you exaggerate. It's only been 2 or 3 months at most. You seem to be doing well, though. By the way, would you happen to know this boy here? Dino, the bearded man appeared once again from inside the workshop, and after a short exchange of greetings with Surge, looked at me with an odd gaze. My name is Ryuma Takebayashi. Surge-san is a benefactor of mine. Ryuma, likewise. Dino, Ryuma-sama might appear young, but he's a person worth having a good relationship with. He's also interested in magic tools. Surge, oh. You appraise him so highly. I'm Dino. If you're interested, you can take a look if you want. Dino, would that be all right? Ryuma, I'm inviting you. It's fine. Either way, I have something to show to Master Surge, so, Dino, after saying that, he went in without bothering to hear my reply. Surge-san followed from behind as if he were already used to it. I bowed my head to his daughter and followed the two of them in. It's here. Dino, ooh, Ryuma, beyond the door deeper inside was a room far bigger than anything one might have imagined from the earlier room. There were 4 boxes with wheels attached to them. Most probably the rumored magic cars. Various components and workbenches could also be seen in the corner of the room. On the other side was a large door and a wide window that's probably meant to allow materials to be brought in and out of the room. The room was bright and open. Remember. No touching. Only looking. Master, over here, Dino, I don't really know where to go, though, so I think I'll just follow Surge. Is this the newest model? It hasn't changed much. Surge, on the outside, perhaps, but on the inside. Not only is it more mobile now, it is also much lighter. Unfortunately, the main problem remains unsolved. Dino, is it impossible to load anything onto it? Ryuma, it's fine as long as it's light, but any more than that and it's no good. It's a delicate problem. And I can't make the body any lighter without compromising the strength of the body. I can't sacrifice safety. Dino, that is indeed the problem. Accidents happen even in races, after all. Surge, this topic about magic car races would come out from time to time. Maybe they're planning to participate. I guess you could liken the relationship between Dino-san and Surge-san to that of a mechanic and a sponsor. At first, I could still follow along, but as the conversation continued, the two maniacs started drifting off into their own world. I left when they started talking about the number of revolutions. After that I looked around the workshop, but honestly I couldn't really understand much just by looking. Just what are they making? This is rather normal. Ryoma, among the magic cars, was something that resembled a normal carriage. Well, the only real difference was that it could accommodate a horse in front and had a seat for the driver. Maybe this one isn't a magic car and is instead some other magic tool. I was curious, so I went back to the two and waited for them to stop talking for a moment. Dino-san. What magic tool is that one? Ryuma, that one. That's just a normal carriage. A neighbor asked me to fix it. Dino, I could easily accept him repairing a normal carriage, but Surge-san, who knew him longer, was confused. You accepting normal repair? Work. That's rare. Surge, yeah, well, Dino, while he was hesitating to talk about it, I asked Surge-san why it was so strange for him to repair the carriage. He's gotten a lot more mellow since his grandchild was born a few years ago, but he's someone who doesn't work on anything other than magic tools. I thought for sure he'd refer someone looking to repair a carriage to a shop that specialized in that. Surge, actually, I need money. For my grandchild. Dino, the bearded man, seemed really embarrassed to say that. His face was beet red. Planning to buy him a gift. I can help. Surge, as the air turned tepid, Surge-san came swinging with a proposal. But the bearded man, Dynome, refused him. It's not for a gift. It's for tuition. Dynome, for the Imperial Capital's Academy. Surge, yeah. Actually, Dynome, this guy keeps acting like he doesn't want to talk, but it's clear as day that he's dying to. Could he be? My grandkid is a genius. He's only 4, you know. He frequently comes to listen to us talk about work. And then my lowest-ranking disciple started explaining to him like a big brother. I was wondering to myself what an apprentice was talking all big for, but then. Look at this. Dynome, this guy's gone full doting grandpa mode and he isn't even bothering to hide his loose face. He opened a drawer from the workbench and brought back some cogwheels, then he suddenly picked one from the bunch and allowed his mana to course through it. Oh ho. Surge, the cog started spinning. It seemed to be the same kind of magic tool Surge-san showed me a few days ago. But this one is a lot slower in comparison, and from time to time, it would stop as if it were rusted then start moving again. Judging from the flow of the conversation, I take it this was made by your grandchild. Ryuma, that's exactly right, boy. Isn't he amazing? We can't sell this just yet, but my grandkid who's just 4 years old actually managed to make this. Dynome, he really learns fast. Ryuma, I know, right? I think he might have picked up something because I sometimes worked while carrying him on my back. It's really shocking, isn't it? Dynome, what an enviable kid. I can't even use enchant magic. Ryuma, when it comes to people like this, it's best not to contest them and just agree with whatever they say. That's something I learned from my past life. As such, I ended up listening to the guy as he boasted about his grandchild. Chapter 87 Volume 3 Chapter 87 Part 1 Good job. Surge, you too. Ryuma, after accompanying Dynome-san in his boasting about his grandchild, Surge-san and I walked around town. Thanks to Surge-san skillfully changing the topic, the sun was still high up when we left. Still, he was really taken by you. Spectacular performance, Ryuma-sama. Surge, oh, no. All I really did was to avoid making the situation any worse. It was your ability that got us out of trouble. Ryuma, what is with this villainous-sounding exchange? By the way, what are you going to do with that? Surge, what indeed, Ryuma, within my hand was a small box that contained a gear. Dynome-san calls it, the early work of a future famous magic tools artisan. I wonder if it'll ever have value. So how talented is his grandchild? Ryuma, From time to time, there are cases when a young child imitates his parents and ends up learning a spell. It's rare, so it could certainly be a sign of talent, but whether that talent will continue to bloom in the future is another story. Surge, figures, Ryuma, Dynome Dano is a lot mellower now, but in the past, he was a really difficult person. Although it was only really because of how much responsibility he felt for his work. He was also really strict on his disciples. So, even if he might be a little biased over his grandchild, if he thinks the child has potential, then that's one more thing to look forward to. Surge, I hope those expectations don't bear too heavily on Dynome-san's grandchild, though. By the way, I've been meaning to ask this since a while ago, but where are your guards? Isn't it dangerous for you to be walking around? This town's public order is pretty bad. Ryuma, the president of a company should have at least one bodyguard with him, but I don't see even a single one with him. It doesn't seem like they're just hiding either. I've stayed at this town countless times already. There's no real threat until the sun sets. And with the fair opening soon, security in town is tighter than usual. It should be fine as long as it's a place with many people. If I do find myself victim to a pickpocket or a thief, well, that's just because I wasn't paying enough attention. Besides, some of the people I need to greet don't like it when I bring people over. And it's not like I'm completely defenseless. Surge, as he said that, he knocked against the buckle of his belt. At first glance, the belt seemed no different than your usual belt, but is that a magic tool? Ryuma, that it is. One of my collections. When fed mana, it can erect a defensive magic barrier. And this bracelet of mine is a magic tool that can conjure a smoke screen. Given these two magic tools, I can hide myself and gather people's attention. People will think there's a fire, so they're bound to gather. I may not be able to fight, but when it comes to protecting myself, I am more than prepared. Surge, I see. My worries were unneeded. What will you be doing now, Ryuma-sama? Surge, I need to find a place to spend the night. I'm here already, after all, so I figured I might as well look around first tomorrow before going back. Ryuma, in that case, allow me to introduce you to the inn I'm staying at. It's inexpensive and right in front of the main road, providing easy access to the stagecoaches. Surge, thanks to Surge-san's assistance, I was able to find an inn quickly. Surge-san still had people to greet, so we parted ways and I went to the inn. But before parting we promised to have supper and go through the fair together. 30 minutes later. I managed to find an inn, but now I have nothing to do. Nothing was in need of urgent attention, the Magic Tools fair was tomorrow, supper wasn't until Surge-san returned, and the slimes have all been fed already, hence, there was nothing to do. It would be a pain if I went out and happened into Surge-san again, so. You know, at times like this, I really can't help but realize just how useful phones were. I wish we had a magic tool like that. Magic tool. Speaking of which, since there's nothing else to do, why don't I try my hand at making one? That spinning gear that I got before is still in my item box and I do have some iron in my dimension home. If I use my alchemy with it, I should be able to change it into various things. I don't know if I can make something with just those, but if possible I'd like to make something that I can use in my day-to-day life. When I started thinking of a magic tool that fulfilled those conditions, it suddenly occurred to me. There's actually quite a lot, aren't there? Ryuma, electric fan, ventilation fan, electric drill, a lawn mower that uses a rotating blade. Rotating shafts can be found in wheels and carriages, which fall under my knowledge in woodwork, so I think I can just reuse those. The next question would be whether I can gather the necessary parts or not, and then. I wonder if I can somehow incorporate gears into it. The gears just rotate using mana, so they might actually be quite simple to make. I'll think about it as I make it. Like that I went to work. Ryuma-sama, are you here? Surge, Ryuma, oh no. I lost track of time again. Surge-sans. Back already. Welcome back, Surge-san. Supper, right. I'll be right there in a jiffy. Just give me a sec. I'll just clean my room real quick. Ryuma, I didn't want to keep him waiting, so I just threw all my stuff in my item box. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, let us be off then. Surge, the place Surge-san brought me to was a Japanese bar-like store frequented by muscular men. Most of the customers seemed to be laborers considering how strong-bodied they were. Surge-san was the one choosing the place, so I thought for sure he'd take me to a luxurious store, so I was really surprised to see a low-class store. But then again, he might be just trying to be considerate. 1. Probably related to his woodworking skill too. Volume 3 Chapter 87 Part 2 The meat here really fills you up. It goes well with liquor, so I always end up eating too much whenever I come here. Surge, oh, Surge-san. Will you be in your usual seat? Female waiter, the waiter here remembers Surge-san by face and name. It seems he's a regular here. Yes. Surge, alrighty then. Oh, what a cute child. Are you together with him? Is he your son? Female waiter, excuse me. Ryuma, he's a customer. Surge, I know I look young, but having it thrown at my face like that really leaves one speechless. Even Surge-san is making a funny face. Please follow me to the second floor then. Female waiter, we followed the waiter up the stairs. Oh. When the door was opened, a refreshing wind blew past me. There were no walls nor windows in the second floor, only a roof and some columns to support it, leaving the city in full view. People could be seen below going to and fro the streets under the illumination of the lightings of the nearby buildings. The place was like a beer garden with how noisy it was, but the tables were separated by a partition woven out of hide, so there was also a hint of calmness mixed into it. Can I take your order? Female waiter, 2 sets of the usual please. But before you serve it, I'd like to have a drink first. What wine do you have today? Surge, you're in luck, Surge-san. The head chef managed to snag some higher quality ale today. Female waiter, Then give me some snacks and a beer mug full of ale. How about you, Ryuma-sama? Surge, I'll have the same. Ryuma, ale then. I suppose you'll be having that in a glass. Female waiter, a beer mug will do. Don't worry. This body has been blessed by Tikan-sama. Ryuma, in that case, the first drink will be on the house. Female waiter, I showed my status board as proof, just the part with the god of wine's blessing, and the waiter suddenly said that. Is that okay? Ryuma, I was just planning to use my status board like a license or ID, but for some reason, it got turned into a coupon instead. I'm not sure how to describe what I'm feeling, but I hope this is alright. For someone blessed by the god of wine to visit our store on the very same day that our head chef just so happened to snag some good ale, this is clearly the god of wine's will. Female waiter, the quality of wine affects the sales of restaurants, so there are many of them that are superstitious. Surge, in that case, I shall gratefully accept. Ryuma, alrighty then. Please wait a moment. Female waiter, I accepted the offer and sent the waiter on her way. I'll just pay if something happens. What a beautiful view. Ryuma, this view is the town's life itself. Surge, but despite all this hustle and bustle, you can still see the stars so clearly. Maybe it's because one of the lights is weak that it's able to naturally blend in with the artificial lights. Ryuma, sorry to keep you waiting. Here are your ale and snacks. Female waiter, that's fast. Ryuma, this restaurant serves ale and snacks really quickly. Surge, people ask for them. All the time, after all. So, go ahead and drink as much as you want. We'll serve them in a jiffy. Female waiter, it seems this store is making quite a bit. Ryuma-sama, would you honor me a toast? Surge, of course. Ryuma, cheers. Ryuma and Surge, we knocked our beer mugs against each other and drank from our respective mugs. Ryuma, as soon as the ale entered my mouth, its delightful fragrance filled me. It was sweet like fruit, but there was some herb mixed in as well. Bubbles welled up around my mouth as the ale slid down my tongue and into my throat. With barely any bitterness or strength to the liquor, I allowed the ale to keep on pouring. Puha. That's really good. Ryuma, you said it. It goes great with the snacks too. Yes. Very delicious. Surge, the ale was accompanied with salted nuts. Probably lightly roasted as well, as they emanated a faint aroma. The sweetness of the ale coupled with the aroma and saltiness of the nuts was truly a match made in heaven. What a perfect combination to let loose after work. Ryuma, oh, we're just getting started, Ryuma-sama. Wait till you have a taste of their meat. Surge, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, I don't drink myself full before the meat arrives. Phew. By the way, were those magic tools in your room earlier? Surge, you saw. How embarrassing. After our trip to Dynome's workshop, I couldn't help but try my hand at it as well. Ryuma, oh. So, they really were magic tools. What kind of magic tool did you come up with? Surge, it's not a secret or anything, so I decided to show him the smaller ones of the tools I made. What do you think? Ryuma, I say, Ryuma-sama, your imagination is truly unique. I've always felt that about you. Surge, what do you mean? Ryuma, for example, this electric fan and ventilation fan of yours. Both magic tools are meant to move wind, yes. Ventilation magic tools aren't rare, but it's very rare to see something that incorporates the rotation of a blade like yours does. After all, if all one wants to do is to move wind, then enchanting a tool with wind magic would more than solve the problem. That's common sense among magic tool artisans. In doing so, not only do you save on the costs of making a blade, you also make it easier to mass-produce your tool. Of course, there are also those who try to prioritize user-friendliness, but they're a minority. Surge, huh? I guess that was the cheaper way to do it. This way of doing things is somewhat similar to the magic car though. Ryuma, I agree. In the first place, magic cars were first invented based on a memo found in between the pages of an important historical book. That memo contained ideas for several magic tools, but didn't include any details. Fortunately, we were able to make some of them a reality. For example, the heater magic tool, which raises the temperature within a room, or the air conditioner magic tool, which does the opposite. There's also the cooler box, which cools food and keeps them fresh. Although these magic tools all function differently, they follow a similar philosophy to yours, Ryuma-sama. A philosophy most similar to the person who wrote that memo, Serge. Based on that naming sense, I'm guessing that person is an otherworlder like myself. Of course, I can't tell him that, so I just nodded and did my best not to let anything slip. Well, I didn't really think I would be able to make something good right at the start. Ryuma, oh, actually. This one is pretty good. Serge, huh? This one. Ryuma, Serge-san pointed at one of the magic tools I laid out on the table. It was a misshapen music box that looked like a toilet paper holder with a small comb attached to it and an uneven surface. When mana is coursed through it, the gears within turn, and a children's song can be heard playing from the uneven surface. But the melody played is nothing more than a simple tune that can be played with one finger on a piano. You sure about that? Ryuma, of course. I've seen many magic tools as a collector, but a magic tool that can play music on its own is really interesting. It may not be very useful, but as a toy, I believe it has more than enough value. There are many nobles that fancy toys like these. If you take better care of the design, I'm sure it'll sell. Serge, when Serge-san started talking in hushed voices, I knew for sure that he was serious. The music box was invented around the Middle Ages in Earth's Europe. But the prototype, carillon, a church bell meant to inform people of the time, existed long before that. At least, that's what I recall from one of my classes in college. Anyway, they took that prototype, made it automatic and outfitted it with a clock. Wait. Didn't the Jamil household give me a magic tool clock? If I recall correctly, it's supposedly so complicated that there was nothing else like it. 2. Are there really no magic tools like this that make sounds? Like for example, the bell church. I hear it a lot, and it would be a huge hassle if it was late for even a moment, so maybe something like this is used there. Ryuma, nothing really comes to mind. Magic tool alarms that use a whistle are a thing, but a magic tool that gives a musical performance on its own aren't. Normally, commoners would invite a traveling entertainer or a troubadour, while nobles would invite a musician if they wanted to listen to music. The church bell is tended to by the friars and the nuns. It's a systematic part of their lives, so there's no magic tool to substitute for them. I haven't really looked into it, though. Serge, so, I guess they don't have any recording technology. In that case, maybe a gramophone or a recorder would gather attention. I don't need to think about that now, but I do understand that the music box is surprisingly valued in this world. It seems you weren't planning on selling it, but I think it would be a waste to just leave it to dust. Serge, if I were planning on selling it, how would that work? I can't exactly mass-produce it by myself. Ryuma, well, Serge, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the store's special steak, herb pork. Female waiter, oh, the food is here. The fragrant aroma of the pork and the herb emanating from the steam really whets one's appetite. Let's continue this topic after the meal. Ryuma, of course. More ale please. Serge, as Serge-san ordered more ale, I quickly cleaned up my stuff on the table. 1. Author's note. 2. See Chapter 5 for the moment when he received the clock and Chapter 8 when he talks about it. Ctrl+F, clock, for your convenience. Chapter 88 Volume 3 Chapter 88 Part 1 After supper, I went back to the inn in a good mood. I gave the slimes the ale that I'd brought back, then Serge-san and I continued our conversation from earlier. Commissioning the music box would be best. Serge, I suppose that really would be the best way to go about it, isn't it? Ryuma, I can't produce enough on my own and I don't have any technical knowledge either. But then it begs the question, to whom should I commission it to? Serge-san and the Morgan firm can take care of the sales, but what about the craftsmen? I know many people we can ask, but for starters, how about trying Dino first? His skills are guaranteed and because of his work in the development of magic cars, he has some knowledge in magic tools like your music box. He also likes new things and he's already met you before, so he should be much easier to deal with. Serge, but won't it put too much burden on him? Ryuma, that would depend on how he goes about it, but I think it will be fine since he has 3 disciples under him. Moreover, your music box is really simple such that even someone like me could understand it, so I think there will be a lot of imitations once we introduce it to the market. We can incorporate some countermeasures for that and patent the music box, but wait. I've already talked to you about this before with the waterproof cloth, haven't I? Serge, yes. Ryuma, although he did give me an explanation about patents, it wasn't really any different from Earth's. An application is submitted to the Merchants Guild, then once the guild has certified it, they will crack down on anyone who infringes upon the patent. But to that end, it will be necessary to reveal the materials and technique used to the entire artisan guild. Supervising the patent would be difficult without this step, so it's not possible to refuse this step. Also, once the patent has been passed, anyone can then pay a fee to be able to use the technique or technology used legally. But of course, it's up to the rightful claimant whether to reveal his product to the public via a patent or keep it a secret. In the case of the waterproof cloth, I chose not to publicize the method since I could easily sell it through Serge-san. And in the case that people found out how to make it, well, that wouldn't be too bad either since it would shed some light on the usefulness of the slimes. Should the music box sell well, I'm sure other people will start to make a move. But if we turn to Dynome-san, we will most likely be able to limit the possibility of being flooded with orders. Ryuma, exactly. Serge-san wants to patent the music box, but is there something worrying you? Serge, I have to register at the Artisans Guild before being able to file a patent, right? Ryuma, yes. That is correct. Serge, although the only reason I will be registering to the guild is to allow me to apply for a patent, I am currently registered at the Tamers Guild, something I'm sure you're well aware of. As such, even if I register, I won't be able to accept any work. I don't think it's very nice for a person to be affiliated with an organization and not work. Ryuma, the Rimmel birds can deliver letters, but there are experts that do the same job. And as for the slimes, well, nothing more needs to be said, really. Branch Head Taylor is very kind to me, but that just makes the guilt of not working even worse. That's why I want to work at least a little if I'm going to register myself, but frankly, I have my hands full just with the Adventurers Guild and the store already. I could probably get something done if I were to push myself, but the Duke's household told me not to push myself, so I can't believe I'm actually thinking like this. Back in my previous life, I would just go, I can do it if I push myself a little. Then let's get to it. I wonder if this is what it means to grow up. I know. Since I'm going to be commissioning the music box to another person anyway, maybe I can just ask that person to submit the application instead. Ryuma, that's possible, but Serge-san suddenly held his head and appeared troubled. Anyone can serve as the applicant, but Dynome-dano. That man would surely say, you think I can just claim someone else's work, and refuse? Serge, so, it's pride. Also, if someone else applies for the patent, then the holder of the patent won't be you anymore, Ryuma-sama. In the worst case, he might take the profits for himself. What do you think about that? Serge, it would depend on the circumstances, but, Ryuma, when you think about it, I don't really have any right to the profits either. If anyone did have a right to it, it would be a person from a long, long time ago. All I really did was imitate what he did and make it here. It just so happens that there's no one to rebuke me for what I've done. A stroke of luck that happened to fall right into my lap without doing anything. A windfall even greater than that of the cleaner slimes. As such, I'm not really that attached to the proceeds made from the music box. But at the same time, I also don't have the pride or sense of justice to straight up refuse any money made from it. In short, I'll take what I can, and if there's no income, then there's none. I feel bad for Serge-san, but this is how I personally view things. Hence, my response to Serge-san was Volume 3 Chapter 88 Part 2 Regardless of who we partner with in the end, I don't really plan on asking for a huge cut. If the person we're working with is a magic tools craftsman, then I'm sure he will have some things that I will be needing as an adventurer, hence as compensation, it would be enough if I could consult with him and get some preferential treatment. I have no intentions of making things difficult over trivial matters, but if say, said partner is somewhat lacking in manners, then I still have an idea up my sleeves. Ryuma, I take it this is not just a music box with a different melody. Serge, of course not. And I haven't made a prototype yet either, but if it works, then it will eclipse the music box. So much so that the music box's value plummet. Ryuma, Surge-san placed his chin over his hand and became thoughtful. The gramophone and recorder that I thought of back at the store are both things that were developed after the music box. It is also said that they replaced the music box afterwards. If I could make them in this world, then. So what you're saying is that even if the rights to the music box is taken, you have a plan to crush them. Surge, it's just a possibility. Ryuma, the gramophone had a build kit for children included with a magazine in my previous life, and I do know how it works to some extent. It shouldn't be an issue making it with magic. The problem is the recorder. I'm not really sure how far I can go with that one. It's a bit vague, so I can't guarantee I can make something that will become popular in society. And in the case that my new product can't compete with the music box, we'll just have to owe it to my lack of foresight, knowledge, and ability. But that's a story for then. Ryuma, in other words, there's no telling what will happen unless we get to it. When Surge-san heard that, he sighed. I understand. We'll go in that direction then. Surge, are you sure? Ryuma, yes. I'm a bit surprised, though. Surge, what? Surge-san laughed when he saw me confused. Although I'm surprised to hear that you have an idea for a product that's better than the music box, I was even more surprised to hear you suggest to use that to steal someone's customers. I thought for sure you would choose a more pacifistic route and try to talk things through. Surge, I do prefer that, in fact, but there are times when you need to do things the hard way. Like when attacked, for example. Although, I do admit that I'm usually the easygoing sort. Ryuma, although this would mean I'm yet inexperienced myself, this also means that I've misread you, Ryuma-sama. What an interesting turn of events. Surge, what are you talking about? Ryuma, foo. My expectations for you have just gotten even higher. Surge, was there a factor like that? Or is he just drunk? Since we were already done talking and I was starting to worry for Surge-san, I decided to end the day. I saw Surge-san to his room, then after confirming our promise tomorrow, went back to my own. The next day. After leisurely eating breakfast, Surge-san and I went to town. The main street was even livelier today than it was yesterday. Crowds of people would pass to and fro the already narrow street, and it was not until after much effort that the stagecoach was able to reach the central plaza. So this is the fair. Ryuma, many tents were lined up in the plaza and carriages were forbidden inside. Luggages had to be brought from the carriages via wagons, and the pedestrians were free to walk around. The master over there. How about giving our store goods a look? Clerk 1, young master, we have some interesting toys here. Clerk 2, new magic tool designs from the capital here. Our products are cutting edge. Clerk 3, there's so many people calling out, I don't know where to go. So, what's the plan? Ryuma, actually, I also just drop by any store I find interesting. Ryuma-sama, don't you have something you're looking for? Surge, Well, I was thinking of building a kitchen in my house, so something that would be useful for that would be nice. Also, something useful for the maintenance of the mines or something that would prove useful in my travels. Ryuma, then let's go around and look for those. Surge, and so, we roamed around the tents. This one is all farming tools. Ryuma, yes. Most of them are farming tools enchanted with physical strengthening magic. These tools can make one's life much easier at the cost of mana. There's a high demand for these. Surge, oh, I think I can use these in the maintenance of the mines. Ryuma, welcome. What would you like to purchase? Clerk, do you have a lumbering axe and a sickle for mowing? Ryuma, we have several axes here, but for the sickle, we only have this one. Clerk, that's a scythe. Ryuma, the small ones are easy enough to use without enchantment, so we've already sold out our stock. Clerk, well, it's not that bad. I mean, with a bigger sickle, I can cut more at a time. I just have to get used to it. Fine. I'll take that scythe along with that axe, and then that pitchfork. Ryuma, would you prefer the tools that consume magic stones or the ones that consume one's own mana? Clerk, the latter, please. Ryuma, that'll be 29,000 suits all in all. Clerk, do you have change? Ryuma, of course. Please come again. Clerk, I paid 3 small gold coins and got back a medium silver coin. I stored my purchased items into my item box and proceeded to the next store. What are these? Ryuma, before me were some mysterious products lined up. This seems to be a store aimed at traders. This magic tool, for example, is meant to be used for things related to construction. Surge, a metal rod with 7 round bumps equally spaced. How do you use this? These round bumps have been imbued with varying strengths of the earth magic, break rock. If you use this rod on a stone wall or anything made out of stone, you will be able to measure how resistant the wall or object is toward earth magic. This is useful even if the target has been painted with earth magic resistant paint, as the effect of such paint declines over time. Surge, huh? So, tools like this are a thing too. Ryuma, incidentally, the building stones you sold me were rated quite favorably by this tool. Surge, somehow, it feels like that was ages ago. Ryuma, it hasn't even been a year, though, mu. Surge, what happened? Ryuma, a store caught my eye. Surge, I followed after, and Surge-san stooped over a corner of the plaza, where several products were laid over a carpet. Mind if I take a look? Surge, please go ahead. Clerk, the young man looked really nervous, but Surge-san just seriously examined the products. This millstone. Has this been enchanted with spin? Surge, yes. In fact, all of the products here have. Clerk, if you don't mind me asking, what workshop are you affiliated with? Sarag, I'm not presently. Clerk, Surge-san smiled when he heard that, and after purchasing the small millstone, handed the man a letter. When the man saw that, he bowed his head deeply and saw us off as we left his store. Surge-san, isn't that heavy? I can store it in my item box for you. Ryuma, thank you. Surge, no problem. By the way, what was that just now? Ryuma, that man didn't have a tent, right? Well, those tents are actually loaned by the steering committee to stores and workshops that have applied for a position. So if someone is without a tent, that means they're here alone. This is usually taken to mean that they are currently looking for an employer or somewhere to hone their skills. In his case, he was probably chased out of his workshop. His skills are still somewhat lacking, but the rotation of this millstone is something. He seems like a serious kid, so though if he had a place to hone his skills, he might be able to develop himself further. Surge, so, he saw a promising individual. In that case, that paper must be a letter of introduction. Exactly. It's addressed to Dynome Workshop. Surge, you hope to use him to speed up your magic car. Ryuma, hopefully, in the future, he'll be able to do just that. Surge, it'll be some time before his investment bears fruit, but Surge-san sure doesn't let an opportunity pass. We chatted while continuing to walk around the fair. Chapter 89 Volume 3 Chapter 89 Part 1 The Adventure Over There. Look. This quiver might look like just any other quiver, but with the enchantment of the item box spell, it can store up to 300 arrows. With this quiver you'll never have to worry about running out of arrows again. What was that? 300 arrows isn't enough. If you can't finish a hunt with 300 arrows, then you should give up the arrow. Merchant, a merchant was enacting a short play to attract customers. How much for the quiver? Male adventurer, you can get it for just 20,000 suits. Merchant, as soon as the merchant said that, the customers distanced themselves. It seems 20,000 suits is too expensive. Is it? Ryuma, it's not overpriced. Crafting a magic tool requires an artisan to know enchantment magic as well as the spell he wishes to imbue his tool with. In other words, it's not possible to enchant a tool with a spell one doesn't know of. And with dimension magic being one of the hardest disciplines, there aren't many magic tool artisans out there that can enchant a tool with a spell of its type, hence, the price tag. But that quiver and the farming tools you bought just a while ago are meant to be used for several years. So, while they might seem expensive at first, they are more than worth it considering how long they last. Surge, I see. The young master over there. Are you interested in magic? Why don't you take a look at my selection? Merchant, what are those? Ryuma, at the store of the man that called out was a pile of metal rods and books bound together with a string. Teaching materials for magic. The books can give information on theory, while the magic tool can invoke said magic and allow the student to have a better grasp of the image needed. But, these aren't published by the Magicians Guild. Serge, I assure you that these are not illegal goods. Merchant, I know perfectly well that it is legal to produce one's own instructional sets and sell them, but without the certification of the guild, there is no knowing whether the instructional materials provided can be trusted. Even if the spell is the same, there's no way to know whether the example provided by the magic tool and interpretation are correct. Unless of course you're willing to let us test the tool and read the book first. Serge, no, you can read if you want but only if you pay first. Merchant, that won't do. Let us go, Ryuma-sama. Serge, TCH. Merchant, it seems there are bad stores here too. Ryuma, indeed. That's why it makes me so happy when I'm able to find a good product or a promising individual. Oh. Ryuma-sama, look at that. Serge, when I followed Serge-san's gaze, I saw Dynome-san, whom we met yesterday. He was under a huge tent and was giving orders to his daughter and a young man, who seemed to be his disciple. I was thinking of greeting him and talking to him about our discussion yesterday. Serge, isn't he busy? Ryuma, doesn't seem to be the case. Look. Serge, oh. Ryuma, when I took another look, I noticed that a small child was clinging to his legs. And then after Dynome-san finished giving orders, he immediately went to seat on a wooden box and started patting his kid. He was completely in doting grandpa mode. So, that's Fadir-kun. He left the customers to his family. Are you sure he won't get mad if we drop by? Ryuma, he's not that narrow-minded. And besides, we're going there for business. He's the sort of guy who'll lend you an ear as long as he's not in the middle of work. By the way, you know how to make a sound-concealing barrier, right? Can you use that? Serge, sure. Ryuma, it's related to me too, so I don't really have any reason to refuse. When we went to the tent, the disciple noticed us and nodded to us. Pops. Master Serge is here. Disciple, Master. And Ryuma too. Welcome. Look, this is my grandchild, Fadir, who I spoke to you about. What do you think? Dynome, hello. I'm Ryuma. Ryuma. Fadir, what a cute kid. Ryuma, right. But why is he looking at you like that? Dynome, Dano, I've seen how cute your grandchild is now. Actually, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Serge, huh? You should have said so earlier then. Follow me. Dynome-san led Serge-san to a corner of the tent where some chairs were. That area is probably meant for resting. It's not very spacious, but it should be more than enough if they're just going to talk. Is there something the matter? Ryuma, for some reason, though, Fadir-kun was holding onto my clothes. Ryuma, play with me. Fadir, oh, seems he likes you. Dynome, let's play. Fadir, ah. Serge-san. Ryuma, don't mind me. I can talk to Dynome-san by myself. Go ahead and play. Serge, Dynome-san, is it all right? Ryuma, talking with us will just bore you. Go ahead. Have fun. Dynome, it's probably safe to leave the negotiations to Serge-san. But before playing with Fadir-kun, I did as we planned and put up a sound-concealing barrier. Did you just make a barrier? Dynome, yes. With this no one will be able to eavesdrop on you. I'll go play with Fadir-kun now. Ryuma, Dynome-san was a little shocked at my display, but I left him and went outside the barrier with Fadir-kun. The tent was the same as before. So, what should we play then? Ryuma, Shiritorai, word chain game. Let's start with the Gu from Magic Tools, Mahu-dugu. It seems the rules are no different from Earth's. Like that we started playing Shiritorai. Volume 3 Chapter 89 Part 2 we started playing Shiritorai, but I lost. Alright, one more time. Let's start from Gu again. Fadir, alright. Ryuma, how long are we supposed to do this? I've been winning once every 3 times, but this is already my 15th victory. I haven't been keeping count, but I'm pretty sure we've already played more than 40 times and for over 2 hours already. I've spent all my words already. He seems to be enjoying himself, though, so I guess it's fine. Thanks for keeping him company. And sorry too for troubling you. Here. Dinome's daughter, thank you. Ryuma, the daughter handed me a drink, and I was able to quench my thirst with a cold fruit juice. Ryuma, from Goo. Fadir, hey. Let him rest already. Daughter, it's fine, really. Ryuma, I'm all refreshed now, after all. I can still keep on going. Really? Aren't you fed up with it already? Dad would happily go along with it, but, daughter, I can't hear Surge-san and Dinome-san because of the barrier, but from the looks of things, they were still happily talking. They would look at me from time to time, though. I wonder if negotiations are going poorly. Either way, I shouldn't try to interfere. Ryuma, Goo. Fadir, oh, right. Gray, Guriai, Wolf, Urufu, Ryuma, Fadir, 1. Fadir, it seems it's okay to use your own name. We clashed 3 more times after that. Again. From Goo. Fadir, you really like Shiritorai, huh? Ryuma, but when I said that, not really. Fadir denied it. Huh, you hate Shiritorai. Ryuma, I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. Fadir, huh? So what is it that you want to do? Ryuma, I want to go outside. But Mom says I shouldn't go outside, and I don't have any toys either, so I just play Shiritorai. Fadir, so the reason he keeps playing Shiritorai is because he doesn't have anything else to do. I wish I'd asked him earlier. But in that case. Then, want to play another game? Ryuma, sure. Fadir, excuse me. Can I borrow that trash can? Ryuma, this. Sure. Daughter, thank you. Ryuma, I took a cloth from my item box and stretched it out over the trash can, then I fixed it into place with a string. What are you going to do with that? Fadir, this is a stage, ever heard of, by Goma, spinning tops. Ryuma, I'm sure any Japanese would recognize that name, but I'm not so sure about the children of this world. Actually, scratch that. I'm not even sure anymore if even Japanese children can still recognize the name, but at the very least, it was popular when I was young. The spinning top is supposed to be made with lead, but the tops I have with me are made from iron since I made them yesterday along with my other magic tools. I have 2 spinning tops and 2 strings. I placed those atop the stage, while Fadir closely watched. He didn't know what I was up to, but he looked interested. This is how you play. Hoi. Ryuma, ah. Fadir, it's been a long time, but my body still remembers. I threw the spinning top and it drew a circle around the stage until it eventually gathered at the center. It's spinning. Fadir, give it a try. I'll teach you. Ryuma, teach me. Teach me. Fadir, let's start with how to win the top. I did the best I could to make everything simple for Fadir-kun, but it seems to be too difficult for a 4-year-old kid, as he kept failing. I handed him a top that's been winded already before he lost interest. This is how you throw it. Like this. Ryuma, let me try, Fadir, you have to put more strength into it when pulling. Ryuma, I stood between the stage and the store just in case he made a mistake. This way, even if the top is thrown poorly, there won't be any damages. Fadir-kun continued training how to wind up the top and throw it, and eventually. Sorry to keep you waiting. Surge, Fadir Grandpa is finally done with work. Dinome, Surge-san and Dinome-san finally left the barrier. Gramps. Fadir, Surge-san. How was it? Ryuma, everything went fine. Dinome Dano accepted the conditions you brought up last night. Surge, I see. Thank you very much, Surge-san, Dinome-san. Ryuma, don't mention it. This is an equal trade. We get to make some profit and you get to avoid some needless trouble. Although, how much favorable treatment I can give you will depend on how much of a profit your magic tool will be able to bring us. You can drop by to get advice on magic tools as long as I'm not in the middle of work. Drop by the store whenever you need to. Dinome, I look forward to working with you. Ryuma, same. Dinome, Grandpa, wind this up. Fadir, oh. What is this? No, really. What is this? Boss, do you know what this is? Dinome, a Toronero. Surge, it's a spinning top. What's a Toronero? Ryuma, a wooden toy that looks like this, but it's a lot bigger and has a rod in the middle. You play it by holding the rod with both hands and turning it like this. Surge, Surge-san made a gesture like when one makes a taekwondo. Fly, too. This toy is a bit different. You wind it up with a string like this and then throw it like this. Ryuma, oh, Dinome, so it is a kind of Toronero. Toroneros vary from region to region, so is this how they do it where you're from, Ryuma-sama? Surge, yes. Ryuma, so, this is how people from the Great Shurus Forest do things. Surge, wind it up. Wind it up. Fadir, hey, Ryuma. Am I doing it right? Dinome, huh? Ryuma, huh? Dinome-san doesn't know the toy, but he knows how to wind it up. Yes. That's right. Ryuma, and then you throw it like this, right? Dinome, yes, Ryuma, it's spinning. Dinome's spinning top was spinning wonderfully atop the stage. You know this toy? Ryuma, no. I just copied what you did when you wounded up yourself and threw it. How long do you think I've been living on these fingers of mine? Something on this level is child's play. Dinome, Grandpa is amazing. Fadir, really? Thank you. Dinome, I think he's amazing too, but he's back to doting Grandpa mode again as soon as his grandchild praised him. Might as well give them both spinning tops. You sure you don't mind giving these to us? Dinome, yes. Please teach Fadir-kun how to play. Once you're both able to play, you can also throw both tops and have them clash against each other. Fadir-kun, you want to play with Grandpa too, right? Ryuma, yeah. Fadir, I see. Then I'll happily accept it. As thanks. Are you free tonight? Dinome, yes. Ryuma, in that case, why you don't drop by? We're going to have an awesome party after the fair. Dinome, an invitation to a closing party, huh? Which means that we'll have a relationship after this too. That being the case, I accepted his invitation. Like this I ended up making a connection with a magic tool artisan. 1. Fadir is spelled as, which uses a fu with a small e to make a fe. Still counts it seems since the first character is a fu. 2. Click here to see what he is talking about. I'm pretty sure I've seen these toys before, so there's probably a non-Japanese term for them, but I don't know what that is. Chapter 90 Volume 3 Chapter 90 Part 1 2 days later. Surge-san still had something to do, so I left him and went back to Jimuru. It was already late into the night when I got back to Jimuru. I was planning on just taking care of my slimes, and then going to sleep, but apparently that wouldn't be possible. Within a room in the abandoned mines was me and a cleaner slime. This cleaner slime is one of the cleaner slimes I got from the store. It started evolving a lot faster than expected. There's no way I can sleep now. Each time the cleaner slime released and sucked in mana, its transparent body became a little blacker. The evolution process was a long way from finishing, so I happily waited. Eventually. Oh! It's done. The mana stilled and the slime started crawling in the room. Its body was dull black with no luster. Like a powdered charcoal molded into a dumpling. A closer look shows that it has the same gelatin-like body of the slime, so perhaps calling it a lusterless black viscous liquid would be more appropriate. But enough of that. Let's see what kind of monster it is. Monster identify, O. Deodorant slime skill absorb odor LV8 extract odor component LV6 erase odor component LV8 odor defense LV5 stench LV2 irritating stench LV2 odor absorbing liquid LV7 odor component extraction liquid LV5 odor component erasure liquid LV7 odor defensive liquid LV4 liquid stench LV1 irritating liquid stench LV1 disease resistance LV5 poison resistance LV5 physical attack resistance LV1 clean LV4 sweeping LV1 jump LV3 split LV1 deodorant slime, huh? I expected it to be a carbon slime, but who would have thought it would end up taking this path instead? This slime. It probably specialized in getting rid of odor. All of its skill are basically deodorants, so it's easy to understand what they do. Anyway, let's go test this guy out. We'll be dealing with stinky stuff, so let's do it outside. After changing locations and investigating the new slime, I found out the following things. The absorb odor skill absorbs odor from the air. The extract odor component skill absorbs odor from an object that the slime is in contact with. These two skills might appear to be similar, but the area that they are able to affect is different. The erase odor component skill literally erases the stench, and the odor defense skill suppresses the smell and prevents it from latching onto others. The stench skill works just like the scavenger slimes, wherein it releases a foul odor. The irritating stench skill also releases a foul smell, but it's more irritating. It's not poisonous, it's just that the odor released is so strong that it's able to cause one to tear up, so it's a skill that needs to be handled with care. The irritating stench skill has the potential to become as effective as a tear gas grenade. The liquid variance of the skills just means that the slime releases the skill in liquid form instead of gas. The liquids are all black and sticky, so I personally can't help but liken them to mud. And then the rest of the skills are just hand-me-downs from when it was just a cleaner slime. As for feed, it can eat either charcoal or dirt. That's probably why it couldn't become a carbon slime. I should also investigate the liquids a little more. I collected the deodorant slime various liquid skills with the exception of the stench and irritating stench skills. To have a point of comparison, I also collected the cleaner slime's deodorizing liquid. It's a bit different compared to a cleaner slime's. The cleaner slime's deodorizing liquid is being sold in the product after the results of the investigations of Kalkinsan's team. We sell the products according to the concentration of the deodorizing liquid. The weakest concentration is sold as normal. The stronger variant is called super. And the strongest variant is called hyper, which is just the source liquid, but regardless, all three are used toward other liquids or rubbed on something. Unfortunately, using the deodorant slime's odor component erasure liquid like the deodorizing liquid results in the target object being stained with black, which it makes it difficult to use as a deodorizing agent for laundry. But the odor component erasure liquid of the deodorant slime has a special trait which allows it to be diluted when placed atop a person's hand or mix with other liquids. This is a unique trait that the cleaner slime's deodorizing liquid doesn't have. I don't know why, but when you add water or other liquids to the deodorizing liquid, its efficacy plummets. Which is why all three types of deodorizing liquid sold at the store are prepared by the cleaning slimes themselves. They mix the concentration of the liquid inside their body before puking it out. Did the composition change because of the charcoal? Is it still safe? I used identify, but it didn't give me an answer. The mysteries remain mysteries, while the possibilities only increase. If I check the key points of the odor-absorbing liquid and the odor component extraction liquid, there's another downside to the deodorizing liquid of the cleaner slime. It's certainly effective, but a female member of the Catman tribe said this about it. I can get rid of the smell from the landfill by using this, yeah. But as soon as the next pile of trash comes around, it starts stinking again, yeah. There were also other people who shared her sentiments. They would use the deodorizing liquid on shoes and the smell would go away, but when they wore it again, it would start stinking again. The cleaner slime's deodorizing liquid is only able to eliminate the odor from the object it is directly touching and its vicinity. The effect also doesn't last long, so if you apply it in a bigger scale or in an environment where stinky stuff are expected to be brought over and over, it's not very effective. Presently, the deodorizing liquid is popular among the Catman tribe and other customers with similarly sensitive noses. If I sell the odor component erasure liquid to those customers as a product able to remove stubborn odor, then it should be possible to turn up an even greater profit. The next problem would be the durability of the odor-absorbing liquid and the odor component extraction liquid. But finding that out will take time. I also need to find out if they can be used in a normal residence and not an environment like this abandoned mine. In any case, I'll cut my investigations for today here. Anyway, I should take a shower for now. Based on the time indicated on the clock, I should be able to leave for work at a good time even if I prepare myself at a leisurely pace. Volume 3 Chapter 90 Part 2, and that's the gist of it. Ryuma, you didn't even sleep before coming here. Karm, when I reported the events that occurred this morning to Karm-san, he looked at me with a fed-up expression. I couldn't find a good point to stop. By the way, would it be a problem if I did the experiment here too? Ryuma, so this sack contains the odor-absorbing liquid. It should be fine as long as it's not dangerous. Carm, I want to find out if this odor-absorbing liquid would still take effect while in this state. I also want to investigate how long its effect will last and how much of an effect it will have in an environment where people are active. The experiment won't be anything special. I will be just leaving this sack here. I've already confirmed that the odor-absorbing liquid works just as described, but there's a limit to how much odor it can absorb, and in the case of the scavenger slime, it quickly reaches that limit. Ryuma, once it reaches its limit, it becomes useless. Carm, yes. But it's possible that the stench released by the scavenger slimes just so happens to be too strong, so I plan to leave these sacks in various places and gather information like that. They're not poisonous, so it should be safe. In that case, there's no reason for me to be against it either. If things go well, it might become a new product too. Let's hope for a good result. I'll be going now then. I need to find people willing to help me with my experiment. Oh, and I almost forgot. Here. Souvenirs. Baked sweets from Caribbean. They've been popular lately. I tasted some myself and thought they were delicious. Not overly sweet, just the right amount. Ryuma, thanks. I'm sure the women will be elated. Carm, after leaving the distribution of the souvenirs to Carm-san, I dropped by the nearby florist. Good day, Pauline-san. Ryuma, oh, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. Haven't seen you in a while. Are you well? Pauline, yes. I had to go to Renoff and then Caribbean immediately after, but I'm doing just fine. I brought you some souvenirs by the way. They're baked sweets and last for a long time, but you might want to give them a try sooner than later. Ryuma, oh, you've brought us some nice things, haven't you? The children will be delighted. Did you come just for this? Pauline, it was then that I asked her if she minded helping me with the odor-absorbing liquid test. All right. Pauline-san happily agreed to help me. You're always helping us out. It's the least we can do. Besides, I also look forward to seeing a new product from your store. Leaving one sack around our store won't be a problem. Pauline, thank you very much. If anything happens or if there's anything that should displease you, please do inform me. We can make a much better product after receiving feedback. Ryuma, then I'll be sure not to hold back if something happens. Pauline-san happily laughed. Oh, one more thing. Would you happen to have some Dante flour here? Ryuma, we have some stock from yesterday. Pauline, as she said that she went to a corner where the flowers were lined up. And came back with a container. Inside were bouquets of yellow flowers. Large petals were connected to the flower and the stem, but because they were yellow-colored, I couldn't help but be reminded of dandelions. So this is a Dante flower. It's what I'm looking for. Only, all the flowers have already been cut. The roots are missing. Where are the roots? Ryuma, I cut them after purchase. Did you want the roots? Pauline, yes. In my hometown, we have a drink made from boiling a flower similar to the Dante flower. Ryuma, unfortunately, I've already thrown them away. You'll have to wait until the next. Wait. You grew your lawn before, right? I mean, you can use wood magic, right? Pauline, yes. I can. Ryuma, in that case, what about this? The seed of a Dante flower. New stock won't arrive until next week, you see. Pauline, that will do. How much for it? Ryuma, 50 suits per bag. Pauline, when she showed me the contents, I saw dozens of seeds that looked like sunflower seeds. I'll be making tea with these, so. Just one bag probably won't be enough. Ryuma, these seeds are meant for people that like to raise their own flowers, so there's not a lot per bag, but the storehouse should have 30 more bags. Pauline, in that case. Since I'll be experimenting at first, I'll take 10. Ryuma, all right. I'll get them now. Just wait a bit. Pauline, with 10 bags of seeds, I should have enough even if I fail a couple of times. I can get more later once I've confirmed that I can mass-produce these things. Oops. Gotta pay. Here you go. 500 suits all in all. Do be careful of monsterification if you use wood magic, though. Pauline, monsterify, what? Ryuma, sometimes plants grown through wood magic can turn out different. Scholars would probably have more complicated terms for it, but basically, the plants and trees end up with a different color, become imbued with poison, and could even become able to move like monsters. Apparently, it's because of mana. Some plants or trees are more prone to monsterification and some less so, but that's about all I know. I'm not an expert on the subject. Pauline, I see. This is my first time hearing that. Ryuma, ahaha. Well, unless several people cast spells or at least use a similar amount of mana, monsterification probably won't occur. It's not really something that happens a lot, so don't worry. Enough about that. If you manage to make some delicious drink, let me know, okay? I'll get you all the flowers and seeds you want as long as you'll buy them. Pauline, thank you very much. At that time, I'll be sure to rely on you. Ryuma, monsterification, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before. It seems there are all sorts of different mutations. I'm a little curious how mine will mutate. One day, I'll bring my experiment along that direction too, but for now, let's just make my dandelion coffee. I stored my purchased seeds into my item box and left the florist. Next, let's drop by the butcher and talk to them about the odor-absorbing liquid. If the opportunity permits, maybe I can also get some blood. After that, I'll drop by Mia-san's house. And then Rapin-san. And then like that I went around town looking for people to help me with my experiment. Chapter 91 Volume 3 Chapter 91 Part 1 The next day. Today, I'm going to make charcoal and look after the abandoned mine. Until now I've been relying on my charcoal reserves, but I've almost it up already. If I don't make some more before I really run out, the deodorant slimes won't have anything to eat. Also, the weeds I cut the other day are in good condition now, so. Oh, that feels good. Ryuma, it hasn't been raining recently, so the weeds have already been dried. If not for that, I would have had to use my alchemy to dry them in a flash. Alrighty then. Let's give it a shot. Ryuma, I used my newly purchased pitchfork to gather the weeds scattered on the ground. Oh. This is pretty good. Ryuma, I poured my mana into the metal fixtures attached to the handle of the pitchfork and invoked the body reinforcement spell imbued in it. Suddenly, it seemed as if the weight of the pitchfork had vanished from my hands, and I was able to easily gather the weeds. As a result, gathering all of the weeds into a single pile and storing it in my dimension home looked like a trifle job. This is actually fun. Next I have to cut out weeds for use next time. Ryuma, I took out my scythe from my item box. Light novels would have you believe that this is a weapon, but this is a farming tool. It has a handle like that of a one-handed sickle, only bigger. It has a blade, and there are two poles parallel to each other. Am I doing this right? Ryuma, there were metal fixtures similar to those of the pitchfork on the two poles, so I tried holding the scythe there. When I did, the giant sickle was positioned parallel to the ground with the edge of the blade facing forward. I've never used this tool before, so I'm not confident with how I'm holding it, but I think this should be about right. Heave-ho. I had my right hand on the front while my left hand pulled. Most of the grass caught were just pushed down, but the scythe had cut them a little, so I seemed to be using it right. I'll need to keep practicing. Foo. After an hour of trial, error and practice, I gradually became better at using the scythe. The key point was to position the blade similar to how I would position a katana. Also, the power comes from the hips rather than the arms. The arm is just there for support, and the part of the blade that should be hitting the weeds is the part near the edge of the blade. When I stuck to those key points, I was easily able to cut the weeds. Gradually, the boundary between the weeds that have been cut and those that haven't were changing. The scythe is much more efficient than a sickle that can only cut what's immediately in front of you, and it's also really fun to use when you know how to. Looks like I managed to snag another good purchase. This much should do. Ryuma, I left the mowing at that, and went down to the foot of the mountain to cut some lumber to turn into charcoal. Naturally, what I'll be using here is none other than my magic axe. Axes are generally heavy, but that's also the source of their strength, so you can't just make them lighter. This magic axe of mine, however, is imbued with a spell so that its wielder can use it as if it were light without reducing its actual weight. Depending on the person, this axe might be easier to use than attack magic. 4 or 5 trees should do. After cutting them down, I carried them back up, then I cut off the branches and divided them into appropriate parts, and then, before I knew it, the sun had already risen to its highest point. Should I take a break and have lunch now? This sound. Dange, Ryuma. I shifted my body slightly to then side, and in the next moment, an iron ball passed where my head was just a while ago. Be careful. Ryuma, the iron ball that passed was my iron slime. It wasn't moving from where it fell after I warned it. You can go. Ryuma, when I said that, the slime turned into an iron ball again and rolled back up the abandoned mine. Lately, the iron and metal slimes have been growing quickly. When I remembered about them turning into a ball when I caressed them, I made them practice the motion, and the metal slime was able to turn into a ball. Eventually, the iron slime was also able to do the same thing. I thought they were just gradually growing up, but a few days later, the metal and iron slime started rolling around wherever they pleased. A closer investigation showed that although their body was hard and heavy, inside, their nucleus could quickly move as it pleased, so they could shift the center of their gravity to move themselves where they pleased. At first, I thought it was nothing more than a coincidence, but eventually that coincidence turned into their main method of getting around. The slimes that used to be the slowest from my goo of slimes were now battling for first or second place in terms of speed. What's more is that the two of them learned the high-speed movement skill. That being said, it's only on level ground that they are able to move as they please. On hills or slopes, they could easily find themselves being taken by gravity. But the slimes actually enjoy that, so when I leave them on their own, they can usually be found rolling down the hills. When they roll down too quickly, though, they can end up out of course and fly off just like that one slime just now. Their bodies are made of metal, so it's really dangerous. The metal and iron slimes have also been increasing their numbers lately due to the abundance of food. All of those slimes are able to roll. I might have to make a special track for them in one of the tunnels. I'll think of something in the near future. Volume 3 Chapter 91 Part 2 After lunch. It's finally time to start making charcoal. First, I stuffed the furnace with lumber, then I lit the bundle of weeds and pile of branches that I'd gathered. Dinome-san gave me a magic igniter as a free sample, so I used this opportunity to give it a try. It had a long handle, so it was easy to use. After that I waited for the furnace to get hot. White smoke gradually billowed out from the chimney, the flames eventually turning into a partially blue transparent flame. Then when the smoke changed, I blocked the entrance and chimney of the furnace with a couple of red soil blocks. It might sound simple, but the timing is rather difficult to grasp unless you're used to it already. The first time I made charcoal was when I came to this world. Back in my past life, I neither had the environment nor time for it, so I always just looked on in awe whenever I saw people making it in television or in the internet. When I first tried it out myself, there were a lot of times when I carelessly burned everything in the furnace, or the opposite case where the fire died before the wood could become charcoal. But I've already gotten used to it by now. I know from experience that the smoke will still change some more, so I can just watch for now and wait. I need to get stronger. Ryuma, I have to go to the Great Shurus Forest. Gathering information and hunting monsters is fine and all, but it's hard to say that just that would be enough. Isn't there something else I could do? I doubt I could get through the forest with a hasty preparation, so I figure I might as well try to improve my skills. To that end, I thought of 4 possible aspects where I could improve myself in. One was equipment. I mainly fight using my body and my weapons, so providing myself a set of good weapons and armor should help, but this is pretty basic. The second candidate is to develop and train my magic. Frankly, I'm not very good at offensive magic. Despite my all-attribute affinity trait, an adventurer that specializes in magic is still far and above me. There's no other way to it. I have to train myself and slowly learn the techniques. But I have an advantage from my previous life. If I use that, I might be able to come up with new spells. Only, I don't exactly know how I'm going to accomplish that. I need information on the environment off the Great Shurus Forest too, so I guess I really need to rely on the guild's information. The third candidate is research on medicine and poison. I received medical knowledge when I came to this world. I haven't used it for anything other than medicine, but I should be able to make poison too. The slimes are experts in poison and medicine too, so they can definitely help. Also, I should be able to procure the necessary ingredients right now by ordering them. If I choose this path, I'll be able to add poison to my arsenal. Graziera-san, Fei-san, and Leland-san are also around to consult. The last candidate is the development of tools. I don't know if any of the tools I develop will be new to this world, but I could certainly bring some survival tools and convenient tools from my previous life to this world. If the tools already exist in this world, then that's fine, but if not, then that will be my fortune. I don't have any concrete plans yet. Ah. I could hear the sound of metal from the distance. Did they fall again? Ryuma, I wonder which one fell this time. I know both variants can't get hurt by falling, but I'd really appreciate it if they could stop. I know they're happy since they learned to roll and move quickly and all, but... Wait a moment. Transforming their body into a ball is no different from the other slimes transforming parts of their bodies into tentacles. The only difference is that their body is made out of metal. If so, then, Ryuma, does this mean that they could change into other shapes too? Like a sword or a hammer? In the first place, the reason they learned to become a ball is because I rolled them up, so if I shape them into what I want them to transform themselves into and slowly train them, it should be possible. The moment I realized that, I had to try it out. I immediately called 2 types of slimes over and shaped the iron slime into a knife while keeping an eye on the furnace. Oh! This can work. It definitely can. Ryuma, turning into a ball day after day seems to have improved the slime's abilities, and I was able to mold one into a rough shape after supporting it just a little. All that's left now is for the finer details. I need to make the blade part thinner. I guess this can do for now. Ryuma, after shaping the slime, I ordered it not to move, then I tested it against a bundle of dried weeds. I see. Ryuma, I'm definitely grinning right now. The iron slime knife is terrible at cutting. There are too many parts in the blade that's either thick or bent. If a store were to sell this, it would definitely be labeled a broken product. But it was able to cut the bundle of weeds. That might not be wholly true, but it was definitely able to cut it. Hence, if I am able to forge it into a better blade, if I am able to train the slimes and correct the mistakes, then they should be able to transform into a promising product. Let's do this. Ryuma, like that I focused wholeheartedly in polishing the iron and metal slimes while keeping an eye out for the furnace. As a result, the charcoal making was a failure. Chapter 92 Volume 3 Chapter 92 Part 1 The next day. Boss, there's a customer for you. Carm, a customer. Ryuma, when I dropped by the store, I was immediately informed that a customer was waiting for me. Miyasama has something to talk about regarding your experiment. Carm, in that case, bring her to the reception office, I told him. Mia-san. Ryuma. I've been waiting, nya. Mia, good morning. Sorry for making you wait. Ryuma, nah, it's my fault since I just showed up without an appointment, but I just really had to get more of this odor-absorbing liquid. Mia, I take it that means it was effective. Ryuma, after hearing her out it would appear that the effect lasted from yesterday afternoon until evening the next day. So, about a day at most. Was it effective in the morning? Ryuma, nya, doubt it. This liquid of yours is amazing, nya. It got rid of the stench coming from the landfill so well that I could actually take a deep breath and be refreshed for once. Although when a neighbor came to throw trash, he looked at me like I was some weirdo or something, nya. Mia, well, Ryuma, when you think about it, breathing in air fresh from the landfill and making a satisfied face would have surely looked odd, to say the least. But when he approached the landfill, he quickly realized that there was no smell, and he was able to understand why I was acting like I did. Since even that guy could tell the difference, there's no doubt that Ryuma's liquid is super effective, nya. Mia, I see. But one day is just too short. Ryuma, nya. You can tell, nya. Mia, more or less. Ryuma, as soon as I started this experiment, I found out that there's a limit to how much the odor-absorbing liquid can absorb. For example, if I were to use Identify on this sack of odor-absorbing liquid. Odor-absorbing liquid, a sack filled with the deodorant slime's odor-absorbing liquid. Due to the odor-absorbing liquid having already absorbed as much odor it can, it no longer has any effect. That's what it says. Just as it says, this odor-absorbing liquid has already absorbed as much as it can and can no longer absorb any more odor. Unfortunately, I found out that its capacity to absorb odor that is relatively small. Even if it is able to last longer than the cleaner slime's version of the odor-absorbing liquid, also known as the deodorizing liquid, it can at most last up to a week. But I doubt it can actually take effect that long. But in that experiment I was using the scavenger slime stench, so it wasn't representative of a normal household's environment, which is why I had to ask you for your help. Ryuma, I see, nya, so, don't you have anything that lasts longer, nya? Mia, then how about trying the odor component extraction liquid next? Ryuma, given same amount of stench from the scavenger slime, the odor-absorbing liquid could only last for a few minutes, whereas the odor component extraction liquid could last for almost an hour. The downside is that it has a smaller area of effect. So, it lasts longer, but its area of effect is also smaller. That's how the odor component extraction liquid works. Got it, nya. I can just leave it in the same place as before, right, nya? Mia, please. Ryuma, leave it to me, nya. I also want this experiment to be concluded as soon as possible, nya. It's for my sake too, nya. Mia, as she said that, Mia-san took the sack of odor component extraction liquid and went home. Conclude, Ryuma, actually, I can already see the conclusion. It's right before my eyes, after all. I turned to the deodorant slime that was puking out odor component extraction liquid while its body shook. As one might infer by this point in time, the deodorant slime is capable of combining the odor component extraction liquid with the odor-absorbing liquid inside its body. And just like the cleaner slime, it can puke out that combined liquid. Unlike the cleaner slime's liquid, however, the deodorant slime's liquid can be diluted and combined with other liquids. So, why don't I do just that and mix it up? If we were to combine the odor-absorbing liquid that has a much greater area of effect with the odor component extraction liquid that has a greater capacity to absorb more odor, then it might just be possible to overcome each liquid's individual weakness. It might be possible to use other ingredients as well. But regardless what product we end up making, we won't be able to sell immediately. As for why, that's because the deodorant slimes are still too few in numbers. The deodorant slime seems to be trying to absorb the sack filled with used odor-absorbing liquid. It looks like it wants to eat it. Could it be? Is the odor-absorbing liquid actually a trap for the deodorant slimes to acquire their food? Time slowly passed as I pondered on the deodorant slime. Volume 3 Chapter 92 Part 2 After finishing my job at the store and lunch, I visited the people cooperating with my experiment and asked them how things were going. Other than Mia-san, no one else's sack has lost its effect. Mia-san's circumstances were an outlier, as expected. Even the sack at Zeke-san's butcher still hadn't lost effect. While thinking something rude like that to myself, I arrived at my destination. Excuse me. Ryuma, welcome, clerk. As soon as I entered the store, a voice called out to me from the right side. When I turned to the right, there was a young man resting his chin on his hands on the counter. He didn't appear enthusiastic. Aren't you that bamboo forest kid? Clerk, yes. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. You know about my store. Ryuma, I'm Dansbell. As you can see, I work at this store. Not that I want to, mind you. My dad just sort of pushed the job to me. Your store has been word of the town recently. If there's a book you're looking for, just say it and I'll help you find it. Dansbell, the guy was unexpectedly talkative as he glanced at the crowded bookshelves of the dark store. The shelves were so packed that there wasn't even a bit of gap between them. Finding a book from that looks like it'll prove a challenge. Thank you. I don't have a particular book in mind, but I was hoping to find some illustration books on medicinal plants and books related to medicine. Ryuma, whether it's medicine or poison, making either requires that one possesses the necessary knowledge and technology. I already have knowledge on medicines, but that knowledge is just something that was given to me. I don't think it's a bad idea to study it from the basics, but I don't have the time to become someone's apprentice, so I figured I could get myself some reference books instead. Follow me then. Dansbell led me to the bookshelf near the opposite corner. The books here are all related to medicine. I'm not sure if you can read them, though. They're rather difficult. Dansbell, I've studied a little under my grandmother. It should be all right. There's just a few things I want to confirm. Ryuma, In that case, I recommend these. Dansbell took out 3 books. Two were illustration books on medicinal plants and poison, while the last one was handbook on mixing medicine. Every one of the books had, edited by the Medical Guild, written on the cover. How much for these 3? Ryuma, huh? You're buying all of them. Dansbell, depending on the price. Is there a problem? Ryuma, the store clerk shook his head. Now that I think about it, your store is quite popular. If you can buy them, then it's fine. It's just that books are expensive, so there aren't a lot of people who would so easily buy one. Dansbell, is it that expensive? Ryuma, long-lasting paper would cost 10 suits at the cheapest, so with books having hundreds of those, it's only natural that the price would end up in the thousands. On top of that, there's still the ink used and the author's share. Dansbell, all 3 books cost 15,000 suits in total. It's not a problem for me, but it is indeed expensive. Definitely not something a person could buy frivolously. In that case, how about these ones too? Dansbell, seeing how much money I had, the male clerk started recommending more books to me, but there were no more books that had been edited by the Medical Guild. They were probably self-published. I'll just go with these 3 for now. Ryuma, I see. All right then. Dansbell, he didn't force the issue and quickly processed my purchase. Come again if you need more books. I'll give you a little discount if you pick a book that doesn't sell, so do drop by regularly. Dansville, the male clerk, sent me off listlessly. He doesn't seem like a bad person, so I might come back once I'm done with these books. What is this smell, Ryuma? When the wind carried a foul stench with it, I turned toward its direction. There I saw some children pulling a carriage with heaps of trash piled atop it. I even recognized one of the faces with them. Hello. Wistkuin, right. Ryuma, Ryuma-kun. Whist, I called out to the boy with a tall stature, and apparently, he remembers me. Hey. What are you stopping F, Ryuma? Burke, sorry. Whist, I'm sorry too. Ryuma, after a boy small for his age called out to Whist, Whist started walking again. It was Burke, from the small monkeyman tribe, who called out to Wistkuin, who himself was from the big monkeyman tribe. These two participated in the abandoned mine subjugation job. Didn't mean to interfere. Ryuma, nah, it's cool. That guy's just too much of a scaredy cat. Burke, so, the same as ever, huh? Ryuma, what did you want? We can talk while walking. Burke, I just called out because I happened to notice you. Are you working today? Ryuma, I'm supervising them. Burke, now that he mentions it, these children carrying trash all look young. Except for Wistkuin, that is. Is that the town's garbage? Ryuma, that's right. Gathering all of this town's trash and dealing with them is a common job for slum brats. Burke, what do you with the trash? Ryuma, the adults either burn them at the designated location or bury them outside town. We did the same job before becoming adventurers, but it's the adults who are responsible for dealing with the trash, so I'm not that particular about it. Burke, that's probably because of the monsters. But it's dangerous even in town. You could get run over by a carriage or bump into people. Adults could do this job early in the morning or late in the evening, but doing it in the afternoon is easier. These guys are still no good, though. If you leave them for even a second, they end up like that. Ruth and the others are escorting other groups too. Burke, so this isn't a job from the Adventurers Guild then? Ryuma, our senpais who'd become adventurers themselves also watched over us when we did this. It's not anything weird, you know. Burke, I don't know about being normal, but I think what you're doing is admirable. Ryuma, although it might not bring them any profits, they made sure to pass on the goodwill that they'd received themselves in the past. It's because of that they're able to work together as a group and help each other. And if they really consider doing something like this as a matter of fact, then even if they might be poor financially, they're rich in terms of spirit. Admirable. What are you looking at me like that for? Burke, I don't have an agenda. I really do think you're admirable. Ryuma, the hell are you going on about? That's gross, Burke, sorry. Anyway, I'll be going now. Ryuma, a lot happened when we first met, but I'm sure they're all right now. The color of their face looks much better now too. At the very least, I can't feel that tense atmosphere they carried with them before. As I prayed for them to be able to keep that up, I went home alone. Chapter 93 Volume 3 Chapter 93 Part 1 It has already been a month since I got back from Renouf. When I opened my eyes and went out the front door, the refreshing blue morning sky came to view. The morning is still cool, but lately, the afternoon has been hot. I'm sure the temperature will rise today too. Adventurers that can use ice magic have also started to become active, thinking it's the season for them to make money. Yep, this is summer, all right. The weather is even more refreshing for me because I've been cooped up this past few days, making waterproof cloths to prepare for my long trip. But it would be a waste if I just stayed cooped up in my tunnel when the weather is this good. I've made some progress already, so let's make today a rest day. I decided that so energetically, but I didn't actually have any plans, so in the end, I dropped by the store. Unfortunately, the store was closed today. Now that I think about it, the fixed day offs are supposed to start this month. I actually forgot my own store's policy. It can't be helped, so I decided to just walk randomly around town for now. Oh, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. What are you doing? Pauline, a voice called out to me from next door. Good morning, Pauline-san. The store's closed today, so I'm just walking around town. The weather is great out today. It would be a pity if I just stayed at home. Ryuma, I said as I approached her. Pauline-san laughed. You said it. Can't spend a good weather like this cooped up in your room. Since you're here, why don't you drop by my husband's store? You can get some more feed for your slimes. Pauline, thank you as always. Ryuma, I followed Pauline-san and got some blood, meat, and bones from Zeke-san's butcher. There's a lot more meat than usual. Maybe it's because the summer heat has made it easier to spoil. Seeing how they've helped me out so much, maybe I should gift them a refrigerator. Nah, if I did that I'll get busy again. The store's refrigerator can't work without me too. I can't gift them a refrigerator. While I was thinking that, a loud voice suddenly resounded within the store. Mom. I can hear you just fine without yelling, you know. Pauline, the owner of the voice was Pauline-san's mischievous son, Rick. Ryuma, you're here too. Rick, good morning, Rick. Ryuma, greet him properly. Pauline-san poked him a little and Rick rubbed the part he was poked. So, what is it? Pauline, oh, right. Tall's here already, so I'm leaving. Rick, oh. It's that time already. Pauline, are you going somewhere? Ryuma, what, you don't know about? Today's the church's cleaning day. Rick, once every 2 months, the children of this town cleans up the church and does various odd jobs. Pauline, we're going to clean up the church as thanks to the gods. Rick, so it's like a community service of some sort. I was somewhat impressed by Rick's words, but Pauline-san wryly smiled and said this. Don't be fooled. This son of mine couldn't possibly be so amazing. He's just repeating what he heard from someone else. What he's really after are the sweets after the cleaning. Pauline, at that, Rick turned the other way. Bullseye, huh? That aside, will you be going too, Ryuma? Pauline, well it's my first time hearing about it. Ryuma, Maybe it would be better if I participated. I don't have anything else to do today anyway. Would it be alright if I came along too? Ryuma, I don't mind. Rick, then I'll go too. Ryuma, great. Let's go then. Rick, as Rick happily raised up his right and walked ahead, I followed after bidding Pauline-san goodbye. Ryuma. You're slow. I'm going. Ryuma, Rick says a lot of cheeky stuff, but he was properly waiting for me. Perhaps he might actually grow up to be a helpful big brother. While I was thinking that, we rendezvoused with Tall and Lenny in front of the store. When we got to the store, the girl dressed in nun's clothing that I met sometime in the past instructed us to go to the chapel by following the signboards. Just as she said, there were indeed a bunch of signboards inside with arrows for direction. No way we could get lost with all these. Inside the chapel was a huge crowd of children, but only one woman in charge of them all. There were about 60 children all in all. Since this counts for all the children in town, or at least all those that willingly participated, I wonder if 60 is big or low. Anyway, I decided to sit down and wait until it was time to clean the church. I took a seat with Tall and the others. When I did, light suddenly filled my vision. Light. Volume 3 Chapter 93 Part 2, Where is this? Ryuma, that's odd. I didn't pray, but light still appeared. This isn't that same room of pure white, though. Is this a library? Ryuma, when I looked around me, I was surrounded by giant wooden bookshelves, every one of which was full to the brim. There were even shelves floating in the sky. At that, I knew that this wasn't just your ordinary library. So even I can summon you? An unfamiliar voice said. When I looked up, a young man was floating there. He slowly floated down. For the meantime, I decided to greet him. Hello, I'm Ryuma. I've heard of you. You are this age's otherworlder. Rumor has it that an interesting one has come. If he knows that, then he's definitely a god. I am the god of magic and knowledge, Fernobaria. This here is my domain. You seem surprised at how different it appears, but this is without doubt the same divine realm that you have visited before. When the time runs out, you will be able to return, so relax. Fernobaria, thank you very much. Ryuma, the god of magic, Fernobaria. So this is the god Tikan says is hard to meet. He seems moody though. At least, compared to Tikan. This much is a given. After all, it was I who summoned you here. I heard that the others' gods were able to summon the soul and consciousness of a living man into this realm, so I wanted to try it out, Mislef. Rest assured I won't treat you poorly. Fernobaria, apparently, he was in the middle of investigating why I'm able to come here, and it just so happened that I stepped into the church, so he summoned me to look for a clue that would aid him in his investigation. An experiment, in other words. I have a few questions I would like you to answer. Do you mind? Fernobaria, I don't have any reason to refuse. Actually, I can't refuse, so I just honestly answered his questions. He started with questions about my previous life and my life here in this world, then he asked me about various trivial things such as what food I like and what I think of being summoned in the divine realm. From there he went to questions regarding war and slavery, and so on and so forth. I just answered his questions honestly, but I can't really find a pattern in his questions. Oh, this one seems to be the last. I thank you for your cooperation. Last question, what do you think of this world? Fernobaria, what I think of this world? The question is vague, so I don't really know how to respond, but I think it's a good world. Of course, I haven't gone around the whole around, so I don't have that much information, but of the people I've met, everyone was nice to me and I've even managed to make some friends. There's a lot of interesting stuff too, like magic and slimes, so I think I'm living a fairly fulfilled life. I don't have any complaints. I can say from the bottom of my heart that I'm glad to have come to this world. I see. Fernobaria, huh? Did I say that out loud? Ryuma, no. I read your mind. Fernobaria, so, he read my mind. I didn't realize at all. Sorry. I read your mind just to be safe. Fernobaria, to be safe. Ryuma, unfortunately, not all otherworlders are like you. Fernobaria, apparently, some of the otherworlders lost themselves in the power they were given and became criminals, and some didn't know how to use their powers properly and ended up causing a calamity, so since this was our first meeting, he wanted to see what sort of person I was first. Well, it makes sense. I'm sure it sucks if the power you gave to someone was abused wantonly. Exactly. Which is why we never bring people with dangerous thoughts to this world, but there's nothing we can do if the otherworlder loses his mind after being brought to this world. We can't interfere with them as soon as they are brought to this world, so at most we can try to persuade them in their dreams to repent or to stop sinning. If they cause a calamity that will bring the destruction of the world, then we can interfere, but such cases are rare. In the first place, if things reach that point, then it's already too late. I'm glad you're understanding. It's a huge load off our back. Fernobaria, he read my mind again. Fernobaria seemed to be complaining when he said those things. As he turned around, he told me this. A lot more will be happening from here on, but I'll do my best not to lose myself in the power you've given me. Unfortunately, I can't say with certainty that I won't. Ryuma, not like I could trust a person who so easily says something with certainty. It's enough if you earnestly consider what I've said. Fernoberia, thank you. I'll do my best. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, light started shining again. It seems the time is up. I'll tell you one last thing. There is an abnormality occurring in your body, but it's not that special of a case. There has been a similar trend in the past that occurred with other worlders. Fernoberia, by abnormality, is he referring to me being able to go to and fro this world, as well as take sacred treasures with me? I'm not sure what the cause is, but there were people in the past capable of doing things that should be impossible for humans. It just so happens that it's more obvious in your case. It's precisely because there were precedents that Gain and the others are able to say that there's nothing wrong with your mind or your body. None of the other worlders in the past with oddities like yours suddenly went mad or suddenly died. Fernoberia, come to think of it, when Kufo talked about the saint that died, he mentioned that all the illnesses vanished. That's certainly not something a human should normally be able to do. I didn't think I was worrying over my strange circumstances, but maybe I was actually worried over it since for some reason I feel relieved after hearing Fernoberia-sama say that there's nothing wrong with me. Thank you for letting me know. Ryuma, at the same time, light wrapped my body, and in the next moment, I was back in the chapel. I wonder if he heard me. It's hard not to be anxious when there's no telling when the light will take me away. It seems my thoughts showed on my face. Thuffo, as Tall and the others who were sitting beside me suddenly asked me why I was making a weird face all of a sudden. Everything happened so suddenly that I forgot about these three. Chapter 94, Volume 3 Chapter 94 Part 1 I gave the three kids some random excuse, then we waited until the woman in charge took the lead. She first thanked us for participating, then she started giving out jobs to each child. I started sweeping alongside the other children too, but I didn't bring out my scavenger slimes or use my magic. Sure, it would be faster, but with the children working so hard, it just didn't seem right, so I just went and cleaned normally using tools. Because of that it took us until afternoon to clean the big church. We were given sandwiches for lunch, and then the sweets. When it was time for the sweets to be handed out, Rick couldn't sit still anymore. Are there sweets that good? Thank you for helping out today. None, thank you too for letting me participate. Ryuma, the woman handed me a small pouch tied closed with a ribbon. Inside were 4 cookies. Everyone was already eating theirs, so I took a bite myself. When I did, the fragrant smell of baked sweets coupled with moderate sweetness and the strong taste of the fruit jam filling filled my mouth. When the children were done eating their sandwiches and cookies, they formed groups and played at the garden, but some were just looking at the entrance of the church as if they were waiting for something. I get the children playing around, but what are the other children doing? Tall, Rick, and Lenny also seemed to be waiting for something, so I asked them about it. What are you three doing? Ryuma, we're waiting for Uncle. Rick was the first one to answer, but all I found out was that they were waiting for someone. There's an uncle that comes every time we finish cleaning the church. He teaches us swordsmanship and how to fight. Tall, how to fight? Ryuma, according to Tall, an uncle who happens to be a former adventurer is sure to drop by whenever they're done cleaning the church. He doesn't come here just to give a donation to the church, but also to teach the orphans here how to fight, so that when they come of age they'll be able to live on their own. He does everything for free, so he's a volunteer. It has also become common practice for the children cleaning the church to join their training. Of course, just enough training for their age. Although, from my perspective, as someone who is a working adventurer, it's not exactly very interesting, but that can't be helped. Rick, I get, but Tall and Lenny, you're interested too. Ryuma, Rick is rather mischievous, so it's not weird to see him want to participate, but I never thought Tall would also want to. Is it because he's a guy? Does he admire adventurers too? There's nothing wrong for a girl to know how to fight. Who knows? Maybe one day I might get tangled up with some no-good guy. Besides, I have to watch over Rick. Lenny, as for me, my mom told me to train my body. Not that I was particularly planning on neglecting my own physique that much. Tall, it's because your personality is so weak. If you train, I'm sure you'll become manlier. Rick, sure, Tall, so, that's why. That aside, Tall, aren't you being pushed around too much? While I was thinking that, the children nearby grew noisy. He's here. Child 1, Uncle. Child 2, Scary Uncle. Child 3, when I turned toward the entrance, a scary man was walking toward where we were. Hey! Who called me scary? That was uncalled for. Ah, Ryuma, the scary man was apparently none other than the guildmaster, Wogan, himself. It seems the children are already used to him, as they weren't startled by his yelling. In fact, there were even some who clung to him. While he was dealing with those children, he noticed me. Oh, if it isn't Ryuma. What are you doing here? Wogan, the store is closed today, but it also happens to be a rest day for me, so I was walking around town aimlessly when I heard about the cleaning event at the church. As such, I decided to participate. I thought it would be better to participate so I could get to know the people living in this area better. Ryuma, that's great. Oh, right. If you have time, why not help me out? Wogan, help. Ryuma, yeah, lend me your ear for a bit, Wogan, I see. Ryuma, after hearing him out, I decided to lend a hand. While the children that were receiving training were running around in an open area and practicing their fundamentals, I opened my dimension home and took out 20 slimes. Alright. Today, we're going to do something different. We're going to have practical training. Ryuma. Wogan, okay. Ryuma, I led the scavenger slimes to stand before the children. The children seemed startled by the slimes. It seems this is their first time training with monsters. Today, you'll be facing these slimes. Wogan, we can heal the slimes with healing magic, so don't hold back. Ryuma, although, to be honest, I think it's the children who are going to get hurt. The scavenger slimes have not only trained themselves diligently, they have also learned the taijutsu and physical attack resist skills. To make things worse, the children are using wooden swords with the strength of a child. I doubt they could hurt the slimes. Just to be safe, I told the slimes to prioritize dodging and limit their attacks to just body slams. With that, at most, they'll just ram their body against the children and make them break posture, so the worst injuries the children can get are scratches from falling. Ryuma, are you ready? Wogan, when I said I was ready, Rick said he would like to be the first to fight. I glanced at Wogan-san, and he seemed fine with it. Alright then, let him have at it. Let's do this. Rick, Volume 3 Chapter 94 Part 2 Let's do this. Rick said enthusiastically as he wielded the wooden training sword. The other children watched with rapt attention as Rick faced against the slime. Scavenger slime, the scavenger slime didn't attack and just waited. When Rick saw that the slime wasn't moving, he slashed down with his sword. But Rick had only studied the form of the sword a little, so his attack was slow and full of openings. Although that was expected given Rick's age, because of that the scavenger slime was easily able to dodge. Frustrated, Rick started attacking the slime relentlessly, and eventually, his posture broke and his attacks turned into mere swings. Rick continued for a couple more minutes, but eventually, he ran out of gas, and when he raised his sword up one more time, in the next moment, the slime rammed itself into him. Rick didn't appear to be hurt, but he did fall on his backside. That's enough. Rick, you're still too young and you haven't trained properly yet, so it's not unusual for you to lose. Still, you shouldn't let your blood get to your head just because you failed to hit your target. Your form was only good at the start. After that it collapsed completely and everything you did was full of holes. Think carefully when you make your move. Wogan, Rick nodded with frustration before going back to the crowd of children. After that all the children went up and fought the slime in front of everyone, then Wogan-san gave them some pointers. Good. Now think about what I've told you and try again. Wogan, at that, we divided the place, and I assigned a slime to each student, then the students practiced at the same time. I assigned a metal or an iron slime to the students that were poor at striking. While they were doing that, I went around to watch them and heal whenever necessary. Wogan-san went around giving advice. Training continued until dusk and we ended before it started to get dark. Bye, Uncle. Be careful when you go home. Wogan, after sending the children on their way, Wogan-san and I were finally able to rest. Although all we had to do was to walk around and watch the children, there was a possibility of them getting hurt, so it was quite tense. It's good that training ended without anyone getting hurt. You did great. Ryuma, couldn't have done it without you. You really helped me out. Wogan, it was supposed to be a rest day, but I didn't really know what to do after getting so much free time, so this worked out just fine for me. Ryuma, really? In that case, why don't you help out whenever you're free? Your slimes are really good sparring partners for the children. In fact, we can even have them train the new members at the Adventurers Guild. Wogan, Ryuma, if it's just target practice, then sure, but if he asks me to work as an instructor, I'm not so sure. I've trained subordinates countless times, but I've never taught another person how to fight. And I wasn't a good teacher even when it came to jobs that I'm experienced at. Teaching others will certainly benefit me, but these are new adventurers we're talking about. Their lives will depend on the things they learn. Teaching them poorly would hurt them a lot, so if someone is going to be teaching, it should be someone who knows how to properly teach someone. Besides, if I were to try and teach them, I'll end up teaching them like my dad taught me. He'll teach you a technique, then demand that you do it immediately. He'd tell you to practice Kumite, but hit you anyway. If you fall, he'll keep hitting. If you don't get up, he'll hit you even more. He doesn't stop his attacks right before hitting you, and he doesn't allow breaks either. My dad's policy is to never stop. After all, there's no way the enemy is going to stop just because you got hit or fell to the ground. I agree with him, but if I did something like that, most of the adventurers are bound to find themselves carried away on a stretcher. I've never really learned how to hold back against humans. Really. Wogan, I've always had just one sparring partner, and that was my master. No reason to hold back then, right? Ryuma, whether it's in this world or in my previous world, there are a lot of people who become someone's disciple, and there's not one of them who would hold back when sparring against their master. After all, doing that is no different from looking down your own master. And there's also no reason to hold back in an actual battle. That's true, but I'm sure you've had scuffles with your friends, no? Didn't you catch them with your techniques then? Wogan, if it's just a petty fight, then there's no reason to use martial arts. Instead, one should strive to talk it out. Ryuma, what's with the sagely response, you're right, though? Wogan, when under attack or when it comes to bandits, there's no point in talking and there's no point in holding back either. If you need them alive for whatever reason, then it's best to just go for their limbs barehanded. After all, it's a lot harder to kill them that way even at full strength compared to going after their head or their main organs. Ryuma, oh yeah, you broke some bones, didn't you? And when you didn't break bones, you used the slime's liquids to keep your targets from moving. Wogan, if you know when and how to use your strength, then there's no reason to ever hold back. Which is why, it has been taught for generations to either use 0% or 100% of your power. And while I won't say that I've never held back at all, I've mostly dealt with quarrels in my previous life by using Yukami. It would just cause more problems if I fought back in my previous life, so I felt that was the best way to go about things. Unfortunately, because of that way of thinking, I accidentally killed a lot of slimes when I first started teaching them. I also messed up when I hired Dolce-san as a guard for the store. We've brought you some drinks. None, while we were talking, 2 nuns brought us some drinks. Wogan-san, thank you for your help today. None, Ryuma-kun, thank you for your help too. Take this as our thanks. None, thank you very much. Ryuma, I happily accepted their drinks. We talked a little after that. I found out that the woman who made my status board was called Beta-san and the girl was Belle-san. What was surprising was that they were the only 2 people managing this church despite having to watch over some orphans and manage the building. Aren't you short of hands? Ryuma, it's not easy, but this is also part of our discipline as nuns. Beta, thank you for worrying for us, but the children who think about us and the adults of town support us. Belle, that was their way of saying that everything was going fine. It wasn't just me asking questions, though. They asked me some too. Is it hard to raise slimes? Belle, I suppose one really needs to learn monster taming first, huh? Beta, apparently, they want to raise some slimes in church, as they kept asking me questions about slimes. I answered them politely, then when they were out of questions, I asked them why they wanted to raise slimes. I think they're cute. Belle, I thought it would be good education for the children to raise them. Beta, is she sure about that? But then again, I suppose it would be kind of like the rabbit I raised up in elementary. Still, I never expected that the people of this world would actually consider this method of education. Nothing set in stone yet, but we might consider adopting some slimes. Beta, do let me know when you've decided. I can give you some advice if you need it. Ryuma, really? Thank you so much. Belle, the conversation was slowing down, and it's already getting dark, so I think it's about time I left. As such, I excused myself. Along the way, I thought back on the events today, and I felt like today was different than the other days. When I participated in the volunteer activity in the church, I feel like people accepted me without any discrimination. By participating in the events of this town, I feel like VE gotten closer to the people of this town. I'll do my best tomorrow too. Chapter 95 Volume 3 Chapter 95 Nah. Phi. Oh. Fina, as I woke up, my body still swaying, I heard a voice. Fina, wake up. Jane. Fina, good grief. Why are you so bad at waiting up when you're usually so organized? Jane, that's not good. It seems I fell back to sleep, but today is a day off, so. Did you forget we're supposed to go out to town today? Jane, oh, right. Fina, from today onwards, we will be able to take our day off together once a week. Which is why we decided to go out to town together. I'll get ready immediately. Wait a bit. Fina, hurriedly, I got myself ready, and then I went to the lobby. There, Maria and Jane, who left our village with me to work, and our dorm mate, Leland-san, were waiting. Sorry for making you wait. I woke up late. Fina, good morning. Maria, don't sweat it. Leland, we're used to it already. Jane, I wanted to refute Jane's words, but I had nothing to say. Why am I so bad at waking up? Now, let's go. Jane enthusiastically said as she led us to town. Leland-san consoled me about being late while we walked, so I started feeling better. We had breakfast at the stall that was popular among bachelor laborers. It's a store catered toward muscular laborers, so Maria and I was able to get our fill with just one order. After that, we bought daily necessities and shopped for clothes. We enjoyed life at town together. Like that time passed in a flash. It was morning just a while ago, but before we knew it, it was already afternoon. Who would have thought that we would be able to live like this after leaving our village? We got lucky. When I was still at the village, I thought that even if I worked early in the morning until late in the evening, I still wouldn't have enough money to spend as I wished. After all, that's what everyone who left said when they came back. Jane and Maria probably thought the same, but reality turned out different. Each one of us was given a room of our own. Shelma cooks us delicious food every day, and we get a huge salary to top it all off. In fact, I make so much that I could send money home twice as much as they need and I would still have enough to eat outside, shop once a week, and save money. From time to time, Maria would trip and fall from being dazed, and she would get her wounds healed with healing magic. According to Leland-san, Fei-sen also had his broken bones healed. For free too. Healing magic normally isn't something you can rely on just like that. But the employees at our store can enjoy its benefits anytime and for free. That's because the boss left a heal slime in the store when people started getting in the way of our store's operation. At first, the boss had to manage the slime, but eventually, Robelia-san and the others took over. Nowadays, Maria, who learned monster taming, is in charge of it. I hear it's a precious slime, so I was wondering if it was really okay to entrust that to us just like that, but it's a huge relief to be able to rely on healing magic whenever needed. Some time ago, my parents sent me a letter, asking what kind of person our employer is. They'd clearly sent the letter out of worry, so I told them from the bottom of my heart that they didn't have to worry. Fina, what are you dazing off for? Are you still asleep? Jane, I'm awake already. How long are you going to keep dragging that story out for? Fina, for the meantime, let's go to that store we were talking about. Jane, the store she's talking about is the tea house that's gotten popular lately because of its relatively affordable but delicious sweets. Maria and Jane wanted to visit it as soon as I heard about it, so we thought we'd rest there after concluding our shopping. When we entered the store, we were greeted by lines of wooden tables and chairs and decorations of flowers here and there. There's also a large fireplace in the corner, and although it's not lit because of the season, it helps complete the warm atmosphere of the store. We were led to a table near a window. We gave our orders to the waitress, then while waiting, Jane asked me, Hey, what were you thinking about a while ago? Jane, nothing special. I just thought we're really lucky. Fina, so, that's what. But yeah, if we were hired at a normal store, we would have never been able to live this luxuriously. Jane, we're able to send back home the money we need. We get day offs. We found a really good job. Maria, oh yeah, the three of you came from the same village, right? Leland, that's right, Maria, average land, no special goods of its own, and no strong monsters. It's the picture image of a poor village. Jane, since you're working away from home, will you be retiring eventually? Leland, it's true that there are people among those who leave home to make money who eventually come back, but we don't have any plans to do so for the meantime. If the boss doesn't mind, I'd love to work for him forever. Maria, we can send back more money than other jobs, and if we retire there's no telling if we'll be hired again. Fina, people will probably come pouring in if the boss puts up a hiring sign. What about you, Leland-san? I hear you were peddlers before. Jane, our country is really dangerous. Neither me nor my dad have any plans on coming back home. Leland, Zilmer. I wonder what sort of country it is. It's big, but it's a long way away, so all I know about is its name. When I was living at the village, I figured it would be good to know the name of this country and the name of the villages near it, so I didn't have time to ask about countries as remote as Zilmer. It seems Maria and Jane also don't know much about it. I understand that it's dangerous, but I don't know how dangerous. Leland-san seemed to have noticed that, so she explained. Zilmer has been in war for a long time now. Not with a foreign country, but with itself. A battle among the nobles. The reason behind their fighting is because they want to get the equipment of the empire's founder, which he left behind after his death. Leland, a war to get a weapon. Jane, not weapons, but a set of armor. Every piece of its set is said to have great power imbued in it. If one could acquire the entire set, he would acquire the strongest power and be able to rule the country. Or at least that's how the bedtime stories go. Leland, are they still fighting? Jane, right now they're just taking vengeance on each other. That's why the country is in a mess and there are many bandits. We don't have any family left in Zilmer, so we plan to live in this peaceful country. Leland, I suppose that means we'll be together from now on. Maria, I look forward to continuing working with you. Fina, it was then that the tea and sweets we ordered came. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's your tea and your seasonal fruit pie. Waitress, Jane and Maria's eyes dazzled at the sweets and tea brought by the waitress. It's here. It's here. I wanted to eat this so badly. Jane, itadakamasu. Maria, Leland-san and I followed suit and ate our portion. Inside the pie were various kinds of fruits mixed together. The freshness and sweetness of the fruits expanded within my mouth. Yep. This lives up to its reputation all right. Jane, I'm so happy. Maria, as Jane and Maria said that, Leland-san seemed to agree. After that we continued chatting while drinking our tea and taking a bite out of our pie. After our conversation on the clothes we bought today ended, Jane suddenly brought up the topic. Hey, what do you guys think about the boss? Jane, what is this all of the sudden? Maria, letters came from the village, right? Well, in my letter, I kept being asked questions about my relationship with the upper brass. Stuff like if they hadn't overstepped their boundaries as boss or senpai or if I'm not being given the cold shoulder or something like that. Jane, there were employers like that, so Jane's family was naturally worried. Actually, my letter also inquired about that. For the meantime, I told them that the store is great and that there are currently no men who've abused their position to approach me, but it suddenly dawned on me that I don't actually know much about the boss. Jane, really? Fina, I mean all we know about him is his store and that he's a good kid, right? And that he has a lot of slimes and has a house in the abandoned mine. Jane, now that she mentions it, she's right. Most of the stuff the boss has talked about with us are stuff pertaining to the maintenance of the store, how to handle customers, and about our benefits and what's expected of us as his employees. He hasn't really spoken much of anything outside that. Everyone started racking their heads at that, but in the end, the conversation ended with everyone agreeing that the boss is a good kid. I should try and get to know the boss gradually. Leland-san and I don't really plan on probing into it that much, but Jane and Maria are really enthusiastic about asking the boss all sorts of stuff. I think it would be better to take care and not be a hindrance to the boss, though. While I was thinking of stuff like that, we finished our tea and pie. We realized that we'd been staying at the tea house for a long time already, so we left. After that we walked around town and went back to our dorm before it got dark. My purse got lighter today, but if it's just this much, it should be fine. I'll save up some money and have fun with everyone at the tea house again. Chapter 96 Volume 3 Chapter 96 I couldn't find anything to write in my diary, so I decided to loiter in front of the store. At that time. Oh. Dolce-kun, what are you doing here? Carm, assistant manager. I couldn't find any material to write in my diary. Dolce, I see. In that case, why don't you try reading what you've written until now? Just revising what you've already written will do you good practice. Carm, that's true. All right. I'll do just that then. Thank you. Dolce, I got some advice from assistant manager Carm. I immediately went back to my room and opened my diary. My name is Dolce. A few months ago, I was employed in the laundromat, Bamboo Forest, as a guard. Until then I've been working in the slums, where I grew up, as a daily laborer while also being active in the vigilante corps. The reason I was hired here was because of an introduction from my senior. An adventurer I know has opened a store, but some thugs are interfering with his store's operations. He'll pay you properly, so I want to ask you to help protect the store in my place. That's what my senior said. My senior who helped me a lot when I was a wee brat who couldn't do any job properly. To me, jobs are something one needs to do in order to live. I don't have any particular preferences for work. There's no job that I like and there's no job that I don't like either. I don't have any education too. Ever since I was a wee brat, I was willing to do any job. Like that, and with the help of my seniors I was able to make a living. That's why, since it's my senior asking and I'm even getting paid, there's no reason to refuse. I waited for a few days as my senior informed the owner, then I was called to the store. When I saw the owner I was shocked. As it turns out, the owner is just an 11-year-old brat. I'd heard that it was an adventurer acknowledged by my senior, so I thought for sure some strong-looking guy would appear. Apparently, I couldn't be more mistaken. But with this it finally makes sense why others are looking down on the owner and are even poking into his business. After all, the owner was a frail and docile brat. At least, that was my first impression of him. But this was only the beginning of my shock. When the topic turned to my employment, it turns out that I wouldn't be just given a huge salary because of the risk, but I would also be given a room to stay and food. All for free. Not only was the boss going to be paying me properly, he was giving me some ridiculously good conditions. The conditions given were so good that I couldn't help but suspect there was a catch to all this, but I was later informed that this level of treatment was normal for this store. After being employed for a few months, I now know that that's true, but at the time, I was really shocked. Still, I couldn't let my senior lose face, and I couldn't feel any malice or wariness from the owner. People from the slums aren't criminals, but their image is bad. That's why people are usually on guard when they hire people from the slums. The assistant manager beside the owner was somewhat on guard, but even his reaction was much better than what I've experienced until then. In the end, I was hired just like that, then I was introduced to my senpai guards from another country. Dolce, when I remembered about what happened after that, my hands stopped. My employment was decided, but they needed to know my strength, so I had to fight the owner. I lost. My senior had acknowledged him, so I believe I fought the owner seriously despite his age. I say believe because I don't actually remember anything about the fight. I know I struck out with my spear seriously, and the owner made a face of admiration. But then in the next moment, I was lying face up in an empty room within the dorms. I asked the referee, Fei-san, what happened and found out that after the boss dodged my spear, I was hit. That's impossible, I said. When Fei-san saw that I couldn't believe that I was done in by a child's punch, he approached me and pointed to a corner of the room where my spear was. It was bent heavily from the center. It was just a test, so apparently, I'd pulled back my spear and received the owner's fist, but I couldn't stop the force. My iron spear is just cheap stuff casted from the handle to the spearhead, but I've been using it to receive blows and strike enemies with until my meeting with the owner. It should be sturdy enough. But there was no denying that the spear had in fact been bent and was already useless. Later, the owner came to me and sincerely apologized for breaking my spear. He really looked no different from a child his age, so it took me an entire night before I was finally able to accept reality. My skills have also declined, so I decided to use my free time to polish my skills. The owner gifted me a spear as an apology for breaking my own. I didn't ask how much it cost, but the spear he gave me was more robust and lighter than the one I had before. It was surely a first-class spear. I was also made to spar with my 2 senpais when I had the free time for it. As it turns out, it's not just the boss who's strong. I couldn't win even once. That old man, Gordon, who has been employed as a guard until now, says that they're strong even on adventurer standards. Especially, Fei-san, whom he says he'd really rather not fight. I know they come from a dangerous country, but I still find it difficult to wrap my head around how strong they are. Ever since coming to this store, I've stopped having problems finding food, money, or sparring partners. The 3 employees who went to the branch store invited me, and since then I've been studying how to write. Writing this diary is also a part of my studies. The owner and the assistant manager have been working together to teach me, and if you compare the more recent pages with the older ones, you'll see that there's a clear difference. With this, if I one day retire from this store, then I could find a different job without having to go back to my work as a day laborer. If I get good enough at fighting, I might even be able to become an adventurer. My current life is fun, though, so I don't plan on retiring just yet. Chapter 97 Volume 3 Chapter 97 Pai Pirororo. Rimmel Bird, oh. Ryuma, in the morning, a rimmel bird could be seen flying from far away. All my rimmel birds are with me, and there's just one of it flying, so. That's probably Elia's. A cloth on which a family crest was could also be seen by its neck, so it's definitely not a stray. Pirororo, rimmel bird, good job. Ryuma, as I opened the letter, I allowed Elia's rimmel bird to drink and eat with my rimmel birds. Let's see, Ryuma, the first thing Elia spoke about was the Great Forest. Elia had caught wind of the rumor and wanted me to take care. The adults weren't against me going either, but they reminded me not to push myself and to prepare properly. Also, they want me to inform them before going. I'll tell them that I'll make sure to contact them. Next is. Enrollment is here already. The letter says that enrollment is approaching, so they'll be going to the capital sometime next month in order to let Elia get used to the new environment. If that's the case, then. Presently, Elia and I are communicating through the rimmel bird. When Elia was still here, I would pair up my rimmel bird with her rimmel bird and send them together to the Duke's family. Like this we were able to make them remember our addresses. The rimmel bird's ability to remember the way to their destination is something they are highly praised for even among other bird-type monsters. But if she's going to be moving to the capital, does that mean that from here on we will have to communicate through the Duke's family? She'll be staying at a dorm, after all. It wouldn't be strange if pets are banned. I'll have to ask her. I'll also ask about if there are other stuff that's occurred. I hear the festival at Jimuru is starting soon. I'm sure you must be very busy with having to prepare on top of all your work, but please do your best. Elia, festival. What is she talking about? Ryuma, no one told me anything about some festival. I better ask someone. As such, I went to the store. Do you know of any festival here that's starting soon? Ryuma, sorry. Nothing rings a bell. Should I investigate? Carm, a festival. Jane, we're a bit. Fina, it hasn't been long since we've been here. Maria, sorry. Shelma, you might want to ask someone who's been living here for longer. Leland, all right. Thanks. Ryuma, I asked Carm-san and the others, but no one knew anything about it. Now that I think about it, almost everyone at my store aren't from around here. Fei-san and Leland-san are from another country, so it's only normal that they don't know much about the events in this town. In that case, the one that I can probably rely on the most for this is Dolce-san. Are you free right now? Ryuma, I tried asking my guard, Dolce-san. It's probably the founding festival. A festival to celebrate the day this town was founded. That's the only one that comes to mind. Dolce, what do you do to prepare for that festival? Ryuma, it would depend on the store or person. Dolce, when I asked him for the specifics, he gave me 5 key points. 1. The opening is the month after next. 2. It will be held in the main street that extends to every part of the town. 3. Usually preparations begin starting next month. 4. The preparations usually involve putting up decorations in front of the store and cleaning up the place. 5. If you request it, you can also put up a food stall. As for the stalls, other than the regulars, there are also traveling entertainers and troubadours, and people who are used to putting up stalls. Because of the custom to put bright-colored clothes in front of the store or one's house, the town tends to get dirty after the festival, so it seems the stall owners also help out with the cleaning. That's about it. Is that enough? Dolce, yes. You were a huge help. Ryuma, cleaning the region is also part of keeping relations with one's neighbors, but I should make plans to participate in the event. I don't think it'll be that busy unless I put up a stall. I wonder what Elia thinks I'll be doing. Well, for the meantime, it's still a month and some away, so for now, I just need to make a mental note of it. I should also inform the others about this. It might also be a good idea to do something with my employees if they come up with a good idea. For now I'll just tell Elia that I'll manage. Maybe I should give her something to celebrate her moving out. Ryuma, after all, she will be staying at a dormitory once she arrives at the capital. But what should I give her? I can't give her things related to fire, things that take up space, and things that will damage the room because of installation requirements. Giving shoes and footwear are a no-no in Japan, but it seems the people here take it to mean as a first step to a new beginning, so I can choose to give one as a present. Unfortunately, I don't know Elia's size and I don't know what's in vogue too, so I can't gift her a pair either. She'll need to fill her room up with something after she moves, so some gift cards or money might make her happy, but then again, she's the daughter of the Duke, she probably doesn't need any help with money. Maybe I can gift her some consumables instead. Just gotta make sure not to give her anything too private. After solving the issue with the festival, the next thing I was racking my head with was what to gift her for her moving out. The next day. Good morning, Pina-san. For the Rakuten herb collection job, there should be 50 roots all in all. Ryuma, when the sun was directly above in the sky, I gathered some herbs and went to the guild. 4, 5. Yes, that's 50 roots all in all. Pina, Rakuten herbs aren't very effective, but they can help with a lot of symptoms, so they're often used to deal with colds. Save for extreme environment, these herbs can be found growing basically anywhere, so they don't sell for much. 10 roots will get you a suit. Here's your 5 suits. Please confirm that the amount is right. Pina, thank you very much. Ryuma, I'll buy some candy or something with this when I go back. Pina, yes. Ryuma-kun, do you know a lot about medicinal plants? Pina, just the basics. I learned from my grandmother. Why? Ryuma, oh, it's just that all of these herbs were collected really well. If you can tell apart the Tyler herb from Pina, Tyler herb, a herb that works well against nerve pain. Just like the Rakuten herb, it can be found almost anywhere. Unfortunately, the poisonous Tula herbs tend to grow where Tyler herbs are. To make things worse, they look alike. Of course, I can tell them apart. Or rather, if you need some Tyler herbs, I have some with me. I collected them for my private use from the southern grasslands. Ryuma, really? If you have 5 roots, you can already complete a job. Pina, then I'll do just that. I presented 5 Tyler herb roots to the counter, and Pina-san started checking the goods with Identify. These are all Tyler herb indeed. Are you sure you're okay giving this? You don't need to give it if you need them for some personal reason, Pina, it's all right. It's nothing urgent. Ryuma, I see. In that case, here's your 70 suits. Please confirm that the amount is right. Pina, 14 per root. That's a lot. I left the guild feeling like I'd made a profit. Today, I'll go home while the sun is still high. Now then, shall we? Ryuma, I used a tunnel that I normally didn't to prepare a present for Elia. What I'll be making today is the soap. I wanted to gift her a consumable that wouldn't be too private, so I decided to go with something practical. Soaps are a thing in this country too, so it won't stand out too much. I couldn't just go out and buy one to gift, though, as that wouldn't make for a very good gift. And after considering Elia's position as the daughter of the Duke, I figured she's probably already used to seeing luxury. So, I decided to gift her a bar of soap made by yours truly. Making soap can be said to be a standard when it comes to otherworld novels. Gather tallow, gather ash, boil them down, Ryuma, the protagonists of various books made soap like that, but I'm going to do things differently. Ingredients. Okay. Everything is good to go. Ryuma, what I've prepared was water purified with alchemy, and oil, and salt. And various other stuff. Making soap using tallow and ash is a really old way of making soap in earth, but in present times, using caustic soda makes for a much easier time making soap. But to that end, first, I need to procure caustic soda, Ryuma. Caustic soda is also known as sodium hydroxide. Its chemical formula is NaOH. I can get the sodium from table salt. I need to be careful of the metal sodium and the toxic and caustic chlorine gas. Metal sodium oxidates very easily in air, and it also produces heat and explosion when water content is added to it, so to be safe, I need to turn it into an ingot with alchemy and remove the oxygen from it. The surface will oxidate a little no matter what I do, so to minimize the oxidation as much as possible, I dip the metal sodium in the container filled with oil. And then I filled another bowl with water. And I added a fragment of the metal sodium inside the water-filled container, and then as a sound akin to that of a fuse catching fire resounded, I slid my finger atop the surface of the water. That's the sign that sodium hydroxide and hydrogen have been produced by means of hydrolysis. When I used identify on the contents of the container, the water had changed into sodium hydroxide, AQ. If I use separation on this aqueous solution again, I'll be able to separate it into water and the sodium hydroxide that I need. Like that I was able to acquire caustic soda. Metal sodium can cause explosion when added to water, and sodium hydroxide itself has strong alkalinity and is highly caustic, so it's really not something that you can touch with your bare skin, hence, I'm performing this entire process inside a tunnel I rarely use. I couldn't just choose any tunnel, though, as I had to make sure that there was sufficient ventilation. At the same time, I'm also wearing the boiler suit I used when cleaning the sewers. On top of that, I'm also wearing a pair of cleaner slime goggles and helmet. My hands are also covered in a pair of brand new gloves, ensuring that not even a little bit of skin is exposed. It seems I've succeeded in refining sodium hydroxide, but it would certainly be safer and faster if I could directly make it through the fusion formation. After all, the response midway would be completely skipped over by alchemy. After procuring the caustic soda from salt and water, I am now ready to start making my soap. I'll be handling caustic soda, so I need to be in full gear, but the process from here on out isn't that difficult. Measure the water and caustic soda, then pour the water into a vessel and mix the caustic soda with it. At this point, the hydration reaction of the caustic soda will cause heat, so it's important to take care of the steam and any sudden boiling. Pouring water into the vessel first, and then gradually pouring the caustic soda is the safest way to do things. Afterwards, warm the oil in a vessel, and then slowly pour the caustic soda, AQ, into it. From here, mix the liquid well, and once it starts to get heavy, add a scent to the mix with something like perfumed oil, and then pour the mix into a mold. At this point, all that's left is to keep the temperature of the product and avoid overcooling it. After a few days, the soap will harden. Once the soap hardens, there's a chance it can cause burns if there's still some caustic soda left, so it's important to take care. I've had experience making soap using waste oils countless times, but this is a gift to Elia, not my personal use. So to be safe, I've been keeping careful attention to the basics since the start. I still need to observe and experiment more to have a better understanding of the amount of soda, the resting period, as well as to perfect the process as much as possible. Depending on the type of oil used and the mixture, the color, bubbles, texture, and efficacy of the soap will change. In order to make soap making relatively easier, I should closely examine this process along with my study of medicines. It will take time for the soap to complete, and I have work in the afternoon, so I decided to conduct a little of my soap making experiments every night. Chapter 98 Volume 3 Chapter 98 The days passed by cyclically, and before I knew it a month had already passed. My daily training and my study on medicine are going well because of my existing knowledge on the subject matter. Recently, I've been proactively taking monster extermination jobs when I go out to collect herbs, partly to procure food and partly to train myself. The metal and iron slimes have also learned to transform their bodies into weapons and have gotten better at them. It was on the morning of such a day that when I showed my face at the store, an urgent message came from the branch store at Renoff. The slimes had grown too numerous. They had already surpassed the maximum number of slimes Kalkin-san and the others could tame. As such, I had no other choice but to go. After making sure that my schedule was clear, I went to Jimuru. By the time I got to Renoff, the sun was already setting. The last time I came here, I arrived on the afternoon of the next day, but this time around, I was able to make it just before the sun had fully set. Even if this might be a fantasy world, the distance between towns won't just suddenly change. If so, then the reason I was able to get to Renoff so quickly must be because I got faster. From my house to Jimuru. From Jimuru to the outskirts of the town. Before I knew it, I've gotten really good at the dimension magic that I've been using to commute and do jobs. My running hasn't gotten that much faster, so it's probably because my teleportation probably covers more distance now that I was able to reach Renoff so quickly. Seeing results like this is another happiness of training daily. Feeling satisfied, I passed through the door of the store. It was still during work hours, so there were a lot of customers inside. When I tried to line up normally, a voice called out to me from the counter. "Boss. Tony, good job. Ryuma, I'm glad you could make it." Tony, of course. So, the slimes. Ryuma, over here. Oh, Robelia-san, branch store manager Carla. Tony, it's all right. Just leave this to us. Robelia, we'll leave the slime to you too. Carla, after leaving the customers to the two of them, Tony brought me to the living quarters of the employees. Apparently, they've temporarily assigned one of the rooms here for the slimes to use. They're managing them fairly securely, as an adventurer security guard was keeping watch in front of the room. It's been a while. Thank you for always watching the store. Ryuma, you're the boss. Thanks for hiring me. Guard, how is it? Ryuma, nothing special. The room is just packed with slimes is all. There are no intruders and none of the slimes have tried to run away either. Boss Kalkin is inside, so if you need more info, you can ask him. Guard, I went inside. Kalkin-san. It's been a while. Ryuma, oh. Boss, you got here a lot quicker than we were expecting. Kalkin, I came as soon as I got your message. Are these all the slimes that need to be tamed? Ryuma, within the room was a 2-story bed, a table, and some chairs. Kalkin-san seemed to be writing something on the desk, but cleaner slimes could already be seen by his feet. Exactly. There's 75 of them all in all. Kalkin, let's deal with them quickly then. Form monster contract. This should be the last. Ryuma, yep, that's all 75 of them. Kalkin, is your mana all right? If you're tired, we have some potions here. Tony, it's all right. I have plenty of mana. Ryuma, and this isn't even comparable to that time when I had to tame a bunch of scavenger slimes. I wonder why they suddenly multiplied, though. We have that explained in writing here. Kalkin-san handed me the document on the table. I see. Reason 1. The sudden increase of customers. Renoff is home to transporters that ferry goods by means of flying monsters. Moreover, because of the presence of the Dragoon Guild, there are a lot of people that go in and out of town, from the people affiliated with the Dragoon Guild to the people that have taken up a job to transport something to the people that are simply using the flying monsters as a form of transport. There has also been an influx of customers after word spread from our regulars. Naturally, the more work there was, the more food the slimes had. Reason 2. The regulation of the production output of the deodorizing liquid. Because of all the nutrients the slimes were taking in, the amount of deodorizing liquid produced by the cleaner slimes were more than expected, overstocking inventory. Although the store didn't make any losses, the employees tried to throttle the production rate. And because the slimes had more nutrients than they knew what to do with, they multiplied. Ryuma, exactly. Kalkin, from now on, don't try to regulate the production of the deodorizing liquid. Just throw the excess deodorizing liquid, so this doesn't happen again. Ryuma, it was just a few days ago, but it seems we made everyone worry needlessly. Kalkin, we can't tame more slimes than this anyway, so it's probably fine even if we don't throttle the production rate. Tony, if the slimes increase too much, the secret of the big slime will be revealed. I don't really mind if Kalkin-san and the others find out, but they're still learning about the store. I don't want their attention to be divided too much. The information of new variants is one thing, but the big slime is too big of a bomb for them. Fortunately, even if they have more than 100 slimes, as long as the slimes are contracted to different tamers, they can't fuse. Maybe it's because the chain of command is different. I'll probably be able to make some more progress in that area if they can help me with my research, so I do intend to tell them one day, but just not now. Anyway, I'm glad that I was able to deal with the slime issue. All the employees seem to be worrying about the slimes, but with this, the cleaner slime problem has been dealt with. Are there any other problems? Ryuma, nothing other than those mentioned in the regular reports. Tony, no one's attacked us like in the main store, but there have been petty issues like when a drunk customer refuses to leave. Kalkin, the store is also doing well financially. Although the scale of the town can't be compared to Jimuru and there are less regulars here, but we still make about 10,000 suits in profit a day. Tony, so, there are no problems in management then. Ryuma, in that case, I'll soon have to prepare a store for Kalkin-san and the others. I should be able to prepare the capital for that in the not-so-distant future. It's good that everything is progressing smoothly. In that case, I can share with them the information on the deodorant slime. Or at least that's what I was thinking, but before that, I went all the way out here to Renov, so I might as well take this opportunity to drop by the Sionji company. If I leave it for later, I'll probably forget. Excuse me. Ryuma, welcome. Oh. Aren't you the bamboo forests? Clerk, it's been a while. Thanks for remembering me. Ryuma, when I entered the spice store, a clerk that I've been acquainted with before was tending to the counter. Our president praised you lot, after all, and you even carried such a huge game back with you. On top of that, we're just diagonally opposite your store. Can't possibly forget, now can we? Clerk, well, that's true. Ryuma, how may I help you today? Clerk, I came to Renov because something suddenly came up, so I thought I'd drop by and say hi to Puro-san. Ryuma, I see. Unfortunately, the president left 3 days ago for the capital on merchant business. The Ojusama will also be attending the academy very soon, so she went with him. Clerk, I see. That's unfortunate. Ryuma, but the madam is in. She's currently in the middle of business talks, but if you wait for a bit, you should be able to meet her. Clerk, in that case, I might as well wait. I've prepared some souvenirs, so if possible, I'd like to give it face to face. Can I take a look at your products for the time being then? I'm looking for something fragrant. Ryuma, please go ahead. If you're looking for something fragrant, then might I recommend the newly arrived cinnamon? Clerk. Just as the clerk was about to leave the counter, a woman's voice that resembled that of a shriek suddenly resounded from within the store. What was that? Ryuma, I'm not sure. I think that was the madam, though. Sorry, please wait for a moment. I will go and check. Clerk, the clerk excused himself and ran inside. And just when I was thinking he wouldn't be coming back. Sorry for the trouble. A man who had his hips at a frightfully low position left the store nearby in low spirits. The man bowed his head many times and walked away with the gentle wind. Kusa. As the man walked away from the spice store, a foul smell rode the gentle wind. The man that walked away was frowning himself, so it came as no surprise that the passers-by avoided the smell. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please come. Clerk, oh, I'm being called. Ryuma-han. Thank you for dropping by. Kurana, good afternoon, Kurana-san. Ryuma, the place I was brought to wasn't the reception office, but the dining table. But what I'm really concerned about is her nose. Is her nose inflamed or something? Although she's trying to keep her elegance as a beauty and is acting as reserved as she could, I can still see her sniffling. Kurana-san, are you all right? Ryuma, please don't worry. I'm not sick. I just ate something amazing a while ago. Kurana, something amazing. Ryuma, I believe it's called shappaya. It's a dish wherein fish is soaked in liquid mixed with salt and various herbs. Kurana, could it be that dish that stinks a lot? Ryuma, you've heard of it. Kurana, I don't know if it's the same, but I know a processed food that fits the description. Ryuma, it's probably a kind of food like kusaya, one. It seems a person selling that came here and gave her one to try. But as a member of the beast tribe, the smell was too harsh for her nose. In that case, why don't you have this? It might be able to help wash your mouth of the taste. It's a cake that's been recently popular among the women in my store. Ryuma, oh my. Thank you so much. Kurana, I gave Kurana the cake and chatted with her a bit. The next day, I was so into my conversation with my research team that I lost track of time, and before I knew it, it was already morning. I had breakfast and prepared to go back to Jimuru, but when I got to the gate, it was noisy for some reason. Did something happen? Ryuma, there was a crowd of people by the road. I asked them that. Some adventurers were fighting among themselves. The ones fighting have already been caught, but midway they started throwing some weird barrels at each other. Random guy 1, when the direction of the wind changed, a foul smell could wafted to our noses. When I approached the source of the smell, even I was stunned. This smell, Ryuma, it stinks. Uppu, random guy 1, as the direction of the wind changed, the crowd of onlookers walked away. Because of that I could get a better look. The men from yesterday had been driven into a corner by men and women of all ages. Hey! Do something about this smell. My equipment stinks. Angry Man 1, even if you tell me that, men from yesterday, because of all this trash here in front of my store, the customers won't come. Why do you even have all this trash piled up in the first place anyway? Angry Woman 1, these aren't trash. These are shapaya. It's a kind of preserved food. Men from yesterday, everyone, please calm down. He is also a victim like you people. Guard, I know that, but my store and all my goods are covered in this stinky stuff. Of course, I could clean my equipment and the storefront, but the goods affected can't be sold anymore. Angry Man 1, you should blame that on the people who started fighting in the first place. For now, let's try to get the situation under control. Guard, presently, the thick liquid and fish that are probably the source of the smell are scattered everywhere. The liquid was stored inside some small barrels that could be carried with one hand. The people fighting threw those at each other, and this was the result. The guards did their best to control the situation, but there was no end to the number of people complaining. Some of the anger ended up getting directed to the weak men who owned the barrels. But he himself was a victim. It feels bad to lay the blame on him. It would serve as advertisement for my store too, so why don't I help them out a bit? As such, I entered an alley with no one around and prepared some deodorant slimes. 1. Dried Japanese fish that smells really bad. Chapter 99 Volume 3 Chapter 99 How is it? Ryuma, amazing. Thanks, boy. Victim 1, who would have thought the day would come when slimes could be useful? The times are changing. Victim 2, I'm sorry, but these aren't for sale, Ryuma. As I tried to deodorize the affected street and stores as much as possible, the victims thanked me and gifted me various things. I thanked them and accepted their gesture, then I advertised my store and left the town. Wait. Ryuma, when I was passing through the gate, someone stopped me. Just as I was wondering what was up, the owner of that stinky preserved food was currently riding a carriage and was in the middle of being checked for passage. Thank heavens. I made it. Stinky food merchant, is something the matter? Ryuma, I wanted to thank you for earlier. But when I tried to go back there, they told me that you'd already left. This man along with the rest of the victims was taken by the guards. Of course, not to arrest him, but to confirm the damages received and to give due reparations. During that time, I cleaned the road and deodorized the stores of the store owners that came back first. This guy came last. Because of that we ended up passing each other. Ah, if you're going to be leaving through this gate, how about accompanying me for a bit? You seem to be on foot, so if you're all right with it, I can give you a ride. Stinky food merchant, technically, it would be faster if I went back on my own, but this is a kind of fate too. If it's just to show his gratitude, I guess I'll accept his offer. Oh, so you started peddling 12 years ago, Mondo-san. I guess that makes you a veteran then. Ryuma, haha, I wouldn't go that far. There are a lot of people who've been at it for 30 or 40 years already, and I've just started being independent. Have you heard of retail? It's a village on the bank of Ratoin Lake. Mondo, I'm not familiar with retail, but Ratoin Lake is the biggest lake in this country, yes. Ryuma, according to the documents I received from the guild, a monster I need to train with lives there. There are many fishing villages on the bank of that lake and one of those is Shikumu village. A party I'm acquainted with lives there. Shikumu is on the opposite shore of retail. I usually sell daily necessities to small villages like that. Mondo, huh? Don't you sell food? Ryuma, you talking about shapaya? That's something made by retail. Retail is my hometown. My dad's a fisherman, and because I wasn't going to be inheriting the family business, they told me to at least find a market for the business to contribute to the village. Because of that they forced all these barrels onto me when I got back to the village. Mondo, I see. Ryuma, but it's hard to sell because it stinks so bad. Even if you wash it and cook it or boil it, although the smell does get better a little, it still stinks. No one told me I couldn't sell it, but it's still frustrating. Mondo, I saw you back at the Sionji company. Ryuma, you saw me. I tried selling it there, but the stench was, as expected, bad and they wouldn't buy it. Well, I'll keep at it and maybe I'll find someone willing to buy it. Oh, which way are you? Mondo, a fork could be seen on the path up ahead. I'm going back to Jimuru, so I need to take a left here. I'm going right. Mondo, then I guess we'll part here. Ryuma, you're going left, huh? Well then, Mondo, the carriage stopped. Then he suddenly started searching his luggage, and then handed me a barrel that's been sealed tight. If you don't mind, please take one with you. As a token of my gratitude and as a prayer for your safe travels. If you take this with you, wild animals and monsters will be less likely to attack you. Especially, the ones with a good nose. Mondo, personally, just letting me ride with him was already more than enough to show his gratitude, but since he's giving it to me out of goodwill, I decided to accept it. Besides, it's apparently also useful as a repellent. That's not an appropriate way to use food anymore, but... Oh, maybe that's why his dad forced him to bring these barrels with him. Thank you very much. Ryuma, thank you too for your earlier help. Please have a safe travel. Mondo, I parted with Mondo-san, and when I couldn't see him anymore, I ran back to Jimuru. The next day. I gathered some herbs along the way, so by the time I got to Jimuru it was already afternoon. I dropped by the store, and they were doing well as usual. But there were two reports different from usual. One was that someone wanted an appointment with me. The person requesting it was Serge-san. Of course, it's all right, but what did he need? Ryuma, he says it's about a magic tool. Karm, about the music box. I wonder if something happened. I'll think about it after I meet him. For the meantime, let's just meet him first. And the other one? A letter of gratitude and some goods to express goodwill came from the 3 working girls' village. Karm, a letter of gratitude. Have I done anything to deserve that? They've been exchanging letters with their village regularly. The thank you letter is for your cordial welcome of their daughters. The goods have been stored in the 2nd floor. Karm, the 2nd floor. The room there is currently being used to inspect the laundry given by the customers. The laundry gets washed almost immediately, though, so that room has been pretty much unused all this time, but it is fairly big. If they had to store the goods there. Does that mean those 3 girls' parents sent that many stuff? Karm-san said he would call for someone to explain, so I went ahead upstairs. Oh. This is amazing, Ryuma. Mysterious jute bags were piled up in the 2nd floor. And there weren't just 10 or 20 of them. When I touched the bags it felt like a grain of some sort, but the smell coming from the ones at the back reminded me of sesame seeds. Identify, Ryuma, sesame seed oily with plenty of nutritional content. Although relatively easy to cultivate, it carries with it a strong fragrance that grows stronger with heat. So it really was something like sesame seed. The sesame seeds back at Earth can't produce such a strong aroma before being roasted, but these seeds can. Boss, I've brought Jane-san. Karm, thank you, Karm-san. Can you tell me what all these are for? Ryuma, sorry, boss. When we told our parents that the store we're working at is a good place, they went and did this on their own. These should be filled with wheat and semasa. They sent them here both as thanks and as a gesture of goodwill to the owner and to the people working here. Jane-san chose her words. I know it's from her parents, but it's bribery, in other words. Jane, Yua, talk about blunt. Ryuma, looks like she gave up racking her brain for a better term. It's good that she's honest, but the way she says it makes one want to throw those words back at her. Is this normal? Ryuma, sometimes. When parents want their children to have an acceptable workplace. After all, not all bosses are nice. Especially when the subordinates are women. Parents can't really help but worry. They give gifts like this to ensure that good workplaces remain good and the bad ones do change. That's about it. Carm, Well, that's understandable. And since I'm not a parent, their protective feelings are probably even greater than mine. But if they give us this much produce, then wouldn't they suffer a loss? Ryuma, in the first place, Jane-san and the others left their village to make money. I can't believe their parents and their village has much leeway financially. When I asked that to Jane-san, she says that this much won't cause a problem. When I asked for the details, she told me that their village is northeast of Jimuru. Their village is situated near the border and was a reasonably rich farming village until 10 years ago. Their main products include wheat and potatoes, and they also deal with semasa and vegetables. Most of the produce harvested in the village are transported across the border and sold there, but 10 years ago, the territory across the border started a plan to develop their farms, and since then their contract with them has been getting smaller. The plan was brought forward by a man who couldn't inherit his family's headship, being the second born or later, and with the financial assistance of the feudal lord, they were able to hire specialists and turn the agriculture development plan into a huge success. Currently, that area has become a well-known grain-producing land in that territory. Compared to them, the village of the 3 working girls has lost much of its profits. The villages neighboring them already had their own source of produce and didn't have any coin left to purchase from them. With no place to sell their produce, the youth of the village had no choice but to leave the village and make money outside. But since the only problem was that they couldn't sell their produce, they had more than enough to eat. The amount of produce taken as tax and the amount eaten by the villagers doesn't really change much, so all the unsold produce are just left there to spoil in the village. But I can guarantee the quality of these. Jane, since you have so much produce, why don't you reduce it? You're sending people away anyway, so shouldn't you have less people working on the fields? Ryuma, because it would be a problem if we didn't have any stocked up in case of a bad season, and also because there are a lot of people who want to protect the fields that have been with the village for generations. In the village, we each contribute money so we can procure magic tools and cattle to use for farm work. We can also use the excess wheat as feed. Saying that we can just reduce the production rate to make just enough makes it seem as if all the effort we put into farm work is nothing but a waste. Jane, I feel like she's starting to complain. Anyway, it seems sending all these back will just result in them being thrown out. Alright. But the next time you contact them, please inform them that they don't need to send me these stuff. Whether they send me these things or not, I'm not going to change how I treat you. And as long as the person is willing to do a proper job, I can accept other people from your village as employees. Ryuma, really? Jane, I don't mind hiring employees due to their connection, and I will be needing more employees if I'm going to be putting up a branch store. I still need to consult with Carm-san, but as far as I'm concerned, as long as the person is willing to do the work, then it's all good. Besides, I've also taken full advantage of my connection with the Duke's family and the Morgan Company and the Guild Masters, so I'm not exactly in a position to find fault with others that take advantage of their connections. Do note that they must do the work properly and not cause any trouble. Understood. I will not give preferential treatment to someone just because you introduced them to me. I also won't favor someone just because everyone is acquainted with the person. Though I will accept consultation if the person in question has some kind of special condition that needs to be taken into consideration. Ryuma, of course. That's more than enough. Jane, that's good then. What do you think, Carm-san? Ryuma, as long as we observe and interview them thoroughly, it should be fine. Just as the boss has said, we do need to hire more people eventually, so it would be a huge help if we could get people whose origin has already been confirmed. Carm, that's good to hear. By the way, can you assess the value of all these? Ryuma, I've already assessed the value and have prepared everything in writing. If you need a more precise assessment, however, someone that deals in food goods from the Merchant Guild should be able to provide it. Carm, I see. We can just go with your assessment. Can you prepare the appropriate monetary value when the girls contact the village next? I don't want to accept all these for free. Ryuma, very well. We'll deal with it that way. Carm, wait a moment, does that mean you're going to be buying all of these? Please don't. Our parents sent all of these on their own accord. Jane, but wouldn't it be a waste to just send them back? After all, you have more than you know what to do with. We'll use it for the food in the store, so don't worry about it. Ryuma, then, at the very least, please purchase everything at a low price. Jane, then I'll purchase everything at cost price plus shipping fee. That's good enough, yes. Ryuma, I think it's fine. Carm, all right. Jane, Carm-san submitted a compromise proposal. Meanwhile, Jane-san muttered to herself, is this really all right? Although the one benefiting from this the most is their village, as far as I'm concerned, I was able to acquire a new place to source new employees from Chapter 100 evening when work hours were about to end. Surge-san dropped by the store. I heard you wanted to talk about the music box. Ryuma, yes. First, I wish to give a report of the current situation. Dino Magic Tool Workshop will soon be able to start selling the music box. To that end, they have started accumulating stock. Surge, it's still some months away, but they're already at a stage where they can start selling. Surge-san showed me a sample of the product while talking. There will be different music boxes for nobles and commoners, right? Ryuma, yes. The music boxes catered toward nobles are ornamental boxes with a magic tool inside. The ornamental boxes will be made by order, so the customers can pick the motif and material themselves. Surge, so, a unique luxury item. And because the box will be made to order, Dynome-san's workload will decrease. Compared to that, the music box for the commoners is just a branded small box. This version will probably sell for a much more affordable price. Since the music boxes catered toward the nobles are made to order, I take it we will be selling the common music boxes first. Ryuma, yes. Selling the music boxes to the nobles will be taken care of by the company, so I was thinking of unveiling the common music boxes during the founding festival. Surge, you plan to put up a store during the founding festival? Ryuma, yes. The music that will be used in the music box is written by a popular troubadour. We've promised to mention them as well as the name of their song. That troubadour's group of itinerant entertainers, the Semroid Troupe, will also be performing in Jimuru, so we'll be selling our music boxes there. Surge, he sure figured out how to sell music boxes quickly. Just one thing. Where are you planning to perform? Ryuma, that's actually one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. Surge, apparently, he wants to use the store as a dressing room, and the security guard's training area for the venue of the troupe. I should discuss this with the others. First, I called Carm-san and the head of my guards, Fei-san, and explained to them the situation. After discussing it, it was eventually decided that the empty lot will be used as proposed, but the dressing room will instead use the free room in the dormitory. Of course, this was under the condition that no one would be able to enter the other areas of the store. Thank you for your cooperation. With this I'll be able to report something good. The troupe will arrive within 2 weeks or so. I'll drop by again when they arrive. Surge, like this the discussions with Surge-san came to a close. I saw him off until the entrance of the store, then I went back inside. Did you hear that? Ryuma, I think it came from the kitchen. I'll take a look. Fei-san quickly went to take a look. I didn't hear anything. Carm, it was a really quiet sound. Ryuma, while we were talking, Fei-san came back. Boss, there's a terrible smell coming from a barrel in the kitchen. It seems Shelma-san accidentally opened it. Fei, a barrel with a terrible smell, ah. Ryuma, that must be the shapaya I got. It's food, so I left it in the kitchen and forgot about it. Sorry. I was the one who left that there. It's a kind of preserved food someone gave me, Ryuma, you did. In that case, you better hurry or she'll throw it away. Fei, throw it away. That would be a terrible thing to do to Mondo-san. Excuse me. Ryuma, I rushed to the kitchen, and true enough, Shelma-san was just about to throw the Shapaya barrel into the trash can. Stop. Ryuma, Kaya. Boss. What's the matter? Shelma-san. I'm sorry, but actually, that's a kind of preserved food someone gave me. I know it stinks, but it's not trash. Ryuma, oh. Is that so? My bad. Shelma, no, it's my fault for forgetting it here. Let me deodorize the kitchen for you. Ryuma, I put the lid back on the barrel, and then used the deodorant slime to freshen up the kitchen. I've already gotten used to doing this sort of stuff, so I was able to do everything quickly. There. Ryuma, thank you very much. But, are you sure you can eat that thing? Shelma-san found it hard to believe. But that's understandable considering how bad the stench is. I have the stench resist skill and I've already eaten something like it in my previous life, so I'm alright with it, but someone who's seeing it for the first time will probably find it hard to digest. You need to wash off the smell first before eating it. That's what the person who gave it to me said. Do you want to try it? Ryuma, I'm actually quite interested, being a chef and all, but I'm not sure. Shelma, looks like the shock from when she accidentally opened the barrel was too big, and she can't help but remember the stench when she smelled the stuff directly. Wait a moment. Just now, wasn't I able to remove the stench of the Shapaya in the room using the deodorant slime? In that case, why don't I try soaking the Shapaya in the deodorant slime's liquid? Mind if I try something? I'll put up a barrier first. Ryuma, I know I'm the boss, but Shelma-san is in charge of the kitchen. She's also in the middle of preparing supper, so I made sure to get her permission first before trying out this experiment. First I took out the Shapaya and put them inside a large bowl. I thought the Shapaya would become softer, but they actually managed to retain their shape. I lined up the Shapaya, then I submerged them inside the deodorant slime's liquid. For the meantime, let's soak for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. After removing the liquid from the Shapaya, I gently washed the Shapaya, making sure not to crush it. The deodorant slime's liquid wasn't poisonous, but I had to make sure that no filth would be left, so I used water magic to wash everything off, and done. The stench is gone. Compared to before, the Shapaya basically smelled like nothing now. But what about the taste? I roasted it over fire and ate it. Ryuma, the more I chewed, the more the deliciousness of the fish came out. I thought I'd lose some of the taste by washing the Shapaya with the deodorant liquid, but it's still plenty delicious. There's still a little bit of stench from the Shapaya's liquid, though. Should I let it soak for longer? It might be because I'm numb to the smell already, or it might be because of the stench resist skill, but the thing is I don't really mind the smell, so I'm not actually sure if the smell is bearable now for a normal person. Shelma-san, I was able to remove most of the smell. What do you think? Ryuma, oh, you're right. In that case, I'll have one, It still stinks a little. Shemla, I see. Ryuma, it's much better compared to before, though. Before, it was so bad I couldn't stand it, but now, I can properly taste it. I think it might be best if this is prepared with some herbs first rather than served as is. Shelma, so, the stench is weak enough that it could be solved with something like that. In that case, how about adding Jija? Wait. I don't have any. I don't have any herbs too. Right. Let's use that semasa instead. I took a bag of semasa from the second floor and wrung out some oil using alchemy. The oil is plenty aromatic as is, but heating it up will release even more of the aroma. I cooked the oil on a frying pan. And gradually the aromatic smell became stronger. I then added the Shapaya that's been treated with deodorant. After frying one side, I flipped the pan and fried the other side. I fried the Shapaya until both sides had turned crispy. Is it ready? Shelma, yes. What do you think? Ryuma, Well, it stink way less than before now. I think it'll go well with wine. Shelma, is the taste the problem? What's going on? Fina, no, it's, Ryuma, we smelled something familiar. Jane, so we came to see what it is. Maria, when I turned around, the 3 working girls were standing by the entrance. The semasa is our hometown's taste, so, Jane, smelling it really whets our appetite. Fina, I see. Ryuma, boss, is that tonight's supper? Maria, it's an experiment actually. It's all right. We'll add it to our supper tonight. Shelma, and that's how today's experiment concluded. As a result, the side dishes for tonight's supper increased. After supper, Shelma-san's cooking was again simple and delicious. The employees also enjoyed the shapaya fried in sesame oil. The effect of the deodorizing liquid could be seen immediately. If I knew I could use the deodorizing liquid like this, I would have bought more shapaya. Too bad. So long as man lives, he will need food to sustain him. So it never hurts to have too many preserved food. Here you go, boss. Jane, thank you very much. Ryuma, after supper, Jane-san served me a cup of Dante coffee. She prepared everyone else's favorite drink too, and we spent the time after supper like that. Fun. Jane, still, Jane-san sure is in a good mood today. The others are also in a good mood. Are they that happy having the ingredients of their hometown used? When I asked them that, apparently, that was one part of it, but there was also the conversation this afternoon. When I think of how everyone in the village might be hired by the store, I just... Maria, of course, we're also okay if you send us to different branches. Either way, the laundromat is a really safe workplace. We left the village to work, but while we're able to have an easy life working here, we can't help but worry for those working elsewhere, Jane, and with the way our village is, more and more villagers will eventually have to leave to make money. At that time, if we could just ensure the safety of at least one more villager, then we could be at ease by that much. Fina, I see. Ryuma, what would really be great is if we can sell our produce, though. Fina, that's right. If that happens, then everyone can live together again. Maria, it's a waste that ingredients that delicious are just being thrown away. Faye, unthinkable in our country. Leland, Faye-san and Leland-san joined the conversation. What do you eat in your country? Shelma, our staple food is mayan. It's made by kneading flour with water. Kind of like bread, but we don't cook it, and instead, put it in soup. When made long and narrow, we call it riamayan. When it's thin and long, we call it parmesan. There are many names and ways of eating it. Faye, could this mayan be noodles? That seems to be the case after hearing Faye-san's explanation. Or maybe it's closer to flour dumplings since they put them in a soup. That's interesting, Maria. I wonder how foreign cuisine tastes like. Shelma-san, are you curious? If you want, I can make you some. Leland, oh, my, Leland-san. Are you sure? Shelma, I haven't eaten it in a long while too. Why not? The ingredients are wheat flour, water, and soup. Everyone in our country is poor, so we don't need any special ingredients. Leland, what a happy conversation this has turned into. Should we put up a stall? Carm, huh? Leland, Carm-san. Ryuma, I was wondering what he was talking about so suddenly, but apparently, it was related to our discussion with Serge-san. Although we're not making a loss by lending the store, we can benefit more from the deal depending on our actions. One way we can do that, I believe, is by providing some snacks to the people coming to watch the troupe. If we provide them a place for them they can rest at and prepare products that can attract their attention, we should also be able to sell them some things. It's a festival after all, so they should be more willing to spend. And even if we don't make that much, we can still use this as an opportunity to deepen relations with the townspeople. Carm-san. Although it's just an idea, he's sure thought it through. Management is going well, so we do have the capital, and we might just be able to give back a little to the people we've been making a killing from. This is another way to enjoy the festival. What do you think? Everyone. Carm-san, it would be impossible if the stall is to be tended by just me and Carm-san. We need to get everyone's cooperation. If you're doing it, I'll help. I don't have anything scheduled. Dolce, unexpectedly, Dolce-san immediately agreed. I thought he was focused on working on his diary, but it seems he was actually listening. I don't have any experience putting up a stall, but I certainly love seeing people eat my food. All the more when the customers praise my cooking. Shelma-san was also up for it. If we take turns like we do normally, we should be able to make time to go around the festival even while tending to the stall. Fina, We'll probably lose all our money if we play the whole day, so why not? Maria, I'm okay with it. Leland, I agree with my daughter. Faye, me too. Ah. Assistant manager, can we use our store's wheat for the ingredients? Jane, we have to create an environment to preserve the food goods, but it should be fine. Is something the matter? Carm, if we use our village's wheat, some customers might ask where the wheat is produced. Jane, what are you talking about? Dolce, ahaha, forget it. I'm all right with working on the stall. It sounds fun. Jane, after Jane-san agreed, Fina-san also agreed. With that, the decision was a unanimous yes. We're putting up a stall. Great. But then again, when you think about, couldn't we just use the store? Still, this is where the flow of conversation brought us, so I guess that's that. Now, we need to check the cost of the ingredients and prepare some sample dishes. We'll have to lay the groundwork with Morgan Company. I'll begin preliminary investigations tomorrow. Ryuma, if after that everyone still feels like putting up a stall, then we'll put up a stall. Chapter 1012 2 weeks later. The employees were very busy due to having to work their regular hours while also preparing for the festival. In these 2 weeks, everyone was running about, cooking their respective local cuisines, ensuring everything needed for those dishes was ready, and working with the Morgan Company to deal with the security and the reception of the customers at the festival. But despite the busyness of the preparations, the morale of the employees remained high. I was secretly shocked. In my past life, we had yearly company recreation events to bolster the team spirit of employees, but they were really just meant to satisfy the complacency of the upper brass. The only ones excited about such events were a small portion of the company, which included the people planning the event. The rest of the employees were merely forced to participate under the pretense that such events were so-called company events. A compulsory wastage of an employee's free day, in other words. Still, I get where they're coming from. It's obviously better if the employees could develop some sort of unity. And it can't be helped anyway if it's company policy, but I really don't want to see my employees make the same faces as those employees in my past life. For now though, everyone seems to be having fun. The stalls are gradually taking shape and everyone is eager to work. Moreover, it's not just my employees who'll be participating in the stall, for some unexpected people have decided to help out. Boss. Zeke-san from the butcher is here. Carm, I hear you. I'm going right now. Ryuma, I stopped working on the empty lot of the store and went to the reception office. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, you didn't make me wait at all. This is for today's portion. I brought the goods to the kitchen already. Zeke, this is more affordable than expected. Ryuma, you're purchasing so much, so I thought I'd give you a discount. Zeke, one of the people cooperating with us was Zeke-san. He helps out by providing meat for the trial dishes, and on the day of the festival, he himself will be helping out in the stall along with his employees. A few days ago, when I purchased a lot of ingredients, he asked me what I was using them for, so I answered him, and in the end, he decided to help out. When I asked him why, apparently, he and his employees want to spend time with their family during the festival. But if they were to waste too much, they would be scolded by their wives, so in exchange for helping out one day out of the 2 days of the festival, I will be paying them an appropriate salary. If I get their help, preparations for the festival will become relatively easier and the money that can be used for the capital will also increase. My employees won't have as much of a burden on the day of the festival and we will also have more opportunities to mingle with others. After establishing a win-win relationship like that, Pauline-san and her housewife friends, Kiara-san and Mary-san, also got word of our deal. The 3 of them told me that they were willing to help out with the trial dishes and on the day of the festival itself if I gave them the same conditions. Presently, they are helping out in the kitchen with Shelma-san. Incidentally, because the housewives joined, word of the Semroid troupe coming to perform spread through the housewives' intelligence network. Among other things, when I showed my face at Pauline-san's store, many of her friends had something to say. Are we going to end up with a crowd like when we opened the store for the first time? I should prepare for that possibility. Well then, Ryuma-kun. I'll see you in the evening. Zeke, I saw Zeke-san off as he left to go back to his store, then I went back to working on the empty area. Tonight, I will be checking the menu of the stall for the last time and open the place that will be used as the venue of our social gathering. I have to at least prepare the place a little. Evening. After work hours. I was checking some documents while waiting for the visitors at the office when Karm-sen came. Boss, Serge-sama, and a representative of the Semroid troupe is here. Karm, thank you very much. Ryuma, I quickly went to the reception office. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, sorry to disturb you, Ryuma-sama. This here is the leader of the Semroid troupe. Serge, my name is Prenant Semroid. Though I may be young, I lead a troupe of itinerant entertainers. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young Sage Dano. Prenance, inside the room was Serge-san sitting on the sofa, as well as another person at the back. The person was a handsome man with dazzling hair like silver threads. He stood out even as he sat. When he stood up and offered a handshake, I responded, but his action struck me as somewhat theatrical. The pleasure is mine. You can just call me by name. There's no need for the sage stuff, Ryuma. Oh. I see you are a humble man, wise, Ryuma Dano. The music box. That small box that could spin that delicate sound. It is a work of wonder, I must say. It has given our performances a new flavor. Moreover, the musical composition I composed was even incorporated into it, allowing my music to reach more people than thought ever possible. If you, Ryuma Dano, the man who developed that, is not worthy of being called a sage, then who is? Prenance, is that thing really that big of a deal to musicians, or is he just flattering me? Forgive my bluntness, but my first impression of him is hard to deal with. Thank you very much. Ryuma, I should be thanking you. Not only did you bestow upon us the music box, you even gave us artists a place to showcase our talents. Prenance, yes. But the place isn't really anything special, though. It's just the empty lot of the store that we rarely use. Ryuma, I saw it a little along the way. It's more than big enough. I'm sure my friends will be delighted. Prenance, are they already there? Ryuma, yes, they're already at the venue. Prenance, just as planned. The details of the music box and the fact that I'm its developer aren't really things that should be spoken of in public. Hence, our topic here includes not only the details of the performance but also the secrecy of my identity, which is why only the representative was called here. It would be rude to keep them waiting then. Shall we go over the details quickly? Ryuma, the stage-related matters will be left to the Semroid troupe. Ryuma, please leave it to me. It's a rare opportunity for us to be able to stand on such a big stage. We will definitely put on a good show. Prenance, when they were just getting started, they usually played in smaller venues, such as the town square or the bar. A large venue that could accommodate a bigger audience like my store's empty lot is probably a rare opportunity for them. I'll leave it to you. If there's anything you need, please feel free to consult us. If you need some things or more people, either Serge-san or Karm-san should be able to help you. And if you need help with the stage or to transport some things or other labor work, you can look to me for help. Ryuma, thank you for everything. Prenance, next is. Oh, it seems that's it. Ryuma, so it appears. If there's still anything else that needs to be discussed, I'll let you know. Prenance, shall we be off then? Serge, after discussing what needed to be discussed, we went to the venue. It sure is lively. Ryuma, in the venue were 6 temporary stores, each of which was built with earth. Magic. The stores were only about the size of a stall, but they have been outfitted with the necessary equipment for cooking. Around those stores could be seen our neighbors. There were also some unfamiliar men and women of all ages. Ah. Ryuma. Hurry up and come. Rick. I see Lenny and Tony too. They are relatives of the people helping us, as well as children. They should be able to give us a lot of feedback regarding the food. I'm starving. Mom says tonight's supper is going to be served her. Rick, don't say unnecessary things. Behave. Pauline, ahaha, Ryuma, boss, thank you for your hard work. It's a bit early, but I think we should start soon. Karm, yes. Let's begin. Ryuma, in that case, please give the welcoming remarks. Karm, I wasn't sure if it was really okay for me to be the one to give the welcoming remarks, but regardless, I took a glass filled with beverage with one hand and stood before the crowd. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the representative of the laundromat, Bamboo Forest, Ryuma Takebayashi, and I would like to thank all of you for being able to make it here tonight despite your busy schedules. Ryuma, Rick stared at me with eyes that seemed to be saying, "Are we not eating yet?" I understand that there are those among us who can no longer wait. As such, I shall take it upon myself to keep this short. As everyone knows, we will be opening stalls to celebrate this coming founding festival. I would like to work together wherever possible with those who will be using the same venue. To that end, we have gathered everyone here tonight. I'm sure there are many among you who are meeting each other for the first time. As such, I would like for this as an opportunity for us to get to know each other. A toast to our future cooperation. Cheers. Ryuma, cheers. Everyone said cheers simultaneously. Although we had just under 40 people, this social gathering still turned out to be quite the party. While the party was going on, the cooks left the crowd and started cooking in the temporary stores. Most of the cooking has actually already been done, though, so it only took them a short while to complete their dishes. Before long, an appetizing smell began to waft out from the stores. While that was happening, I went around to greet the people and handed out voting ballots that would determine the final products that would be sold on the stalls. Each set of voting ballot contained 10 sheets. Of those, 5 sheets are, "Food I want to eat." The other 5 sheets are for after eating, titled, "The food that I found delicious." The results of the votes will dictate the products that will be sold at the stalls. This looks to be a success already. Prenance, with a plate of food on one hand, Prenance-san came over with a 50-year-old man in tow. "Thanks to you. How's the taste?" Ryuma, "Even better than I expected." The rest of the troupe thinks so too. Look. Prenance, the place he pointed at was a corner of the venue. Although this party was something akin to a standing buffet party, some chairs and tables have been prepared should the guests want to relax. There, a group of people dressed in what appeared to be traveling clothes could be seen chatting with the people around them. Among the group could be seen a cheerful-looking woman wolfing down one plate after another. Curious. Prenance, well, she is eating rather passionately. Hard not to be shocked. Ryuma, ha ha ha. Is that so? Her name is Mia. The troupe's biggest glutton. Prenance, she became an itinerant entertainer solely because she wanted to eat delicious food. It was the men behind who said that with a fed-up tone. Soldio. I work as a sword dancer along with Mia. Soldio, happy to make your acquaintance. Ryuma, it's a line of work I've never heard of, but I suppose it would be safe to assume that they use a sword for their performances. We dance by ourselves and cut things. We also move in groups and do so in a very showy manner. There are various programs, but you're not wrong. Soldio, he's Mia's uncle and the deputy leader of the troupe. He also works as our bodyguard. So he's not just a performer. He's also a swordsman. Fights do tend to break out during festivals, so feel free to rely on him when you need him. Prenance, thank you very much. It puts me at ease knowing there are more people who can protect the store. Ryuma, you can call me whenever I'm free. You can use me too if you want. I don't mind. Prenance, what about me? Uncle. Mia didn't notice she was there at all because of Soldio-san's shadow. The person in question stood up while carrying her plate with both hands. We were talking about you helping out with the security. Soldio, I see. Ah, you're the representative from a while ago. I heard you were young, but wow. You're really young. Mia, that's rude, Mia. Soldio, it's all right. I don't mind. I am young. Ryuma, besides, it's not like she's mocking me. At least, it doesn't feel that way. Are you enjoying the party? Ryuma, of course. There are a lot of rare dishes, and when I think a dish is common and I eat it, I'm suddenly greeted with a surprise. Like that hot dog, for example. The bread is spongy and the sausage is juicy. I've gone to so many places, but there's not many stores that can produce such a taste. Mia, hot dogs are regulars in festivals, but the bread Shelma-san is using is the naturally leavened bread we made before. The meat specialists, Zeke and Company, thought of using the naturally leavened bread with a special sausage. Pauline San then cooked that to come up with a luxurious product. The result was a juicy hot dog that fully brought out the taste of its ingredients. A feat only a pro could do. Because of this, the taste of Zeke San's hot dog was on a league higher than its contemporaries, making it one of the favorites among the various dish candidates. And then there's Zilmer cuisine. Coupled with a soup, it gives a relaxing taste that warms the body. Mia, Fei San and Leland San cooked parmigian. The dish they brought out, though, was a lot closer to wonton soup than flour dumplings in soup. The ingredients used were simple, but after thoroughly boiling the meat and the vegetables, they were able to bring out the goodness within it. Because of its gentle taste, I like to pair it with meat and vegetables stir-fried in semasa oil. There are some strange dishes too, aren't there? Prenance, as Prenance San said that, on his plate could be seen shell-less salted Dante seeds roasted over fire. I originally purchased the Dante seeds to make dandelion coffee, but it seems there are areas where people consider the seeds themselves to be a delicacy. Because of that, I can't tell anymore whether Dantes are closer to dandelions or sunflowers. The roots can be used for coffee, the seeds can be eaten, and when wrung, oil can be extracted from them. Because of that, I started planting more and more of them with the help of the scavenger slime fertilizer and wood magic. I'm glad you like them. We have a lot of them prepared, so please eat as much as you'd like. Although it would probably be a good idea to leave some room in your stomach. It's almost time for desserts. Ryuma, really? Mia, really? Many of the desserts are made by me. I've prepared food like gamadufu, crushed sesame seeds boiled in water and chilled like tofu, and sesame dumplings. For gamadufu, the sesame seeds need to be carefully ground until they're soft and pleasant to the tongue. Afterwards, starch is extracted from potato and added to it. It is then cooked over fire until smooth, and then it is kneaded to shape and then cooled. Once done, it can be eaten with honey made from brown sugar. For the sesame dumplings, I first prepared the filling using semasa and brown sugar. I added water and Dante oil to refined rice flour and mixed it, then I used that to wrap the filling. The raw semasa were like cloves upon the filling, while I fried the surface with Dante oil. In this case, Dante oil has to be used over semasa oil due to the amount and cooking time. If the semasa oil were to be used instead, the resulting product will smell too much like semasa and it will be too difficult to tell apart the ingredients from the aroma. On that point, the Dante oil's moderate fragrance cannot overpower the dish. When I used Identify on the Dante oil, I found out that its unsaturated fatty acid contained a high amount of oleic acid, making it a smooth oil with high nutritional value. Unfortunately, not much oil can be extracted from a Dante seed. 15 grams of Dante seeds are needed just to produce a milliliter of Dante oil. If I need 800 milliliters of Dante oil, I will be needing 12,000 g or 12 kilograms of Dante seeds. Although Dante seeds are healthy, it takes a lot of effort to produce enough of them to make oil. So much so that extracting oil from them actually makes for good training for my mana. Thanks to that, though, I was able to come up with a delicious dish, but the amount of effort it takes and the expense of brown sugar and refined rice flour limits the number of dishes that could be made. Actually, the labor is still somewhat acceptable. The real killer is that we can't set the price lower than 20 suits apiece. That's a little too high for a dessert being sold at a stall. There's a high probability of the sesame dumplings not making it to the stalls, so I've already prepared a substitute for it. An inexpensive wheat flour pastry that cuts down on costs by using cheaper dough, sesame pastry. When I said that. In that case, I better get my fill tonight. Mia-san said that, and then left to get more food. I feel like she's already eaten a family's worth, but it doesn't seem like she's planning on stopping anytime soon. Chapter 102 Volume 3 Chapter 102 Part 1 When the party was in full swing, a concerning topic came out. There's a monster on the highway. Ryuma, yes. We came here through the southern plains, but before leaving Carabin, we heard sightings of an ant in the plains. Because of that we were on alert the entire trip. It was really exhausting. Prenance, ant is the universal term for all ant-type monsters. There are all sorts, but in general, they all possess a hard carapace that protects their whole body, as well as an inclination to swarm their enemies. How dangerous an ant actually is, however, depends on the variant. Could it be a murder ant? Ryuma, murder ants possess a hard carapace and a sturdy pair of jaws. They are carnivorous and they love to fight other living creatures. A swarm of such ants is undoubtedly a threat. Depending on the size of the nest, the Adventurers Guild would rank an extermination job for them as rank C or above. Oh, no. If that were the case, we would have surely chosen a different route. It should be a tunnel ant. Penance, Sorry. Can you tell me more about that variant? Ryuma, let's see. First of all, it has the same hard carapace that ants are known for, but their jaws, claws, and overall strength is weaker compared to the other ants variants. They also don't have any venom. Overall, their attacking power is low, but they're also more gentle compared to the other ants and won't attack other monsters or people. They specialize in digging soft ground and are known to expand their nest proactively. The problem is that if you accidentally pass over one of their nests without knowing, their nests will cave and your carriage will fall with it. Penance, the tunnel ant nests are reinforced by their bodily liquids, so it won't cave in if it's just a peron walking over it, but a carriage filled with luggage plus passengers is simply too heavy. Tunnel ants aren't very dangerous, but they're considered to be annoying pests for people traveling on carriages. They must be a headache to the transportation industry. Ryuma, hopefully it doesn't affect the number of customers and the preparations for the festival. Surge-san, who was quietly listening beside us, seemed to be concerned as well. In that case, why don't I pay them a visit tomorrow? You, Ryuma-dano. Penance-san made an odd face when I said that, so I explained to him that I was an adventurer. I also told him that I was planning to go to the Great Forest of Shurus. I see. So, that's why you asked if it was a murder ant. Penance, in the Great Forest, other than the murder ants, there are also other ant-type monsters, so seeing those tunnel ants should prove to be good reference. They might affect the flow of goods too, so I'm thinking of checking them out just in case. Ryuma, that would put me at ease. Surge, it would be a great help to us too. Penance, not just Surge-san but Penance-san too. We can't afford to show a poorly practiced show to the audience, so I was thinking of using the plains near Jimuru as a practice area. Penance, itinerant entertainers like themselves have to travel from one town to another, so oftentimes they do not have a designated practice area. Moreover, their performances are the products that they sell. They cannot afford to show them when still unrehearsed, so they can't practice in a place where other people can see them. Unfortunately, tunnel ants have recently been sighted in the plains. Although there's only a chance that they might happen into one, that's still enough to make them want to avoid it. That's probably why it would be a great help to them if I could do something about the tunnel ants. In that case, why don't you use my place for your practice? Ryuma, if they just need a place away from the public, then the abandoned mine should be good enough. The Duke's family did tell me to use the place as I saw fit, so I'm sure they wouldn't mind if I lent it to some people to use for their rehearsal. There also won't be any dangerous monsters there. And in the rare case that a monster does appear, it will be weak enough that Soldio-san can deal with it himself. He looks strong, after all. Are you sure? The rumors about itinerant entertainers like ourselves aren't exactly flattering. Many of them say that we steal from other people and kidnap children. Of course, we don't do such thing nor plan to, but, Penance, don't worry about it. It's not like I have anything worthwhile in my house. Ryuma, most of my stuff are inside my item box, so it really doesn't matter if I lend the place. Besides, it's actually more dangerous for them if they try to enter my house. There are plenty of stuff there that could cause a person a world of pain if handled poorly. All the more so if there are still some uncured soap or caustic soda left. It's fine. Really? Ryuma, in that case, thank you. Penance, when will you be starting? Ryuma, if you're all right with it, we'd like to start as soon as tomorrow morning. Penance, I'm pretty sure they just arrived. Are they really all right with that? All right. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning then. The place is straight from the northern exit of Jimuru. I don't think you'll miss it. Ryuma, like this we made plans for tomorrow and concluded the social gathering. Volume 3 Chapter 102 Part 2 The next day. The Semroid troupe visited my house, and I provided them a place to practice. I didn't really do anything special, though. I just told them not to go inside because it's dangerous, and prepared some water for them. The rest I left to Penance-san. When I got to the Adventurers Guild just before noon, there were fewer people than usual. It's nice not having to wait, but... Oh, Ryuma-kun. Meilin-san, good day. I hear that tunnel ants have recently been sighted in the southern plains. Ryuma, I see word got to you quickly. If you're looking for work relating to that, I've got some here. Meilin, I just thought I'd mention it, but before I knew it, several job requests have already been piled up on the desk. Destroy the tunnel ants, look for nests. And dig. The first two I get, but what am I supposed to dig? Ryuma, that mission is to dig out the nests. Just destroying the eggs isn't thorough enough, as there's a chance they might still come back later. Meilin, I see. Is this why there are so few guild members here today? Ryuma, correct. We've already found several nests. There's a people out there hunting right now. Meilin, how much damage have the tunnel ants caused so far? Ryuma, not much right now. But, Meilin-san's expression turned dark. I wonder if something happened. I told you we found several nests, right? There's a high probability that the tunnel ants either came from somewhere to breed or they came here after breeding to look for a new home. Because of that, the guild thinks it's still likely to find new nests, making the odds for casualties on our side higher. That's why the guild wants to allocate more people into searching for nests. The Tamer Guild is also cooperating with us to some extent, so we've been making progress. Meilin, the Tamer Guild. Can you tell me more about that? Ryuma, there's not much more to it. Guilds can work together too depending on the problem. One such example is the tunnel ant infestation, which we'd all like to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Besides, this town is close to the mines, so there are a lot of people on the Tamer Guild side to help us out. Meilin, I don't know if it's okay to ask this from you, but is it also possible to get the job from the Tamer Guild? Ryuma, probably. Are you planning to take the job from there? Meilin, that look in her eyes. Actually, I'm also a member of the Tamer Guild, and its guild master has helped me out quite a bit, but given my monsters, there's not really a lot of jobs I could accept from the Tamer Guild. So, I was thinking of going there to accept the job. Ryuma, so you want to return a favor? Alright. You don't have to make that face. It's up to a member whether he wants to accept a job or not. Meilin, she laughed as she said that. Looks like I didn't offend her. That's good to hear. Still, though, I'm sorry I couldn't accept the job here. Ryuma, I hear you. Feel free to accept a job from here when you feel like it. Meilin, thank you very much. Ryuma, I thanked Meilin-san and left the Adventurers Guild. Take care. The guard at the southern gate saw me off as I left for the southern plains. I almost never dropped by the Tamer Guild, so when I went there, I was mistaken for a new applicant. There were no problems after clearing up that misunderstanding, however, and I was able to accept a job normally. Let's go. Ryuma, Kururu. Rimmel birds, as I yelled that out loud, the Rimmel birds I took with me flied up in the sky and assumed a formation shaped like the letter V. I'm having them look for tunnel ant nests in places likely to have one. According to the Tamer Guild, the tunnel ants have a disposition to eject earth and sand to their surroundings when digging out their nests. In other words, while they may not make a mound when digging out a nest, any area with signs of having been recently dug could possibly be a tunnel ant nest. Rimmel bird, found one. Ryuma, I used shared perception to see the world through Ein's eyes, who was currently flying still in the air. When I did, I saw a patchy area of earth within the verdant plains. With just my bare eyes, the plains seemed endless, but from up above, everything was a lot clearer. I have no business with places that others have already started to dig or places where people have already started hunting. I used to mention magic and left the empty road. Let's take a look around here then. Dimension home. Ryuma, I brought the iron and metal slimes with me from the abandoned mine, so I released them and had them line up. There were about 400 of them all in all. I fed them a lot because I wanted to make a big slime, but I fed them a bit too much and now they're too many. Just 100 is enough to make a big slime, but now I have 200 iron slimes and 200 metal slimes. Still, with this many, there are also more things that I can do. I ordered the slime most skilled in transformation to turn itself into a katana, then I gave out an order to the rest of the slimes. The rest of you don't have to transform. Just proceed carefully. Ryuma, at that, a line of metal and iron balls pushed their way through the grass. A few minutes later. Found anything? Ryuma, although the slimes were weak, they had a strong sense for danger. That sense might have weakened after evolving, but the iron slimes were still able to detect something. There seemed to be something just a little up ahead. The slimes were cautious in their own way. So even if it were just something that stopped their movements, they would still proceed carefully. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When we reached the place the iron slime was pointing at, in that moment, Ryuma, an antenna peeked out of the ground. After which came several eyes. A giant ant that was big enough to reach my chest had appeared. Its appearance resembled that of cave mantises, but before it could fully come out of the ground, I lopped off its neck with a swing from my katana. Peaky, tunnel ant, so this is a tunnel ant. Ryuma, 2 more came out after the first one. I hunted them in the same way. After that no more appeared. According to the information of the Tamer Guild, the tunnel ants move in the night in order to avoid the time period when most of their enemies are active. Hence, they rarely left their nest in the morning and just slept inside. Because of that, only a few guards would be found in the entrance. Unless the guards come back, there won't be any more. The guards for this nest happens to be those 3 ants I just killed. With this, I've managed to find 1 nest. Oops. Earth needle. Ryuma, my job today is just to look for the nest, not exterminate them, so I just need to record the location and leave a mark somewhere nearby. There's no need to needlessly alert the nest, so I left with my slimes and went to look for another entrance. I went to the next likely location. Might as well let them roll. Ryuma, the iron and metal slimes usually don't have any opportunities to roll other than in the abandoned mine, so I took this opportunity to let them roll through the plains. When I told them that, a happy atmosphere began to emanate from the 2 types of slimes. As soon as I gave them the signal, they all started to roll. Wow. They're fast. Recently, they've been getting faster and faster like some kind of a speed demon. Chapter 103 Volume 3 Chapter 103 Part 1, that's the 5th one. Ryuma, the Rimmel birds would find the target from the sky, then I would send the slimes to search the area, and then I would come to confirm their findings and record the location. With everyone working together, we were able to find the tunnel ant nests throughout the plains quickly. All that's left now is to report our findings, and I could technically end the job here, but being able to complete the job so easily kind of leaves me feeling unsatisfied. Although my job is just to find the nests, since I still have plenty of strength to spare, why don't I prepare a more detailed report? I think it would be great if I could find out the size of each nest, as well as the number of enemies. If I send the slimes in, I should be able to investigate the nests as well. But if I did that, then they would surely encounter an enemy ant. In that instance, we're likely to end up fighting them. It wouldn't be a problem if I could wipe the tunnel ants out, but if there's a lot of them, some of them might slip through and run away. Especially, since tunnel ants are monsters that can travel underground. Search. Ryuma, no good, huh? Ryuma, the flow of mana is too complicated. Probably because the tunnels inside the ant nest are too narrow. I can't use the spell on anything other than the entrance. If I try to use the spell while visualizing the tunnel and pouring in a lot of mana, I'll end up using too much mana. I continued to worry like that for 5 minutes when I accidentally stepped on the dugout earth, and a clear footprint was left behind. Maybe. Alright. Let's give it a shot. I used my search spell once more, but this time I used it with Earth Attribute mana. I used the same image I would use when casting Rock or Break Rock and imagined my mana spreading into the ground. Search. Oh. Ryuma, it worked. My mana passed into the ground and spread, reaching places with no earth. Through the wide open empty space that I could sense from the scope of my search spell, I was able to understand the shape of the nest. I'm not detecting any tunnel ants. I'm not searching inside the nest, so I can't tell the exact number of enemies, but I can tell that the ants haven't been provoked yet. Also, from the size of the nest and a tunnel ant, I can give a rough estimate of how many can fit in the nest. I made sure to make a rough model of the shape of the nest to ensure that I don't forget it. It was simple enough with the rock spell. I also noted down the time the data was procured. Good. From here on, I'll also search the nests with the Earth Attribute search spell. Calling it Earth Attribute search sure is a mouthful, though. It's a search spell, but it doesn't use neutral attribute mana. Oh, I know. From now on, I'll call it Earth Sonar. Alright. Let's go to the next nest. Ryuma, I took the slimes with me and went to the next likely location. Right, left. There are many paths I could take, but which one should I go for? Ah. On Ein's eyes was reflected a smallish cart pulled by a group of 6. Judging from the stature of the 6, they seem to be children. I feel like I've seen them before somewhere. Ah. I know. It's Burke's group. I should greet them. Ryuma, hey. Ryuma, the 6 of them seemed to be taking a break, so I approached them with a loud voice, so as to not scare them. Ryuma. We've been bumping into each other a lot lately, haven't we? Are those your slimes behind you? Burke, well, we do live in the same town. These are my metal slimes and iron slimes. Ryuma, as usual you sure have a lot of them. Wistkuin's face was cramping as he said that. I wonder if he's bad with slimes. So, what's your business here? Burke, I'm looking for tunnel ant nests. Tamer guild work. I just happened to see you guys, so I called out. Are you here for the tunnel ants too? Ryuma, we're here to exterminate them. Sort of. Martha, our real objective is to acquire the carapace of the tunnel ants. Diso. Phinia, these guys should be the half-elf, Martha, and the half-dwarf, Phinia. They came here for the carapace. A member of the senior group entered into apprenticeship as an armor craftsman. He told us that if we brought him materials, he'd make us armor at an affordable price. Ruth, he might say that it's just for practice, but the senior craftsmen have already acknowledged his abilities. He's the real deal. Rumil, the 2 Dogman tribe pair of older brother and sister added. It's just as Ruth and Rumil said. Ant carapace is lighter than metal and sturdier than leather, so it can be used to make armor and shield. If we can get a lot of materials, we'll get some discounts, and we can also get paid for the ants that we kill, so I thought of using this chance to get everyone outfitted. Burke, and besides, we used to frequently get herbs from these plains. So, it would be nice if it could go back to the way it was sooner. I see. Ryuma, I see their cart has only 1 tunnel ant corpse, though. But yeah. As you can see, we're not exactly doing so well. Burke, we just can't seem to find any tunnel ants. I guess we really should have gone in the evening. Ruth, that is what the big sister at the guild says. Diso. Phinia, but the night is dark, and there's no telling just how many ants will come out during it. Rumil, yeah. If there's too many, it'll be a huge problem. Burke, it seems they took their safety into consideration too. Want me to point you to where the ants are? Ryuma, I tried suggesting. My job is to find the nests. I just need to find them. There's no need to destroy them too. But approaching a nest means I have to kill the guards watching the entrance, so I could leave the extermination of the guards to them whenever I approach the nest if they want. That would help us out for sure, but why would you do that for us? Burke, 'Cause I feel like it. Ryuma, although our encounters with each other weren't exactly very good, they have been working hard. Seeing them like that has made me want to cheer them on. That's all. What a weird guy. But, fine. If you're willing to lend us a hand, we're not one to shy away. Burke then told everyone that break was over. I don't know why, but they seem fired up. With 6 more members in tow, I went back to work. Volume 3 Chapter 103 Part 2 Alright. Burke, after grouping up with Burke's party of 6, we are now heading to our 7th nest. We defeated a guard just now, which is why Burke was celebrating. Burke and his friends have been fighting proactively all this time, but as for me, I'm just the guy carrying our luggage. He said they wouldn't shy away from help, so I thought he'd rely on me more, but all they're really relying on me for is to find the nests. But even that is being done mostly by my monsters, so you could say I'm not really doing anything. Ryuma, the next one is last. Burke, you're done already. Ryuma, we have enough materials already and our cart is full. Burke, they've already loaded their cart with 12 tunnel ant corpses. Although they could still load their cart with more if they just removed the carapace first, a poorly done removal would affect the quality, so the craftsman advised them not to. I don't have any experience dismantling tunnel ants either, so I better refrain as well. I could store the corpses inside my item box, but then I'm not so sure if I'll be able to get back before it starts to get dark. All right then. Ryuma, we loaded the tunnel ant we just killed and resumed moving. We didn't hurry or anything. We just walked leisurely toward our next nest. Still, I can't believe there are so many nests. I guess they really are in their breeding period. It's common for ant-type monsters to have a queen. But tunnel ants don't seem to care about that and just build nests and breed everywhere. In their case, queens only appear when the infestation is really bad. It should be around here. Ryuma, while the 6 adventurers were preparing, I used Earth sonar to grasp the position and size of the nest. Burke. I don't think this nest will do. Ryuma, is it too big? Burke, the opposite. This one is smaller than everything else so far. The distance from the entrance to the deepest part isn't long. It's likely that if we attack, it won't end with just the guards at the entrance. Ryuma, about a third of the usual size, I estimate. Although the nest being small also means that there aren't that many ants inside, considering the performance of Burke's group until now, the most they can take on is about 3 or 4 at the same time at most. Shall we go for a different nest? Ryuma, about that. Actually, we do want to familiarize ourselves with fighting multiple opponents. Can you give us a sec? Burke and his friends huddled together and talked. After a while. Ryuma, we want to fight. Something like last time might happen again, after all. Burke, I see. Well, it should be fine against the tunnel ants. In that case, I'll be fighting too. Ryuma, if they really can't handle it, I'll step in. Are you sure? Burke, supporting you a little should be fine. Ryuma, this reminds me of my time at my workplace in my past life. You can find people like Burke or my former subordinates wherever you look, but that's only normal. After all, it's a given for beginners to be sloppy. There's no one who's good from the start. You might find someone good at dealing with things and quick to learn, but no beginner can do a good job right off the bat. The only ones who can do a good work right after employment are those with previous experience from working at another company. Because of that, new employees had to be trained by the company, and I myself watched over them for a few years. Unfortunately, I was lacking in leadership, and the only thing I could really be proud of was my patience. A proper employee could complete about 10 jobs in a day, but a beginner could only do about 1 at most, and in some cases even none. My quota for each day would be to complete 10 jobs, and the boss would expect 10 from the new employees, but they obviously couldn't finish all 10. As a result, I had to complete 19 jobs in total. Since they can't complete their quota, when training them, I start by ensuring that they would at least be able to do that one job properly. Once they're capable of doing that consistently, I increase their load to 2. There's no point in giving them more work if they can't even complete a single job, after all. Although 19 jobs is a lot, it's still better off than 20. The new employees can gradually make their way up to 10. If their work is lacking somewhere, I compensate for it. If they make a mistake, I point it out. If they have a question, I answer it. No matter how many times they blunder or how many times they ask the same question, I would help them. Burke and the others aren't that strong yet, and it's still hard for them to find the nests on their own, but they can kill the tunnel ants in front of them. So I should help them learn fully how to fight against the tunnel ants. There's a lot they can learn from that. Like the way to move their bodies and how to coordinate. Once they've grasped that, then we can search for a different enemy, or I can start teaching them how to find a nest. To that end, I'll cover the parts they're lacking. My subordinates at the time were about 3 at most, and they tended to leave their work unfinished. Ryuma. What's the matter? Burke, it's nothing. Ryuma, I was just thinking some unnecessary things. Burke and his friends aren't my subordinates, so they don't count. They're different from them. As I concluded my thoughts, I took out another iron slime. I transformed it into a katana and prepared to enter battle. Chapter 104 Volume 3 Chapter 104 Part 1 Good job. Ryuma, as expected, in the last nest, other tunnel ants came pouring out after we took out the guards. The guards included, there were 15 of them all in all. I defeated 5 tunnel ants ahead of time, so Burke's party only had to take care of the remaining 10. I figured that was a safe number for them, and as expected, they were indeed able to defeat them all. They tumbled a little and were bitten here and there, but none of them were gravely injured. Do you need water or healing magic? Ryuma, no, on second thought. Give me some water so I can wash my wounds. I have water for drinking. Burke, wise decision. I poured water into a stone bowl using magic. Ah, you don't have to use the same water. I'll prepare some for everyone. Ryuma, huh? But it's still clean. That would be so wasteful, Whist, if you keep using the same water it'll get dirty. Even if it's just a scratch, it would be bad if some bad bacteria entered it. Ryuma, bacteria, Seiken. Recently, Seiken. Whist, oh, right. You can think of it as a kind of disease demon. Ryuma, Whist. He said it's fine, so just accept it. Burke, alright, Whist. After washing his wounds, Burke left to pick up the corpses. Whist-kun followed after him after washing his wounds. After the remaining 4 washed their wounds in turns, I called my Rimmel birds and had them enter my dimension home. Along the way back home. Ryuma-kun. Why are you so strong? Ruth suddenly asked me that. What is it all of a sudden? Ryuma, you easily beat the goblins back then, and today you also easily beat the tunnel ants. Ruth, they weren't your opponent at all, so. Phinia, you would have definitely beaten them faster were you alone. Ruth, it must be because we fought the same monster that they were able to strongly feel the difference between our strength. That being said, it's only a given I'm stronger since I trained my whole life. If I were to be just around their level, I would instead be depressed. But since I look their age, they took it the wrong way and ended up depressed themselves. In that case. Well. Maybe it's because I had a master to guide me. Ryuma, with someone to guide you, you can train without having to worry about your livelihood. I told Ruth and the others that having a master just makes that big of a difference. Did that master teach you how to use those twin swords? Ruth, these aren't swords, but katanas. Also, the reason I'm using 2 of them is to train myself to use one with just one hand. Ryuma, can you become strong doing that? Burke showed interest, but there's not much meaning in just using one hand to swing your weapon. This training is partly meant to increase my grip and physical strength, but its main purpose is for me to be able to fight even if I can't use one of my arms anymore. The threat of injury is ever present in battles. There's no guarantee that I'll be able to fight in perfect condition. If my arm is crippled in battle and I can't use my weapon anymore, then I will die. And even if I manage to use it without training, without the skill behind the sword, I doubt I would be able to do much against an enemy that was able to deeply wound me when I was still in perfect condition. In such a situation, I would be at a huge disadvantage. Because of that possibility I decided to start training myself to be able to use my katana with only one hand. And that's exactly what I did just now. I used 2 different katanas with one hand on each and was freely using my skills regardless of if it was my left hand or my right hand. Because of that it wouldn't be apt to call it a Nituryu, dual-wield katana, style that treats 2 katanas as one, but merely me using 2 different katanas at the same time. Of course, I had to properly train before actually trying it out in live combat. If I actually tried to use a katana with only one hand without any training and then immediately tried to use 2 katanas, it would have been a disaster. Receiving some kind of training beforehand is definitely ideal. Come to think of it, doesn't Burke and the others have a master? When I asked them, it turns out they learned the basics from a senpai, but those senpais were busy, so they mostly trained by themselves. They could ask for guidance from the guild, but they're worried about how much they'd have to spend before they're good enough. We have to save money first, Burke. Can I ask a question too? Whist, sure. What is it? Ryuma, Ryuma-kun, what do you think of when fighting? Aren't you scared? Whist, I see. Whist-kun certainly does seem to like the shy sort and when fighting he's always reserved and unable to attack proactively. From what I've seen, Burke would use the lightness of his body to suppress the enemy with a combination of his short sword and his martial arts. Martha would provide support with her wood magic, while Ruth and Rimmel would suppress the enemy with their sword and spear, and then Phinia and Whistkin would use their hammers to finish the enemy off with their great strength. That was how they fought. Although they did well by coming up with a way to deal with the tunnel ants, Whist-kun, individually speaking, was never really proactive in attacking. It's not just because he's scared, but also because he's too gentle that he never really put enough strength in his attacks and had to attack the enemy 2 or 3 times to finish them off. If he attacked with full strength right off the bat, he should have been able to finish them off with a single blow. Since he's asking me about my state of mind, then he's probably aware of his own problem. Didn't I tell you to stop being such a coward? Just hit them with all your strength. Burke, yeah. But when they stand in front of me like that, I just whist, as expected. It seems this isn't a recent problem for him. But what should I tell him? I'm not really thinking of anything, to be honest. Ryuma, huh? Whist, when I fight, I fight. My focus is solely in the enemy's movements as well as my own. Ryuma, Volume 3 Chapter 104 Part 2 As a person trains, he will gain confidence in his own strength. Saying this to him might cause him to blame himself, but I don't feel any fear when fighting tunnel ants. To that end, you really need to train and accumulate experience. Ryuma, a politically correct opinion. It would be great if I could say something better, but I'm just not that good at talking. I know he went out of his way to ask me, but sadly, this is the best I've got. Sorry. Ryuma-kun, don't blame yourself. Even the adults tell me the same things. Whist, Is there another problem you're dealing with? Ryuma, no, but Whist was told that adventurer work doesn't suit him. Burke. Whist, when Burke interjected, Whist went quiet. Bullseye, huh? Who said that? Ryuma, the others. We're not the only kids in the slums doing adventurer work. Burke, anyone can become an adventurer and it's easier to find work when you have former adventurer in your resume. Martha, everyone is wary of the people from the slums. So they're more at ease when dealing with former adventurers. Diso. Phinia, it's because adventurer work is proof that we've done honest work. Ruth, after Burke spat that out, the girls followed up with those words. Meanwhile, Whist-kun was standing on the side with his shoulders dropped. Ruth tried to console him, but don't you get along with them? Those kids. Ryuma, it's not that. We don't get along with them, but they're really good at fighting. They also make more, so lately they've been making fun of everyone else who does nothing but gather herbs. Especially Whist, since he has a strong body, but his personality is like that. Seriously, Whist. Quit being so hesitant already. They're them and you're you. Besides, compared to them, isn't this a way stronger? Ruth, I see I'm being used as a point of comparison. But don't you kids think it's a bit cruel to be referring to me as this? Still, these children sure have a lot going between them. But if I keep working as an adventurer, the day will come when I have to kill people too. Whist, that's then. Even those guys haven't killed anyone yet. Ruth, but didn't Burke say it too? Whist, what? Burke, you said that if I just attacked properly. Whist, idiot. I didn't mean it like that. Burke, isn't Burke getting too heated? Stop. There's no point even in arguing here, you two. Ryuma, blood seemed to be getting to their head, so I stepped in. I wanted them to calm down a little, so I listened to them while walking. 1. Just as they mentioned, those kids definitely told Whist-kun that. 2. Just as Burke said, there are many things they're talking about that aren't related to their current situation just yet. 3. It's also true that if Whist-kun were to continue working as an adventurer, he might find eventually himself up against a wall. 4. Whist-kun is seriously thinking about things and wants to quickly become an adult to help his friends. 5. It's good that Burke is looking at the long-term perspective, as that also goes to mean that he's planning to stay with them that long. These are the key points. Whist-kun is aware of his own problems, so although he's a bit of a coward, he is trying to improve himself. That's why he's so panicked and he feels like he's not improving. Burke seems to have realized that, but this is a personality issue. And Burke recognizes the problem on the level of, don't worry about it, just laugh and send the monsters flying. Because of that he has a hard time understanding why Whist-kun is so worried about it. This is difficult. If you don't mind me giving my opinion on the subject, I personally think you're worrying too much. Ryuma, right. Burke, but, Whist, listen until the end. It's true that there's no reason for you to be so worried about it now. But it's also important to think about the future. Not wanting to hurt other people or other living things is an important thing. Ryuma, so which is it? Burke, it's not an issue of which. Let's put it this way. Right. Let's say you're in town and you're hungry. What are you gonna do? Ryuma, obviously, I would eat my fill. Burke immediately answered. No hesitation whatsoever. But what if you don't have any food at hand? Then I'll buy from the store. Burke, right now, we're already well off enough to be able to eat at a store. Whist, eating outside is expensive, though. If you can endure it for a bit, you should go out to the fields and look for food there instead. Martha, you could also try trading with the neighbors. Diso. Phinia, everyone gave their opinion one after another. You could also plant some crops and harvest them when the time comes. If you're willing to do some bad things, you could also steal. Ryuma, stealing is bad. Everyone else, the 6 of them said. You say that now, but didn't you try to take away the monster corpses my party threw before? Ryuma, you. Burke, that's, whist, when I pointed that out, their expressions immediately turned for the worse. I might have teased them a bit too much there. I'm not criticizing you. You seem to have turned over a new leaf, and I don't really think much of that incident anymore anyway. Let's go back to the topic. It's true that stealing is bad, but it's one method you can use. What I'm trying to get at is that there are many ways to accomplish something. In the same way, there are other answers than the ones Burke and Wistkuin gave in response to my question. The 2 of you are too extreme. Ryuma, then what would you do? If you had to fight with a monster, Whist, it's necessary to take a life. Ryuma, in order to eat. In order to dress oneself. In order to find work. It's necessary, that's why I will take life. And if they attack me, regardless of whether it's a monster or a human, to protect myself, I will take a life. That's all. It sounds complicated, but basically, don't worry about stuff that will get in the way when fighting. Ryuma, whether it's a biting louse or a human, that's one life all the same. In peace, even insects are treated like people. But in war, even humans are cut down like insects. Ryuma, in a situation where worrying can cost you your life, it's better to stop worrying altogether or find a solution to it. It's a family precept handed down in my family since days of old. I don't think it's wrong. I haven't gone as far as to think of other people as insects, but at the very least, when the time comes, I won't hesitate to take a life. I believe that won't be a problem for me. But that's precisely why it's important to have some hesitation in hurting others, regardless of whether it's another human or something else. Wistkuin, as a human, I can resolutely tell you that there's nothing wrong with the way you think. I won't ask you to solve that issue right away, but don't you think it would be good if you could find a place to compromise? Ryuma, yeah. Whist, that might have been a bit too deep. Everyone's reaction is a bit slow. It's not like I gave a clear answer either. Problems like this can only really be solved by the person himself. And in order to do that. Burke. Ryuma, me. Burke, well, the others too, but from time to time, try talking to each other calmly, will you? Without getting all hot-blooded. There's a lot of things you can do if you hear each other out and talk calmly like adults. And Wistkuin, you can still continue being an adventurer for the time being even if you don't panic, right? Ryuma, why yeah. It's scary to fight, but it's only been a year and I want to keep working with everyone. Whist, then just take your time to think. From what I've seen today, unless you do something reckless, you shouldn't suffer any major wounds. Ryuma, no matter what answer he comes up with, I'll accept it. If he decides to give up adventurer work, I could ask him to come work at my store. But I won't say that for now. Oh. We're at the gate. After showing our guild cards, the guards let us through. Are you going to the Adventurers Guild? Ryuma, yeah. We have to give a report first. Burke, I'll be going to the Tamer Guild, so we'll part here. Ryuma, got it. Thanks for today. Burke, thank you for taking care of us. Burke, you really helped us out. Diso. Phinia, each one of them thanked me, and then we parted ways. I went to the Tamer Guild by myself. I did something out of character. Why did I say something like that? I wanted to encourage him, but maybe I was meddling needlessly. I'm a beginner myself. What was I acting so experienced for? I feel like I'm starting to turn into a preachy person. Boss. Fina. Ah, it's Fina-san and Leland-san. What's the matter? Why are you here? Ryuma, we went out to buy some things. Leland, we ran out of seasoning after cooking one trial dish after another. Also, we needed to buy some miscellaneous consumables like paper and stuff. What about you, boss? Finia, I'm on the way back from a job. I just got back, actually. Ryuma, did something happen? You look like you're thinking. Something really deep. Leland, really? Ryuma, you looked worried. Is there something troubling you? Fina, that's not it. I was just wondering if maybe I've started putting on the years. Ryuma, what? Fina and Leland, their face said they had absolutely no idea what I was talking about. Chapter 105 Volume 3 Chapter 105 Part 1 After reporting to the guild, I went back home. When I returned, I heard the sound of music. Apparently, the people of the Semroid troupe were still practicing. I didn't want to disturb them, so I made sure to quieten my step. Ryuma, I looked for a grassy place where I could see their rehearsal and then hid myself. Miya-san and Soldio-san are up on stage. They were introduced to me as sword dancers, so that's probably what they're going to be practicing now. Soldio-san is wielding a decorated round shield and a long sword. Miya-san is also holding a sword, but she's holding two of them while dancing as if she were fighting. Past the line, which I assume demarcates the stage, is their leader, Prenant-san, and the musical band. As the two sword dancers on stage moved fiercer, so did the music accompanying them. When the sword dancers were close enough to stare at each other, the music went quiet, as if something was about to happen. When their swords clashed, spells were cast, and sparks erupted here and there on the stage. Even though no one was talking, it was like a story was being told. I only saw their practice a little today before leaving when I lent them the place. But that was probably just warm-up considering the passion and pressure I could feel now. I held my breath, afraid to pour water on these flames. When the music turned to a peak, Miya-san's sword swung for Soldio-san's neck, just barely missing it. It passed through the neck hidden by the glamorous cape, releasing the clasp that held it and allowing it to fall. In that same moment, Soldio-san fell. It was as if his neck had really been cut. With the thrum of the instruments, the story came to an end. A few seconds later, when the atmosphere had loosened up, I found myself standing up and clapping. Ryumadano, how long have you been there? Prenance, sorry. I've been here for a while now, actually. I heard music when I came back, so, Ryuma, was it bad for me to watch without permission? Oh, we don't mind you watching, it's just that we didn't notice you at all. Soldio, we were just surprised. It's our job to perform in front of others, so we pride ourselves in being sensitive to people's gazes. Prenance, oh, so I startled them. By the way, how are the planes? Prenance, not very good. Ryuma, from what I heard when I went to report to the guild, other than the ones I've found, sightings of nests were being reported one after another. The receptionist was also actively looking for more help in finding nests and digging them. I was also asked to continue working. If it isn't dealt with sooner, it will cause a problem with the circulation of goods, and there's no telling how much of an influence it will have on the customers, so I'll be focusing my efforts there for the time being. If you're alright with using my place for your rehearsals, please feel free to continue using it. Ryuma, thank you for your kindness. Prenance-san bowed to me first, then everyone followed. After that the people from the troupe cleaned up and then went back to town. It seems that last program was their last rehearsal for the day. After sending them off, I entered training myself. On an impulse, I tried copying the way they moved like they were dancing. Unfortunately, it didn't go very well. It feels awkward to move when using magic. Looks like it might be a good idea to train using magic while fighting in order to be able to put on a performance with spells. I need to combine my magic with my weapons. On this point, their movements are a lot smoother than mine. The next day. About performing with spells. Soldio, did you become interested in sword dancing? Miya, when I welcomed the troupe for their practice, I went and directly asked the two sword dancers. Seeing your performance yesterday made me want to learn it. Ryuma, I don't mind teaching you, but why would you want to learn something like this? Soldio, when asked for the reason, I responded with what I felt yesterday. I mainly fight in close combat with my weapons and my martial arts. Although I can also use my magic, because I rarely use it during combat, I'm not used to it. I also revealed that I wanted to widen my horizons. In other words, you want to turn the magic we use in our performance into something you can use for combat. Soldio, yes. If you have time, please teach me. Ryuma, isn't it fine? Mia, yeah. If it's just a little, it shouldn't take too much effort. Our weapons are different, so you'll have to use the same weapon as ours. Are you all right with that? Soldio, yes. Of course. Ryuma, then let's do the practice the same time you came back yesterday. You still have work and we have practice too, so we'll teach you afterwards. Soldio, thank you very much. Ryuma, I didn't know what I would do if they told me it was a secret technique and they couldn't share it, so I was elated when they told me they would teach me just like that. Is there anything I need to prepare? Ryuma, just your weapon. Today, I just need to determine your skill level. Soldio, leave some mana too. Mia, got it. I'll be in your care in the evening then. Ryuma, good luck. Mia, Volume 3 Chapter 105 Part 2 and then, evening came. I was looking forward to the practice in the evening, so when I went to search for the nests, I was able to find twice as many as I did yesterday. When I came back home as promised, the people of the troop were already cleaning up. Sorry I'm late. Did I make you wait long? Ryuma, we finished just now. We'll prepare immediately. Mia. Soldio, I'm coming. I'm coming. Mia appeared from the shadows of the luggage, carrying in her arms something wrapped. This is your portion, Ryuma-kun. Mia, this is firewood. Ryuma, it looked like a small log. A firewood cut just big enough for me to be able to hold it with one hand. We'll start as soon as we finish cleaning up. Just wait a bit. Mia, wait. Let Ryuma, she left. Just leave the cleanup to them. Soldio, right. Looking at the way the people from the troop are moving, they're probably used to this already. If I try to help, I'll just end up slowing them down. Look at this before we begin. This is the sword Mia and I use. Soldio, it was a sword with many decorations just like the ones I saw before, but looking at it up close like this, I see there's also a strange pattern mixed in with all the decorations. There also seems to be something coated on the surface. This is paint made from the fluids of the rainbow slug. When hit by light, it has a property that allows it to store light for some time. Soldio, although the way they glow is different, it reminds me of fluorescent paint. Soldio-san lit the sword up with light magic. When light fell upon the sword, it followed the line of paint on the sword and glowed. When used well with swords and shields, it can give the impression of sparks erupting to the spectators. But in order to do that, you have to be able to quickly control your magic while fighting with your sword. That's not an easy task even if everything is scripted. To that end, you first need to become skilled at either the magic or the sword. That's why, today, I first want to see how good you are at either. I'll think about how to teach you based on the results. Soldio, I'll be in your care. Ryuma, hey. It's ready. Mia, it seems they're done cleaning up, so we switch places so we could begin training. The people of the troop were standing in a circle. Soldio-san and I walked into the center of that circle. Everyone is, Ryuma, I asked them to help out. Salido, half of his curiosity on our part, though. Penance, I see. Thank you for your cooperation. Please take care of me. Ryuma, turn your weapon to Mia's direction. Soldio, I held my iron slime katana. She'll be throwing you sticks of firewood, and you'll have to cut them down as they come your way. Soldio, one of the objectives of being a sword dancer is to be able to cut things thrown their way. It is also one of the steps to being able to fight multiple opponents. In my case, it's going to serve as my test. You can cut the firewood however you want, but as much as possible, try to cut it at the center. Soldio, got it. I'm ready. Ryuma, then let's start. Mia-san threw a stick of firewood. We're just starting, so it's not that fast. The firewood drew a gentle parabola in the air as it fell toward me, and then I swung my katana. Ah, you cut it. That's amazing. All right. I'll throw you some more. Mia, seeing the firewood cut in two, she threw the next one. I cut the next one just like I did the other one. As Mia-san threw one firewood after another, she gradually threw faster and increased the pace. But I was still able to handle it. Eventually, I was able to cut all her firewood. This is the last one. Mia, understood. Ryuma, after cutting the last firewood, the test concluded. I was curious how I did, so I glanced at Soldio-san. But for some reason, he was making a difficult face. Let's go to the next one then. Soldio, everyone helped to gather all the firewood that had been cut, and then Soldio-san distributed them to everyone except me. Everyone had a pile of firewood, but Mia-san and Soldio-san's pile were painted red on the top and bottom part. Apparently, my test was to dodge the firewood thrown by everyone while cutting down only the ones from Soldio-san and Mia-san. Begin. Soldio-san threw me a stick, and as soon as I cut it down, everyone started throwing from their pile. But usually it was only really one or two of sticks at the same time. 3 was the most they threw simultaneously. I continued dodging those firewood while cutting down only the sticks from Mia-san and Soldio-san. Soldio, Mia, at first the two of them just threw the firewood at fixed locations, but after nodding at each other, they took their piles and started moving around. They ran around the circle formed by everyone and threw their firewood through the gaps between the members. Soldio-san specifically timed his throws with other members, making it quite annoying to cut down. I had to focus to pay attention to the two of them while dodging all the firewood flying my way. At the same time, I had to decide which firewood to cut. On top of that, I also needed the ability to execute the cutting and dodging. After a test like that concluded. How did I do? Ryuma, I've got nothing to complain about regarding your sword. Soldio, yep. You did amazing, but is there any point in using magic if you're this good? Mia, piles of cut firewood were in front of me. I thought I did great myself, but it seems, Mia-san just thought I did well. Actually, I don't think I had any difficulty so far, but there's probably more to it later. You're so diligent. Mia, you should learn from him. At this rate, he'll surpass you before you know it. Soldio, I feel like he's already better than me at swordplay, though. Mia, after chatting like that with each other, they next tested me for my magic. In this test, I just had to use my magic normally and show it to them. There was nothing special to the test. But then I heard something really interesting. Chantless casting. Ryuma, yeah, just as the name implies, it's using a spell without chanting. We sword dancers have to maintain our expression while fighting. With chantless casting, we can cast spells without having to move our mouths. Soldio, well, this is actually a difference in style or school of thought. There are others who would rather choose to hide their mouths, and there are others who would theatrically chant their spells atop the stage. You could also just use a magic tool for your sword. Actually, that one is probably the most common way to go about things. Mia, when Mia-san said that, Soldio-san snorted. Those people are heretics. The old sword dancers used their mastery over sword and magic to charm others. To think that such a profession would be degraded so low as to turn to magic tools. Such people only use the sword for appearance and rely on simple magic tools to cast spells. It's because of people like them that people think sword dancers are just for show and are worthless in actual combat. Soldio, okay. We get it already. Sheesh. I was just explaining. Mia, I don't know long ago these old sword dancers were from, but it seems Soldio-san really emphasizes protecting tradition. Anyway, do your best, alright? Okay. Please take care of me. Ryuma, it's a rare opportunity, so I'll do my best to learn everything. Chapter 106 Volume 3 Chapter 106 Part 1 Founding Festival. Present day. It's been about 2 weeks since I started sword dancing with Soldio-san and the others. Although Soldio-san found no issues with my sword, he found my experience in magic lacking. As such, my training revolved around casting my magic and using it while moving. The training method he taught me involved casting spells with a priority on speed rather than power or casting spells at regular intervals. Naturally, it wasn't possible for me to learn everything in such a short period of time, but my ability to focus and move while invoking magic has clearly improved. Having someone to guide you really helps in making progress. I also used the firewood throwing test we did that day as a reference for my morning training. But instead of firewood, I'm having the iron slimes and metal slimes charge at me from every direction. Having lumps of metal throw themselves at you from every direction makes for pretty good practice as far as dodging and parrying goes. Those two variants, hardness and my own body strengthened by ki. It would be extremely dangerous if not for those two properties, but so far there hasn't been any problems, so that's that. To the slimes, it's a way for them to train their attacks. Just yesterday I saw one slime taking care of a cave mantis. There have been many incidents in the past, where they accidentally defeated an intruder, but now, they have officially recognized crashing into their enemies as a form of attack. With that, the defensive strength of the abandoned mines will also go up. Continuing the training looks like a good idea. The guild prioritized the safety of the highway, so they were able to prevent any damages to the town or any negative effects on the circulation of goods from the tunnel ants that appeared in the plains. Although they managed to scare the town people a little, they were successfully dealt with via a combination of human wave tactics and the power of monster beasts. Thanks to that, tourists poured into town and the atmosphere of a spectacular festival filled the air. It was on the morning of such a day. Everyone in the store gathered with faces full of spirit. Good morning. Ryuma-kun, good morning. What do you think of the place? Hey. Get me one breakfast here. Pauline, thank you very much. Ryuma, I was given a hot dog, so I happily accepted. It would serve both as breakfast and a way for me to do some final checks before opening the stalls. Ryuma-kun, why don't you take a seat? Zeke, thanks. Ryuma, Zeke-san, the butcher offered me a seat, which I accepted. Sure. Still, this place sure has changed a lot. Zeke, indeed. At first, this was merely an empty lot, but now all sorts of structures have been put up on it. There's an entrance facing toward the street, and at the very center of the once empty lot was now the stage of the Semeroid troupe. There was apparently someone in the troupe with such abilities. That person got materials from who knows where and suddenly built up the whole stage. I was busy with the tunnel ants, so I don't know for sure, but I think they completed the stage in just 1 or 2 days. Before the stage were chairs and tables. There's plenty of gap between them, so it might appear disorderly, but these chairs and tables were actually arranged by Prenan-san to optimize viewing area and moving space. In this way, the audience shouldn't have a hard time moving around or seeing the stage. With stalls that serve food and drinks on the left side facing the stage and stalls of the Morgan Company on the right side, the place gave a feeling that resembled that of a food court in a department store. There was also space provided behind the stalls on both sides. In the Morgan Company's case, they used that space for their storehouse. On our side, the space is divided by a hanging banner and a stone wall since we're using the space both to transport ready-made goods and as the stage wing of the Semeroid troupe. Public toilets were also installed separately in a corner so that guests and customers will be able to use them as they pleased. Of course, we're making the most of the slimes and the store's products. In any case, we were able to complete all our preparation. All that's left now is to wait for the festival to begin. Ryuma, the founding festival will begin at 8 a.m. Some hasty stalls have already started accepting customers at the main street, but our stalls will wait until the festival has officially begun. On the first day, the people in charge of the store will be Zeke-san, Pauline-san, and the employees and wives of their meat store's employees. Me and my staff won't be working till tomorrow. Shall we start soon? Zeke, sure. Ryuma, I feel like time goes faster when talking. In order to make it in time for the opening of the stalls, I quickly finished my food and cleaned up. I'll be going then. I wish you all luck. I'll come back in the afternoon. Ryuma, just leave it to us. Zeke, you have fun too, Ryuma-kun. Pauline, since I'm not a customer, I'll just get in the way of those who are working. My visit here was really just meant as a greeting before the store opened. Now that the festival is starting, it's time to leave. The rough voices of men and women fell on my back as I left. A few minutes while walking idly on the street. The bells of the church started ringing. It started. Although the festival had already half started, it was another thing when a signal was officially given. The enthusiasm of the people reached another level and the clamor grew rowdier. It was as if all that pent-up energy was now about to burst out. The town looked dazzling with all the colorful cloths and flowers decorated along the street. Now then, where should I go? I've already eaten, so I think I'll check the food-related places later. Volume 3 Chapter 106 Part 2 Welcome. Welcome. Our hamburgers are excellent. Stallman 1, traveling from town to town for 30 years. The legendary French fries. Stallman 2, popcorn. Popcorn. We have popcorn here. It's delicious. Stallman 3, stalls that sold nostalgic food were lined up. Judging from the name of the dishes and the contents, it's likely that these are influences of the otherworlders from Earth. Can I have one order of French fries, please? Ryuma, one order of French fries coming right up. That will be 5 suits. Stall. Men 2, out of impulse from the nostalgia, I ended up buying some. Here. It's the exact amount. Ryuma, please come again. Stallman 2, after paying, I got a bowl made out of a huge leaf filled with French fries. I tried a piece immediately, and the simple taste of fried potato seasoned with some salt spread in my mouth. Delicious. Ryuma, right. Stallman 2, not only does it sounds good, it tastes good too. It's just as I imagined it to be. I happily ate away, and before I knew it, I'd emptied the leaf bowl. I actually wanted some more, but I decided to stop there, or there would be no end to it. Oh. Wait. Ah, good day. Ryuma, when I passed by a stall, the Gramps from the drug store I frequented called out to me. Normally, he doesn't deal with customers and just sits on a chair in the store while watching people, but today, he seems to be selling something. Aren't you the child that frequents our store? Here, take one with you. Drug Grandpa, thank you very much. Is this candy? Ryuma, at the end of the rod was a round lump. It was like a candied apple with no apple and was powdery and colorful. When I tasted it, I found out that it was indeed candy. Ryuma, the moment it entered my mouth, my whole body broke out in shivers. What is this? Ryuma, hi. Something good to eat when the weather is hot. Drug Grandpa, it was so sour and bitter that I actually felt cold for a moment. It was a little salty too. As I continued tasting it, I realized that some medicinal herbs that help against the summer heat were present. If there's some salt in it too, then it would definitely be able to prevent heat strokes. The taste aside, it's somewhat similar to salt candy. It might really be suited for hot weathers. I'll be selling here tomorrow too. If you like, come buy some. Drug Grandpa, I don't find it too sour. I think I'll buy some tomorrow too. I thanked Gramps and walked away. After taking a better look at the stalls, I found that there are all sorts of stuff being sold. Fruits are still fine, but I wonder if vegetables can sell too. Pots and knives are being sold too, but I'm doubtful that people interested in buying such things would come here. Everyone is full of life and seem to be enjoying themselves, so maybe that's why. This stall here is selling toys, while that stall over there has targets to shoot at. It's the sort that uses a good bow. The young master over there. Want to give our shooting range a try? Stallman 4, thank you, but maybe next time. Ryuma, there weren't any prizes that I wanted, so I left. I kept on walking and eventually found myself at the center of town, where the roads joined from every direction, making the decorations appear conspicuously gaudy. There were many street performers here. 4, 5, and 6. Juggler, a juggler that kept adding more balls. Look. Acrobats, who stood on places with little footing such as atop chairs balanced atop each other. This part of town isn't that much different from the festivals in my PSIT life. Personally, I was more taken by the magic tools and monsters used rather than the food and the performances. There's a man balancing on a ball atop a monster beast that looks like a giant armadillo for one. I have no idea which one of them is supposed to be the main character. While looking around, I suddenly felt like I just saw someone familiar in clothes that stuck out like a sore thumb through the gaps between the crowd. In front of a store, which many people came in and out of, stood a nun. The tumult from the festival goers and her clothes really didn't fit. The youths tending to the stores and the passing customers had noticed her too, as she seemed to be worrying over something. What is? Color slime, signboard. The signboard of the store got my attention. "Good morning, Belle-san." "Ryuma," I called out to the nun, and she vigorously turned around. "Oh, Takebayashi-san." "Good morning, Belle," the nun cheerfully greeted me back. Behind her was a large box, inside of which were multicolored slimes. Seeing that reminded me of the time when they asked me for advice on raising slimes. They never said anything about it again, but I wonder if they decided on raising one in the end. Yes. I asked the children after that if they'd like to raise one, and they said they did. So I started studying monster taming and the contract spell. I've been going at it until just last week. Belle, I see. So, today you're, Ryuma, about that. There's actually something worrying me, Belle. We moved places so as to not interfere with business, and apparently, it has been decided that she would be taking on the responsibility of raising slime. In connection to that, she also has to provide the slime. The problem now is how to acquire the slime, but she couldn't make up her mind on whether to catch it herself, buy it at the previous store, or ask the guild to get her one. Buying at that store is cheaper than asking the guild, but I feel like the slime in that store is less lively than the ones in Tamer Guild. You're not wrong, Ryuma. I took a look at that color slime too since I was curious about it, but it's not an advanced variant. It's just a slime colored by making it drink colored water. And the reason why Belle-san thinks the slime isn't lively is most probably because of the paint it was made to ingest. Slimes do change colors depending on what they ingest, but that's usually only for a moment until they finish digestion. How well they digest something depends on what it is, so it's probable that that store made them ingest paint that's specifically difficult for a slime to digest. Ryuma, from the faint aroma I picked up, they probably used Mizurina herb. Although it can also be used to make green dye, the components of its aroma is also used to make insect repellent. It's full of fiber so it's hard to digest. Moreover, because it also contains insecticidal properties, it can weaken the slime, making it take even longer to digest. I see, Belle. When I was trying to figure out the evolution conditions, Mizurina herb is one of the herbs I refrained from giving the slimes unless they themselves wanted it. Incidentally, only the poison slime wanted to eat it. Well, even if people eat it, at most they'll just feel some discomfort. The herb is also used to make clothes, so it's not exactly dangerous, but since children will be touching the slime a lot, I can't exactly recommend it. Ryuma, I don't think it will, but it would be dangerous if it evolved into a poison slime. If you'd like, I could prepare a slime for you. I'm an adventurer, so I go out of town a lot. In fact, I work outside of town every day. Ryuma, in that case, please allow me to oblige you. Belle, she happily accepted my offer. The church has helped me a lot, and they'll probably continue helping me in the future. Even as someone who owns the store, it would still be a joyous thing if they could remember me. The clergy have much influence in regional communities. Fufufu. And on top of that, with this I'll also be able to slowly proselytize people about the goodness of slimes. Or at least that's what I'm plotting. Ryuma, is something the matter? Belle, over there. Ryuma, a grim-faced child, was standing at a corner of the street. From his hairy and drooping ear, it was easy to tell that it was a child from the beast tribe. It's hard to distinguish their gender, but this child looks a bit too young to be walking by himself. I don't see anyone likely to be his guardian either. After mentioning that the child seems to be acting odd. Asterisk sniff. Mommy. That's not good. Belle, so, it really was a lost child. Ryuma, I followed after Belle-san, who rushed to his aid immediately. Chapter 107 Volume 3 Chapter 107 Part 1 Fei-san, 1 Ryumayan, and stir-fried vegetables please. Ryuma, is something the matter, boss? You just got back, but you look so tired. Fei, it's a long story. Ryuma, after spotting a lost child, Belle-san and I took the child in our care and looked for the parents, but no matter how much we checked the area, we couldn't find them. In the end, we had to bring the child to the guards. But then another problem came up. The lost child refused to separate from Belle-san. From the start, the kid was already about to cry, but Belle-san was used to children and she was able to console him, but... yeah, it was pretty amazing. Who would have thought that kid could cry so much? Anyway, the guards were all like me, and well... As men with no children of our own, we all eventually gave up. In the end, we had to leave the kid to Belsan. I helped out a little by buying food, but after a while, she saw the clock and started to become troubled. The church had opened a bazaar to sell the dolls made by the children and items donated to the church. The reason she was troubled was because it was almost time for her turn to watch over the bazaar. But at the same time, she couldn't just leave the kid behind, nor could she leave him to someone inexperienced like me. So the natural conclusion was, of course, for me to take over a shift. Why would it end up like that? Faye, actually, she told me it would be enough if I just informed the church, but I thought I would be able to help if it's just a little. For some reason, though, the moment I started helping out, everything became hectic and all sorts of annoying people appeared. Ryuma, most people shopped with good behavior, but there were some problem people too. To make things worse, a group of drunks joined in. Cheers to Tikan-sama, they would say, while trying to enter the closed church. They've already come of age, so they're not exactly a bunch of rowdy youngsters, so I wish they'd drink moderately and act their age. Moreover, the people watching over the church were mostly made up of the church orphans. Of course, there were volunteer adults and guards too, but with all the trivial things piled up, we ended up having too few hands. I myself looked like a child, so they thought I was one of the church orphans. And there was clearly a lot of hurdle for young women, obviously normal citizens, to deal with drunk uncles with good physique unless they were used to it already. So, out of goodwill, in order to not allow them and the guards to lose face, I decided to take the front lines and deal with the customers while making sure to pay attention to the situation. From time to time, I would run to the storehouse to get an item and then go back to deal with the customers. When push came to shove, I had to jump out and hold a customer down. But there were children watching, so I had to restrain myself. Besides, while that customer may have been a nuisance, I couldn't exactly treat him like the thugs that troubled my store before. Putting it bluntly, I ended up having to put more effort in order to not hurt the guy too much. I've always been living a stress-free life since coming here, so it's been a while since I've been stressed so much. I wonder if this is proof that I've been slacking too much. But then again, if I were to start feeling like I did back then, that would also be bad. In any case, good work out there. Here. Your ryamayan and stir-fried vegetables. Sorry to keep you waiting. Faye, thank you very much. Ryuma, anyway, let's eat. After paying, I took my tray and found a seat. The Semroid troupe were performing regularly atop the stage, so there were a lot of people in the food court. It wasn't like this morning when it was easy to find a seat. Ryuma-sama. Surge, Surge-san. Ryuma, as soon as someone called me, I saw Surge-san raising his hands. He was mixed in with the normal customers and was also eating. If you're looking for a seat, this table is free. Surge, thank you very much. Ryuma, I accepted his offer and sat on the same table as him. You're eating too, huh? Ryuma, yes. From here I can see how our stalls are doing and the food here is also delicious and affordable. Most of the employees also eat here. Surge, I'm happy to hear that, your stall seems to be doing well too. Ryuma, the stalls of the Morgan Company were also filled with customers. Thanks to your efforts, there's no end to the customers. It's also because we've put up stalls where people gather, but that aside. Oh, that's convenient. Please take a look. Surge. Ryuma, looking at the direction he pointed at, I saw a customer arguing with a stall employee. In the customer's hand was a music box. It's fine, right? Just give me one more. Customer, my deepest apologies. But this product is currently limited to 3 per customer. Employee, that's why I'm begging you. Can't you do something about that? Look. I have a daughter and a son, and I have 2 married older brothers too. I want to buy them some nice souvenirs. Customer. If I may ask, how many times have you visited our store already? Employee, This is the first. Customer, really? Because I feel like this is your second time already. Employee, aren't you just imagining things? Customer, really? Employee, fine. Customer, thank you for understanding. Employee, the customer put down the music box and quickly left the premises. What was that? Ryuma, he probably wanted to resell. Ever since starting to sell music box, people like those have started to appear. We've limited the number that can be sold to a customer to prevent them from buying everything up, but there are a lot of resellers like that who keep coming back. Serge, is that all right? Ryuma, don't worry. We've prepared a lot of employees, so people like that shouldn't be able to influence normal customers. We've already taken resellers into consideration and have thought up a plan. If word of the music box were to spread through selling, we'll be able to use that to open up the market. Serge, there were normal customers around us, so Serge-san omitted some of the details, but I could feel his overflowing confidence. Volume 3 Chapter 107 Part 2, Everything is within predictions, in other words. Ryuma, we've established a department that specializes in music boxes, and Dynome's workshop is also eagerly producing music boxes. The workshops at Carabin were also interested in, so we were able to greatly increase the number of craftsmen producing them. Serge, greatly increase. Ryuma, the magic tool workshops of Carabin aren't limited to just Dynome's workshop. He has his connections too and other workshops that he trusts. There are also workshops that have been struggling financially that he was able to buy up. Serge, this sure has turned into something crazy. Ryuma, these workshops and the apprentice craftsmen will all be placed under Dynome Dano, so the contents of their work and the management won't changed at all. It's not really that big of a deal. Currently, Dynome's workshop has successfully reduced its burden in producing music boxes, while other workshops have been allotted work, allowing them to deal with their financial issues. As for the sales of the products and the financing, please allow me to take care of that. Serge, my deal with Dynome-san is that he will be the one to publicly appear as the developer of the music box. As long as he keeps that part of the deal, I have no right to say anything even if he merges companies or increases the number of craftsmen. If anything, being able to form a win-win relationship is something to be happy about. I believe this takeover will also bring much profit to you, Ryuma-sama. The magic tools that can be forged at Dynome's workshop are limited to the neutral, fire, water, and light elements. But with the introduction of more craftsmen under Dynome Dano, demand of other elements can now be met should the need arise. Serge, I see. If Dynome-san keeps his end of the deal, it seems this turn of events will prove convenient to me. I believe it won't be long before he asks you if there's something you want. Serge, I guess I'll have to think about it then. Should I use this opportunity to develop something new? Ryuma, as food for thought, I could give him an idea and have him develop a magic tool. That idea would then give birth to another idea. Eventually, I'm sure I'll run out of materials, but for now, this looks to be an infinite loop. Serge-san seems to have thought of the same thing, as he's wordlessly smiling at me like that. Ah, I'm done. Gokiso samadeshita. Ryuma, oh. Done eating already? That was fast. Serge, I'm an adventurer, after all. Ryuma, spending too much time eating will quickly use up one's lunch break and might cause one to miss out on his meal. So I quickly eat while talking. It's an indispensable skill I picked up while working as a salaryman in my previous life. I'll go buy some drinks. What would you like? Ryuma, can I ask you to get me some of that barley tea? Serge, sure. Ryuma, I bought 2 cups of barley tea from the store and then came back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here. Ryuma, thank you very much, Fu. Ah, this kind of tea is good too. It has a different aroma to black tea and herb tea, but I can't get enough of it. Serge, I'm glad you like it. Ryuma, still, Serge-san glanced at my store. Your store sure sells a lot of strange things, Ryuma-sama. Serge, now that he mentions it, he's right. There are 8 products being sold at my store: water, fruit juice, barley tea, Ryumayan stir-fried vegetables, Dante seed, sesame pastry, hot dog for water, juice, and barley tea. We've already prepared them beforehand, so it's just a matter of pouring them. As for the other 5 products, they were picked out according to the results of the survey. Of the stranger things among our products, there's barley tea and dandelion coffee. Just as Serge-san said earlier, black tea and herb tea are most common in this country, and you won't find any barley tea here. Dandelion coffee might be a thing somewhere, but it's definitely not something normal in this country either. And then there's Ryumayan. Due to the dangers and costs of travels, people aren't able to travel to different countries as easily. Because of that, save for a very small group of entrepreneurs, most people would see foreign culinary as something unusual. Moreover, Fei-san and Leland-san's homeland, Zilmer, is a rather chaotic country that barely even engages in diplomatic relationships. Just recently, there were a lot of people who ordered ryumayan out of curiosity. And there's Dante seeds, which are a delicacy in one region, and sesame pastry, which is also a rare dessert. As such, 4 out of 8 of the products we sell, that is half of all of our products, appear as strange to your everyday citizen. This is the result of analyzing the survey we gave out during the social gathering. As expected, people will get tired if you just sell the usual. From the looks of things, it seems people order those 4 strange products the most. Serge, when I looked around me, I noticed that he was right and many customers were indeed eating those unique dishes. Wow, so this is Zilmer cuisine. Customer 1, pasta mixed with soup. This is pretty unique. Customer 2, it's hot. But it sure tastes good when paired up with this cold barley tea. Customer 3, so semasa could actually be turned into jam like this. Customer 4, from the murmurs I heard around me, it seems the customers like the products a lot. By the way, what will you be doing in the afternoon? Serge, the ice sculpture to be used on stage is due today. Ryuma, since Soldio-san started teaching me, I also found more opportunities to talk with the members of the troupe. I once mentioned I could sculpt something out of ice and they showed much interest. When I showed it to them in person, the leader of the troupe and the person responsible for building the stage was inspired, and the next day, much to my surprise, they handed me a written proposal which suggested to include the ice sculpture among the stage decorations. The Semroid troupe will be displaying the performances of the sword dancers and the acrobats during the day, which required a lot of movement, so the ice sculpture will be brought in when the sun sets. It will be brought in during the evening when music was the focus in order to help set the mood. I've already prepared some magic tool lighting under the sculpture to light it up. Ryuma, my subordinates informed me. It seems like it'll be quite a sight to behold. Serge, I plan to sculpt something that can be put on display, but as for whether I will have the leisure to watch or not, Ryuma, true. From the looks of things, I doubt you'll be able to take your time. As far as business goes, though, busyness is a good problem to have. Serge, we laughed and talked like that until we emptied our cups. Chapter 108.1, First Day of the Founding Festival 3, 1/2, Chapter 108, First Day of the Founding Festival 3, 1/2, something like this, I guess. Ryuma, within a room that was turned into something akin to a refrigerator through a combination of barrier and ice magic stood a row of ice sculptures. Yep. This should do. Ryuma, looks good, I thought, so I called Prenin-san over to check the sculptures. Prenin-san, the ice sculpture is complete. Please take a look. Ryuma, when I entered the room in the dormitory that had been opened up to be used as a dressing room, what greeted me was a pure white robe that was opened up in front. The only decoration on it was an embroidery woven with golden thread, which could be found on the chest part. Prenin-san appeared while wearing such clothing. Stain would stick out like a sore thumb should it get stained even a little, but without the slightest trace of blemish on it, and Prenin-san himself being a silver-haired Adonis, it gives off a mysterious aura. Over here. Ryuma, oh. Prenin, the room was cold to keep the statue from melting, but Prenin-san didn't seem to mind that at all as he looked at the row of sculptures from an angle. A pair of birds, a plate of fruits, a beast running, and my harp. It is exactly as I've ordered. Prenin, the leading part of tonight's program, tells the tale of a traveler who defeats a terrifying beast that has struck fear into the hearts of the people. I carved the sculpture with that theme in mind. The pedestal is made of wood. In order to carry these and set them all atop the stage, I had to use what the people of the troupe had prepared. Are we putting these on stage as planned? Ryuma, yes. We'll be able to bring these in after the next performance. I'm sorry for asking you to do something so unreasonable so suddenly. Prenin, it's all right. It was in order to design a good stage, after all. Ryuma, fufufu. We shall put on a performance that will not lose out to the beauty of the stage. You have my word. Prenin, after smiling that fearless smile and checking a couple of things, he went back to the dressing room. As for me, I went back to the stalls. Otsukaresama desu. Do you need help anywhere? Ryuma, in that case, boss, please help wash the plates used for ryumayan. Faye, okay. Ryuma, it's common practice in this country to use a kind of leaf to wrap food with. And it's commonly done in stalls, but the leaves aren't suitable for dealing with liquid, so we had to use wooden tableware. One of the madams working with us, Mary-san, has a husband who works with wood, so we were able to easily get some. The customers return the tableware after eating to the return window, and then the people in charge divide the trash and the different types of tableware, and then they clean them. Tableware and trash received. Ryuma, Asu. Fei, after dividing everything into bags, I carry them and bring them to the laundry room within the store. The return window at the stall is just there to gather the goods. After all, we have professionals to deal with the filthy dishes. I'm counting on you. Ryuma, although the goods we're talking about are a bit different than the usual stuff we deal with, the cleaner slimes can deal with them all the same. Meanwhile, while they're working on that, I bring the garbage to the basement for the scavenger slimes to deal. By the time I come back up, the dishes are already done. I then bring those back to the stall. The tableware have already been divided beforehand, so I don't have to think any further on it after retrieving them from the slimes, and all that's left now is for me to place them in the appropriate shelves. Next. Ryuma, yes. Fei, but there were a lot of customers. And dishes were sold endlessly, causing the used tableware to continuously pile up. This is actually amazing. Ryuma, while I was transporting the dishes like a piston, the line of customers seemed to have actually increased. Karm-san. Should I reorganize the lines? Ryuma, yes please. I'll leave it to you. Karm-san is usually well dressed with orderly hair, but with how hot and busy the store was, he had no choice but to bundle his hair with a bandana, making him look exactly like your stereotypical stall Onii-san. I saw something weird. I suppose that just goes to show how busy it is, though. Ryuma-sama. Surge-san. We met just a while ago. Ryuma, you seem very busy. If you need some help, we have some free hands if you'd like. Surge, by all means. Please. Ryuma, as I gratefully accepted his offer, I put up the rope for organizing the lines. Found him. Boss. Employee, yes. What is it? Ryuma, a customer who went to the washroom just now told me that the toilet has run out of water. Employee, toilet water. Ah, the water for washing hands. Got it. I'll fix it immediately. Ryuma, I explained the situation to our reinforcements and left. Excuse me, I'm the manager. I need to take a look. Excuse me. Oh, good. Ryuma, if it's just this, then I'll be able to fix it in a jiffy. Or rather, this isn't even really broken. There's no water service here, so I just filled the large container inside the water storage tank with water. The water can be refilled using the bucket that's been provided nearby. Currently, the container isn't even half filled anymore. In other words, the only reason the water isn't coming out is because there's no water left. The public had already used it up. I quickly went where the tank was and filled it up with water. Done. Ryuma, the water was fixed now, but it suddenly came to my attention that the soap had been stolen. I'd put it inside a net woven out of the sticky slime's threads and connected it with a cord just like the bucket, but someone actually went out of his way to cut the cord with a knife. Chapter 108.2, First Day of the Founding Festival 3, 2 halves. First Day of the Founding Festival 3, 2 halves. The net, the cord, and the soap are all handmade, so they're all virtually free, but if I don't report the soap having been stolen, my troubles might increase. Anyway, I'll take some precautionary measures, and after cleaning myself with the cleaner slime, I'll go back to work. Starting tomorrow maybe I should make the net and the cord with the hardest threads from the sticky slime. But then again, if I use something harder, it might hurt more when rubbing. Excuse me, the person over there. Me. Ryuma, while I was thinking up a countermeasure as I walked, an auntie with sharp eyes called out to me. Are you someone from the store? Sharp-eyed auntie, yes. Is something the matter? Ryuma, about this kid, he entered the lot by himself. Sharp-eyed auntie, when the auntie moved her body to the side, the figure of a young boy was revealed. Apparently, he got lost from his parents because of the smell. Sorry, but can you call the guards? Auntie, all right. I'll call them now. Please take a seat and wait. Ryuma, I called Karm-san and asked him to give them some barley tea as service while I ran to the station. These sort of festivals are fun, but the livelier the festivities the busier the management gets. And then, evening came. When the clock ticked past 8, it was time for the first day to come to a close. Although the festival spirit didn't cool down, and there were those who were planning to continue at a bar, most women and children were already on their way back home. Most of the customers have also left, and the only customers left are those that came before we stopped taking orders. Everyone is cleaning the store up with a feeling of relief. As for me, I was with the butcher, Zeke-san, and his wife, counting the proceeds of the day and distributing profits. Well then. These are the profits for today. These are the ingredients consumed for the day. After subtracting the cost for the ingredients consumed, the amount calculated as per our agreement is about 312 suits per person. Is this correct? Ryuma, it is. Zeke, we sure made a lot. With this, I'm sure everyone will be happy. Pauline, although it's not that much individually, but because we were able to keep down the expenses of the ingredients thanks to the wives, and because of the selling of a large amount of sales we made, we were able to turn over a profit. Even the payment for the people who helped out was increased. Instead of just giving them pocket change, we gave them enough to live off of for 3 days. Thank you for helping us. Ryuma, what are you saying? We were compensated too. You don't have to act so reserved. Pauline, once you hand out the wages of the employees, there might be some who will want to work here for real. Zeke, the two of them laughed as they said that. Still, they were amazing, weren't they? Ryuma, indeed. Well, a lot of things happened here like the performances and the new products of the Morgan Company. Pauline, there are a lot of things to attract people's eyes, and it was also convenient for people to take a rest at. Zeke, we'll be able to expect a lot of customers tomorrow too. Now then, we'll distribute the pay and then go home. Although they might be just next door, but I can't exactly leave my kids to themselves. Pauline, see you tomorrow. Do make sure to drop by during break time. Ryuma, yes. Otsukaresama deshita. Zeke, the two of them left the room. After greeting everyone I left. When I went outside, I saw the members of the Semroid troupe gathered at the stage wing. What are they doing? They're gathered together but they're not talking. They're just looking at something quietly in the same manner. They had their backs turned to me, so I couldn't see what they're looking at, but they seemed really focused. It would be better not to disturb them, so I waited for a few minutes. Then without any signal, something changed. Otsukaresama desu. Ryuma. Otsukaresama desu. Male performer, Otsukaresama desu. Everyone else, I wonder if I startled them. I'm pretty sure I saw the young guy at the very back jump when I called out. Ryuma Dano, did you need something? Penance, I thought I'd say goodbye before leaving. What were you doing? Ryuma, praying. Look. Mia, a prayer. As Misan said that, she pointed at the thing they were looking at. It was a masked sculpture wrapped in many colorful cloths. Each cloth was only about the size of a handkerchief, but with so many of them layered it looked like the sculpture was clothed in actual clothing. Is that the statue of a god? Ryuma, I've never heard of this god, though. It's weird, right? You might not be able to tell like this, but this is actually Manoero-Isama's statue. Manoero-Isama. Ryuma, the name is present within the knowledge the gods. I haven't met him, but it should be a god like Gain and the others. The god of the wind. Ryuma, yes. A great god who is the personification of the winds that travel this world and watches over people. Being also the god of travels and performing arts, there are many traveling entertainers who worship Manoero-Isama. Penance, normally, everyone prays individually, but on days like this when they've found much success, the troupe offers a prayer to Manoero-Isama together. And the decorations. Ryuma, we traveling entertainers do not stay in one place for a long time. Wind of the spring. Wind of the summer. Wind of the fall. Wind of the winter. We visit the towns with the wind, and with the winds we look forward to our next destination. These cloths are proofs of our travels. Penance, meeting good people, increasing our members. Or when a performance is a success. Whenever we make good memories like those, we buy a cloth at that town. We can't increase our luggage while traveling, so we make a remembrance of those things instead and begin a new journey. The cloths wrapped around the statue represent our gratitude for blessing us with such encounters. Mia, in other words, it's a custom of traveling entertainers. I don't know when it started, though. Soldio, Mia-san and Soldio-san explained to me. Back at Earth, there was also a way of remembering things by putting corresponding things on body parts, but the traveling entertainers of the past must have come up with this method themselves in order to leave behind their memories. While I was thinking something like that, I watched as the members of the troupe cleaned up the statue of the god. Chapter 109.1 The next day. Barley tea, was it? Yeah, 3 of that, and then 2 orders of water. This is enough, right? Customer, yes. Ryuma, I'm tending to the store first thing in the morning. I can use ice magic, so I'm in charge of the drinks. Sorry to keep you waiting. 3 orders of barley tea and 2 orders of water. Ryuma, wow, that's really cold. This is great. Thanks. Customer, please enjoy. Next customer. Ryuma, 2 barley tea please. Customer 2, a few hours passed in the blink of an eye as I dealt with customer after customer, and then a face I was acquainted with appeared. Next, Jeff-san. Ryuma, looks like the stalls are a success. Jeff, thanks to you. Ryuma, anyway, give me 7 orders of barley tea. Jeff, understood. Ryuma, I quickly prepared the tray and the barley tea. Did you come with your friends? Ryuma, don't know if I'd call them that, but they're some people you know. Look. Jeff. Ryuma, when I looked toward the direction he pointed at, I spotted some familiar faces. Oh, it's Burke and the guys. Ryuma, it was the 6-man novice adventurer party. They seemed to have split up and were buying food from our stalls. You gave them some advice recently, yeah. You advised them to talk to other adventurers. Jeff, yeah, I did. Wait, do you mean? Ryuma, yep. That old man, Wogan, introduced them to me and now I have to watch over them. Jeff, really? That's great to hear. Here. Ryuma, yeah. Good luck. Jeff, after paying, Jeff-san left and rendezvoused with Burke and the others. I didn't think Jeff-san would end up taking care of them, but he's a skilled adventurer himself and he also comes from the slums. He might be able to understand Burke and the others better. Although it's not really any of my business, it puts me at ease to know. After that they enjoyed the food and then went back home. Apparently, they were together for the festivities. As Jeff-san watched over the overly enthusiastic novice party, he left with a smile on his face. 10 minutes later. Another familiar face showed up. Yo. Wogan, welcome. Ryuma, it was the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. Wogan-san came with Tigger-san from the weapon shop. Barley tea for me. You. Wogan, I'll have the same. Tigger, understood. Sure is rare to see you together, though. Ryuma, really? We might look like this, but we used to be on the same party. Wogan, really? Ryuma, first I've heard of that. It's a story from before we retired. Tigger has always had a good eye for equipment. On that regard, he was the best in our party. He was also particular with money, so he managed our party's funds. After he retired, he moved full-time into the weapon industry. Wogan, I didn't have good eyes. You were all just sloppy. If I left you alone, you'd spend all your money on liquor and women, and then wake up the next day without a single suit. Tigger, we were young. And besides, it was a fitting lifestyle for an adventurer. No. Wogan, even if you tell me that, Ryuma, if he's looking for affirmation, I'm not sure he'll find it from me. Don't sweat it. It's better you don't copy him. Tigger, what was that? Wogan, you two sure get along well. Freeze, sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, so this is barley tea. Wogan, is this enough? Tigger, yes. Thank you very much. Ryuma, the two were about to leave, but then Tigger-san seemed to have recalled something. You haven't been coming lately. Is your equipment all right? Tigger, yes. It's still fine. The armor and knife I purchased from you have been serving me well. Ryuma, that's good then. What happened to your search for the katana? Haven't heard anything from you since then. Tigger, lend me your ear for a bit. Ryuma, I briefly told him about my situation in hushed voices, then he closed his eyes. I can't believe you managed to solve that problem like that. Tigger, sorry. Ryuma, if you can use it, then it's fine. It's not my place to tell you how to use your familiar. Don't push yourself. Tigger, thank you very much. Ryuma, after that he left with Wogan-san, and after taking a breath, went back to town. Good day. None, welcome. Ryuma, this time it was the sister from the church, Beta-san, who visited. She came with the children of the church. It's already around noon, huh? Thank you for helping us out yesterday. And Belle too. You really saved us. Beta, please don't mind it. If it's just something like that, I can help anytime. You're always taking care of me, after all. And I've heard the stories. Ryuma, in the church, they look after children with no relatives. Their lives are by no means luxurious, but the two sisters are spending money despite having to be thrifty to allow the children to enjoy the festivals like a normal child. For 18 people, right? Ryuma, yes, please. Come on. You kids too. Beta, please. Kids, 18 orders coming right up. Ryuma, as the voice of the children simultaneously resounded, pleasant eyes gathered from the people nearby. Yesterday we were at the bazaar, but today we're going to enjoy the festivities. Said a child I worked with at the church. That kid bought several people's worth of hot dogs, but he smiled happily just like any child. Sorry to keep you waiting. There's a lot, so it's a bit heavy. Please be careful. Ryuma, thank you very much. Kids, you're welcome. Next customer. Ryuma, Chapter 109.2 Yahoo, Mazelia, Ryuma, it's been a while, nya. Mia, are you doing well? Warana, barley tea for 4 please. Syria, this time it was Mia-san and Wariana-san's party. It's been a while. Haven't seen you lately. Ryuma, it's because we left town for a job. Mia was with us too. Warana, I'm glad you came back safely. Here. Barley tea. I've chilled it for you. Ryuma, the customers came one after another. I worked the stall while taking turns with others so I could eat and rest. We were really busy, but I could feel the zeal and the liveliness of the town on my skin. Before I knew it, a faint darkness had already covered the world. The distant setting sun leaving behind nothing but a lingering memory. But despite that, the surrounding crowd seemed to suggest that they were just starting, as they grew even noisier. I'm back. Boss, I'll take over, so you can have your supper. Maria, thank you very much. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Ryuma, I quickly ate my supper. I say supper, but all I would really be eating is our stall's special hot dog. Are you going to be having supper here tonight too? Maria, the preparation period included, I've been eating here a lot lately, so that's why she said that. The food tastes good, I can get the food without having to line up, and I can go back to work immediately, so it's really convenient. Hot dog provides carbs and meat. If I eat it with stir-fried vegetables, the nutritional value I can get is surprisingly good. I suppose the oil and salt content is a bit high, but it's hot throughout the day, and with how much energy I consume, I think it's probably fine. Yeah, it won't be a problem. I'm young too. People say that this kind of thinking is a trap when someone becomes aware of their age, but I never had any problems in my past life, so I've never really experienced it. As such, I ordered 4 hot dogs without a care and 1 plate of stir-fried vegetables. After pouring myself a cup of tea, I leave the cash and find myself a seat. Oh, is that seat free? There were 3 women seated on a 4-seater table, who looked like they were about to stand up. And then they did. Immediately, I secured the seat for myself. Itadakamasu. Ryuma, I bit my hot dog. Soft bread greeted my teeth, followed by an elastic skin, out of which poured out the juice of the meat. As I tasted the sourness of the ketchup layered over the hot dog, more and more of my saliva came out. There was quite a bit of girth to it, but it gradually managed to pass through my throat. Ladies and gentlemen. Prenan-san's voice resounded loud and clear. Even though I'm seated by the entrance, I could still hear his voice clearly despite all the tumult from the other tables and the crowds of people. After announcing that the performance would be starting, 3 female dancers went up the stage. They danced along with the music, gathering the attention of the onlookers and quietening the crowd. I've seen them many times during practice, but they really are amazing. Maybe it's because of the influence of light novels, but when you talk about dancers, most would imagine them to be scantily dressed. Unlike that usual image, however, these women don't show much skin. The girls all wore the same dress, which was a one-piece with a thick fabric and many colorful frills. Only a little bit of the sleeves and the feet were shown, and they would dance while lifting up their skirts a little. Moreover, because the tip of the skirt had weights, when they turned, from time to time, their skirts would expand. As such, the male customers near the stage would try to look up at their skirt and the female customers around them would glare at them coldly. For one, a husband who brought his family had just been slapped by his wife. This looks to be a success. Yes, fortunately. Guildmaster. Ryuma, I wondered who it was that was talking to me, but then I found out it was actually none other than the Guildmaster of the Merchant Guild, Griziera-san. Moreover, behind her was the Guildmaster of the Tamer Guilds. Jimuru Branch, Taylor, and a young man I wasn't acquainted with, who was carrying a tray. Is something the matter? Why are you here? Ryuma, I believe this is actually the first time we're meeting outside the guild by chance. It's not good for the body to stay cooped up inside all the time. Griziera, we're using the festivities as an opportunity for us old people to walk around town. Taylor, I see. If it's no trouble, won't you accompany me? Ryuma, I'd be glad to. Griziera, excuse me. Oh, sorry to make you carry my food. Taylor, something at this level, please don't mind it. Who is this man? I thought he might have been someone from the guild, but the atmosphere about him says otherwise. My apologies for my belated introduction. I am Arnold Bernhide. You are Ryuma Takebayashi-sama, yes. Arnold, he knows who I am. Anyway, I should return the greeting for now. Still, he looks to be human. He has a slender build and looks to be in between the latter half of his 20s to the first half of his 30s. His dress gives me a feeling similar to that of Karm-san, but his sharp eyes and his black glasses gives a strict impression. At the very least, I shouldn't have met him before. I'm sorry, have we been acquainted before? Ryuma, not directly. But I have heard of you from above. Arnold, Ryuma. This kid is. You know. You remember how those guys from the public office got scolded severely? He is the successor of the chief back then. Griziera, oh, that time. Ryuma, oh, I'd heard that someone new had taken up the post. So, that's him. I've been hearing rumors of you for some time now. Not only did you provide the impetus for discipline to come down upon the corrupt officials, you even provided support for the cleanup afterwards. Moreover, just recently, you accepted a job and contributed again. Arnold, by recently, I assume he's talking about the tunnel ants. Thanks to you, my work has been greatly reduced and I am able to focus on disciplining my staff. Arnold, I was simply doing what I wanted, but I'm happy to have been of service. Ryuma, by all means, please do continue to use your abilities as you have until now. Arnold, it seems he's wanted to meet me ever since taking up office, but due to the suddenness of his appointment, he had too much to deal with, from the leftover work to dealing with the subordinates, and it wasn't as if he could actually summon me just to thank me. Moreover, because they were investigating and exposing crimes of embezzlement and collusion, he didn't want to meet me carelessly. Looks like they chose a rather prudent person. Well, in order to straighten what is bent, it would be a problem if they didn't do that much. It also helps a lot that they're not causing me any trouble. If I can continue living and managing the store as I have until now, then I don't mind cooperating. Thank you. Although I can't give you special treatment because of my position, I will do my best to ensure that the law is followed dutifully. Of course, if you are able to contribute something, and provided it is true and is reported to the upper brass, then as a result of that, I might be able to give you some special privileges. Arnold, he said a lot, but basically, he's saying that you'll be treated like everyone else. Griziera, it's not easy to make a contribution that would give you special privileges. Taylor, what I meant was that I was expecting much from Takebayashi-sama. Arnold, well, let's leave it at that. Taylor, he might actually do it. Who knows? Graziera, as Graziera-san said that, she glanced at Serge-san's stalls. Did you tell him something? Grisera, whatever could you mean, I wonder? Ryuma, although I don't really feel like hiding it from her, but I'll play dumb for the meantime. By the way, Ryuma-kun. Taylor, yes. Ryuma, how is life in town going for you? It's been some time. Since you came here. Is there anything you find inconvenient? Taylor, if you have anything on mind, just say it. You only meet this Gramps rarely. Graziera, right. Everything is certainly different from before, but I'm not particularly inconvenienced by anything. If I had to say, then it's actually convenient now that I can buy whatever I need easily. Ryuma, still. I was originally born on Earth and was brought here after death. And then from the forest of Ghana, I came to Jimuru. I sure traveled a long distance. When I look to my left, I see my comrades who work with me at my store. When I look to my right, I see my business partners. When I look in front of me, I see the troupe, who I became acquainted with just recently, currently performing. And beside me is the big wig of the public office, whom I just met today. Other than that, of the customers that came today, there's also the son of the bookstore, Dansbell-san. There's the Gramps from the pharmacy, whose name I don't even know. There's also the neighboring wives, who I came to know during the preparations for this festival, and the members of the guild who remember me from our last job. I've gotten to know a lot of people. I don't know if this place is better than the forest. The forest has its own charm. But... From the look on your face, I guess you're doing just fine. Taylor, yes. I think so too. Ryuma, my current life isn't bad. As I reflected upon this happiness, the night gradually passed. Chapter 110.1 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 110, The Last Night, 1/2, the next day. After the brilliant festivities came to an end and the night passed and the day came, Jimuru went back to how it usually was. Festival decors could still be seen here and there on the street corners, but they'll be cleaned up in a day or two. The merchants that came from elsewhere have already closed their stores, and there are even groups who've already left town. Because of all the merchants that came for the tourists, the southern gate is so hectic right now. Guard, when I passed through the northern gate, the guard stationed there said that thoughtlessly. As for me, we'll reuse that part. Stage commander, all right, we'll divide it then. Prenance, the person in charge of the Semroid troop stage, gave out orders as the members dismantled the stage. I specialize at carpentry too, but when it comes to stages and other related stuff, it's a bit different. As such, helping them out should prove to be quite educational. Even just by dismantling, I can somewhat understand the construct of these thnigs. Excuse me, what do I do with this screw-like pillar? Ryuma, that's for the stage setting, so we'll be reusing it. You use it by wrapping your hand around the knob under and lifting it up along with the people and stuff loaded on it. We didn't get to use it this time, though. Stage commander, I see. Ryuma, there are hidden apparatuses that can't be seen with a glance. These are all actually quite interesting. Boss. Dolce-san. What is it? Ryuma, the guards came for the soap thief incident. Dolce, got it. Excuse me. Ryuma, I heard you. We'll be fine, so just go. Soldio, thank you very much. Ryuma, Dolce-san and I went back to the store together, passing by a great many crowd along the way. It's right after the day of the festival, but despite working a lot during the festivities, my store is in business as usual. At first, I was considering making today a holiday, but then the husbands and wives that worked with us told me that they had a lot of dirty clothes piled up because of all the preparations that had to be done, so seeing as there would be a demand, I decided to make it a regular working day. In exchange, I decided to hold a party in the evening like the social gathering we had before. My suspicions about were proven true when the customers this morning were 20% more than usual. Moreover, Arnold-san, whom I just met yesterday, was present too. The founding festival occurs every year, so the decorative cloths and flags used aren't one-time things. In the previous year, before people deposited their clothes, the job of sorting the clothes and washing them would be split, but this year, given our store's price and efficiency, they're actually considering asking us to take care of everything instead. It was for that reason that Arnold-san came. I'm not sure if he's decided on us just yet, but we might be able to sign an unexpectedly huge contract. Excuse me. Ryuma, now then, to meet with the guards. I entered the reception office, and the male guards stood up from the sofa. We went through the usual greetings as per formalities, and then we went on to the topic. The other day a report was filed for a thief who'd stolen a bar of soap. We apprehended him just recently. Is this your soap, guard? A package was placed on the table in front of us, and then opened. Inside was the soap used at the store. It even had the net attached. Did they really catch him? No offense to the people who search very hard for these sort of stuff, but I honestly never thought that my stolen good would actually be returned to me. Of course, there are times when stolen goods never come back, but you see, the soap thief wasn't just into soaps, he was also a pickpocket. But he was not as successful as a pickpocket as he was a soap thief, and his poor attempts landed him with us. Caught him just yesterday, in fact. When we seized his luggage from the inn he was staying at, we found this. A report had been filed, so we were able to confirm that he was indeed the culprit. Guard, so, I got lucky. I'll pray to Gain and the others later. While I was thinking that, they asked me to sign a form to confirm the return of the stolen item. After looking through the document, I signed it. Yes. Everything is in order. Thank you very much. Ryuma, the guard accepted the document with a smile and quickly left. Looks like the guards are busy too. Fun, Fu-en. Fina, after seeing the guards to the entrance, I heard Fina-san humming as she carried goods into the store. You sound like you're in a good mood today. Ryuma, Hiya. Oh, it's you, boss. Since when were you there? Fina, just now. The guards just left. Ryuma, from a while ago. Did I startle you? Ryuma, a little. Do you know this song? Fina, it's Prenan-san's song, right? Ryuma, she blushed, her face turning beet red. She was humming pretty well. I don't think there's really anything to be embarrassed about. Rather than that, I wonder if something good happened to her. Ah, that's right. Listen to this, boss. Actually, just now, a customer I was dealing with asked me, aren't you going to sell those barley tea of yours anymore? And then he said, there were a lot of customers, you know. It was really delicious. Fina, oh. So something like that happened. Until now tea made out of barley hasn't sold well at all, so hearing someone tell me those things made me so happy. Fina, that's also the reason why they had to leave their villages to work. But in that case, why don't they sell barley tea then? At this store. Fina, at your village. If you can't sell barley as is, then why don't you try processing it first? Ryuma, when it comes to processing raw ingredients and selling them, one has to first consider what product would sell, but in this case, they don't have to do that, as they already know that the people want barley tea. At the very least, it's guaranteed that there's a market for it. Incidentally, after calculating all of sales last night, we found out that 70% of the sales from beverages were made from barley tea. People didn't just buy the drink and try it once, there were also many returning customers who bought the drink more than once. If it could sell that well in just 2 days, think about how much it could sell were it to be sold properly. There might be even more people who'll come to like it. Their village cultivates barley, which is the main ingredient of barley tea. And then there's the process of transforming barley into something suitable for tea. Wouldn't it be good if with just those 2 things alone they were able to sell their crops to the public? If they are able to make this happen, they'll be able to reduce some of the crops they're making so much of and also increase the income of the village. If necessary, I could also write them a letter of introduction to Puro-san. The barley tea sold at the festival were made by roasting the barley from their village. Even they could make it by themselves. If they worked together with the Sionji company. Yeah, it could work. I might be being over-optimistic, but the possibility isn't zero. Chapter 110.2, The Last Night, February 2nd, The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 110, The Last Night, February 2nd, there's a lot of stuff to consider like the how much grain your village can produce, and I'm sure a lot of work will have to be done. Ryuma, at the village, we plant many different types of grain to combat sickness. Barley makes up about 30% of all our crops, but we should be able to increase the yield starting next year. Still, is it really okay to sell the tea at the village? Fina, I feel like I've said this to someone before, but even if I try to sell the tea myself, it's going to take a lot of effort. I might have a store, but my current goal is to go back to my village, so I don't really have the time to sell barley tea. Ryuma, but there are people who want barley tea, and there's a village that wants to sell their barley. In that case, it would be best if said village worked with the Sionji company instead. At the very least, it would be a lot better than if the business just rotted in my hands. You once said that you would be willing to accept others who want to work at your store. If this works out well for our village, there might be less people who'll want to leave. Fina, the store isn't hiring right now anyway, so it's fine if only those who want to go to town come. If I can't get enough employees from your village, then naturally I will look elsewhere. Besides, it would only trouble me if the people who come to work here do so begrudgingly. Those who want to remain in the village should remain. There is also the saying that people only understand a parent's love when it's too late, so I believe if it's possible to spend time with one's family, then one should do so instead. Ryuma, I'll be fine as long they send me some tea from time to time. Boss, can I send a letter to my dad about this? I want to ask the entire village to consider it. Fina, of course, it's fine. I'll send a letter to the Sionji company too, so they can plan for it from their end as well. After all, we'll only end up troubling them if we just suddenly bring the topic up without giving them time to prepare. Ryuma, Fina. What are you doing? Jane, sorry. Fina, oops. Talked a bit too much there. Even though she was supposed to be in the middle of work. Sorry, Jane-san. I was the one who called her. Sorry to you too, Fina-san. Let's talk again later. Ryuma, yes. Fina, I parted with the two and went back to help disassemble the stage. That night. At the food court, after most of the belongings within the store and on the stage have been put away, the same people from the previous social gathering were gathered. Boy, am I starving. Today, Mom's again G. Rick, don't say unnecessary things. Pauline, even the exchanges before the opening remarks were the same as last time. The party began with everyone smiling. Last time the food served were those that would be served in the stalls, but this time around, we're serving food that could be made from the leftover ingredients. For example, Shelma-san cooked a hearty dish full of ingredients like the sausages meant for our stall's hot dogs or the vegetables meant for our stall's stir-fried vegetables. As for me, my contribution was shio yakisoba, salt-fried noodles. I used the noodles and vegetables meant for ryumayan, and then turned the chicken soup into a special sauce by adding the juice of lemon into it and seasoning it with salt and pepper. I then fried everything on top of an iron plate I made using alchemy. A juu sound resounded as I cooked the dish and a fragrant aroma spread. Smells great. I want a huge serving please. Mia, me too. Rick, coming right up. Ryuma, their appetite stirred by the aroma, Mia-san and Rick were the first to ask for a serving, but they were most certainly not the last, as more and more people followed suit. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Has everyone received their portion? Ryuma, there's 7 more. Leland, if you add us, that makes 10. Faye, okay. In that case, I'll cook it all at the same time. Ryuma, I cooked the shio yakisoba, salt-fried noodles, in front of the 10 people. Leland-san and Faye-san were helping with the guests, but I made sure to prepare their portion too. Of course, I didn't forget to cook enough for myself as well. Now then, I thinks it's about time I ate too. But where to sit? Boss. Karm-san is calling me. It seems he's with Serge-san and Prenance-san. Let's join them. Welcome. Prenance, over here. Serge, first, a toast. But with what? Karm, let's see, Ryuma, there are children my age too, so we should probably keep it to barley tea. Atsukaresama deshita, everyone. Cheers. Ryuma, cheers. Everyone else, the aromatic barley tea invigoratingly passed through my throat, leaving me with a pleasant feeling. Phew. It's only now that I can feel that the festival has finally ended, Ryuma, indeed. But this is also a new beginning for us. Prenance, oh, right. You'll be traveling to another town soon. Ryuma, yes. Tomorrow we will be departing for a town called Davana. There's another festival there. Penance, so they leave as soon as the festival ends, huh? Must be difficult. It wasn't that bad this time for us since everything was already prepared for us, from the lodging to the venue. Penance, in order for them to make a living as traveling entertainers, they sometimes have to leave on the very night a festival ends just so they could find a good spot in the next town they'll be performing at. Because of that, there are times when they have to sleep in their carriages if they can't find an inn. In that case, I wonder if it was really a good idea that I called them out here. Aren't they just being forced to attend this party? Please don't worry. We have some room in our schedule. We can afford it. Besides, thanks to our contract with the Morgan Company, we won't be having as much difficulty in securing a venue and a place to stay at. Penance, as much as possible, we need to provide a good place for the troupe so that the announcement of the music box goes well. As such, I've already contacted the branch store and have asked them to secure a place. Surge, I see. So, that's how it is. Ryuma, the music box we've prepared sold out too, so we should be able to expect much from here on, and as far as things to look forward to go, there's also the prospect of selling this barley tea. Surge, huh? Did Fina-san talk to you? Ryuma, Karm-san was the one who answered my question. She dropped by my place earlier, asking about the demand and the prospects of selling barley tea. She said you gave your permission. I don't know what the people of their village think, but from the looks of things, they're intent on convincing them. Karm, I see. So, what do you think? The prospects, I mean. Ryuma, I think it'll be a lot cheaper than black tea, which goes to say that the commoners will be able to enjoy it. Considering the sales from the stalls, there's more than enough value in them to be sold in the store. At the very least, it shouldn't net a loss. And assuming we'll be cooperating with the Sionji Company, although I'm a mere amateur on matters regarding food products, I do believe this is a good business opportunity. Karm, I agree. Although Karm isn't certain about being able to work with the Sionji Company, in my opinion, if it's Puro, there's no way he'll reject you. He's not the sort of man to throw away any potential food product that comes his way. Surge, when the two of them said that, I heaved a sigh of relief. A drink sold at the corner of the festival will save a village that has been wandering for a long time. Yes. I think I can make a song out of this. Penance, there was just one guy who was looking at something completely different. You're going to turn this into a song. Stories of someone or something being saved are always famous. That's why many people choose that as a topic since there's a high probability that people will like it. But making a beverage the hero. Now, that's really putting a new spin on a known formula, don't you think? Would you mind if I wrote such a tale? With the barley tea as the topic, I mean. Penance, things sure have taken an odd turn. A story about barley tea. What do I say to this? As long as you don't put my name on it, I suppose. And I'll have to talk to Fina-san and the others. They're the ones who'll be selling it after all. Them and their village. Ryuma, in the end, I decided to just delegate the issue. In that case, please excuse me. Penance, he stood up and immediately looked for them. He's serious, huh? No. Maybe he's drunk. Surge, he hasn't drunk that much though. Ryuma, I say just let nature take its course. Karm, I wonder what'll happen in the end. Ryuma-kun, Mia-san. Ryuma, it's the last night, so how about you perform with us? Mia, several of the people from the troupe were gathered at the area next to the stage. The last, huh? All right. Excuse me, I need to go. Ryuma, do your best, boss. Karm, break a leg. Surge, after that, I was able to show off the results of my training while being accompanied by the sword dancers. The song emphasized the pace, and everyone would clap every time I cut the firewood. When the song ended, the crowd broke into applause. I got carried away and ended up taking out my guitar and playing anime songs that aired on Saturday mornings and Sunday evenings. But by happily performing with everyone from the troupe, I was able to make some memories with them before parting. Chapter 111, Gathering Job Volume 3 Chapter 111, Gathering Job. It has already been 1 month since the founding festival ended and the Semeroid troupe left. The festival was like a turning point of some sort, as the summer gradually grew hotter this past month. When I went out to catch a slime to be donated to the church, I found a slime that liked to eat wind mana and was able to make it evolve. All the while, I never once slacked in my training. Before I knew it, it has already been half a year since I parted with the members of the Duke's family. When I showed my face to the Adventurers Guild, Wogan-san called me. Ryuma, you've been doing well lately. At one point, I thought you'd go and become a merchant instead. Wogan, ahaha. Well, I'm an easygoing guy. Ryuma, well, when a man is put in a position over others, regardless of his natural inclinations, he will have to carry some responsibilities and do some work. Anyway, going back to the topic, are you free for 2 weeks starting next week? Wogan, I have plenty of waterproof cloth stocked up and I don't have any work that needs to be done soon. Yeah, I should be free. Ryuma, I see. In that case, there's a job I'd like you to take. It's just a gathering job, but because of the amount, as much as possible, I'd like someone who can use dimension magic to participate. If you could accept the job as a transporter, it would be a huge help. Also, one of the monsters you want to fight will be making an appearance at the gathering point. Wogan, really? Ryuma, yeah, the enemies will be Trents. The material to be gathered will also be taken from them. Wogan, a Trent. Trents are plant-type monsters that take on the appearance of a tree. They hide among trees and attack people and other monsters. There's a lot of them living at the Great Shurus Forest. They're a dangerous breed of monsters that specialize in mimicry and surprise attacks. I will be briefing the other members for a more detailed explanation, so if you feel like you're up for it, drop by the guild again tomorrow afternoon. If you decide to take the job, you can register then. Wogan, all right. I'll see you tomorrow then. Ryuma, yeah. Take care. Wogan, having decided that, I had to inform the others that I would be going out. The next day. As promised, I dropped by the guild and was brought to a room where Mia-san was. Nya. Ryuma, you were called too, Nya. Mia, they wanted someone who could use dimension magic. Ryuma, we're bringing back that much, Nya. What in Nya world are they building, Nya? Mia, who knows? Ryuma, we chatted idly like that while waiting, and then Wariana-san's group came with Rapin-san. Asagi-san came too. The last one to arrive was Wogan-san, who then briefed us on the job. And that's how it is. Wogan, to give a short summary of what he explained to us, the objective of the job is to secure lumber. To that end, it would be best to hunt the Trent and bring their lumber back. We need to bring back at least 300 Trents worth of lumber, and any extra will be compensated for properly. I don't know how big a Trent is, so I can't say exactly just how much lumber 300 Trents is equivalent to. Regardless, I'm sure it's a lot. Now I can understand why they wanted mages that could use dimension magic like me and Rapin-san to come. The team will be departing in 2 days. I don't see any issues, so I think I'll participate. Everyone else also looked like they were planning to join. After the job application was concluded, Wariana-san suddenly asked this. What are all these Trent lumber going to be used for? Wariana, You're aware that the population of this town is decreasing, right? Wogan, well, yeah. After all, one of the mines was mined out. Even if it's just one mine, there should be a significant number of people who lost their job. Wariana, the head of the previous office, wasn't so enthusiastic in that regard. Meanwhile, the newly appointed head, although he's yet to do anything, is actually quite enthusiastic. Population growth, profit increase, and the improvement of the city environment. In other words, he has a lot in mind. The job this time is because the proposal of the staff has been accepted, and now, they want to create a product that will garner fame and gather people. Unfortunately, this town doesn't have anything other than mines and iron. Wogan, wouldn't the place where the Rimmel birds are often sighted serve as a decent tourist attraction? Someone proposed that too, but the Rimmel birds show up around the same time when the Grell frogs are being hunted, so they can't be used to attract tourists. Stopping the Grell frog hunting would cause the profit from that to vanish, so that's no good either. Besides, the Rimmel birds aren't around all the time, and what the public office wants to is a famed product that's available all year round. Wogan, I'm pretty sure developing a town isn't that easy. I don't know much about it myself, but isn't it fine as long as you have something you can sell? There's no need to be picky, right? Just make the most of whatever advantages you already have. Kind of like the festival. Yeah. Isn't that good enough? Isn't it fine even if it's not all year round? You could treat it like a seasonal event. Ryuma, seasonal events are nice and all, but this is a mining town. When the mines are mined out and there's no fixed income, the only source of income will be those seasonal events. As such, the bigwigs want something that could be sold all year round. Wogan, I see. Now that he mentions it, he's exactly right. Well, it's not like I don't understand where you're coming from. The situation isn't that bad just yet, so I also think it would be fine if we gradually worked at it. But, anyway, that's how the discussion of the bigwigs went, and now they want to build a tourist town beyond the southern gate. At the center of which, they will be building their new attraction, the fighting arena. Along with that, they will also be building inns to accommodate the participants and the spectators, as well as other facilities. The main point is to make money by selling tickets and getting people to gamble. It will take a lot of money until everything is completed, but the profit to be made afterwards is equally big. Wogan, a fighting arena and a gambling system, Dagozaru. I'm sure that'll bring a lot of money, but the public order is sure to suffer, Dagozaru. A Seijai, indeed. I can easily imagine all the thugs going around. And that's why it has to be a new town. The arena, the inns the participants and the guests will be staying at. Everything is to be made at the new town. This town will continue as it's always been and remain a mining town. The management will just be managing both this and that town, so you can just consider it as a new town. The funds allocated to public order will also be greatly increased, so there will be many more guards than before. The gambling will be managed by the town and supervised thoroughly. And, this is directly related to Wariana's question, but the construction of the arena has been entrusted to Perdra Beckentine. Wogan, everyone else other than me was shocked when he said that. Is he famous? Who is he? Ryuma, you don't know, Daru. He is the second son of the household of Viscount Beckentine. Supposedly, he should be assisting his older brother in managing their territory, but he has instead chosen to devote his life to his work as an architect, Daru. Rapin, he is a celebrity among architects and is so renowned for his genius that it is said there are none who could match him, but at the same time, he is also renowned for his weird behavior. Syria, a deep person. In more sense than one. Apparently, when they consulted him, he was able to suddenly come up with a good idea, so he accepted the job right there and then. But when he accepted the job, he demanded this one condition: I want all the important parts of the arena to be built with Trent lumber. I will not build it unless it's with Trent lumber. Or so the story goes. And that's why we want to start gathering Trent lumber as early as now. Wogan, is this the so-called loneliness of an artist? I asked around a bit, and it turns out that while Trent lumber certainly has its place in buildings, it's usually used for the staves of mages and isn't really a known material for buildings. But Perdra Beckentine is a renowned architect so skilled that a little unreasonable demand like this would apparently be forgiven. They do say he's an unparalleled genius. While I was thinking that, the briefing ended and I left the area. On the day of departure. I've been preparing all this time, but technically, all I really did was move the stuff inside my dimension home to the storage in the abandoned mine, closed the entrance with earth magic, and then prepared some countermeasures for thieves. That, and I also finally tried expanding my dimension home just as Sabesa-san taught me. Each time I did it, I felt the burden on me increase, but by relying on my great mana reserves and training, I was able to expand my dimension home to the same size as the first floor of the employee dormitory at my store. I don't know how big a Trent is, but I'm sure this much space should be able to accommodate a respectable amount. While I was thinking stuff like that, I was still at the southern gate of Jimuru. I'm not being idle. I'm just waiting for the others. Are they not coming yet? Ryuma, when I looked around me, there was no one around. While I was wondering that to myself and looking around, I saw Rapin-san and Asagi-san walking from the distance. Good morning. Rapin-san, Asagi-san. Ryuma, good morning, Daru. Rapin, good morning, Ryuma. Are you doing well today, Dagozaru? Asagi, I'm doing fine. Thank you. Ryuma, after that we rendezvoused with Miya-san and the others, and rode on the carriage and 2 horses provided by the guild master. After receiving our food supplies, we set off on our journey. Incidentally, the carriage was meant for transporting goods, so it was Mazelia-san who drove it. The southern part of Jimuru was full of trees, so as we swayed inside the carriage, the scenery passing as by painted a tranquil scene. During that time we discussed our plans with our leader, Asagi-san. Inside the forest, Mia, Warana, and I will be the ones to fight the Trents. Rapin and Ryuma will be responsible for transporting the defeated Trents. On top of that, Rapin will also be in charge of searching for the Trents, while Ryuma will be his escort. Is that clear, Dagozaru? Asagi, we all nodded to show our agreement. Although that was the gist of it, it didn't mean I wouldn't be fighting at all. Everyone already knows that I'm participating to gain experience fighting Trents, so they will also be providing me opportunities to accomplish that. After that we also discussed the strengths and weaknesses of the Trent with the monster specialist, Rapin-san. From him I found out that since Trents attack by moving their branches, we have to watch out for attacks coming from above. As for the weakness of the Trents, apparently there's a lump on their body that looks like the face of a person. If you damage the area surrounding that lump or detach or break the part under it, you'll be able to kill them. This time, though, our objective is to gather Trent lumber, so we have to minimize damage as much as possible. Although it wasn't necessary to focus on not damaging it so much, it was important to keep it in mind. We will also have to pay attention in case there's an advanced Trent variant. Higher Trent variants move slower, but their branches are thicker, so their resulting force is also greater. Moreover, because they can also use wood magic, they're a huge pain to deal with for the advance guard when they extend their branches and their vines. Also, the only way to tell the difference between Trents and normal trees is by sensing the trace of mana on them. Other than the face-like lump on them, they're not any different from normal trees. And with the lumps sometimes being at a blind corner, it's very difficult to tell them apart just by looking at them. On the other hand, if you can easily sense their magic, then distinguishing them is a trivial task. Lastly, and I'm digressing here a bit, but apparently, they can walk. They move slower than slimes, but they can uproot themselves and walk. It sure is a bit hard to imagine trees walking on their own volition, though. I mean that just goes beyond common sense. In the first place, just what are monsters? Monsters, Daru. Rapin, after our discussion concluded, I asked Rapin-san that question and as it turns out, monsters are beasts, plants, and other natural things that mutate due to mana. Using Trents as an example, Trents are trees that absorbed mana and became a monster. If monsterification is a mutation caused by the absorption of mana, then I can come to terms with trees being a monster. Come to think of it, Pauline-san did mention monsterification to me before. That time too she was talking about plants. Are humans not affected? Ryuma, although there are cases wherein one absorbs too much mana and ends up in a state called mana intoxication, there are rarely any cases wherein so much mana accumulated in a human that it caused a mutation, Daru. Rapin, humans know by instinct to protect themselves, so they would usually involuntarily release mana. As such, no such mutations occur among humans. I asked him about mana intoxication, and apparently, it's not an easy state for humans with huge mana reserves to find themselves in, and even for normal people, it usually only happens when they use too much magic stones or mana potions or eat too much monster meat. Rapin-san also says that most of an organism's mana lies in their blood, so there's actually no need to be that concerned about eating meat. The symptoms from mana intoxication are mild, so catching it from eating monster meat is a very rare case that one could only blame to bad luck. It was a topic that was apparently so trivial that Rapin-san could laugh while talking about it. While we talked like that, we leisurely proceeded even as we paid attention to our surroundings. Rapin-san also said that there were no monsters near Jimura that would attack a carriage with 7 adventurers inside. Just as he said, not a single monster attacked us as we left town. I talked a lot with Rapin-san about monsters and slimes while we traveled. With Mazelia-san, I talked about all the places they've visited, and with Asagi-san, I talked to him about miso and soy sauce. Miso soup. That sure is nostalgic. Who would have thought that you could get miso soup and soy sauce from Renoff? Thank you for telling me, Dagozaru. Asagi, if you'd like, I could make some miso soup for supper tonight. I have the ingredients for it. Ryuma, really? By all means, please, Dagozaru. Asagi, and just like that, I was put in charge of our supper. Inside Rapin-san's dimension home, I brought out miso soup, meat and potato stew, and rice. Everyone enjoyed the food, but Asagi-san was so moved by the miso soup that he shed tears of joy. Asagi, you haven't been back to your village for a long time now, huh? Warana, Umo. My village is in an island far, far away. It's not easy to go back, Dagozaru. Besides, at the dojo where I studied the way of the sword, we are basically kicked off the island and told to become an adventurer, Dagozaru. And we can't return unless 50 years have passed or we become an S-ranker, Dagozaru. Asagi, 50 years. Why so long? Warana, apparently, the ancestor who founded our dojo traveled the world for years, Dagozaru. One could sharpen his sword or broaden his perspective. Either way, our discipline demands that we survive the outside world. It is our training, Dagozaru. After all, there are strong monsters and all sorts of people here that can't be found in the island, Dagozaru. Asagi, is your island well protected? Won't they be troubled if someone strong leaves for 50 years and doesn't come back? Syria, rest assured. The only ones sent out on a journey are those seeking to master the sword, Dagozaru. Those who learn swords for self-defense, those who defend the village, those who are practicing at the dojo, the masters of the dojo. There are many capable people among those staying at the village, so there's nothing to worry about, Dagozaru. Asagi, we talked like this over supper, and then when it was time to sleep, we all started preparing our sleeping bags. I have to say, though, this place sure is big. There was a time when I couldn't go back for a long time because of my research. So in order to fit my dimension home with my research material and all my furniture plus my monster specimen, I kept on expanding my dimension home. Nowadays, though, I rarely leave Jimuru, so I usually leave most of my luggage at home. Because of the job this time, I had to take out even more stuff, Daru. Rapin, I don't know what to say about expanding his dimension home being quicker than just cleaning up, but the result sure is amazing. There's nothing here, so it feels even bigger than it is. It's easily twice as big as my dimension home. I have to keep working hard. After my sleeping bag was ready, there was nothing left to do, so I went to sleep. I quickly slept and the day after, we departed on sunrise. Chapter 112.1, Meanwhile I, January 2nd, Volume 3 Chapter 112, Meanwhile I, 1/2, while Ryoma was traveling on a carriage, a class was being held in the academy at the imperial capital. Let's begin the class. First, the teacher uninterestedly read the contents of the textbook. It was a simple boring class and the students quietly listened. Among the crowd of students was a girl. It was Ilialia. She corrected her posture and watched the teacher on the podium while doing her best to endure the boredom. When the morning classes ended, she stood up from her chair and went to the magic training area at the corner of the campus. The students were free to use the facility for their own personal training, but it was a rare sight to see anyone use it other than during class hours. In other words, it wasn't a popular place. Ilialia sat herself on a bench at the corner of that training facility and started eating her packed lunch. When lunchtime ended, she started practicing her magic. When afternoon classes end, she would go back to her dorm room. It has already been 1 month since she entered school, but this was usually how her days went. Phew, Elia stopped casting magic and sighed. It's only been a month, but I can't stand how boring it is anymore. I didn't think the classes would be this boring. From the first year to the third year, various foundational and cultural subjects are studied. From the fourth year to the sixth year, the focus shifts onto specialized subjects. And after graduation, each student would enter apprenticeship or training corresponding to the course they wish to take in life. The subjects Elia were studying were the most basic of basics. Basic history of the country and geography, math, magic, and swordsmanship training mostly meant to build the body. All of these first-year subjects are learned by nobles before entering the school. Because of that, the classes were too simple for Elia and she found no sense of accomplishment even though her grades were good. On top of that, there were nearly 40 students in a class, but there was no one who tried to talk to her. Of course, they weren't ignoring her or bullying her, it was just that the commoner students and the nobles were too scared of her great magic prowess and her status as the duke's daughter, so they avoided involving themselves with her more than what was needed. Elia herself felt like they were avoiding her, so she didn't bother to try to mingle with them either. Although there were people that she was incompatible with personality-wise, but if she were to try and forcefully mingle with others, even if they were scared, they wouldn't be able to refuse her. She didn't want a relationship like that. As a result, despite having already spent 1 month in school, she still had no friends. She spent her days at the school passing the boring hours while enduring the loneliness. I knew it before enrolling, but... Sigh, Elia. When she sighed for the second time, a voice suddenly called out to her. What's the matter? Oju-san. Huh. Elia didn't know that a person had come, but before she knew it, there was a girl behind her. Oh, my. You're Count Wilden's, Elia. When Elia turned around, the person behind her was shocked, but she bowed her head nevertheless. Excuse me. I am the oldest daughter of Count Wilden, Michelle. I couldn't tell it was the daughter of the Jamil family from behind. Please forgive my rudeness. Michelle, she was Michelle Wilden. Although she was the daughter of the Count, she had little of the femininity one would expect from a female student. Her hair was cut short, so that it wouldn't touch her shoulders. For her bottoms, she wore a pair of men's pants, and for her top she wore a shirt for women. Her personal effects focused on practicality rather than looks, and she carried with her a plain large black bag. With her androgynous face, it looked like she was trying to disguise herself as a man. By all means, you weren't being rude. Differences in social status are irrelevant here. And I didn't notice you myself. Elia, students of this school, regardless of being commoners or nobles, are required to wear their uniform in order to avoid making them conscious of their difference in status. There were no stipulations on accessories, however. Because of that, nobles intentionally wore golden hair ornaments, bracelets studded with jewels, or other expensive accessory in order to show off their status. The luxury of their accessories was also a way for them to display the wealth of their family. But Elia hadn't worn any such accessories. Although that was in the spirit of the school's ideals, to Michelle, the lack of accessory meant that she was a commoner female student. Thank you very much. Michelle, can I call you Michelle-san? Elia. After saying that, Elia didn't feel that Michelle was avoiding her. Considering what she was thinking about just now, Elia decided to try and strike up a conversation. But of course, Oju-sama. Michelle, please call me Elia. As I've said before, social status doesn't matter here. Elia. As she said that, Michelle smiled again and answered Elia. Fufu. In that case, I'll call you Elia. I'd also prefer it if we could drop the formalities. It's exhausting. Michelle, I don't mind. I prefer it that way myself. Elia, I see. By the way, as I was asking earlier, is something the matter? Michelle, no, I don't have any problems in particular. It's just that the classes of this school are a bit, Elia, Yes, I share your sentiments. I myself am just pretending to be taking classes and just doing my best not to get caught up in some weird faction. Because of that, I don't get to talk to people much during break time. Michelle, oh, my. You too? I thought for sure you'd be popular, Elia. Michelle laughed again when she heard that. Haha, that was true at first. There were girls who mistook me for a guy and embraced me, but as soon as I told her that I was just wearing these clothes because they're convenient and that I wasn't a man, most of them left. And I'm not that sociable too. It's troubling, so sometimes I avoid others too. Michelle, really? So is that why you're here? Elia, today is different. Today I'm here to experiment with this. As Michelle said that, she took out a paper from her bag. Chapter 112.2, Meanwhile February 2nd, The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 112, Meanwhile February 2nd, as Michelle said that, she took out a paper from her bag. On that paper was a magic formation draft drawn with a pencil. A magic formation. Are you an alchemist? Elia, Michelle went wide-eyed when she said that, but she quickly smiled again and said, Unfortunately, I'm not an alchemist. I'm merely studying magic formations. Michelle, magic formations, huh? Elia, magic formation is a minor field that originates from the magic formations of alchemy, which would emit light when mana was coursed through them. Why do magic formations give that reaction? Can that reaction be used for anything? The field of magic formation is one that seeks to answer such questions. After being explained that, Elia looked at the magic formation drawn upon the paper with deep interest. So there was a field of study like that, huh? Elia, it branched out from alchemy and hasn't achieved any major results, so it's becoming less and less popular. The reason I came to this school is because I heard that there's a teacher who teaches the subject here. Unfortunately, it seems the teacher in question retired last year. Now, I have no choice but to learn by myself. I have too much time on my hands. Michelle, really? Elia, really? By the way, Elia. Michelle, what is it? Elia, I'm surprised you knew that alchemy uses magic formations. Even though there's so many rumors flying around that says that alchemy needs medicinal ingredients or sacrifices to be used. You also don't seem to have a bad opinion of alchemy. Michelle, when Michelle said, Elia realized that she'd slipped. Michelle seemed to have picked up on that as she immediately added. I'm not prejudiced against alchemy or anything. If anything, I'm interested in it. Michelle, interested. Elia, magic formations originated from the magic formations used by alchemy, so I'm also interested in it. I don't think it's weird. I mean, it is the origin of my field. Of course, I hate the frauds that give a bad name to alchemy, but it's not like all alchemists are frauds. There are also real alchemists in this world, who continue to research their field, hoping to bring out results, just like magic formation scholars. At least, that's what I think. Michelle, Elia was relieved when she heard that. I see. Elia, if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could teach me alchemy. Michelle, but Elia wasn't an alchemist. Although she may have gained some knowledge from being acquainted with Ryoma, she wasn't skilled enough to teach others. And even if Michelle might not be prejudiced, Elia couldn't help but hesitate to introduce Ryoma when this was their first time meeting. Unfortunately, while I have met an alchemist in the past, I don't study the subject myself. Elia, naturally, Elia refused her. Michelle didn't continue to pester her after that, and meekly backed off and prepared to perform her experiment. She placed the paper from before on the ground and took out a pink-colored powder from her bag and started mixing it with ink. Michelle-san. What is that? Elia, it's ink. Just ink. The powder is made from crushing fire and neutral magic stones and mixing them together. The formations used in magic formation is different from the ones used in alchemy. Mana can't course through them with just the magic formation alone. That's why I have to mix the ink with powdered magic stone and then write the magic formation with it. Michelle, will something change if you do that? Elia, all I know is that the effect changes according to the attribute of the magic stone mixed with the ink, and the power changes according to the ratio of magic stone. For example, if you draw a formation using ink mixed with fire-type magic stone and course mana through it, you can create fire. The strength of the fire can be regulated through the ratio of magic stone in the ink, and the fire itself can be controlled through the formation. You can't just draw the formation any order you want either. First, you have to draw a circle and then inside it draw the pattern. This part one don't understand very well. Michelle, what do you mean? Elia, the efficiency varies according to the pattern drawn inside. But I don't know which pattern is most efficient. Because of that, I have no choice but to draw all sorts of patterns to try them out and figure out which one fits for what purpose and which one is most efficient. Thanks to that, though, I need a lot of money to be able to purchase all the magic stones I need. Which consequently results in my research not progressing much all that much. Michelle, I see. Michelle-san, why are you researching this? Elia, because it's fun. A subject not researched by many and hasn't advanced as a result. Another way to put it is that there's still a lot more to be discovered. I want to discover those things and find out if they can be useful. Besides, I'm the daughter of a count, and the household of Wilden has always been a line of researchers, so my family is supportive. If there's something you want to research, then go ahead and research it, is what they told me. And they even gave me funds to help advance my research. Michelle, as Michelle said that, she couldn't help but think that she resembled Ryoma to some extent. Michelle drew the formation with the ink she mixed and then said, I don't know what reaction will come of this, so please keep your distance. Michelle, Elia immediately moved away from the formation. Seeing that, Michelle sent her mana coursing through the formation, causing a red light to illuminate. When Michelle saw that, she quickly ran away from the formation, and 5 seconds later, a small fireball flew out of the formation, shooting itself above the formation and giving rise to a sound akin to that of a firecracker. Kaya. Elia and Ho, ho. So, this is the kind of a reaction this one makes. At first, Michelle was preoccupied with the reaction of the formation, but then she realized that there were two voices that cried out, so she turned around. When she did, she noted that the owner of the voice was a female student from the Fox tribe who had entered the training facility. "It seems I startled you. Sorry about that." "Michelle, it's fine. This is a training area, after all. So, it's a given that there would be loud noises here. If anything, I should be apologizing for intruding." "Please don't. It's nothing like that. You're Miyabi-san, yes. Michelle, we're in the same class, right? Elia, it's an honor to have the daughter of the Wilden family and the daughter of the Jamil family remember me." Miyabi answered formally, just as one would expect when one spoke toward nobles. "There's no need to be so formal. Will you be training here?" "Michelle, actually, I came here to pass a message to the daughter of the Jamil family." "Elia, to me." "Elia, yes. An acquaintance entrusted me with a message. So, I thought I'd call out to you today." Miyabi, rumors might spread if others found out that it was a man who entrusted Miyabi with a message, so in order to avoid that, she took her time this past month, looking for a time when she could talk to her alone. 1 month after enrollment, she came to the training facility where Elia always went to alone, but for some reason, Michelle was here today, so she was actually panicking a little inside. Still, she was calm enough to be able to answer. "A message for me?" "Elia, yes. Does the name Ryoma ring any bells to you?" Miyabi, from Ryoma-san. Elia, Ryoma hoped to give an opportunity for Elia and her to be friends, but whether they really became friends or not, whether they got along and got to know each other or not, was still something that depended on the both of them. Because of that, although Ryoma did try to give them an opportunity to be friends, he didn't say anything to her. They have a common acquaintance, so it's not like they won't have anything to talk about. But another reason why Ryoma didn't tell her was because he wanted to surprise. So, yes, there was indeed a little bit of impishness regarding why Ryoma hadn't said anything to her. "So, you do know him?" Miyabi, "Yes, but how do you know him?" Elia, "I got acquainted with him through my dad. When I told him that I'd be going to the academy, he asked me to pass you a message." Miyabi, "I see, Elia." It was then that Michelle joined the conversation. "Is that an acquaintance of yours, Elia? That Ryoma guy?" Michelle, "Yes. He's a bit weird, but he's my friend." Elia, "Well, you're not wrong. He's definitely not normal." Miyabi, "Oh, Michelle." When Miyabi heard Elia say that, she muttered that out. And when Michelle heard that Ryoma was a strange guy, she couldn't help but become interested. "So, what did Ryoma say?" Elia, "Do your best. He seemed worried about you." Miyabi, although it was only a few words, Elia could understand Ryoma's feelings from them. There was no reason to ask another person to pass on such few words. He could have just written a letter. So, he must have remembered that Elia told him she had no friends before they parted, and this was his way of helping her meet Miyabi. At the very least, this was Elia's conclusion. "Thank you very much. I have indeed received his words. And, Miyabi-san, meeting like this must be some sort of fate. If you'd like, won't you be friends with me?" Elia, "Are you sure? I don't know if someone like me is worth being told that." Miyabi, "Social standings don't matter at a place like this. And besides, it's too lonely to spend the rest of my days at school without any friends." Elia, "In that case, please take care of me." Miyabi, "Can I join you ladies too? I don't have many friends myself." Michelle, Miyabi accepted Elia's offer with a smile. And Michelle joined in as well. Like this, the three girls were able to meet, and after shaking hands, their lunch break ended. When they got back to the classroom, they had to endure the boredom of the afternoon classes again. But on that day alone, they might have enjoyed themselves more than usual. Chapter 113.1, Meanwhile 2, 1/2, The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 113, Meanwhile 2, 1/2, After school the three girls talked idly at a corner of the courtyard. When lunch had ended and they had to return to their classroom, they took the opportunity to get to know each other along the way. After having gotten to know each other to some extent, Michelle proposed this. "Hey, do you guys want to group up for training?" Michelle, "At this school, the students had to form groups of 5 to 6 people for magic and sword training. But because of personality issues, differences in perspectives, people with no sense of competitiveness, and nobles who did not want to be treated as equals with commoners, the grouping has been left to the students. Nobles would group up with other nobles. Commoners would group up with other commoners. And even if some students didn't follow that, they would still only form groups with those they acknowledged. Doing things that way minimized the odds of problems occurring or the group breaking up. But in the instance where there are still students with no groups left and the time given has already passed, the leftover students will be made to form a group regardless of social standing and/or add them into an existing group that lacks numbers. In those cases, the social standing of the students aren't taken into consideration. After all, the school has always remained steadfast on their policy not to discriminate students by their social status. But in that case, it's not hard to imagine that the students forcefully grouped together might end up with a terrible experience. If two ruffians were to be put in the same group, then the only thing the people within the group could do would be to pray they got along. Although Elia and Michelle would by no means be treated coldly, if there was someone they got along well, it would of course still be best to form a group with such people. That's why Michelle suggested to group up, and Elia and Miyabi also agreed. But in that case, we'll need 2 to 3 more people. After all, the groups need to be 5 to 6 people each. Elia, that's right. If we don't fill the whole group up, the students without a group will be pushed into ours. Michelle, do the two of you know anyone who doesn't care about status and doesn't have a bad personality? Miyabi, I can think of one such person. Michelle, who? Elia, Rira Clifford. The eldest daughter of Baron Clifford. Michelle, Baron Clifford. If I recall correctly, he used to be a knight, but was promoted due to his achievements. The Clifford family is known for producing brilliant knights every generation. Miyabi, exactly. Although she's a little proud and fussy about rules, she's not the sort of person to look down on other people because of their social standing and will acknowledge others if they have the skill. She treats every student equally. Michelle, she certainly fits the bill. Are you acquainted with her? Elia, there was a time when we met frequently. But then I became busy with my studies and my hobby research, while Rira was busy with her training, so we were no longer able to meet as frequently. Michelle, it was in this way that the 3 of them decided to invite Rira Clifford to their group. The 3 girls headed to the training area for swordsmen. When they arrived, Michelle pointed to a corner of the training area. She's over there. Let's go. Michelle, at the place Michelle pointed at was a girl who'd tied her hair into a bundle behind her and was completely focused on swinging her sword. There was a dignified atmosphere about her. She was tall for her age and her face stood out from the crowd as she was quite the beauty. Although there were a lot of male students watching her from a distance, Michelle called out to her. Rira, can you spare me a minute? Michelle. What's the matter? And those girls are, Rira, what's with that guy? Male student 1, he actually has 2 girls with him, male student 2, and yet he's still calling out to Clifford-san. Male student 3, such a daring guy despite his frail body. Male student 4, he's like a woman. Ah, wait a moment. When you look at his face. Is that a guy? Male student 5, could he be a girl? Male student 6, anyway, let's find some place to sit and talk. Michelle, under the impolite gaze of so many and being the object of misunderstanding, Michelle took Rira and brought her out of the training area. Elia and Miyabi followed them to an unpopular resting area. They sat themselves on the benches and explained the situation that led them to find her. I see. So you came to invite me? Thank you. I would love to join your group of 3. Rira, really? Elia, that's great. Michelle, Elia and Miyabi were elated, but Miyabi calmly asked Rira. Are you sure you're okay with us? From what I've heard, you have the top grades in swordsmanship and have been invited by several groups already. Miyabi, it's true that I've been invited, but they're all groups I can't find myself liking. It's obvious they just want to use me as a tool to improve their grades. And there were so many that didn't even bother to hide their lewd stares. And besides, I can't people that look down and act against commoners. I don't want to be friends with those who mistakenly see their hubris as the pride of the nobles. Rira wore her youth and her zeal on her chest as she said that. Although still a student, her heart and mind were already that of a brilliant knight. Like this, Rira was able to join them. Unfortunately, they didn't know who to invite next. Chapter 113.2 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 113, Meanwhile 2:2 I can't think of anyone. I don't know that many people. Rira, that's because all you care about is your sword. Michelle, isn't the same true? For you too, Michelle. All you care about is your studies. Although it might only be your curiosity, but you can't really speak for others. Rira, true. But in that case, we'll have no choice but to rely on Miyabi. Being an apprentice merchant, I'm sure you know a lot of people, right? Michelle, unfortunately, I don't really know that many people either. It's only been a month since school opened, and if I have to limit it to only the students with a decent personality that haven't entered a group yet, the number quickly goes down. Besides, we're all girls, so the new member has to be a girl too, right? Miyabi, if possible, a girl would be best. Although a guy is fine too as long as he doesn't look at us, he doesn't give us weird looks. Rira, it's because your figure is so good, Rira-san. Elia, seriously, we were just on the same level before, so why is there suddenly such a big difference between us? I can't believe you're so tight in all the right places too. Michelle, where are you looking? Rira, everything. Michelle, don't stare. We may be both girls, but it's still embarrassing. Rira, calm down, Rira-han. But in that case, I really don't have that many candidates in mind, Miyabi, but you do have some in mind, right? Elia, yeah, but then the balance of the group will break. I have 4 people in mind who can enter the group, but 3 of them are mages. If we go into combat practice now, the only one among us who'll be able to engage in close combat is Rira. If of those 3, 2 of them were to join, then our group will be composed of 1 swordsman and 5 mages. Miyabi, right, that would certainly ruin the team's balance. Elia, I'm not particularly concerned about our grades, but there's also some danger to practical training. Michelle, it would be hard for me to defend 5 people. If we get surrounded, it's over. The teachers will be monitoring and supporting us during practical training, but it's not good to rely on them. If possible, it would be best to have 1 more member who can fight in close combat. Rira, unfortunately, while the last person I have in mind is not completely inept at fighting, she specializes at stealth missions and the use of traps, so more of a scout and less of a warrior. And speak of the devil, she's here. Miyabi, you. I was rejected today too. Elia and the others turned to where Miyabi was looking at, and there, a girl with dog ears and short hair was sitting on a bench. Although her head was hung low, she gave the impression of being a lively person. Is it her? Michelle, her name is Canon. A commoner. She's skilled with her fingers and specializes in making accessories and other devices. After the basic education, her plan for the future is to become a craftsman. Miyabi, I see. So what do we do? Michelle, I have no complaints as long as her personality is fine. If she can't fight, I'll just do my best to protect her. Rira, I'm okay with her too. Elia, in that case, I'll call out to her. Wait here for a bit, Canon-han, do you have a minute? Miyabi, huh? Canon, when Miyabi called out to the girl who had her head down, her head suddenly sprung up. Ah. You're, Miyabi-san, right, do you need something from me? Canon, I'm looking for members for our group, so I was wondering if you'd like to, Miyabi, really. Canon, the moment Miyabi mentioned the word, Canon jumped up and took her hands, startling her. Anyway, my other group members are here too, so let's talk first. Miyabi, by all means please. Canon, Miyabi brought Canon to where Elia and the others were. Canon's eyes were sparkling as she introduced herself in a loud voice. I am Canon Shuza. Please take care of me. Canon, Michelle seemed to have noticed something from her last name and said. Please take care of me too. There's something bothering me, though. Your last name is Shuza. Could it be your, Michelle? The moment Michelle mentioned her last name, Canon's face grew cloudy, causing Michelle to be unable to finish her sentence. But because Canon could tell what she wanted to ask, she answered her. Yes. It might sound arrogant to say so myself, but I am indeed from that famed magic craftsman family of Shuza. Unfortunately, I'm no good as a magic tool craftsman, so please don't expect anything from me on that front. Canon, no good. Michelle, because I'm an enchanter that uses special enchantment. Canon, I see, Michelle, sorry, but can I ask you to explain that further? Rira, Canon, Michelle, and Miyabi seemed to understand, but Rira and Elia had no idea what they were talking about. Because of that, Canon had to explain enchantment magic. Since ancient times, enchantment magic has always been a branch of magic that only those born with a special body could use. It is said that only to those who have inherited the lineage could use it. Presently, with the increase of descendants, enchanters are being born throughout the world, but from time to time, an enchanter is born with the same type of body as the first and is capable of special enchantment. Canon, the person born with the constitution is unable to cast any magic other than enchantment magic. But enchantment magic needs to be used alongside the spell one wishes to enchant the object with, so since I can't use any magic other than enchantment magic, I can't make a magic tool alone. Canon, I see. Sorry for asking you something so sensitive. Rira, it's all right. Since you need to decide whether you'll be accepting me into your group or not, it's only natural to ask about it. Canon, there wasn't a hint of hesitation in her as she said that so honestly. It's true that in practical training, which is still somewhat dangerous, one should say what one is capable of and not, but just because one should say it doesn't mean that one should so easily divulge information that could be disadvantageous to oneself. If it's something hard to say, then one could be equivocal about it, and a bad person could just outright lie. What Canon was saying now was essentially her saying that she was incapable of such things. Because of that, the four girls looked upon her favorably. I think it'll be fine if it's her. What do you guys think? Rira, I agree. Michelle, I too would love to have her join us. Elia, in that case, we're decided. Miyabi, when Canon heard that, her jaws dropped to the floor. And what came out of her wide-open mouth were a few words. Huh? You're accepting me? Me? I can't use sword, you know. I can use magic too. Canon, we don't mind that at all. Elia, your abilities aren't the important part. Michelle, if you can't fight, I'll just have to protect you. Rira, so join our group, Canon Han. Of course, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Miyabi, no way I'd refuse. Thank you so much. Groups have been rejecting me all this time, so I was really worrying what to do. Thank you so much for taking me in. I look forward to working with you. Canon, on that day, Canon was able to avoid having a terrible school life from having a split group. Although after this, when she finds out that the three girls other than Miyabi were all nobles, two of which was the daughter of a count and the other the daughter of a duke, she was so shocked she almost died, but let's leave that story for another time. What's important is that these girls were able to create friends they could talk with at ease. Though quarrels might occur between them from time to time, there was no denying that the school life of these girls have turned for the better. Chapter 114.1 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 114, Searching the Forest I, 1/2, It's been 3 days since we left Jimuru. I spent most of time taking care of our food and learning how to handle horses from Mia-san and Mizelia-san. When we left Jimuru, monsters like goblins attacked us many times, but Rapin-san immediately dealt with them with his magic. Even when there were a lot of them, they couldn't reach us given that we had a carriage's worth of first-rate adventurers. There was little opportunity for me to fight, and with nothing to do, I had too much time on my hands. So having heard that being able to drive carriages would prove useful, I asked around and they happily taught me. Because of that, for the first time in my life, both in this life and my previous life, I'm learning how to drive a carriage. You've got most of the basics down. All that's left now is for you to familiarize yourself with it. Mizelia, nice. Mizelia-san, who was watching me from beside me, gave me her seal of approval. Thank you very much, Mizelia-san. Ryuma, but I still can't say that I've fully learned it just yet. If I don't keep practicing after this job is over, I'll forget it again for sure. Should I buy a carriage when I get back? But I feel like I won't have much opportunity to use it, so it feels like a waste. I'll also be needing a horse. I better think it through first. For hours after that, the forest finally came to view. Another 20 minutes later, we could see the gate of a town. There will be a lot of pedestrian traffic from here on, so I switched seats with Mizelia-san. I leisurely watched the gate and the townscape, and as it turned out, this town is a lot smaller than Jamuru. But it was still fairly lively. All the buildings in town were built with wood and we often passed by carriages loaded with lumber. I wonder if this town is thriving with forestry. While I was thinking to myself, we arrived at our inn. We had 3 men and 4 women in our party, so we separated ourselves into 2 groups and checked in. After that we gathered intel on recent Trent sightings at the guild and prepared for tomorrow. The next day. Are you ready, Dagozaru? Asagi, at Asagi-san's voice, we all nodded and stepped into the forest. At the lead were Mia-san and Mizelia-san. Next were Siria-san and Wariana-san. Then me and Rapin-san. And then at the rearmost was Asagi-san. The forest was dimly lit and thick. If it were just that it would be no different from the forest of Ghana, but something felt different. Somehow, the air felt stagnant, making the place feel stuffy. Moo. There's one already. Mia, there's a tree a little thicker than the others 10 meters ahead, Daru. Rapin, is that the one, Nya? Mia, yes, Daru. Rapin, Mia-san pointed to a tree and asked. The tree she pointed at was a needle-leaf tree that had a trunk with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters and a height of about 4 meters. It really looked no different from the surrounding trees. It was a little bigger than the other trees just as Rapin-san said, and I feel like the branches are longer too, but unless you really pay attention to it, it's not something you'd notice. After Rapin-san confirmed the target and the others confirmed that there were no other Trents nearby, Mizelia-san and Mia-san took out their axes and approached the tree. The enemy today is a Trent, so the women have equipped themselves with a Nada hatchet and a small axe. When they approached the tree, its branches suddenly bent and whipped at them from above. But they easily dodged them. It sure is surprising how those branches, which look so hard, are able to move about so easily. They even tried to wrap themselves around Mizelia-san after she dodged. But Mizelia-san just cut them down with her axe. When the branches of the Trent drooped a little, its trunk tilted slowly. It's okay now, Nya. Mia, it's dead. Mizelia, as we approached the 2 girls waving at us, I noticed that Mia-san's axe was stuck to the Trent. I was standing at a shadow earlier, so I couldn't see very well, but it seems she'd struck the face-like lump of the Trent with her axe. Its forehead had been cleanly cut in 2. If you dodge the branches and hit it like this, you can kill it, Nya. Mia, it's fairly easy to defeat when alone, so next time, why don't you give it a try yourself, Ryuma-kun? Mizelia, thank you very much. Ryuma, while I said that, I noticed that Rapin-san, who was beside the 2 girls giving me advice, was making a difficult face. Rapin-san, what's the matter? Ryuma, we found one too quickly, Daru. Trents are monsters that favor the darkness of the deeper areas of the forest. It's rare to find one near the entrance of the forest like this, Daru. Rapin, now that he mentions it, there weren't any reports of Trents near the entrance of the forest from the information of the guild. There might be a lot of Trents deep inside. Mizelia, it could also just be a stray Trent, but we better be careful, Dagozaru. Asagi, at that, we all became alert. As we cut off the branches of the subjugated Trent, we stored them in Rapin-san's dimension home and we started walking again. After walking for a while, we found another Trent. Here's one, Daru. Ryuma, give it a try, Daru. Rapin, all right. Ryuma, I stepped forward and drew my big iron slime katana. By the way, the sheath is the big metal slime. Thanks to the hardened skill, the big iron slime katana is plenty durable and sharp. They've already gotten used to transforming themselves, so in the rare instance where the katana is broken, they can just remake it instantly. Using my mana perception, I once again confirmed the target Trent. I clad my body in katana in ki and held my katana in the 8 directions stance. This Trent is thinner than the previous Trent. When I entered its attack range, its branches came whipping at me from above. As I dodged it, I got around to the right side, where I was able to see its lump that was its weakness. Immediately, I swung down my katanas and scraped off the face of the Trent from the side. The moment I cut out its face, the Trent let out a groan, but it didn't harm me in any way. The cut-off lump fell and hit the root of the Trent, then it rolled to the ground. It seems I was able to kill it with one stroke. As mana quickly left the Trent, its branches drooped and its trunk tilted just like the previous one did a while ago. Doesn't seem like there's any problem, Daru. Rapin, we need a lot more, so let's keep this up. Syria, the dangerous part about Trents is their ability to mimic other trees and attack by surprise. Which goes to say that as long as you can spot them before entering their attacking range, their threat level quickly plummets. For the meantime, it seems we won't be having any problems with dealing with them in one-on-one scenarios. I don't know how we'll fare when fighting a forest of them, but we're about to find out very soon. After that we continued to hunt Trents inside the forest until it was afternoon. Around the time when I had gotten the hang of fighting them, we found a forest of Trents, so we killed them all and retrieved their lumber. When we counted our kills, we found out that we've already managed to hunt 147 Trents. Originally, this part of the forest was supposed to be open and be a place for people to rest at, but because there were so many Trents, it looked like the forest was merely continuing. This wasn't in the report yesterday either. We still have time, so there's no need to rush securing the Trent lumber. Right now I'm more concerned about the discrepancy between the report and the actual number of Trents here, Dagozaru. We should report this to the guild as soon as possible, Asagi. There's certainly a huge discrepancy. If you include everything we've hunted until now, we've already gathered nearly 200 Trents. Our minimum quota was about 300 Trents, but now that we've gathered more than half of that so quickly, we decided to go back to town for the time being. Chapter 114.2, Searching the Forest Eye, February 2nd, Volume 3 Chapter 114, Searching the Forest Eye, February 2nd, when we reported the strange situation of the forest to the receptionist girl. Woman would be better fit I suppose given she was a bit old. But anyway, she made a mysterious face and said this. I see. Thank you very much. Actually, there were others who came before you who reported that the forest was acting strange. We're actually in the middle of sending people deep into the forest to investigate. Receptionist woman, I see. Do you have any idea what could be causing this outbreak, Daru? Rapin, there's a possibility that an elder Trent may have been born. Trents are always being born at that forest, and once every few years to a decade or so, we get a report of one being sighted. Receptionist woman, so that really is the case. Would it be a problem if we entered the forest? Regulation-wise, Daru. Rapin, feel free to enter it as you please. There won't be any problems so long as you're A rank or B rank. Receptionist woman, I'm an E rank, but I'll just keep quiet, I think. Besides, it doesn't seem like she plans on stopping just me from entering the forest. And as far as the woman was concerned, since we were going to the forest anyway, we might as well take a subjugation job. Adventurers could accept multiple jobs at the same time. Taking one job and then another job on top of that could be done within the vicinity of the first job to increase one's income is common among adventurers that have the effort to spare. In this case, we can pick up a hunting job and be compensated for hunting the Trents, and at the same time, we can also collect them and bring them back to Jimuru with us, allowing us to be paid a second time for a collection job. The only objective of the job here is to defeat Trents, while the objective of the job from Jimuru is to gather Trent lumber, so doing both at the same time won't cost us any extra effort, while giving us double benefits. We can complete the job if we just hunt Trents like we did today. Like this we gathered information and also picked up a Trent subjugation job. The next time we enter the forest will be tomorrow, so I'm free until then. I don't have any plans, so now I have a lot of free time on my hands. Ryuma, it would be a waste to just kill time, so I entered my dimension home and trained with the slimes. Today I'll be training the spear with the poison slimes. As I set my mind on that, some 10 minutes later, an idea suddenly came to mind. What would happen if I gave Melzin's spear to the poison slime? That spear rotting in my item box. It might be a bit heavy, but surely even the poison slime should be able to use it as a spear. But I wonder if they could use it as a magic weapon. I know now that when a slime evolves, it releases mana, but can it only release mana during evolution? Or can they do it anytime they want? Curious. I have to test it. I called over a poison slime and ordered it to release mana. When I did, it readily released mana. This might actually work. Now that it's come to this, I quickly took out Melzin's spear from my item box. I ordered the poison slime to hold it and infuse it with its mana. The next moment, fire shot out of the end of the spear. It worked. Can you swing the spear? Ryuma, the poison slime handled the spear in front of me. As expected, Because the spear was heavy, its movements were slower than usual, but it can definitely use the spear. But as the slime continued to show off its skill with the spear, it gradually grew slower and slower. It's tired. Normally, I can never notice it when they're exhausted. Maybe it's out of mana. Ryuma, I better put a stop to this. But just as I was thinking that, the poison slime dropped the spear and its body shrunk. What happened? Ryuma, I ran over to the slime and examined it, but its life didn't seem to be in danger. It was still somewhat weakened, though. It's now about half the size of a normal poison slime and its movements are dull. For the meantime, I fed it poison-type mana while looking after it. I doubt it's because of the shrink skill that it became smaller. After all, the poison slime doesn't know that skill. Ryuma, I used Monster Identify on it, and just as I thought, it didn't have the shrink skill. Then why? Is it because I made it use mana? I can't think of any other reason, but then why would its body shrink when it uses mana? Body. Mana. Could it be, it used its own body? Ryuma, I don't have any proof, but is it possible that slime bodies are made out of mana? With that I found an explanation on why the slime shrunk after using mana. I can't think of any reason other than that. But mana is neither something that could be seen nor touched like a slime's body. The slime's body being mana might be able to provide an explanation for the phenomenon, but no. Let's put this matter away for now. Ryuma, for the meantime, I'll just accept the hypothesis that slime bodies are made out of mana. I'll reconsider it after talking to Rapin-san. When supper came, I asked Rapin-san, but he said he didn't know either. In the first place, there were barely anyone in the world who would give something as expensive as a magic weapon to a slime, so actually, just the fact that the slimes could even release mana was a shock to Rapin-san. In the end, however, the conclusion he came to was that it was possible. Monsters contained more mana within their bodies than normal animals, and even monsters that couldn't use magic were no exception. As such, the slimes being able to use mana wasn't anything surprising. But the argument that the slime's body itself is mana, which would be why they shrunk after using mana, wouldn't be able to hold for cases like the earth slime or the heel slime since they always use mana but don't shrink. More research is needed. The next day. We're hunting and gathering trents today too. Still, there sure are a lot of trents. We've been taking turns taking breaks from hunting from morning until noon, and we've already gathered approximately 600 trent lumber. My dimension home is going to be full soon, Daru. I think we should end the day soon, Daru, but what about you guys, Daru? Rapin, we've already accomplished our goal and we still have time. No one disagreed, so we decided to end our job for the day. Ryuma. Look at that, Daru. Rapin, while on our way out of the forest, Rapin-san suddenly pointed at the sky and yelled. At the direction he pointed at was a small green ball floating between the trees. Is that a huge dandelion fluff on top of that thing? What is that? It's a slime, Daru. Rapin, a slime. Ryuma, the fluff slime possesses the ability to fly, Daru. I believe you don't have this slime among your ooze, right, Daru? Rapin, yes. In fact, I never even knew about it. Can we catch it? Ryuma, a trivial task, Daru. Pick up, Rapin. Rapin-san gazed at the slime above, stretched out his hand, and then chanted. Suddenly, the slime that should have been floating in the sky appeared just some distance away from his hands. What was that? Ryuma, a dimension spell that teleports the target near your hand. The condition is that you need to be able to see the target. Also, it's hard to aim, so it doesn't have much use, but depending on who or what you're using it against, you can use it to catch something without harming it at all. Which is why I use it to catch monsters for research, Daru. I used the same spell to catch the grell frogs I needed for research, Daru. Rapin, I see. Ryuma, now that he mentions it, during the grell frog outbreak, he did mention catching them with a spell. So this was the spell he used. Enough about the spell, hurry up and make a contract with it, Daru. This place isn't exactly safe, Daru. Rapin, right. Ryuma, I quickly formed a contract with the fluff slime in front of me. It was just big enough to fit the palm of my hand. After forming a contract with it, I stored it in my dimension home, and then I thanked everyone for keeping watch for me. I might have walked a bit quicker than usual after that. The sun still hadn't set by the time we got back to town. I went straight back to our inn and used Monster Identify on the Fluff Slime. Fluff Slime skills: Flight LV1, Accelerate Growth LV5, Lighten LV10, Photosynthesis LV3, Absorb LV1, Split LV8. It has photosynthesis, so I guess it doesn't need digest. The Absorb is probably for water. As for the Flight, Accelerate Growth, and Lighten skills, they are skills I'm seeing for the first time. And then there's... Whoa! The level of Split is so high. But since the fluffy parts do stick like dandelion fluffs, does that mean it reproduces just like dandelions do? For the meantime, I decided to lift up the Fluff Slime and test its Lighten skill. Ryuma, the moment the skill was invoked, all the weight vanished from the slime and it became light. Although it was already lighter compared to the other slimes, it still had some weight to it. But now, even that weight was gone. It's still the same size, though. I'm curious what's going on with its physical mass, but it seems the only thing it can lighten is its own body. Well, if it could affect other things too, then someone should have long realized that it would be useful for carrying stuff. While the slime is under the effects of Lighten, the little wind I make from moving my arms is enough to send it flying. This is probably the Flight skill. I feel like it's closer to floating rather than flying, but it can change its altitude by changing its weight and/or the rate by which it gains or loses it. That being said, that doesn't really change the fact that it's just relying on the wind to move it. After observing it, I spoke to Rapin-san, and apparently, Fluff Slimes can ride on the wind and reach distant places. It's a monster that could be spotted pretty much everywhere. Just that there's rarely ever a lot of them. The Split level is so high, though, so why? When I asked that, the Fluff Slimes do spread just like dandelion fluff when splitting, but not all of the fluffs become a Fluff Slime. And in the case that a lot of Fluff Slimes are born, a nearby village could find them annoying and request that they be exterminated. As for what the Fluff Slimes are capable of, that's something I'll have to think about after this job is over. Chapter 115.1 Volume 3 Chapter 115, Searching the Forest 2, 1/2, the next day. We're hunting Trents again today. If there's anything different, it would be that I've already gotten used to fighting them. Because of that, I was able to beat them a lot easier compared to when I first fought them during our first day. Thanks to that, the quota that would have originally taken 1 week could now be finished much earlier. If our hunting rate were slow, it would have taken us 2 weeks to meet it, but considering our hunting rate today, we might be able to finish up by today or tomorrow and be on our way back to Jamura the next. Ha! Ryuma, with a stroke of my blade, I cut the face of the Trent from the forehead to its jaw. Continuing, I slashed upward with my katana and cut the face of the Trent to the right in half. A different Trent came whipping at me with its branches from above, but I dodged it and cut its branches down. I've been thinking this for a while now, but when I cut the Trents from the side, their faces really look like a mask. While I was thinking something dumb like that, I finished defeating the third Trent. When I looked around me, there were no more Trents nearby. Looks like you've already gotten used to hunting Trents, Ryuma. Mizelia, Ryuma has always been good with the sword, so it didn't take him long to get used to them, Dagozaru. Asagi, there's no waste in his movements, nya. Mia, thank you very much. My grandfather thoroughly beat my martial arts into me, so I'm actually quite confident with it. Ryuma, although the forest is a bit dangerous, we can still talk casually like this with each other. It's not good if we're too relaxed, but it also won't do us any good to be too tense. As we progressed deeper into the forest, the air changed. Mana perception. Rapin-san, Ryuma, Umo. There's a lot of them, Daru. Unfortunately, I can't tell how many of them there are exactly from here, Daru. Asagi. Rapin, there's probably an elder Trent at the end of this, Dagozaru. Let's proceed while making sure we have a path of retreat. If it's too much for us, we'll retreat and bring back information to the guild, Dagozaru. Asagi, we paid attention to our surrounding as we advanced. Ha. Nya. Ei. Wind cutter. A new forest of Trents appeared from the direction we were advancing in. The Trents that noticed us moved toward us and attacked. There were so many of them that we couldn't deal with them all. The women attacked the faces with axes and nada hatchets, while Asagi-san cut below the faces with his long sword. Rapin-san supported with his magic, while I made sure to take down the trents that tried to go behind us to prevent us from getting surrounded. There was no end to the trents that came from the forest depths. Fortunately, the trents weren't strong individually. Moreover, the trents we were fighting had unrooted themselves so they could move, so whenever we beat them, they would tumble to the ground and free up our line of sight. We're still holding on, but there's no end to them. Syria, no one responded to Syria-san, but everyone knew that we all agreed with her. From my mana perception, almost all the trees in this area are trents, Daru. Let's cut them all down, Daru. Rapin, don't push yourselves. It's not a shameful thing to retreat. Asajai, we know. Warana, we can only enjoy our life while we have it. Mazelia, despite what everyone was saying, they weren't actually all that serious. After glancing at the enemy, we would quickly move to the next trent and fight. As expected, everyone was either in A rank or AB rank, and this level wasn't anything to them. I decided to focus on my job, as the trents coming my way increased a little. I sheathed my katana and ordered the big metal slime, who was acting as a sheath, to separate themselves. Moo. What are you doing, Daru? Rapin, I just thought I'd up my pace. Ryuma, there were 100 metal slimes on my feet. I picked up 2 slimes and ordered them to transform. The metal slimes transformed into throwing axes. Throwing axes are projectiles, so naturally, I strengthened them with ki and threw them. Oh. Ooh, the 2 axes cleanly drew an arc and struck the face of the 2 trents that approached. In the next moment, the trents fell. I took another metal slime, turned it into a throwing axe, and threw it. Like that I just kept throwing one metal slime throwing axe after another. From my experiences until now, I know that the mana of the trents isn't distributed perfectly equally. The mana throughout the body of the trent may seem equal at first, but there's actually one spot where there's more mana than anywhere else. That place is none other than their weakness, their face. Apparently, the face of the trents is necessary in order to distribute mana throughout its body. In other words, it's the equivalent of a human heart to them. And when that spot is damaged, their mana would quickly leave their body, and they would die. If you liken their face to the heart, and their mana to blood, then they're really just like humans. But unlike blood, the flow of mana can be grasped with mana perception. Which means that as long as you can use mana perception, you can find the weak point of the trents. That's why I know exactly where to aim. By attacking them from outside their range, I could take them down in a single blow. And since I'm not using mana, I won't run out of mana nor will I get tired easily since my body is strengthened by ki. Honestly, trents are actually pretty easy now. Even better, had I been merely using normal throwing weapons, then I'd eventually run out of axes and be unable to attack anymore. But what I'm throwing are metal slime throwing axes. After throwing them, they can pick themselves up and roll themselves back to me. Therefore, my ammo is infinite and I don't even have to waste my time gathering my axes. Chapter 115.2 Volume 3 Chapter 115, Searching the Forest 2, 2 halves. The trents would attack the metal slimes when they tried to come back after being thrown, but given how slow the trents already were, chasing after another target only made them easier to hit and I could kill them before they could even get into range. This battle is actually now so easy it no longer feels like one. By the way, all the metal slimes that got hit were unharmed. There simply was no way for wooden branches to put a dent on what were basically lumps of iron. It was in this way that I one-sidedly gave the beatdown to all the trents that tried to get behind us, while the rest of the party took down the trents in front. In the blink of an eye, the number of trents dwindled and the surrounding area turned into a graveyard of trents. The normal trees in this part of the forest were sparse. Anyhow, it looks like we managed to survive that. Still, it sure is strange, Daru. Rapin, what is? Ryuma, when Rapin-san muttered that something was strange, I asked him what was bothering him. First of all, there's too many trents. In fact, I've never seen these many gathered in one place, Daru. The second reason is this place. Trents are trees that become monsters due to mana, but I've never heard of such a large area of trees being transformed into trents. Lastly, because of that, Daru. Rapin-san pointed toward a giant tree in the distance. I could feel powerful mana coming from it, so it's most likely. That's an elder trent. Ryuma, so it seems. But while I've seen elder trents many times now, I've never seen one that big and with such powerful mana to boot, Daru. I'm also concerned why that Elder Trent isn't approaching us, Daru. Rapin, Mia-san had approached the tree and was a little closer to it. She asked before I could ask. Maybe it just hasn't noticed us yet, nya. Mia, impossible. We've killed so many of its brethren. It's possible it doesn't think it can win against us, so it's not attacking, but then it would be even stranger for it to simply stay rooted there instead of running away, Daru. Rapin, in that case. Is there a reason it can't move from that spot? Mazelia, reason would lead one to believe so, but there's no precedence for such behavior. At the very least, I've never heard of an Elder Trent that's neither attacking nor fleeing, Daru. Rapin, it's a bit dangerous to leave it alone, so we should either kill it or at least bring back some information to the guild. Rapin, Ryuma, how's your mana? Warana, no problem, Daru. Rapin, actually, I've barely used my mana. Ryuma, oh, right. I never thought you'd actually turn your slimes into throwing axes and throw them, Gozaru, alright. In that case, keep your guard up, and we'll rest a little bit more. After resting, we'll take down that Elder Trent, Gozaru. Asagi, after making up our mind to hunt the Elder Trent, we went over the special traits of the enemy again. Just as was previously mentioned, the Elder Trent is a more advanced variant of the Trent, so after being reminded that we had to watch out for its wood magic, we went to rest. During our resting period, everyone was interested in my slime projectiles. Especially, Siria-san, who used a bow slime weapon, Ryuma-kun. Those weapons of yours were slimes, right? Siria, yes. I'm sure you've all seen my huge scavenger slime from before. It's not much different from that. Just that the slimes I'm using now are metal slimes and iron slimes. In other words, it's just an ooze of slimes fused with each other. I specialize in the katana, but unfortunately, it's very hard to get one nowadays, so this is how I solved it. Ryuma, it's good that you were able to solve your problem, Gozaru. But your metal slimes turned into an axe, did they not? Asagi, yes. My weapons are formed thanks to the special ability of the slimes to shape their body into anything, and the special trait of the metal and iron slimes, metal body. By taking advantage of these two traits, I'm able to acquire a weapon that can transform into anything. Some few days ago when I went to buy equipment, I spoke with Tiger-san from the weapon store. Ryuma, he ran a weapon shop, so he was interested in the slime, and I talked to him about various things. We talked about many things, such as, if it can change shape, then it should be able to transform into other weapons. You should be able to change its shape according to the circumstance and the enemy, even if the shape is the same. If it isn't strong enough, it'll just end up being dangerous to you instead. In the end, I cooperated with Tiger-san, and successfully taught the slimes all sorts of different weapons. Knives and katanas were no problem right from the start, but weapons like axes, which I rarely used, were a bit harder. Tiger-san said that they still had a long way to go. Ryuma, and in the end, you were able to get a result like that seen just now. Wasn't it difficult teaching them so many weapons, Daru? Rapin, not really. The slimes share their experiences while fused, so after learning the weapons as a big slime, they could still retain the knowledge after separating. Ryuma, moreover, not only can the slimes come back on their own after being thrown, they also possess the skill of big slimes, enlarge and shrink, so I can freely change the size of my weapon from a one-handed sword to a great sword. Because of that, even if the katana gets dented, the slimes can just fix the dent immediately. What a crazy weapon. Warana, not only do you not need to spend time buying replacements, you also get to save money. Mazelia, forget the time and money, the reliability of a weapon that has infinite durability is ludicrous. Siria, running out of ammo is normally a problem when using ranged weapon too, nya. This is just cheating, nya. Mia, the women were all audibly very shocked. Oh, right, Ryuma, I took out a rope from my item box. Check out this rope. Don't you think it's very durable? It's made out of the most durable thread that my sticky slime can puke out. Ryuma, it's certainly slender and durable, nya. Mia, try cutting it with this axe, Mazelia-san. Ryuma, alright. Ah. I can't seem to cut it. Mazelia, it's durable, right? I spoke to Tiger-san about the material of this rope too, and in the end, he decided he would try using it to create an armor. Ryuma, Ryuma, one of these days your whole body is going to be covered in slime, nya. Mia, we chatted like that while resting. When break time ended and we started walking toward the Elder Trent, a change suddenly occurred on the metal slime. Please wait. Ryuma, what's the matter? Asagi, the metal slime is afraid, it seems to be scared of something. Ryuma, because of the effects of the contract, I can tell how the metal slime is feeling. Right now, it's so scared it's barely able to keep itself from running away. This fear. Is there something here that it's weak against? Is it okay, nya? Mia, unfortunately, my metal slime won't be able to fight. Ryuma, withdraw them then. It's best not to push them needlessly. Rapin, I stored my metal slimes into my dimension home. Still, I'm concerned. That fear wasn't normal. I thought maybe they have an enemy in the vicinity that's really strong against them, but the only thing in the area is an Elder Trent. Are Elder Trents especially strong against slimes? Ryuma, never heard of it, Daru. Rapin, just as he says, the only ones scared were the metal slimes. The iron slimes are perfectly fine. Just what is wrong with the metal slimes? Well, at least the iron slimes can fight. I do have some spare weapons with me, but the iron slime katana is my best weapon. We continued on our way toward the Elder Trent while paying attention around us. This time a change occurred to our surroundings. The tree to the left. Rapin, nya. Mia, when we passed by the sparse trees, they were just normal trees. I know this for sure because of my mana perception. Rapin-san was probably the same too. But from those sparse trees, one such tree beside us suddenly attacked. The tree had suddenly transformed into a Trent. Fortunately, Rapin-san was able to immediately detect it and order Mia-san to kill it. What's going on, Daru? Rapin. Warana, this tree was not a Trent until just now, Daru. It just suddenly transformed. But such a thing should be impossible, Daru. Rapin, Trents are trees that mutated into monsters due to the presence of mana, but the mutation is not something that occurs in an instant. Normally, it's a slow process. While Rapin-san said those things, another tree among the sparsely placed trees transformed. Rapin-san. Ryuma, Umo. The Trents are being born one after another, Daru. Rapin, well, this is unexpected, Mazelia, there's no way we could have expected something like this. Asagi, there's way less of them compared to before, so they're not exactly a threat, but this unusual situation is still concerning. While thinking that, I focused my mana perception in order to be able to deal with the surrounding Trents. As I did, I felt mana coming from the soil. There's something under the ground. Break rock breeze. Ryuma, I broke the part of the ground where I sensed mana from with break rock, and then conjured a strong wind with my wind magic to blow the rest of the ground away. Underneath the ground was the root of a tree. It was from that I felt the presence of mana. When Rapin-san saw that, he yelled. The root of an Elder Trent, could the Elder Trent be injecting its mana into the trees through its roots and transforming them into Trents, Daru? That would explain why trees transform quicker when an Elder Trent appears. Still, I can't believe there's actually one strong enough to be able to use it to sneak attack on us. What a surprising discovery, Daru. Rapin, leave the research for later. Defeat them first. Syria is the only way to solve our predicament to defeat the Elder Trent. Mazelia, it's likely, Daru. If we just leave the Elder Trent be, there's a chance more Trents will appear, Daru. Rapin, there's 500 meters until the Elder Trent. Let's make a run for it and take it down quickly, Dagozaru. Ryuma, I'll leave the rear to you. We'll take care of the Elder Trent, so you take care of the pursuing Trents, Dagozaru. Asagi, understood. Ryuma, it didn't take long for us to start moving. Wariana-san, Mia-san, Mazelia-san, and Asagi-san took out the Trents in front, while I, Rapin-san, and Syria-san followed from behind. Thanks to how slow the Trents moved, they couldn't block our way. But as we neared the Elder Trent, its main body attacked us. We were still outside the range of its branches, but it was able to attack us through its roots buried in the ground. It used wood magic just as the intel said it could and tried to seize us with its roots. Rapin-san cut the roots with his wind cutter, while we cut at them with our weapons. There were a lot of them, however, and it was especially hard to dodge the attacks by our legs. Oh, I know. Pavement. Ryuma, this is a spell I used when building the pavement for the store. If I harden the ground with this, I should be able to buy some time. I'll support you. Ryuma, thanks. Warana, like this we were able to run up to the Elder Trent and attack it. Chapter 116.1, Searching the Forest 3, January 2nd, Volume 3 Chapter 116, Searching the Forest 3, 1/2, we ran for the Elder Trent while brushing aside the roots that attacked us. The surface of the Elder Trent was dark and the circumference of its trunk was greater than 10 meters. Being around 20 meters tall, it was a large tree and had a grace about it appropriate for its great stature. But because of the swollen lumps and cracks on its trunk, it looked more sinister than majestic. On top of that, the face on the trunk of the Elder Trent was an ellipse as big as an adult and was positioned near the roots. The texture and the size of it only served to make the whole tree appear spookier. Ryuma, Rapin. Stay away from branches and support us. Syria, you support them. Asagi, we confirmed that we received our orders and stayed where we were just as we were ordered to. While the ground was paved via pavement, I turned my iron slimes into axes and threw them at the slow Trents to wipe them out. Rapin-san supported me with his magic, while Syria-san cut the roots that approached me and Rapin-san. Asagi-san and the others were attacking the Elder Trent, but it was a lot more tenacious than expected. On top of its large body, the wood magic, grow, was particularly troublesome. Originally, grow wasn't a healing magic, but because the Elder Trent was a plant-type monster, grow could make it grow, thereby causing an effect that's essentially the same as healing. Right now, we have the advantage, but we can't let our guard down. Oh! I heard a strange sound I couldn't make heads or tails of. I don't know if it's supposed to be a groan or a scream, but when I looked to the side, Mazelia-san had struck the face of the Elder Trent with her axe. They've been hitting the Elder Trent for a while now, but this last attack was deeper than anything they've dealt to it yet. Without a moment's delay, Wariana-san and Mia-san attacked the Elder Trent again. But TCH. Warana, nya. Mia, the Elder Trent suddenly counterattacked. A black ball appeared from its mouth and shot toward Wariana-san. Despite being taken by surprise, she was able to dodge, but because the Elder Trent followed up with an attack from its branches, she had no choice but to stop attacking. That spell just now. That's the darkness-type spell, Dark Ball. Wariana-san was forced to stop, but Mia-san was still continuing. This time the Elder Trent released a black mist from its mouth. When Mia-san saw that, she jumped back. What is going on, nya? Mia, she cried out in surprise. When I took a closer look, I saw that her axe was quickly rusting. What was that just now? Warana, that was a dark ball. This Elder Trent can use dark magic too. That effect is probably from dark magic as well, Daru. Rapin, hey, this wasn't written in the intel. There are too many unexpected things surrounding this Elder Trent. Retreat for now. We need to come up with a plan first, Dagozaru. Asagi, at Asagi's behest, we didn't try to forcefully defeat the Elder Trent and instead decided to retreat. After leaving the attacking range of the Elder Trent, we rested while talking. Mia, how's your arm? Mazelia, my arm's fine, but this axe is a goner, Naya. Mia, when Mia-san showed her axe us, the metal part was clearly rusted and the edge of the blade was already crumbling. When that black mist touched it, this happened, nya. Mia, this is terrible. Asagi, if our weapons get turned into this, there's no way we'll be able to fight. Mazelia, Rapin, can't you think of a way? Warana, I've never heard of an Elder Trent that can use any magic other than wood magic. I've also never heard of a darkness-type spell that can cause weapons to rust. One way to deal with dark magic is to use healing magic as light magic to purify the mana, but that's not something we can regularly rely on during battle, Daru. Rapin, so the effect of that darkness-type spell is rust. Could it be that's the reason why the metal slimes were so scared? But in that case, then why? Wait, now that I think about. It's still a hypothesis, but I should mention it to the others. When I told everyone my hypothesis, we decided to go back and fight the Elder Trent. There's a lot of unexpected things surrounding this Elder Trent, but it's not actually that strong. And even if things do get dangerous, we can easily run from it, so it wasn't all that risky to try out my plan. Let's go. Asagi, pavement. Ryuma, I turned the road into pavement again to block the Elder Trent's route attacks. When we neared the Elder Trent started releasing black mist. Looks like it's wary of us. It's here. Mizelia, let's try it. Ryuma, I threw an iron slime throwing axe. I aimed at the face of the Elder Trent and threw it with all my strength. The axe drew a parabola in the air as it plunged into the black mist. Oh! The iron slime axe splendidly landed on the forehead of the Elder Trent. Due to the effects of the contract, I could tell how the iron slime was feeling. Because of that I knew that it was all right. It's unharmed. As I thought, that spell can't affect the iron slime. Ryuma, good. Now, let's finish this Trent, to Gozaru. Asagi, as Asagi-san said that, he moved for the Elder Trent's face. Mia-san, Mizelia-san, and Wariana-san followed too. The last to follow was me, as I was casting fire arrow while attacking. The plan I proposed to everyone was to use the iron slime weapons and armor to fight. When I recalled how the metal slimes were so scared before fighting the Elder Trent, I figured that the metal slimes must have naturally feared it because it was metal. Rapin-san could see where I was coming from. As such, since the iron slimes weren't scared, then I figured they must have had some way to resist that mist. But it wasn't all conjectures too. Another reason for my plan was fueled with a piece of otherworld knowledge, which I taught to them under the excuse that it was my grandpa who taught me. The purer the iron is, the harder it is to rust. And the iron slimes evolved after eating nothing but the iron produced from my alchemy. In other words, they possess a body of super high purity iron. Chapter 116.2, Searching the Forest. 3. February 2nd, Volume 3 Chapter 116, Searching the Forest 3, February 2nd. Another reason why we decided to try out my plan is because it was likely that the Elder Trent could not make all metals rust equally. Although it is true that the impossible could be made possible through the conjuration spells born from the visualization of the phenomenon and the employ of mana, it doesn't mean that anything can be done so long as these two conditions are fulfilled. To some extent, the rules of nature are also in play. Yes. Nature can be twisted with the employ of a spell, which requires the union of mana and imagination, and yet the more the laws of nature are twisted, the more mana is consumed. Which goes to mean that there is a limit. And it is because of that so-called limit that I was able to predict that a piece of metal that was naturally difficult to rust would prove to be equally difficult to rust magically. Yet with just that, the iron slimes would still be in danger should the battle continue for a long time, so I made sure everyone understood that point. As such, before committing to the battle, we decided that we would first test the waters by throwing one slime at the Trent. If this attack were to fail, then I am to quickly retrieve the slime and run away. Afterwards, I will heal the slime using the method Rapin-san taught me. The most important part of a slime is its nucleus. Some rust on the surface will not be a problem. As long as the spread of the rust can be contained before it reaches the nucleus, the slime can still be saved. But if the attack works, then we will continue with the battle. Using the information we got from our last battle with the Elder Trent, we came up with a plan to defeat it in as little time as possible. Once the battle is over, I will gather my slimes and heal them with light magic just to be safe. If we can't defeat the Elder Trent, then in that case, we can just run away again. Everyone agreed to help me retrieve the slimes and retreat, so we challenged the Elder Trent to another round of war. Heave-ho. Ryuma, this time, I'm fighting at the front lines as well, so the battle is a lot fiercer than before. In the first attack, the Elder Trent whipped its branches at me from above. In its second attack, it shot out a dark ball toward me. In its third attack, it blocked the road with its roots. The Elder Trent also tried to entangle me, but I cut its branches and forced my way through. And now, the face of the Elder Trent is right before me. I'm going to keep running toward it like this and strike it with my sword. Oh! Ryuma, or at least that's what I had in mind, but as expected, the Elder Trent wasn't about to just watch me cut its face, and as it prepared to shoot out another dark ball, it whipped its branches toward me. Twisting my body, I moved along the direction of the branches and spun counterclockwise, then with a stroke from my blade, I cut down the branches. The excised part fell to the ground. At this point, the dark ball finally launched itself toward me, but I dodged it and quickly found myself underneath its face. If this were a human, this would be the point where I lopped its neck off from left to right with a stroke of my blade, but while Keyclad's sword cut through the Elder Trent like hot knife through butter, leaving a large wound in its wake from which a great amount of mana poured out, it was not down for the count just yet. Oh. Elder Trent, oh. Is the Elder Trent feeling threatened now? It seems to be the case since it reduced its attacks and started healing itself with wood magic. Unfortunately for it, there wasn't a soul here who was just going to watch it as it recovered. Flame Lance. Rapin-san casted a fire spell and shot it straight into the Elder Trent's wound. It was the intermediate spell, Flame Lance, too. Shooting fire right into a wound is bound to be super effective. True enough, the regeneration rate of the Elder Trent immediately went down a level. Not willing to miss the opportunity, Mia-san and the others went all out, and traces of their weapons could be seen thoroughly engraved on and around the Elder Trent's face. But while they went all out on the Elder Trent, I didn't join them and instead prepared to launch my attack. I ordered the big iron slime to bring 15 slimes out of it and then transform. Very quickly, the big iron slime turned into an iron ball that could be carried with both arms. Iron thorns dotted it and there were even semicircle handles that were open at the center on it. As for the separated iron slimes, I put them together to build a chain, then I attached them to the handles on the iron ball. It took me roughly 5 seconds to complete everything and change my weapon from a katana to an iron ball and chain. I'm ready. Ryuma, this iron ball specializes in dealing a lot of damage in a single blow. It's perfect for dealing with large type monsters. When I pulled on the chains, it made a jara sound. The only condition to use it is a strong physique or strengthening magic since the iron ball is heavy. As for me, I can use it thanks to my ki. When I swung the iron ball and chain, it made a sound like it was cutting through the air. I'm not used to it myself, so I can only hit unmoving targets with it. Good. Clear the area. At Asagi-san's signal, everyone who's been attacking until now immediately stopped and cleared the area. My target was none other than the Elder Trent's face. Ha! Ryuma. Elder Trent, the iron ball hit it right at its nose. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the Elder Trent's face and even more mana poured out. Its face was already covered in wounds and was very fragile, so when the iron ball landed on it, its face gave in. I was originally planning on beating it 4 to 5 times, but it looks like I took it down with just one hit. The roots and branches around have already stopped moving. But it seems it's still alive, after all. Finish it, Ryuma. Asagi, you're the one with who contributed the most, after all, Ryuma-kun. Syria, end it once and for all. Mazelia, all right. Ryuma, as I spun the chains again, I threw the iron ball with all my strength, hitting the forehead of the Elder Trent. Togo resounded a loud dull sound, then the Elder Trent's face crumbled. Mana poured out powerfully from the Elder Trent, but it only lasted for a while, before the flow gradually weakened, and before long, I couldn't sense any more mana. Is it dead? Ryuma, it should be, Daru. Rapin, after confirming that there were no problems, I used my light magic to heal the iron slimes. It doesn't look like they got hurt at all, but just to be safe. Anyway, it's great that everything ended without a hitch. While I was thinking that, I shot light ball at the iron slimes. Well, it's over, for now, Dagozaru. Asagi, as Asagi-san said that, his eyes turned to the piled-up corpses of Trents. Oh, right. We still have to gather those. How long is that going to take us? Not to mention, both mine and Rapin-san's dimension home are already full. Don't worry. As soon as you finish healing your slime, we'll go back to the town to report once. We'll get some help then to carry all of these. We can get the costs reimbursed at the guild when we get back to Jimuru. Asagi, and so, we went back to town and reported to the guild. We'll leave the gathering of lumber for tomorrow. For now, let's just get a good night's rest. Chapter 117.1, Searching the Forest for, 1/2, Volume 3 Chapter 117, Searching the Forest for, 1/2, the next day. The Adventurers Guild sent 15 adventurers to the place where we fought the Elder Trent yesterday. Today we'll be relying on their help to gather the lumber, but everything that can't be stored in Rapin-san's dimension home will have to be stored at the guild's storage temporarily. The guild will deliver them by carriage at a later date. Why? It's simple. We killed too many Trents. So many, in fact, that even the adventurers that were dispatched to help us were shocked when they saw the scene of carnage. That was a staggering forest of over 1,000 dead Trents. There were just too many of them during the battle that we really couldn't do anything unless we beat them first. And with every member of our party within their attacking range, we ended up defeating every single one of them. When all was said and done, this was the result. Actually, I was pretty worried about the forest considering how many Trents we killed, but when I asked the local adventurers about it, they said it was fine. Apparently, the trees of this forest are a type of tree called Torigiri, and while there's not that many places they can grow, they possess a powerful life force. In fact, they grow so fast, it only takes them half a month to grow back after being cut. And even in seed form, they're ridiculously fast, needing only about a year before they can be harvested as lumber. That's why even if we cut so many trees today, it doesn't really matter. Come next year, this place will be thriving with the lush green of life, almost as if nothing had ever happened. In the first place, there's not a lot of people who go this deep into the forest to harvest lumber, or at least that's what the guy tells me. And while his explanation managed to convince me that everything would be alright, it also served to remind me that I really am in another world. How many years would it take for a seed to grow into a tree back on Earth? It would take decades for sure, and yet the seeds here only need a year. It seems Earth's common sense doesn't always work around here. Let us begin, Dagozaru. At Asagi-san's behest, we started gathering the Trents. From time to time, we would happen onto a living Trent, so we would swiftly take care of them, and then go back to gathering lumber. Asagi-san and the others gathered the lumber in one place, then Rapin-san and I stuffed them into our dimension homes and went back to the village to store them. Rinse and repeat. By working together and transporting the lumber with magic, we managed to finish everything by 3 p.m. I also sent Eins to the Adventurers Guild at Jamuru, so they could prepare to receive the lumber. In any case, with this we have managed to complete another objective for our Trent lumber gathering mission, and the adventurers that came to help us went back to town. As for us, though, we still had one more job left to do. Sure saved the best for last, didn't we? Syria, it was time to disassemble the Elder Trent and claim our spoils. The job we received from Jamuru was to gather lumber from the Trents. The Elder Trent wasn't part of our contract. At times like this, it's up to the discretion of the hunter on what to do with the hunted prey. In our case, we're going to be using it to pay for the help we got from the Adventurers Guild. Or at least a part of it anyway. Elder Trent lumber is actually a really good material to make staves with. They'll surely sell for a high price in the market, so it would be really wasteful to just throw them away. As such, we're going to be claiming a part of the Trent for ourselves. We sure got our work cut out for us, though. Well, it's the last job. Let's hurry it up and get this over with. Wariana-san took out her Nada hatchet. First things first was cutting the branches. I climbed up the ladder I prepared beforehand, but the Elder Trent was so big, there were still places I couldn't reach even with the ladder. So, I asked the others to deal with the branches I couldn't reach, while I took care of only the ones I could. Of the tools I used was the durable rope woven out of the sticky slimes thread and the metal slimes that were turned into metal fittings for securing stuff. First, I took the end of the rope and made a knot and a loop, then when I was sure that the metal slimes were in place and secured, my grappling hook was completed. I swung my grappling hook, and with my eyes set on the target, I threw it. The grappling hook flew into the air just as I've intended, wrapping itself around the thick branches. I tugged on the rope several times, but it didn't even budge. Looks plenty sturdy to me. Using the rope, I climbed up the tree until I was in a good position to aim, then I cut at the branches one by one using my wind cutter. When I'd run out of branches to cut, I changed positions and repeated the same thing. At first, I thought it would be easier to just let the branches fall to the ground, but apparently, the branches are better suited for making wands or staves than the trunk, so since they're likely to break if I cut them off from the tip, I had to do it the hard way. Slowly but steadily, I cut the branches one after another, until eventually, there was nothing left to cut. I was able to finish cutting the branches within the day, but there was still work to be done. We decided to just leave it off for tomorrow, though. As expected, climbing up and down a tree over and over is really exhausting. Chapter 117.2 Volume 3 Chapter 117, Searching the Forest for 2 halves, the next day. Today, we'll be working on the Elder Trent again as a continuation of our work yesterday. We're done cutting off the branches, so today we'll be digging out the roots and then cut them off. Hey, guys. Check this out. Ryuma, but something unexpected happened. When I dug out the roots with me and my Earth Slime's Earth Magic, many rotted crates right under the Elder Trent appeared. What's the matter? Syria, did something happen? Mazelia, it seems something has been buried here. Look. Ryuma, are these crates? Mazelia, there's a lot, Nya. Mia, why would these things be buried here? Warana, for the meantime, let's take a few of them out and see what's inside, Daru. Rapin, as Rapin-san said that, we carefully retrieved the crates and opened them. Inside one of the crates were many cloudy white-colored stones. What are these things? Ryuma, they're magic stones, Daru. Used ones. When magic stones have mana, they're transparent like a crystal, but when they run out of it, their color changes to that of a cloudy white. So all of these have already been used up, Daru. Rapin, it might be a good idea to inform the guild about this. Mazelia, I'll go ahead and inform them, Daru. You can keep digging and examining the crates, Daru. Rapin, no one disagreed with him, so Rapin-san teleported back to town. As for us, we recovered the rest of the crates one after another and opened them. Most of them were filled with used-up magic stones. But there were also some magic stones that haven't been used up yet. Among those, we found some neutral-type and darkness-type magic stones. We also found out why there were so many magic stones here. I'm back. Did anything happen, Daru? Rapin, good day. I was sent by here by the guild. Eek. The girl Rapin-san brought back with him wanted to greet us, but because of that she saw the things by our feet. I'm sure anyone would be shocked if they didn't have the time to prepare themselves. After all, the things by our feet are corpses. Skeletons, in fact. Those are. Guild girl, they were buried with the crates, Gozaru. Asagi, although their bodies have long rotten, it could still be seen from structure of the bones that they probably belonged to several men. They still have some of their belongings with them too. Ryuma, thank you very much, guild girl, are you alright? Ryuma, oh, I'm okay with blood and wounds, it's just corpses like these that I'm bad with. Sorry about that. Please let me help you. Guild girl, I examined the corpses' belongings with the frightened girl, and from the ledger they had with them, we found out that they were magic stones merchants. The illegal sort. These magic stones were probably the goods they were smuggling. We still don't know if the reason they chose a place this deep into the forest was just for a deal or if this was where they hid their smuggled goods, but we do know that it was because Elder Trent was able to suck so much mana from these magic stones that it was able to grow so big. It's also likely that it was because of these stones that it was able to summon so many Trents and even became able to use dark magic. The reason the Elder Trent couldn't move from here was most likely because it couldn't run away while carrying all these crates full of magic stones. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll leave you to continue your work. Have a nice day. Guild girl, looks like she just came here to check the situation rather than investigate. She looked like she was running when she left. After watching her leave, we went back to work. Now that the Elder Trent has been laid on its side, I had the iron slime and metal slimes turn into large saws, and with those we cut the Elder Trent apart and then stored it in my dimension home. With that, we've completed all that we needed to do at this town. Unfortunately, because of what we found at the end, the sense of accomplishment that we should be feeling has turned complicated. And so, how about we drink today? Ryuma, in order to get rid of that strange atmosphere, as well as reward ourselves for the job we've done until now, we decided to treat ourselves to a drink after supper. The place we would be drinking at was my dimension home. We still have to travel back to Jimuru, but at least, we've already secured the needed lumber. This job is as good as done. Tonight, let us toast, Gozaru. Cheers. Asagi, cheers. Everyone else, at Asagi-san's toast, we all started drinking and ate the snacks in front of us. The snack we chose to go with our drink tonight is tempura. Apparently, you could get a lot of wild vegetables at the forest where we hunted Trents. There was a lot being sold at the town grocery. Only Asagi-san knew about tempura, but I talked a lot with the others on our way here, so they were already interested in trying out Japanese cuisine. What was even more surprising, though, was the fact that the people of this country apparently don't have many opportunities to eat deep-fried food. And here I thought French fries were commonly sold considering the founding festival we just had recently. Ryuma, it's not like we don't have deep-fried food, but you know how deep-fried food wastes a lot of oil. Well, because of that it costs a lot of money, and it's also a bit wasteful throwing all that oil away. To top it off, you can't reuse the oil because they say it's bad for your health. Syria, and if you don't know how to cook well, you'll end up starting a fire. That's why that sort of cooking is usually eaten at festivals. Myzelia, so that's why people tend to avoid it at normal households. I think that's a bigger waste, though. Using a lot of oil is the right way to cook. And besides, the reason why reusing oil is bad for the body is because of the oxidation, but in my case, I can just use alchemy to separate oxygen from the oil, and as long as the oil is clean, I can use it again. In fact, even if it's dirty, I could just use alchemy to separate the filth from the oil and I could still use it. I know it's a bit late for me to be saying this, but I just realized that I've been using alchemy for cooking like with oil and juices. I wonder, am I really using alchemy correctly? Well, it is convenient, so I don't plan on stopping using it anytime soon. I gotta say though, Ryuma, your slimes sure are weird. Myzelia, slimes are omnivorous, so I suppose it's not that strange to see one drinking daru, but, rapin, it's really tasting it. It's even eating snacks. Syria, right. On top of the 3 men and 4 women in here, we also had a special guest. Mr. Slime. Ever since I gave it ale, it would approach me whenever I started drinking by myself. At first, I thought it was just like the slimes that drank water, but it jumped straight into my mug of ale. I eventually made a sake cup especially for it, and then gradually, it got more and more used to drinking. Lately, it would even pour for me by itself whenever my cup went empty, and it also started eating snacks. While I was telling everyone that, the slime suddenly started shaking. Oh, could it be? Rapin, what's going on, nya? Mia, the slime is evolving. Ryuma, huh? Canon, there's no doubt about it. It's evolving. When I told everyone that, all eyes gathered on the slime. Just like the other slimes, it started releasing and sucking mana, then after about 10 minutes, it evolved. It stopped, daru. Rapin, what kind of slime did it evolve into? Drunk slime skills, produce alcohol, ethyl, LV4 disease resist LV3 absorb LV1 split LV1 divine protection of Tikkun the god of wine, wait just one moment. It drinks alcohol, so it's fine that it's called drunk slime. It also makes sense that it learned the new skill, produce alcohol, ethyl. That makes perfect sense since it likes to drink alcohol. But why in the world did it also receive Tikkun's divine protection? Can you even give a slime a divine protection? Whatever. I'll just ask Tikkun about later. For the meantime, let's check its mana. Darkness, water, and wood, huh? Rapin-san called out to me. Ryuma, what did it evolve into, daru? Rapin, It seems it evolved into a drunk slime. It also learned the produce alcohol, ethyl, skill. It's probably a skill to produce alcohol. Ryuma, so another weird slime, daru. Rapin, I took out a new mug and asked the slime to show off its new produce alcohol, ethyl, skill. As expected, when the drunk slime started puking out its guts into the mug, the substance stank of alcohol. According to the results of Identify, the slime puke was about 40% alcohol and was safe for human consumption. But. Phew. It's liquor, alright. But, Ryuma, but. Rapin, it's all strength and no taste. Ryuma, it's not particularly tasty nor smelly, it's not delicious too. This isn't something you drink by itself. You gotta soak it with something like Japanese plum brandy or some fruits and turn it into a fruit wine of sort. Yes. This needs researching. While I was thinking that, we toasted again to celebrate the slime's evolution. And as we enjoyed ourselves with the liquor and the snacks, we concluded the day in pleasure. Chapter 118.1, An Invitation to Training, 1/2, Volume 3 Chapter 118, An Invitation to Training, 1/2, a few days later. When we returned to Jimuru and reported to the Adventurers Guild, we were swiftly brought to the Adventurers Guild. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got the gist of it from Ryuma's message. I'm glad you all made it back in one piece. So, yeah. Let's hear that report. Wogan, at the guild master's behest, Asagi-san started his report. His report wrapped up the main points well, so it was easy to understand, and the whole thing didn't even take 10 minutes. After getting permission to leave, however, the guild master spoke. Oh, sorry. Ryuma, I need you to stay. Ryuma, and he asked me to stay behind. I don't know why, but if the guild master says so, then I guess it can't be helped. Like that I found myself alone in a room with the guild master. Give me a sec. I know it was here somewhere, Wogan. The sound of pages of documents being flipped filled the room. Found it. It's this one. Because you came back a lot earlier than expected, they're still accepting applications. Want to give it a shot? Wogan, the words, training for new adventurers was written on the document the guild master handed to me. According to this, the training will last for 5 days starting in the morning 5 days from now. The training will be about camping techniques, which are necessary for any adventurer to work. It will be held at a place known as the Field of Poisonous Insects. As for the application, the lower part of the document is actually it, and if I fill in the name section and submit it, I'll be able to join. There's nothing strange about that, but there's just one thing. This form isn't actually an application for a trainee. Rather, it's an application for an instructor. It's a training program about camping for new adventurers. It's not like you'll be going someplace particularly dangerous like a snowy mountain. And besides, what's the point in sending a guy who's lived all alone by himself out in the woods for so many years to camping training? Wogan, point taken. So, that's why he wants me to teach them. It's part of it. But this job is also for your sake. Wogan, what do you mean? Ryuma, you want to raise your rank to go to the Great Shura's Forest, right? Well, the thing is, you can't just raise your rank by being strong. If you take jobs like this proactively, though, you'll be able to raise your rank a little faster. Wogan, huh? I didn't know that. Of course, that's provided that one has the strength appropriate for the rank in the first place. It would be a huge problem for the organization if the low rankers don't receive proper training, so we treat people who help us out on that front a little better. In your case, there's nothing to complain about as far as ability goes, but your age is definitely an issue. You're too young. In the first place, the so-called C rankers, which is the rank at which you'll be able to enter the forest, are people who've given up on improving their rank any further and have switched it up to making a moderate living while preparing for retirement. It's a rank a normal guy would achieve after much effort through the years. So, if you want to rank up quickly, then it would be best if you take jobs like this. Wogan, I see. Ryuma, as your rank rises, so does the difficulty and danger of the jobs increase. There will be more jobs you can't accept alone, and there will be more cases where you'll have to make an impromptu party with people you're meeting for the first time. I've been thinking this since I saw you register at the guild. You're the type of guy who prefers to be by himself and doesn't like working with others, right? If you include this last job and the latrine pits, you worked with Asagi and the others twice. If you add the time you entered the abandoned mine with me as group, that makes 3. You formed a group with others that many times, and I've never heard of anyone complaining about you. It's also unlikely that you wouldn't be able to keep up with others, although you might find them a bother. Anyway, I won't say anything bad. But you should get used to forming groups with other people from now on. Get used to forming parties with people you don't know. Wogan, is this job that helpful in that regard? I think so. The impromptu parties I mentioned earlier mostly choose their leader based on who's the highest ranked or the strongest. You're aiming for the top, so it would be really pathetic if the time came and you said, I can't do it. Wogan, the guild master did personally recommend the job. And it's for my benefit, so why don't I give it a shot? As awkward as I may be at it. All right. I'll do it. One thing, though. This document only mentions the destination and the schedule. Who are the other instructors? Ryuma, shouldn't I talk to them first about how we're going to teach the students? Don't worry about it. You'll get to know them on the day of training. That'll be enough. Wogan, when the guild master talked about the details a bit more, I found out that the training camp is a bit different from what I'd imagined. First, the new adventurers that will be participating are either coming alone or as a party. They will be doing their own preparations for the camping, and then they'll meet with the instructors and leave town together. But there won't be anyone who'll be put in charge of the students. I left the management of the event to an experienced adventurer I picked. As for you, your job is to aid him. Make the necessary preparations and gather at the designated time. As for what to teach, you can just teach them how you camp. That's also how the other instructors do it. Besides, I say camping, but it's really just people bringing their stuff and making do with whatever is out there. There are a lot of ways to make things work. As long as the adventurers can see how veteran adventurers do things and learn the ropes, then I'm sure that'll prove useful and be of help to them someday. And that's why he's just letting us do it our way, huh? You don't have to do or say anything extra to teach. Those who want to learn and feel like learning will learn from how you do things. Just be sure to answer when they ask you a question. The most important part about being an instructor is to make sure that everyone's safe. So if you see them doing something dangerous, stop them. But you can heal them with healing magic, so it's fine to let them get hurt a little. Wogan, what a rough teaching policy. It's almost as if they want the students to get hurt. And the job of the instructors is to ensure that that hurt isn't permanent, huh? But then again, maybe they'll remember it better that way. Interestingly, though, the responsibility of an instructor with a curriculum like this might actually be heavier than normal. Chapter 118.2, An Invitation to Training, February 2nd, Volume 3 Chapter 118, An Invitation to Training, February 2nd, Good day, Malin-san. Ryuma, after leaving the meeting room, I went to the designated location and dropped off the Trent lumber for my dimension home, then I went to see the receptionist. Oh, Ryuma-kun. You're here to receive your compensation, I take it. Malin, that and I'll also be applying for the training next week. I would also like to purchase some information. Ryuma, I presented my guild card and my application form. Information. All right. How about this booklet? Malin, the receptionist took out a booklet from under the reception desk. It seemed to have the information regarding the field of poisonous insects. I thought this might fit the bill since you just wanted to purchase information on the field of poisonous insects to prepare for the training camp. What do you think? Malin, yeah, this could work. But how much information does this booklet actually have? Ryuma, it has information on the poisonous insects presently living in the area. Information on the medicinal herbs that could be gathered from the area. And finally, it also provides geographic information through the inclusion of a simple map. It was made just for the training camp, so it actually has all the necessary information. Malin, that's what she says. I guess I'll take her word for it. I'll take it then. Take the payment from the payment for the Trent lumber. Ryuma, thank you for using our services. How about taking another job while you're at it? Malin, this time she handed me a list of jobs. This is. Ryuma, the training camp isn't just about going there and camping. Doing work while you're there is also a part of it. In fact, one of the obligations of a trainee is to perform a job during training. Although you don't have to do any since you're an instructor, but if you do take a job with you, you'll be able to make a little extra. Malin, When I looked through the list, I noticed there were a lot of collection jobs for poisonous insects and medicinal herbs. Every one of these things can be used to concoct medicine, so it's not that strange, but... Excuse me. About the job to collect the roots of the Jayamana herb, would it be alright if I brought the goods to a branch in another town? Ryuma, it's not difficult to find Jayamana herb and gather them, but you have to bring them back quickly, as you only have about half a day after digging one out, or at most, within the day, to bring them back before the herbs can't be used anymore. I don't know where the field of poisonous insects is, but considering the schedule of the training camp, it's likely that the herb and its roots will go bad if I have to bring it all the way back here. They might still pay for it, but I doubt they would, considering it would be an inferior product then. There were also other herbs on the list that either require special handling or are difficult to gather. Especially, this bark of Tormak. Isn't it out of season to be looking for something like this? When I think of Tormak bark that's meant to be used as an ingredient for medicine, the only thing that comes to mind is that naturally peeling bark that can be found at the end of winter at the onset of spring. Even if you scrape the surface of trees right now, the material you'll get won't have the potency expected of a medicinal ingredient. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Hey, lend me your ear. Malin-san leaned over the counter and brought her beautiful face near mine. I can't talk too loudly, but the thing is this list actually also includes traps as part of the training curriculum. All these jobs can be done, either via completing them or giving up on them, as long as one gathers information beforehand properly, but without that, there are also jobs here that's sure to fail. Of course, these won't leave a mark on their record. Malin, I thought it might be like that. Ryuma, I wonder if this is how things are usually done. That's a bit hard to answer. All guilds train their members, but the circumstances change according to the environment, so the methods are usually left to the discretion of each branch. I'm sure there are other places that do things like we do here, but I'm sure there are also those who would prefer to study intensely for a month in a classroom instead. So, in other words, it's completely dependent on what the people in charge want. Oh, as for the methods we're applying at this branch, they're all the guild master's ideas. Malin, well, he did pull a surprise attack on me during my registration exam. Figures, I guess. You can tell other instructors about this if you want, but please keep it a secret from the trainees. Please. Malin, all right. Also, I won't be taking any other jobs this time. This way I can pay better attention to the students. Ryuma, sure. Now, here's your payment for the last job you took. Your party member's share has already been split and the cost for the information has also already been deducted. You can have your guild card back too. Malin, thank you very much. Ryuma, I stored the payment in my bag, then I left the guild. Chapter 119.1 Volume 3 Chapter 119, A Legacy's Burden, 1/2. I dropped by the store to let everyone know that I was back, then Karm-san came to give me a report of what happened in my absence. Everything was going well as usual, but there were two matters unrelated to the store that needed my attention. This was from Vyasan. As Karm-san handed me a letter, 2 frames with a note could be seen on the desk in the office. Vyasan. Where did I hear that name before? Oh, yeah. That's the name of Fina-san's village. It was written in their resume, but I'd completely forgotten about it already. Right. That's what their village is called. Huh. This letter is from the village headman of Vyasan. Ryuma, the letter spoke about their decision to sell barley tea. They also expressed their gratitude to me in it. The cooperation between the Sionji company and the village seems to be going well. They're actively processing the barley kept by each family, and they're even planning on talking to Puro-san about the construction of a larger plant to increase the yield and processing rate of barley. Apparently, the company president himself visited them after I sent him a letter of introduction and a sample. When he did, he was so happy he purchased the other excess grains they had. As proof of their gratitude, they are giving me a formal framed letter of gratitude, as well as the position of advisor for their barley processing plant. These are the contents of the 2 frames. This advisor position is an honorary position, so it doesn't have any responsibilities. There's no reward too, but they'll be sending me barley tea regularly under the pretense of needing my input regarding the quality and taste of their product. Congratulations on becoming the advisor. Karm, thank you very much. Ryuma, I didn't really do anything, but I'll take it. What's the other issue? Ryuma, yes. There's a rumor that's been going around lately. As the rumor goes, apparently, the city wants to destroy the slum and chase out the people in order to build the new town. Karm, that doesn't sound very peaceful. Ryuma, what's going on? I know what the words mean, but I don't understand why this is happening. Karm-san was similarly confused, so he had immediately investigated the issue. Through the Merchant Guild I was able to find out that there were no such plans. But before we had established ourselves here, the government office had a scandal, right? Karm, yes. Because of that they appointed someone else to lead the administration. Do you mean to say that the people don't trust the current administration? Ryuma, yes. Although the administration was able to calm things by doing away with the previous head and replacing him, it's not such an easy thing to regain the lost trust. And suspicions beget more suspicions, Karm, I remember the man I met at the founding festival. He must be having a hard time having to deal with this mess his predecessor left him. Will this have an effect on the store? Ryuma, so far, no. But the past few days, the slum people have been looking for work and have actively been visiting stores that are recruiting. The store isn't recruiting right now, but there's a possibility that they might come to look for job later. We need to decide what to do if such a thing were to occur. Carm, We have enough people right now, don't we? Ryuma, I can afford to hire a few more hands, but the store is doing just fine with the current employees. Even if I am going to be increasing the number of stores in the future, is there any reason for me to quickly increase my workforce? I can't think of any. But the people of the slum did help my store a lot at the start. I know many people from the slums too. If they're having a hard time, I definitely want to help. I'm sure everyone has their opinion on the matter, but after working with everyone, I believe the slum people are good people. Carm, at first, I also imagined the slums would be more dangerous. Ryuma, actually, you're not wrong. After all, it's not strange for there to be places that even the guards can't enter as the town gets bigger, but when you think about it that way, just the fact that the slums in this town can still be entered shows that they're still quite safe. Carm, is that so? Oops. We ended up digressing again. Anyway, I could probably hire some more people if it's just to help carry stuff, but maybe I can just increase the number of employees when it's busy. I could hire part-timers just for the busy hours. Doing so should lessen the workload, and I could even increase the number of counters. If people are able to process their transactions quicker, then the time the customers have to spend waiting should also lessen. As I thought of that, I suggested it to Carm-san. What do you think? Ryuma, save for cases like the previous interviews or that incident where we needed to prevent the cleaner slimes from being kidnapped, we can't really afford to hire more people, so I think this idea is fine. And if we find some people with good potential, we could consider hiring them permanently as well. Carm, then, can I leave it to you to come up with a more detailed plan? Ryuma, of course. Well then, this concludes the report for the day. Carm, thank you as always. I'll be leaving again in 5 days, so please take care of the store then. Ryuma, please leave it to me. What will you be doing now, boss? Carm, I'm planning on going back to the abandoned mine to check up on things, and I might have to take out any monsters that have settled down lately. Ryuma, you just came back from a trip, so please do make sure to rest. Carm, I will. Thank you. Ryuma, after finishing his report, Carm-san saw me off. I took him on his offer and left early. Chapter 119.2 Volume 3 Chapter 119, A Burden Inherited, February 2nd, oh, hey. Ryuma, when I took the road along the residential area to the north gate, a refreshing and sweet smell wafted up my nose. The smell was coming from a house. Huh? Is this a store? Cat's Forehead Tea House, open. I thought it was just a small wooden house, but given the nameplate-sized signboard by the entrance, I guess it's a store, after all. It's almost lunchtime, so why don't I go ahead and eat lunch here? I wonder if it would be all right, though. The sign says it's open, but I don't see any customers. The writing on the signboard is sloppy too. Maybe this is just some kid's prank. What are you doing there, Takebayashi-sama? Ah. Ryuma, when someone called out to me and I turned to the voice, I saw a well-groomed man carrying a slightly worn small bag. It was none other than the head of the government office, Arnold Bernhide. Good day. Ryuma, a good day to you too, Takebayashi-sama. Will you be eating here as well? Ryuma, I found myself here because of the appetizing aroma, but I'm not sure if it's actually all right to go inside. Ryuma, very understandable. This place looks like a house at first glance, after all. I myself was hesitant at first. If you don't mind, how about accompanying me to lunch? Arnold, I took him up on his offer. I'm starving myself, so why not? Welcome. Old cat woman, we'll have the usual black tea and daily sandwich. Also, a lemon pie please. There's 2 of us today, so please give us double the usual. Arnold, seat yourselves then. Old cat woman, when we entered the store, a counter was the first thing to greet us. Tending to that counter was an old cat woman sitting on a chair. She coldly took Bernhard's orders, then vanished to the back of the kitchen. Over here. Arnold Bernhard, the table he led us to was a 4-seater positioned by the right stone wall facing toward the counter. There's another table to the left side, but these 2 were apparently the only tables in the restaurant. It was a restaurant for 8. As you can see, it's not a very big restaurant. There's also only 3 items on the menu. And we ordered them all. But the taste is real. That I can vouch for. Arnold, huh? Are you a regular here? Ryuma, yes. In fact, lately I've been eating here 5 times a week. Arnold, that's basically every day. The other 2 days I buy food from a store near the government office. I can't cook for myself, you see. Arnold, you must be very busy. I hear you're building a new town to the south. Ryuma, you're well informed. We're still preparing for it, so it's not that busy just yet, but it's about to become very busy soon, however. Arnold, his expression when he said that was just like my colleagues in my past life. Sorry if I'm mistaken, but by any chance, are you tired? Ryuma, is it so obvious? Arnold, no, it's just that the air about you is something I've seen a lot before, so I thought. Ryuma, Bernhard looked at me and sighed deeply. Looks like there's no point trying to keep up appearances. Arnold, sorry to keep you waiting. Old cat woman, I listened to him while we ate our sandwiches. If I were to sum up our conversation and put it lightly, you could say that he had a lot of problems. First of all, a lot of people have been laid off with the previous head, which was basically a festering pus as far as the government office was concerned, but because of that they now had a lack of manpower. They're recruiting new hands to help out, but those people aren't something that they could rely on immediately. There are senior employees that managed to avoid being laid off, but since their authority was given to them by the previous head and they couldn't go against him, although they understood the situation at hand, there were many among them who were not proactive with their current work. That sounds difficult. Really, Ryuma, do you have employees like these at your store too? Arnold, oh, no. I'm satisfied with my employees at my store. It's a story from long ago. Ryuma, not good. Gotta change the topic stat or he'll find the holes in my story. Come to think of it, he's only been talking about the government office and hasn't talked about the slums at all. I wonder what's actually happening. Let's try bringing it up. You know that too. The town construction project doesn't include chasing the slum people away. We have no intentions of doing that. But, Arnold, he knitted his brows and drank his black tea. It seems there's a reason behind that rumor after all. It's probably a complicated and headache-inducing problem. There are people in that part of the town without a house and are living on the streets. A good number of them obstruct the road with their makeshift houses, and there are just as many living in abandoned buildings that obviously do not meet safety standards. People like these need to either move their things away, relocate, or do some necessary repairs. This is the law, and if we fail to uphold them to it, we would be neglecting our duties. Arnold, and after word of that got around, it was somehow turned into chasing the slum people away. I checked the records, and I found out that accidents from buildings collapsing and homeless people freezing to death have been on the rise these past few years. We can't just leave them alone. Arnold, but even he wasn't thinking of asking the slum people to relocate or repair their buildings immediately. He knew full well that they were having financial difficulties, so he took their reaction into consideration and refrained from forcefully evicting them, keeping the methods of the government office only to talking. They seem to have already set up a special department to deal with the problem, and it's likely that they intend to receive job applicants looking to help in the construction of the new city. Be that as it may, the issue with the homeless people is still not an easy problem to solve. Yes. But as much as possible we want to solve the issue without pushing them away. That is our duty, after all. Arnold, you have my respect for that. Ryuma, I wonder. Did the previous administration not have this problem? Or did they ignore this issue too? Here's your lemon pie. Old cat woman, tea, thank you very. Ryuma, what in the world? That's a pie on top of the plate, all right, but why is an entire pie on my plate? Is this for the both of us? I'll take your empty plates. Old cat woman, after that she brought another plate with a lemon pie. That whole pie is just for one person. This, Ryuma, my deepest apologies. This is probably because I asked for double the usual. Arnold, you mean to say? You usually ordered an entire cake for your dessert every time you came here. Ryuma, actually, eating everything in one go is too much for me too, so I would bring the leftovers back with me to eat during break time. You see, I have this habit where when I'm tired I look for sweet things. Arnold, He's all embarrassed and smiling in front of the pie, the first time I saw him smile today, in fact, but I can already see the diabetes waving from a mile away. I kept those thoughts to myself while I took a bite. The simple warmth of the dough coupled with the fresh aroma of the lemon and the sourness of the cream that stood out all meshed together and exploded within my mouth. It was delicious. There weren't much sugar in the cake, but I still found myself eating several slices. I'll take the rest back home. Arnold Bernhide. The most at ease I've seen him today is when he's in his own world eating pie. It's a small slice of heaven, a momentary reprieve from the hell that is his work. It would be cruel of me to rain on his parade, so let's just let him enjoy himself. Chapter 120.1 Volume 3 Chapter 120, The Perspective of the Slums, 1/2, the next day. It's my first time coming here again since I came here to recruit Kalkinsan and the others. I knocked on the door of a bigger house. When I felt the presence of Manna, the door opened. Enter. Excuse me. Ryuma, I obeyed the voice and went inside. Inside was the same man from before. It's been a while. Revel-san. Ryuma, the rumor yesterday had me concerned, so I asked Dolce-san to get me an appointment with someone who knew more about the situation. The person he introduced me to was Revel-san. He is both the counselor of the slum and the person that negotiates with the government office, so according to Dolce-san, there was no person more appropriate than him. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Ryuma, if it's just talking, then I don't mind. Use that chair over there. Revel, I borrowed the chair from the corner of the room and sat myself in front of him. From what Dolce tells me, it seems you're hiring again. Revel, it's only for part-time work, but yes, we are preparing to hire more hands. Ryuma, that will do. As you know, there have been more restless people in the slums these days. That's what you came here to talk about, right? But what exactly do you want to know? Revel, if you don't mind my asking, everything. Ryuma, haven't you investigated the rumors already? I'm sure there are things you already know about. Revel, he's heard that Karm-san has already investigated the rumors. He's also heard that I met the head of the government office coincidentally yesterday. But despite that, I barely know anything about the situation at the slums. After talking to just 2 people, at most, all I can do is guess, but whether that guess is right or not, I don't know. There could be false rumors and misunderstandings between the residents and the government office. And besides, I'm sure the slum also has something to say about the situation. That's what I want to find out. If there's anything I can do, I'd like to help, but without sufficient knowledge, I might just end up getting in their way instead. In that case, let's start with the cause of the rumors. It's true that we can't trust the government office. We've been agreeing to their inspections for a while now, but because of the people being evicted, the people are growing restless. Revel, so what is the reason you can't trust them? Ryuma, everyone knows that the head has changed. But that doesn't mean we can just forget about how they treated us before. It's still too early for everyone here to forget what the previous administration did. Revel, it hasn't even been a year, after all, Ryuma, But I actually want to try believing in the current administration. Revel, oh. This might be rude on my part, but that's unexpected. Why do you want to trust Bernhide? Ryuma, because he came here just like you did. And we talked about the situation over at the office and the situation here, as well as the reason for their requirements, and then he left. Settling at the roads, obstructing the roads, and the danger of collapsing buildings. I think he's right. The previous administration never really bothered to come here and inspect, so there are many here who've grown negligent. I can't deny that. Revel, he paused for a moment, then continued. But there are people who lost their homes because the government office refused to pay for the cleaning of the latrine pits. Revel, Ryuma, I was speechless. As I quietly listened to him, it turns out that a portion of the people, who relied on cleaning the latrine pits to make a living, were unable to pay their rent and were chased out when their pay was cut. Because of that they had no choice but to live on the roads or in abandoned buildings. In other words, the previous administration was the cause for the increased homeless on the streets. These people were victims. And to have the people who took their houses away from them and tell them, don't live out here in the streets. Find a proper house, was just flat out insulting. Well, it's something like that. That's why there's a lot of dissent among the people. Those who've lost their homes are renting a room from their acquaintances, but everyone's been doing that since they started being chased out of their homes. Things aren't going to change just because the public office started talking. There are volunteers that help out with the repairs, especially those with construction-related skills, but it's just not enough. Revel, I see, Ryuma, it seems the slum people are already doing what they can. We're currently looking for another way to remedy the situation. The new head, that youth, Arnold, says he's preparing jobs for us, but there's a lot of people wary of him. They say that even if the head changes, the things the government office does won't change. Revel, given the circumstances and the state of mind of the affected people, it's only understandable. The trust needs to be fixed. Excuse me. I have a question. Ryuma, what? Revel, are the people able to make a living? Ryuma, if I recall correctly, it was after the day I cleaned the latrine pits. When I received the payment for the job. This is a mining town, so as long as you don't mind getting your hands dirty, there's plenty of jobs to go around. If you can make a living elsewhere, there's no reason to waste your time cleaning the latrine pits. Right. Those were the reasons Wogan-san gave on why the people refused the latrine pits job. Ah. There were some stubborn guys right after the incident, but if we help each other out, we can get by if it's just food. There wouldn't have been a fuss if the administration just kept quiet. Revel, the credibility of the government office aside, hypothetically speaking, what would happen if the housing problem were to be solved? Ryuma, the people wouldn't have any reason to complain and the rumors will also calm down. What about it? Revel, I think I might have been looking at this the wrong way all along. Ryuma, Chapter 120.2 Volume 3 Chapter 120, The Perspective of the Slums, 2 halves. At first, I was told the slum people are looking for jobs, so I was looking at the problem from an income perspective. But it seems the reason they want money is so they can buy a house and allow themselves to continue making a living. Yeah. Having to rent a house means straining their already strained financial resources, and when they're chased out once for failing to pay their rent, it becomes that much harder to find another place to stay at. Word gets around quickly between people of the same trade in the same town, so there's no escaping it. Even if they do manage to find a place to stay at, if they can't pay up, they'll wind up back in the streets. Revel, the trust issue with the administration is entangled with a lot of other issues, but if the housing problem could be solved, the situation should calm down temporarily. But even with the problem narrowed down, there is still a lot to think about. The people looking for work proactively are still alright since they at least want to graduate from being homeless, but the people that don't have such ambitions may not change even if you give them the whole set, money, work, and a house. There are plenty of cases where things go fine at the start, but they end up homeless again anyway. In other words, everyone has their own circumstance. Revel, it's really a difficult problem, Ryuma. What would I do if I ended up in their situation? If I have land, I could either build or rebuild my house. If I don't have land, then I can leave town. Using myself as a reference doesn't seem to do any good. I continued talking to Revel-san after that, but in the end, I came to the conclusion that all I could do was watch things patiently while doing what I could do. I'm happy that you're thinking about us, but you don't have to worry about it so much. This is our problem. Just providing a safe job for us is plenty. Revel-san told me that before I left, then I bowed to him and went back to my house. Continuing this quarrel with the government office won't profit anyone. I'm sure everyone understands that, but... Oh, I'm home already. Dimension home. Ryuma, I released my monsters. Pirororo, the first ones to fly out were the Rimmel birds. After 6 birds lined up and flew high up into the sky, they approached the countless tunnels and evaluated them. Are there still monsters nesting here? Should I blow up the entrance? But the monsters that nest themselves here can also serve as feed for the Rimmel birds. They can even feed the slimes when there's a lot of them. While I was thinking that, a light pop resounded. Did the Rimmel birds find a prey? I have to go and check up on them. Something moved just now. Ryuma, there's something camouflaged right next to my house. I have a strange feeling about the entrance to my charcoal maker. When I approached, I spotted traces of something crawling through the ashes. Ah. Ryuma, when I cautiously took a peek at the kiln of the charcoal maker, I saw a slime desperately trying to get under the ashes. I immediately captured it and formed a contract with it. Did it just get lost? Ryuma, I don't know. I don't know how long it's been here too. But it seems this slime was eating the ashes, as there's a lot less ash here than I last recall. To test it out, I gave it some ashes, and it happily ate. Is this a candidate for another slime evolution? There's also the fluff slime from this last job. I think I'll go and make a list of everything. Ryuma, I moved to a room inside the tunnels and wrote down the different slime variants. The slimes I'm currently raising are poison slime, acid slime, sticky slime, cleaner slime, deodorant slime, scavenger slime, metal slime, iron slime, bloody slime, medicine slime, heal slime, earth slime, wind slime, dark slime, light slime. If you add the fluff slime and the drunk slime from the other day, that totals to 17 variants. On top of that, I have this slime I just caught that is likely to evolve into a new variant. Actually, this isn't the only slime that's likely to evolve into something new. I've also recently found individuals among the acid, cleaner, and sticky slimes that have a unique preference. I'll use this opportunity to summarize everything. The eccentric from the acid slimes like to eat caustic soda, which I used to make soap, as well as the resulting alkali solution of the entire process. It would be dangerous to just throw these chemicals away, so I had the acid slimes neutralize them. But after they were neutralized, I saw an acid slime drinking the neutralized chemical. Since then I have been feeding the neutralized chemical to that slime, but I'm still waiting for its eventual evolution. The soap making is also the reason why I found an eccentric among the cleaner slimes. But this one had no interest in the caustic soda, and only wanted to eat the completed soap. I'm waiting for this one to evolve too. As for the eccentric from the sticky slime, it's eating the stem of the Dante flower that I raised to make dandelion coffee. I discovered it during the preparation for the founding festival. I don't know why it insists on eating the stem when it can eat the roots and the seeds. I can somehow guess what the other two slimes would turn into, but this one, I'm completely clueless. With the ash-eating slime on top of these three, I eagerly await the day of their evolution. Chapter 121.1 Volume 3 Chapter 121, The Training Begins, 1/2, 3 days later. Today is the day the training camp begins. Just as I've been told, I went to the guild an hour before the assembly. When I got to the designated place, some young and hasty adventurers were already present. They were probably the attending students. I passed them and went up to the second floor. Excuse me. Ryuma, the moment I entered the designated meeting room, 8 people turned to me. They were all strangers and I did not know a single person among them. Because of that they all looked at me with a gaze that seemed to be saying, "What's this kid doing here? Hey! Is he going to pick a fight with me?" As soon as I thought that. Are you Ryuma? Huh? Yeah, but, Ryuma, the middle-aged man that called out to me approached with a carefree smile. He appeared friendly and even called me by name. Well, he's probably the person in charge for the training camp. He's probably not a thug, but... I'm sorry, did we meet somewhere before? Ryuma, haha, I guess it can't be helped. My name is Roche. You seem to have forgotten, but you saved me once before. Hey! You guys come too. Roche, beside the men called Roche were 2 middle-aged men and 2 middle-aged women. I do feel like I've met them before, as they all seem familiar, but I just can't quite remember where I saw them. You can't remember, huh? Roche, that's only normal. There were a lot of people there too, after all. Woman 1, there's no way you could remember all of us, right? Our meeting only lasted for a moment too. Woman 2. I'm sorry. I really can't remember. Ryuma, there was a job to hunt the goblin outbreak at the north during spring, right? Do you remember now? Roche, that's... Ryuma, I remember. Roche-san and his 4 friends were definitely there. Are you the people I healed back then? Ryuma, you remembered. You really saved us back then. If not for you and your heal slimes, we might be dead already. Roche, you healed me and this guy too. Although we were only lightly wounded. Men 1, I'm Howard. This one here is Lucas. Howard, the 2 men pointed at each other. After taking a closer look at the 2 women, I can tell that they were one of those that thanked me while crying back then. It seems I did something really rude. It's fine. Anyway, since you're here, are you an instructor too? Roche, yes. The guild master suggested for me to go. Ryuma, I see. In that case, let's introduce ourselves again. I'm Roche. I'm going to be the leader for the job this time. I'll give a short explanation of how things are going to go, but if you have any questions, just go ahead and ask. Roche, thank you very much. I'm used to camping, but I've never taught anyone before. Please take care of me. Ryuma, in any case, it looks like we'll be able to start this job without anything bad happening. Still, this sure is a strange coincidence. By the way, the two women are Lucy-san and Mimel-san. They're both mages. Students. Attention. After confirming that all the instructors have gathered, we had a brief meeting, and then we moved out. As soon as we showed our face at the corner of the guild, Roche-san called out to the gathered students. His tone changed a bit, but this is probably his teacher mode. From what they've told me, he and his friends have mostly retired as adventurers and are mostly focusing their attention to raising young adventurers. Although they're all veteran adventurers, just as Wogan-san said, they also have a lot of experience teaching. After explaining what the students needed to pay attention to, each instructor gave a short introduction. Roche-san's party introduced themselves in turn. I was the last person to introduce himself, being the 15th person. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryuma Takebayashi. Before coming to this town I lived out in the wilds at a forest called Ghana for 3 years. I mainly sustained myself through hunting. Because of that, despite only being an E-ranker, I have sufficient knowledge at making camp, securing food, and distinguishing between poisonous herbs and medicinal herbs. The guild master can vouch for my skills. I might appear younger than you, but please don't worry about my age. When it comes to weapons, I specialize at using the bow and the katana. I'm also learned in the basics of magic and can even use high heel. Should you get hurt along the way, please feel free to call out to me. Let's get along during these 5 days of training. Ryuma, please take care of us. Students, Although they haven't openly expressed their disapproval, their reaction isn't that good either. Well, it can't be helped. And with that, the introductions are over. We have 5 carriages outside, so we'll divide you into groups of 3. Each carriage will have 3 instructors. We're departing in 10 minutes. So you have that much time to decide your seats and do whatever else you need to do. Understood? Good. See you in 10 minutes. Dismissed. Roche, at that, all the people in the area began moving. There are 15 instructors and 30 students all in all. That's 45 people all in all, so as one might expect from having that many people move out all at once, the entrance is really crowded. That being the case, I think I'll go to the toilet first. Chapter 121.2 Volume 3 Chapter 121, The Training Begins, February 2nd, after passing the time leisurely, I exited the guild. Most of the students were already inside their respective carriage. Now which carriage should I ride? Oh. Yo, Ryuma. Rick, huh? Oh, Burke. You guys participating too? Ryuma, there was a group of 6 I was familiar with riding on the carriage at the center. Elder. Brother Jeff taught us a lot, so we were somehow able to save enough money. Burke, elder brother Jeff has work, so, while he's not around, we decided to go train. Phinia, I see. Ryuma, I was wondering what you were doing at a place like this, but it looks like you're an instructor. Burke, the guild master advised me to. Let's all do our best. Ryuma, after saying that, I parted with them. There was an empty seat in their carriage, but I figured it would be better to avoid supporting someone I know, so I got into a carriage with Roche-san and a party I don't know. Ryuma, the silence is deafening. When the carriages moved out and lined up, this carriage ended up being at the very center. Because of that you can hear all the happy voices coming from the carriages at the back and front. All the adventurer students riding this carriage are participating alone. Because of that not a single one of them is talking. Ryuma. Roche, yes. What is it? Ryuma, you don't seem to be carrying a lot with you. Will you be all right? Roche, looks like Roche-san finally couldn't bear the silence. Just as he says, I only have one knapsack made of pelt with me. Compared to Roche-san and the other participating adventurers with several knapsacks filled with sleeping equipment and other camping equipment, I'm undoubtedly lightly equipped. It's all right. I've stored enough items for 5 days with my dimension magic. Ryuma, you can use dimension magic. Roche, yes. I want to make myself as mobile as possible, so I've made sure to put only the bare necessities in this knapsack. I'm confident in being able to camp for a few days with just this knapsack, but if I include the contents of my item box, I have more than enough for 5 days. Ryuma, dimension magic users sure have an easy time when it comes to luggage. I tried learning it myself in the past, but not just anyone can use it. I tried looking for a magic tool to do the job, but those things can really burn a hole in your wallet. On top of that, they can't store much, so I just gave up. Hey, you guys can talk too. There's no penalty for talking, you know. Roche, if you're that serious all the time, you'll get tired quickly. So let's relax until we get to the campsite, alright? Lucy, as Roche-san and Lucy-san said that, the atmosphere inside the carriage softened. But the 6 students were troubled because they didn't know what to talk about. Suddenly telling them to talk to each other would only make things worse. I understand that all too well. To the point of pain, in fact. Roche-san, don't you have a topic everyone could talk about? Ryuma, a topic. Alright. What do you guys think an adventurer needs to aim for the top? Roche, strength. Student adventurer, when Roche-san asked that question to the students in the carriage, a boy timidly said that. That was the impetus for everyone to start talking a little. Strength. Practically speaking, that would be referring to one's skill in the sword or in the arcane arts. There was also someone who said endurance was the key. Roche-san responded to their answers. Your answers are all more or less correct, but the more precise answer is cooperation. The ability for an adventurer to interact with other people. As an adventurer's rank increases, so does the difficulty of the tasks he faces. The jobs also become more dangerous. That's why adventurers form parties. I won't say it's absolutely necessary, but the number of adventurers that go solo rapidly decrease from D rank. From C rank and above, only a handful continue without a party. At that point, what becomes necessary is the ability to cooperate and interact with others. Roche, ideally, the party should be organized to cover each other's weakness, but don't assume you'll immediately find the perfect party. As you work alongside each other, not only your individual abilities, but also your affinity with each other and your ability to work together will improve. It's common to go through several parties before finding the right one. Lucy, there's a lot of situations where adventurers have to negotiate with others. A member could suddenly be replaced due to injury or retirement. Adventurers could find themselves arguing over the distribution of compensation. And sometimes clients ask too much. Normally, the guilds talk to the clients and decide an appropriate fee for their request. But there are many clients that try to talk directly to adventurers to bargain down the job fee. After all, the higher rank the job becomes, the more expensive it gets. Roche, and it's not only adventurers who can do the job. It wouldn't hurt to learn it. Ryuma, he's right. Saying that one's own skill is necessary isn't wrong, but it's impossible to raise your rank with just ability alone. At least, without making any mistakes, but in that case, the road to promotion becomes all that more difficult. Any questions? Roche, is there a trick to forming parties? Like where to go or what kind of bar to look for? Student adventurer, the students gradually became more and more active. For the meantime, the safest place is the guild. Roche, right. If you consult the receptionist desk, they'll introduce you to some other adventurers. It's a lot safer than going to some strange place to meet adventurers of unknown origins. After all, the receptionist will tell you beforehand if the adventurer has a poor reputation. Lucy, come to think of it, there was a group of people who found a party at a bar, only to be turned into bait and abandoned. What you need to pay attention to when choosing a party is frequency. If a party is frequently recruiting members, then that would mean it has a high turnover rate. If so, then there must be a reason behind that. Similarly, you should also be wary of recruitments that have been left open for a long time. A party with no problems should be able to immediately fill a spot. Lucy, as Lucy-san answered the question, Roche-san remembered something and added. You should also pay attention to the friends of the people you're dealing with. It's important for adventurers to make connections, but from time to time, there are those that try to gather people without the guild's intervention. There's nothing particularly wrong with that, but there are people who use such groups to commit criminal acts. Just this spring we had a group of delinquent adventurers called the Fong of Orbdom, Roche, oh, yeah. Those guys were a thing. As I thought back to that somewhat distant memory, the two instructors talked about the incident to the students. It's likely none of the students here were present then. I listened as the two of them told the story. And just like that, they were beaten at their own game and their plans foiled. Roche, by the end of the story, they all wore a grim face. I wonder if they'll remember this when they search for party members. It would be nice if it helps them find some good companions. Speaking of which, the young adventurer that beat them is this Ryuma over here, who's acting like he's completely unrelated. Roche. Students, hey. Ryuma, the 6 students looked at me in shock. In the next moment, questions came at me one after another. Now that the students have become active, they spared no effort to ask me one question after another. It was only after the carriage stopped that I was released from my interrogation. Chapter 122.1 Volume 3 Chapter 122, First Day of Camping, January 2nd, Bring your belongings and assemble. Roche, at Roche-san's behest, everyone other than the instructors dealing with the carriages gathered. I think there are some of you who already know, but for everyone's sake, I'll start with the basics. In roads with a lot of pedestrian traffic, there are usually areas that are easy to turn into campsites. This place here is one of those. As you can see, it's just the open part of the road cutting through the mountain, but take a look behind us. There's a standing signboard, right? Roche, indeed. On the signboard was the drawing of a river and an arrow, which indicated where one could get water. Usually, these spots make it easy to set up a tent, and there's also a nearby source of water. The people responsible for these lands specifically prepared them for adventurers like us. Adventurers that came here before us prepared it for later adventurers like you or me. That's the kind of place this is. That's why anyone can use these campsites. Of course, we have the right to use them too. But when you use them, there's a rule that you have to protect. Well, it's mostly common sense. There's not a lot and they're not difficult to keep either, so don't brace yourselves so much. From now on we'll be making sure to adhere to these rules and then prepare to build our campsite. If there's anything you don't know or understand, make sure to ask us instructors. At night, we'll have to take turns keeping watch, but other than that, you can ask us anytime you want. If you have time to spare, feel free to take a break or gather food in advance for the days later. As long as you don't get in other people's way, you can do whatever you want. Roche, after giving a rough explanation of the program here, he warned the students on a number of things. Don't dirty the campsite. As much as possible, keep it the way it was after use. He talked about all sorts of rules from the very basics to what to do when there are other people using the site. And then, just as planned, we moved on to the main objective of our training today. The beginning of the preparation of our camping. First, we need to prepare a place to sleep. Like that, the instructors also started preparing theirs. I too went to a corner of the camping site to prepare my own. In my case, I'll be using earth magic. Earth wall, Ryuma. I erected 4 walls from the land and formed a rough enclosure. I made 2 of the walls a little longer than the others, then I divided the space inside and made sure to provide room for a bed and a toilet. And then I made another 2 walls. Unlike the others though, I cut them thinly and made a roof with them. I filled the gaps in the enclosure and the roof with earth, and hardened it with the rock spell. With that my lodging was completed. Now for the finishing steps. Item box, Ryuma, where did I put it? Ryuma, yes, what is it? Student, when I turned around there was a group of 5 boys and girls looking at me strangely. They were all kids from a different carriage than the one I was riding. Actually, they've been watching me for some time now, and it's just now that they finally called out to me. To be honest, I was wondering when they were going to call out to me, so I was actually a little nervous. I see you're using magic. You are preparing for camp, right? Assertive boy, right. It might just look like a box now, but I'll open some more holes and then I'll attach these things. Ryuma, as I answered the assertive boy, I took out some doors and mosquito screens that I'd prepared beforehand, then I attached them to the house. Do you really need to use that much mana to prepare your lodging? Shouldn't adventurers leave some spare mana in case of emergency? At the very least, from what I've learned, mages are not supposed to waste their mana. Strong-willed girl, this time it was a strong-willed girl who asked that question. Based on her light armor and her staff, I assume she must be a mage. Right. But when working outside of town, it's hard to get sufficient rest like you would be able to at a safe town, right? I agree that one shouldn't waste mana to prepare for the worst, but I don't think using mana to be able to rest effectively is a waste. Ryuma, the quality of rest that one could get from a comfortable environment is different from that of a poor environment. The preservation of strength. The preservation of one's focus. Creating an environment that allows one to work at optimum performance is by no means a waste. I have a lot of mana, so I can use my magic without holding back. But while that's true for me, it's not the case for others, so they might find it difficult to copy me. But what if it's just a part of what I'm doing? Come here. Ryuma, I brought the 5 with me and moved to a space next to the house I'm still building. I erected 4 columns with earth magic, then I attached a rope to them and created a square frame. I joined together the rope, and in the blink of an eye, I was able to create a hammock. I jumped on the hammock and I was able to confirm that it had sufficient strength. I took out a huge waterproof cloth and placed it on top of the column to create a cover in the case of rain. You can also prepare a bed with 4 columns like this. With a setup like this you can avoid bugs crawling on the ground and you won't have to be too picky with your location. And more than anything, the consumption of mana will also be a lot less. With something like this, you won't have to consume that much mana. Yes, for example you. Ryuma, me. Assertive boy, I asked the assertive boy from earlier. You don't look like a mage, but can you use magic when fighting? Ryuma, I don't. I mean I can't. Assertive boy, but you do have mana, right? Ryuma, a little. But even if I use it, at most I can just cast 2 or 3 attack spells. Assertive boy, in that case, you won't mind using that mana for something else, right? Ryuma, he could use that mana to erect a wall and use it to protect against the wind or the sun. Even if he becomes unable to use magic, there are still magic tools. For people that don't rely on magic when fighting, so long as they take care not to completely run out of mana, using up their mana shouldn't be a problem. They don't rely on magic as much as I do, so isn't it fine for them to use their mana to make their lives a little more convenient? When I told them that, they thanked me and left. So there's also that kind of thinking. But a magic tool, huh? Assertive boy, why don't you practice your spells so you can do something like that? If it's just the basics, I can teach you. Strong-willed girl, still, he sure was surprisingly decent. Assertive boy, hey. What do you mean by surprisingly decent? My knowledge and my teaching abilities aside, are you telling me you guys don't even think I'm a decent person? And here I was thinking of teaching them stuff only I knew about, like about slimes or alchemy. Although I guess it's still a bit early to be giving advice like that. Chapter 122.2 Volume 3 Chapter 122, First Day of Camping, February 2nd, Coo. Good job teaching them, beginner teacher. Howard, Howard-san. Good job to you too. Ryuma, looks like you can hold your own pretty well. Howard, really? Ryuma, yeah. They looked like they understood what you were trying to get at. And you also got them thinking. Not even knowing what to tell is usually the sign of a guy who really sucks at the job. From that perspective, you're actually pretty good. Howard, that's good then. Ryuma, Howard-san gives me the impression that he's not very serious, but he might just be trying to relieve the tension. He was here already, so I asked him about something that was concerning me. By the way, is my camping method weird? Ryuma, which part? Just as was mentioned earlier, there are people who believe that one should conserve mana and stamina. You say it's not a waste to put effort in improving one's campsite, but the orthodox method is still to bring a tent and some tools when leaving town. Dimension magic experts can store their belongings in their conjured spaces, but that's impossible for a beginner. At most, a beginner would be able to start a fire with a fire spell or sate his thirst with water magic when he's out of water. You look fine, but do you still have mana left? Howard, I've got plenty. I'm the type that has a lot of mana. In fact, people say I have enough to be compared to a royal court magician. Ryuma, so that's why you're that calm. If you're not pushing yourself, then I guess your method works too. Howard, Ryuma, can I have a sec? Lucas, oh. It's Lucas-san. He's the tallest of his two friends. Although, he's only about a head bigger than them, with that large hammer on his back, he gives the appearance of a vigorous and powerful man. That powerful man was currently holding a wooden plank atop which was a feathered pen and paper, however. In between the small finger and ring finger of his left hand holding the plank was a small bottle of ink. It's about the night watch. What time do you want? We're asking out of consideration for people bad at waking up or those that have some health problems. Lucas, I'm fine anytime, as I'm pretty good with nighttime. In fact, I can even hunt during the night, so my eyes are pretty good during it too. Ryuma, no health problems. No preferred time. Good at night and has sharp eyes. All right. Lucas-san repeated what I said to himself as he wrote them down on the paper. I wonder if there are also adventurers with low blood pressure. I don't have any experience with it personally, so I don't really know, but when I think back to my co-workers in my previous life, it seems pretty dangerous. All right. Thanks for cooperating. The allotment of work will be announced later, so look around if you have the time. You too, Howard. Lucas, understood. Ryuma, despite his looks, he's taking care of the more subtle jobs. Hey, pull it more. Student 1, I'm pulling. I'm pulling. Student 2, I'm going to go get some water. Student 3, after completing my own preparations, I went with Howard-san to look around. Doesn't seem like there's any problem here. Ryuma, there were some people struggling a little, but not to the point where we needed to intervene. It's the first day, after all. There shouldn't be anyone causing problems. Howard, what did you say? And as soon as I say that, someone goes and causes trouble. Good grief. Howard, let's go. Ryuma, going around a tent, we went to the source of the voice. There, Burke's group was glaring at a group of 4 boys. For some reason, the atmosphere was hostile. Hey, what are you doing? Howard. Students, nothing important enough to get your attention, sir. Burke, yeah. Adventurer 2, that's right. Adventurer 3, when Howard-san spoke up, the two groups suddenly seemed to be in agreement and denied there being a problem. We were just talking about looking for food. Rumil, they started nitpicking then, so I just ended up raising my voice. Burke, you're the ones nitpicking. Adventurer 1, when Burke said that, the other 4 responded. The vague atmosphere turned hostile once again. Ryuma. It's probably best that we split this 2 groups and hear them out. Howard, right. In that case, I'll take charge of the group of 6. I know them, so they'll probably have an easier time talking to me. Ryuma, all right. I'll take the group of 4 then. Howard, and so, I took the group of 6 to the front of my lodging. I made a simple table and some chairs with earth magic, then heard them out. So, what was that about? Ryuma, just the usual. We told you before, right? That there are guys that make fun of whist. Those guys were exactly that sort. Burke, he did say something like that. So those 4 were like that, huh? They're strong, you know. Although I don't like their personalities, they're good at hunting. Burke, between picking herbs and hunting is usually the more profitable work. So, since those guys do nothing but hunt, they make more than us, who mainly pick herbs. Whist, guys like those like to poke fun at herb gatherers like us, so. Phinia, when we talked about looking for food, they told us, what? You're going to pluck herbs here too. Rumil, so that's what started the fight. After asking for more details, I don't know if I should say it's just as I expected it, but the one quarreling was mostly Burke. One guy provoking, the other being provoked. It's the usual story. But just like the previous cases, no one really fought for real. All right. I think I've got the gist of it. Ryuma, are we going to be punished? Whist, I don't know what decision Roche-san and the others will make, but as far as I'm concerned, a light warning should do. No one left any lasting injuries, and it's not like you fought in the first place, and from the sound of things, it seems the other group is the one at fault. I do think you should control your temper a little better, though, Burke, but I guess this is still better than not saying anything when someone is making fun of your friend, Ryuma. His attitude makes it easy to provoke him, but it's not something I dislike personally. In any case, I'll just give them a warning for this incident. After telling them to reflect on this incident, I left to give my report. In the end, the punishment to be given out wasn't much different from what I had in mind, and only a warning was given. On top of that, a reminder was given that the instructors wouldn't be interfering unless it is to exchange information pertaining to bandits or monster appearances or other such information related to the safety of the students. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.